Colgate's has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition, as the announcer man said. Well, I don't know if he said Thursday. He just said we're on the air. And we are live on the air. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt in Houston for the next few days for one of his daughter's birthdays. We got Peyton Phillip Russell firing up the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station. And you know, basically every day for 2 weeks, we're bringing you the very latest more than anyone else right here at 6 o'clock. And it starts off with Will McClay getting his multi-year contract extension to stay in Frisco.
Yes, sir, to stay. And that's huge because this has been seemingly the stabilizing force behind the organization. And
Gotta have someone who knows and watches football.
that's right. Yes, yes. Got to have somebody. So I think this is really like fantastic news. Like, because it's always been he's going to get a job somewhere as the GM. It's just a matter of when he decides that he wants to move. I don't know if there's kids, family that are involved that doesn't want to take him out of DFW, but like we know it's coming. We know that day's coming, right?
When you go back and look at the scoreboards for general managers, you know, you have your different charts out there. First team All-Pro, Pro Bowler selected. How do you think Will McClay stacks up?
Oh, man.
Todd Archer put out the list since 2014. 15 Pro Bowlers, 6 All-Pros through the draft. I just didn't know if you had seen other GM comparisons with the way that they've selected and picked over the years.
I haven't. So 6 All-Pros. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's in what, 10 years?
Yeah.
60% of the drafts, you're selecting an All-Pro. I mean, that doesn't mean they're all coming from different drafts, but you average it out. That's pretty solid. There's only 2 All-Pros a year at each position. Like, that's pretty dang good.
Will McClay, there's always kind of a back and forth at some points in times. Some people were telling me back when Jerry Jones told Clarence Hill, there ain't no one who could do this job better than me. I don't know if that completely sat well with Will, right, as he's sitting there saying, hey, I'm a de facto general manager in this building. We had gone up to this point in time with his contract getting ready to expire where the deal wasn't done. I don't think he really wanted to talk paperwork and cash at the Senior Bowl when Nick Harris and others were out there with him. So it always feels like we'll always get a murmur here and there that, all right, Will's tired of this. Will's done with this. Will's going to go on and be a true general manager somewhere else, and he always comes back.
He always comes back, and again, we don't know like the family situation, like what he wants to do in terms of staying here or going, but obviously he is drawn to the and there's value and comfort.
Yep.
You don't have to you know your role when you work here. You know that look, this is the way the organization works. Leaving an organization, going somewhere new, that can be scary. It just can, because you don't know how the dynamics of every organization are going to work.
And you need someone to deal with Jerry and Steven.
Got to be able to do it.
Got to have a head coach who does it. Got to have a Will McClay who does it.
I think one of the most important parts of this job is handling Jerry as the head coach. If you're the head coach, like, coaching is obviously very, very important, but being able to manage the Jerry versus, like the noise is huge. It's almost like you need to be a head coach of two different things. You got to be the head coach of the football team, and then you've got to be the head coach of the noise, and you've got to be able to manage both. And if you can't do this job.
It's like that family member who's at the table, and you need them during the holidays to make sure that this side of the family is cool and that side of the family is cool, and you need to make it all work for a 2-hour meal.
Yeah.
That's what Will McClay does.
That's it.
That's what he has to do with, I think, thinking and making Jerry believe that he understands everything that's going on football-wise. You deal with the finances from Steven, and you're sitting there looking at the actual talent. You're the liaison.
You got to be able to present to him why you take this player that you've never heard of over this guy that you've heard of.
Yeah.
Like that was the big problem, or the big, I think, tug of war when it came to the Zach Martin versus Johnny Manziel. It's like everybody's heard of Johnny. Unless you're in the weeds, you ain't heard of Zach. Nobody knows guards.
No.
You got to be in the weeds for that. So, like, you've got to be able to convince them this is why we're taking this.
Will McClay the other day at the Senior Bowl talking about his new and now long partnership with Brian Schottenheimer.
Just knowing him and being around him, knowing where he came from. I mean, a lot of the things that you've heard are very true where, in this day and age in the NFL, it's the new hot shot that, maybe he's been coaching 3, 4, 5 years. Well, Brian was that guy. He's got that passion. He's got that commitment. Grew up in football, can have a conversation with anyone, and an honest conversation with anyone. So his ability to do that and to connect, like part of the interview, I watched him connect with different people in different ways, and that's a huge part of the head coaching thing that helps push you over the top, and that you only get that from experience.
We have 3 more assistants added to Brian Schottenheimer's staff. Dave Borgonzi, linebackers coach. Aaron Whitecotton. How do we not know that this was a last name in the National Football League?
Or in existence within the society.
Yeah. Aaron Whitecotton, defensive line coach, and Andre Curtis, defensive passing game coordinator. As for Whitecotton, he was with the Jets last 4 years as a D-line coach. He will now join the staff for Matt Eberflus. And then Broadus sent over a note on Aaron saying, very good, great person, excellent at the age of 43, D-line coach. I thought that was age 43, 4-3. His guys play hard. He loves personnel and will work at it. Very passionate and prideful about his work. He is intense but connected to his guys. So that's the scout report. Brian Broadus is even doing on coaches.
You notice how the 2 first-time head coaches, the most recent 2, that were hired. Liam Cohen, I haven't seen who his staff is going to be. Duval. So weird. So weird.
It's going to be at every haunted house in Florida when you walk in.
Duval.
And his eyes, too.
But Schottenheimer hires Eberflus, former head coach, and Aaron Glenn hired Steve Wilkes as his DC, former head coach. So both are hiring former head coaches as their coordinators. I found it interesting. I think it's good. I think you need to have somebody on your staff who's done this before.
Jordan Lewis, of course, connected to Eberflus in the past, had this to say. He runs a vision defense that's going to run to the ball and tackle. The front 4 are going to attack. I love the reunion. So, look, every system that comes in and every coach, everyone always loves it. Oh, I like this. And then at the end, you hear, that didn't really fit the way we did things. We should have done this.
Yeah.
This person was out of place. There's always going to be somebody out of place with the system that's being run.
Always. It's always going to happen. That's the reality of a scheme. That's also the reality of if you bring something new in, you're going to have. We saw this year when somebody was out of place almost every play in the first couple of weeks. I think Eberflus is fine. I mean, I think he's a good coach, good defensive coach, and this defense personnel-wise may have to change, but he's had a pretty good track record of success as a DC.
Sad story out of Filthy. We have our fun with the Eagle fan base and the media and everyone over there. This is a really sad story. An 18-year-old Eagles fan climbed one of those poles, like light poles, in celebration of the NFC Championship, fell, hit his head on the concrete, and passed away.
That sucks.
Temple student.
Oh, it sucks. It's really, and they were talking about like the city of New Orleans is asking Eagles fans, hey, don't climb the telephone poles here, please. Don't climb the light poles. They're not going to grease them, but that's why. And do other cities grease the light poles like Philly does?
And why is it a Philly thing to climb light? Is it to, try to be an eagle? Is that it?
That's a good question.
They want to
I don't
fly.
know.
Yeah, they want to fly.
Trying to get up there and soar.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I'm an animal. But this, we all did some stupid stuff. We were college kids, but this sucks.
I was just thinking about that with my kids. Like, how do you? I guess you just hold your breath.
Yep.
When your kids are growing up, and you're like, I know they're gonna go out and do stupid things. I did stupid things, and it's just a matter of fate and luck.
Yeah, that's a lot of it. It's a lot of it, man. Like we got Luka starting to drive. He'll get his full license at the end of the year, and I know exactly what's going to happen. Same thing we all do. Let's see how we can open this up.
Donuts.
Let's go on the highway. Yeah, no, let's go do some donuts in the parking lot. Oh wow, there's a light pole right there. It's just scary.
Is he driving on the highway? Is he comfortable?
We haven't taken him on the highway. We took him on the access road. We haven't taken him on the highway though.
And is he comfortable so far?
Yeah, we got into a little bit of a squirrely situation. It was my fault. I was trying to teach him a trick on how to do a flip. No.
I worry about my kid. What are they going to do going out there? And then you got Dom Toretto teaching you.
No. It was I was trying to teach him how to run a red light without running the red light.
Oh, great.
And what is that trick?
So how you're at a
speed up.
Yeah, right. No. You're at the left turn lane. Okay. And oncoming, I wanted to get him in a sticky situation where he couldn't see the cars. So you have the oncoming traffic and you're head on with the other vehicles, and it's hard to see the oncoming traffic because the other ones are stopped at their left turn lane as well.
Right.
So the light was blinking. It was one of those yellow blinking left turn lights. And I was like, all right, just creep up. Just get in the middle of the intersection. He goes, why? I go, because that way, once the thing turns red, you're already there. You just go.
Right.
You're ahead of the white line. You got to be ahead of the white line when it turns red. Otherwise, you're running the red light.
Yeah.
That's a little trick, right? They don't give you a red light, a red run at a red light if you're already ahead of the white line. So I said, do that. And he does. And the light turns red. But here's the problem. This is what it wasn't planned for. We had people running the red light coming back.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They were running the red light.
You have to rely on the other people stopping.
Well, usually you could tell, right? You could tell when the car starts to slow down. They weren't slowing down. I was like, no, don't go. The other light turns green, so now these people start coming into the intersection from our cross. And I was like, go. And he freaked out. And he got so nervous. He got so mad at me.
The conservative Sharif family driving class would say, just let the light go red and let the light go green. That's what my wife would say. Why are you rushing it? What are you in a rush for? Where are you trying to go? But that is not the RJ Choppy School of Driving. So, Luka, if you're listening, you can just wait for that yellow light to turn red and have the people behind you be upset.
My parents always said the world is round. You'll get there eventually. If you miss your turn, if you miss your turn, don't immediately make a U-turn and go into oncoming traffic. Try and rush to get somewhere. Just ease it over. You'll get there eventually.
Oh, they were Kyrie ahead of their time.
The world is round.
Are they conservative drivers?
My mom is. If it's raining, she's the one going 60 on the highway. Yeah.
Oh, 60 is not too bad. Like this morning and yesterday, like last night, was that just in my area where it was crazy thunder and lightning pouring down?
Very bad.
We didn't have anything last night. We had a lot of rain this morning. Like when I woke up, it was fine. And as I let the dog out, and as soon as I'm put my shoes on to leave, you could hear it.
Yeah.
Down on the roof. I was like, oh.
Sandler had called me last night, leaving a dinner in Arlington with some big Rangers TV news, and I was like, this is the weather gods have given me a gift. I'm like, Jared, get off the phone and drive safe. That was my get off the phone moment. I was like, I don't want you to get in an accident on my behalf. Talking to me on the phone. So be careful driving out there. It is rainy and wet throughout the Metroplex. The way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line is 877-881-1053. And then one more filthy story. The 76ers finally congratulating the Eagles.
You know what? Thank God. Finally, Josh Harris, who owns both the the Sixers and the Commanders, finally allowed the 76ers to congratulate the Philadelphia Eagles. Their official Twitter account says, NFC champs in the house. Congrats at Eagles.
Well done.
Well done, Josh. Well done.
Little late.
A couple days late, about a half a week late.
The last thing Sixers fans need is a reason to be more upset at their organization with the Joel Embiid stat that was put up about games played and games missed. Meanwhile, he's doing handstands at practice the other day, and they just gave him that fresh extension. What a disaster. He's going to have to retire, or they're going to have to get rid of him. He cannot survive in that city. But there's Josh Harris taking off more 76ers fans because of the Commanders. We think. We think. All right, hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Hit them up if you need them today for any type of accident that hopefully does not happen out there on the roadways. What a game last night for your Dallas Mavericks, and the breaking news that has taken over the country, the plane flight and crash that may have some Olympic athletes on there. RJ Choppy stayed up an extra 3 hours for that. We'll catch you up with all of it as part of the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ next.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mavericks fourth in the league in block shots this year. Here's an assist pass. Possibly it is Grimes. He hits bottom on a three-pointer, and PJ's tied his career high with 7 assists.
Follow it with the call on ABC. Good morning, Metroplex. What a game last night in New Orleans as the Mavericks drop 40 in the third, 40 in the fourth, an 80-point second half to outlast the Pelicans with Zion, by the way, scoring 29, and the Mavs end up winning 137 to 136. This is a sexy box score.
Oh, it really is. Except for the turnovers.
Yeah, 18 turnovers. The Pelicans had 8, but P.J. Washington hitting all 4 of his threes in the fourth quarter. He ends up with 25, 14, and 8. Gafford, what a trade. I was listening to KMC reminisce about last year's trade deadline. It always happens while we're at the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And I remember sitting here, you were to my right, Ruben is to the left, and he's like, oh, Daniel Gafford. Oh, my gosh. P.J. Washington, I was immediately impressed with Ruben's hoop knowledge. Gafford with 4 more blocks, 22, 12, and 4. Everyone in the starting lineup in double figures. Mavs win.
He's such a violent offensive player, too. I love it. This is, one of the things that hit me in this one. So, when you watch a Laker game, you notice LeBron, he flies up the screen. When you watch a Warrior game, you notice Steph. When you watch a Suns, you notice KD. Like, you could watch a lot of this game, and Zion's scoring, but you don't, like, if you're not watching and pay attention to him, I would hardly notice him. You watch this through a Mavs lens, so it's like you're not necessarily paying attention to the other team. And I was like, man, I hardly noticed this guy. It's like, he has 27? It was like late fourth. He has 27? I've barely noticed him tonight. I know he's scored, but like, he's not flying up the screen to me. So he's not a superstar. Can't say it.
Oh, that was the
that's the test.
That's the criteria.
That's the test. You gotta be able to pop off the screen without even knowing what you're watching.
Well, he's got that. It sounds funny to say. He's got that under the rim game. Like, he's going to get a lot of putbacks. He's going to be close target, and he's obviously still capable.
Yes.
Depending on the breakfast buffet that morning of putting up
a belly.
Crazy highlight reel dunks. He can do it, but he's not going to be bombing threes.
No.
And beating you from the perimeter where you're noticing him there by himself.
He's not flying all over the floor trying to get open. He's Steph. Steph is constant movement, right? Constant movement. Clay was constant movement too, in his younger days. But I don't know. It was one of the kind of the takeaways.
Klay Thompson with 20 points on 6 threes. The Mavericks still over 500, 26-22. And when you look at the Western Conference, they are in the number 8 spot. They're a game up on the Phoenix Suns. They're a half a game behind the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's OKC up by 5 on Houston. What a turnaround. Yeah. What a turnaround for that organization. The Armpit second in the West. Then Memphis with their bounce back. Denver, Lakers, Clippers, Wolves, us, Suns, Kings. 1 game over. And the Sacramento Kings are in the news because of De'Aaron Fox, the electric player who apparently is on the trade block. And yesterday, Shams reported. You want something scary for the rest of the Western Conference? Mm-hmm. Did you see this? His number 1 destination, his pick?
I didn't see his pick, no. Phoenix?
The San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, wow.
De'Aaron Fox looking to team up with Wemby, who got a little heated last night himself. But that's the word from Shams out of Sacramento.
Isn't he the reason why Vlade didn't take Luka? Because they had De'Aaron Fox already?
Did they? Or is De'Aaron Fox a little bit younger?
1 year older. So, yeah, De'Aaron was taken in 2017. And the next year, Luka was taken. And they said, Marvin, we already have De'Aaron. We're going to take Marvin Bagley.
Marvin Bagley. That's right. 25, 6, and 5 for De'Aaron Fox this year. Last year, 26. The year before, 25. He's a stud. A lot of people were trying to get... Well, we're not trying to. No one gives a crap. Sorry, the one Tolo in Sacramento. Ring the bell. People are trying to figure out why Mike Brown got run. And were the handprints and fingerprints of De'Aaron Fox all over that.
Well, and that's, we have coach killers all throughout the league. And, the NBA, you're not going to get, no sport. You're not going to get rid of the player. You could just recycle the coach very, very easily.
The NBA does not want De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento because now you would have negative reasons to watch them.
No reason. No reason to watch.
It'd be a dream for him to go to San Antonio for the NBA, though.
I mean, they would team him and Wemby up. And, who'd they get there? They got the Kentucky kid in the offseason and then the draft. That would be potentially, a really good young squad. 25? He's been in the league almost 8 years. He's only 25.
Yeah, he's good. He is good. All right, what is going on with this breaking news story that took over the world last night?
All right, so this is in D.C. and this regional jet. It was an American regional jet. It's actually technically PSA that runs it, but then they subsidize it through American.
Such a aviator nerd. PSA, public service announcement. What
that's right. About? No, it's like Envoy or PSA. They operate under the brand of American. They do it like Delta.
Anyway,
it's across the river. If you've ever flown into Reagan Airport, it's on the river, and like the runway is at the end of the river. It's on the other side. It's about ready to land. It's seconds from touching down. And this military helicopter, the Black Hawk, comes on from the other side and collides with it. And it goes right into the Potomac, which almost 40-something years to the day that Air Florida plane crashed into it because it had ice on its wings. And they fear that everybody on there is dead. 64 passengers and crew, and then 3 soldiers in the Black Hawk. They don't know if the Black Hawk was carrying like dignitaries or anything. At least I haven't heard anything about that yet. But they do say that on this plane, this American Airlines flight, was a bunch of like figure skating championship hopefuls.
Wow.
So like kind of like, junior Olympians. That, I mean, obviously it's terrible anyway, but now that adds another wrinkle to it. And then there's talk of people were texting their loved ones already. That's how close to the ground they were, is that the phone started working again. And they're texting their loved ones saying, we were about to land, and nothing. It's just, there's videos, dash cam photos that have come out that we're seeing. We saw one last night, but now we have several more that have come out this morning. Got to get a dash cam, by the way. But it's just so scary. The fact that you don't expect this. Like, you're on final approach. There should be no aircraft in the area. And the military helicopter absolutely has to take the fault. The preliminary has to take the fault for this. I mean, you can't be in the landing zone, the final approach zone.
So how could this have happened? You stayed up an extra 3 hours watching coverage of this?
Yeah, it was because they didn't have a lot of information about them, but they did, like, towards the end of the night, around 11 o'clock, they released some air traffic control audio, And they kept saying to the Black Hawk helicopter, hey, you've got this flight. Do you have visual? Do you have visual of the plane? And they're like, yeah, we got it. But now they think that they had visual of a different plane because at the same time, there was a plane taking off. And they were, in the way that the helicopter was coming, it was coming towards the airport and then it was going to go around it. And they think it caught the plane that took off because just as this thing collided, you see a plane in the foreground that was making a turn that had already taken off. And that's the speculation now. We don't really have much more information on that.
Pepe, were you following this last night? I think you were the first one to send it over.
I saw it briefly before I went to sleep. There was nothing really out there about anyone that had died or anything like that. I just was like, oh, was it on the runway? I didn't see much video about it. But yeah, this is real scary. I mean, I have a brother out there who lives in Washington, D.C., so immediately the family's texting, make sure everything's okay with him. I'm not sure how far his apartment is away from the airport, but it seemed like he was safe and everything.
They got this one, it's heartbreaking. Some people getting mad at the network for it, but you got this one guy in the airport, like going through his cell phone. He's like reading the text messages from the wife, who is talking to him as the plane is expected to land. And his final message was, I just hope they are fishing her out of the river. I hope there's some way. And then, of course, it's freezing there in the water on top of it in case there is any type of chance or hope.
And that's like, if you watch, there's countless videos of that flight in 1982 where these people are like being fished out of the water with ice, little mini icebergs floating by them in the river. It's tragic. And like you said, it's freezing out. People are saying that the helicopter was flying completely dark, had no lights on, so even the plane wouldn't have been able to see it. I thought I saw some lights on it because as you see it fly by, you could see some lights on the helicopter before it collides.
And there's video of this?
There's a couple videos out there of it. Yeah, it's not hard to find. It's just right on Twitter.
And you just see like a little explosion.
You see a little tiny explosion, then you see them both go towards the river.
So right now, the known victims from the U.S. figure skating team, what eerie timing. Tanya Harding, for some reason, was trending this morning. Pepe, do you know who Tanya Harding is?
Dear God.
I don't think so.
No. Reetma stood up. Reetma's looking in there like, Jake, thumbs up, thumbs down? Do you know? Okay, at least Jake knows Tanya Harding, the disgraced figure skater. I guess she figured out how to use Twitter.
She did. She did figure out how to use Twitter.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, take a look at her.
I'm looking. Yeah. She looked like she about 4 Marlboro Red packs in per day.
Yeah, she does, man. She's like,
right?
She's keeping with the bit. She is keeping with
She's out in the woods right there with her reputation. The bit.
Yeah, she's keeping with the bit.
Well, what is the bit?
Just like that she's like the kind of the rough girl. She keeps smoking her cigs.
I wanted to hear you how you were going to explain it.
She's just got like that attitude to her. But yeah, she's on Twitter. So, hello, Twitter world.
Yes. Don't invoke that. 877-881-1053. The way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. A couple of other basketball notes. Caitlin Clark is not going to participate in the NBA 3-point shootout like they had your son's idol.
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yes.
Which, like, that was cool, because it's her versus Steph.
Yeah. That was the highlight of the All-Star weekend.
It really was. Now, was Caitlin going to take Sabrina's place, or was she going to be in addition to Sabrina?
So there's two different explanations for this. Thank goodness Bobby is not in here today to make his little sideswipe comments towards Caitlin Clark.
You like that?
A rumor is that the big headline and explanation is she wants to do it in Indianapolis. Her first All-Star appearance in front of her home crowd, hopefully without the stalker from Denton there. But the internet rumor that I don't give as much credence to is that she didn't want to do it off of a ball rack. That Caitlin's warm-up and shooting routine is catch and shoot. Oh. And she didn't want to grab it off the ball rack in order to fire up the threes. I don't know. That's just something that is making the rounds out there, and I can already see your eye rolling.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's good enough for everybody else. If you're a great shooter, you think Larry Bird cared if it was on the ball rack? Larry didn't even care what side of the ball rack he was on.
Yeah, he didn't care what jacket he was wearing while doing it.
He wore a jacket. He wore a warm-up jacket. He's like, I'll just go out there and who's coming in second? Who's coming in second?
Yes.
If you're that great, you don't need a ball rack. You don't need someone throwing it to you. Just get out there and shoot it.
I'm going to keep the mystique of Caitlin Clark alive and choose to believe she just wanted to do it in front of her home fans first in Indianapolis.
And Indianapolis. But hang on a second. Didn't Indy do it last year? I think Indy hosted it last year.
Did they? We got to have the next 2 or 3 years of where it's going to be. I believe this year is in California.
It's at San Fran. That's right. That's where that's because Charles Barkley was like, I'm not going there.
Right.
Yeah, last year was in Indy.
No.
Yeah, so next year is going to be at the new Intuit Dome.
Okay.
The Clippers, and then Phoenix, and then we don't have anything else. Oh. What is the name? What is the name of the Phoenix Suns arena?
I have no idea.
The Footprint Center. Never heard of that. I had no idea. But yeah, it's it was just in Indy last year.
All right. What do you do when your kids are complaining of boredom? I'm having that happen in my house as we speak, and you want to go on this all-meat diet, be wary of having cholesterol hands. Peyton Russell has it in the Payload. Thursday edition 6 a.m. Club is next. But don't worry about cholesterol hands over there at the official barbecue of the morning show. It is.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is another Thursday, 6:40. You know what time it is. It's the payload, baby, right here. No Bobby Bell in studio, but the show must go on.
Oh, I think Bobby woke up in Houston just for this. He's already texting us.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, why the heck are you awake? You know he's going to be listening at 7:40 as you take over the neighborhood watch for him as well.
Oh, I guess he wanted to catch the payload. He's missed it a couple times already this year. He was out already. Is that allowed? I mean, he's taken, 7-8 days already off, and it's not even February yet.
He loves to bust your balls for taking off Mondays when you're working 12-hour Cowboy days. I guess he is as well. That's why he's bitter. He's been going after RJ's vacation schedule, and now here he is. He just missed a lot of time. Now he's taking more days off.
He did. You know, he did a good job during football season, right? Not taking a whole lot of time off, but January. January counts. You know, January's a good month.
Well, guys, you are what you eat. That's what they all say, right?
Yeah, baby.
You know, Sean's big into the meat. RJ, you're big into the, sorry. It's not always
I try to be the nicest one to you, and you backhand me.
No, it wasn't a bad. No,
backhand me.
No.
Below the belt.
Everyone has a food out there that you tell yourself, look, I can eat that forever. You know, I never actually try it. You know, you never think that you're actually going to
you do that once with your parents, and I feel like each parent, one time in your childhood, dares you and it's like, all right, we're going to do it now. I want pizza every day. And they're like, okay, fine. You're going to get it every single day. Did you ever pull that? You know, sometimes I think about it with crab cakes. I'm like, I could eat this every day. A shrimp cocktail or shrimp, I could eat this every day. you would get sick of anything.
Yeah, I wasn't a terribly picky eater. We just didn't have a broad menu.
Yeah.
We had to just basically it was Italian food every night. My kids, though, my younger one, it's either chicken nuggets or Red Baron pizza. And it has to be Red Baron.
Red Baron.
Won't be anything else.
What is it about Red Baron that he
I have
likes?
no idea. I just think he likes the way it's
cheese, pepperoni?
Pepperoni. Yeah, he gets pepperoni.
And he's a string bean, skinny.
Super skinny. Super skinny.
Still not drinking soda or sugar or juice?
He'll have Gatorade, but Gatorade zero, sugar-free.
Is he body conscious?
Yeah, he's like, he's like, I gotta have my abs. I want my abs. And I'm like, well, the pizza ain't helping, but
Yeah,
it doesn't affect him yet. It will someday.
And Luka as an eater?
He branched out to Frosted Flakes this week. That was kind of cool. By the way, I forgot how good they are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're just loaded with sugar.
In college, it was pizza rolls for me. I'd come home from class 11:30, and then straight to the oven for pizza rolls. But look, this is a man in Florida. Nothing good happens in Florida nowadays, apparently.
Oven in college, okay.
This guy in Florida, he went on a carnivore diet where he says he ate, and I got a picture of the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube here in a second. I don't want to leave it up there too long because I know it's disgusting to look at. I'll try and throw it up there for a little bit, but this guy says he ate 6 to 9 pounds of butter, cheese, and hamburgers every day for 8 months straight. I have no idea how this guy's still living.
Keto.
But I guess you can do that. Ironically, he ended up in the hospital because he developed yellow lumps on his hand of cholesterol all over his hands. Now, for the radio audience, I'll explain this, where it's like you look down your hands real quick and just think of like butter coming up out of your hands. That's what it is. And look, I'll put the picture up on the YouTube right now. I'll leave it up there for a little bit. But like, Sean, RJ, when you see this on your screen, tell me what you see here. I mean, this is just absolutely disgusting. I never knew this could actually happen. You eat something and you turn into it, basically. I mean, it looks like a fictional character.
Ew, that's kind of gross.
He told the doctors he got diet advice from the internet. Go figure. You always believe what you see on the internet.
Well, this diet has been around forever.
The high-fat, high-protein diet.
Yeah, did you ever think about it, or what's your take on it?
Keto, yeah, I don't know. I just the high-fat aspect scares me.
Yeah, cholesterol, gout.
Yeah, that scares me. Like the what's it called? Not the Neanderthal diet. Paleo, right? The caveman diet.
Is that the guy who got caught as a scammer eating all the raw meat?
No, that's Liver King.
A Liver King.
The caveman diet is like you just eat what our ancestors would have had, just nothing but no processed anything. It's just meat and stuff from the ground.
Yeah.
I could get down with that. The over butter fat stuff, I don't know, man. That sounds.
The butter freaks me out because if I have a little bit of butter, I mean, my stomach is hurting the very next day.
On one of the 90-Day Fiancés, this trainer, this dude who's all jacked and ripped, he's sitting there during the commercial breaks and he brings out a stick of butter and eats it as a snack. A cold stick of butter.
That's disgusting.
And he's on that type of diet.
What's worse? That is. I would do that over the mayo though. The people who just eat mayo out of the bowl.
Do they just eat mayo?
I see it happen.
Who's the quarterback that puts in his coffee?
Will Levis.
Yep.
This is gross.
Yeah, I think Walchuk being tried that as a Gbag bet payoff. I don't get it. But look, I mean, it worked out for him for a little bit. He said he lost weight. He became more energetic. Maybe it's something to try. He had more mental clarity as well. I'm
Googling hydrogen water. I want to try the hydrogen water. I've heard that has good effects on your body.
Hydrogen water?
It's what you could buy these mugs that pumps hydrogen into it. I don't know how it makes it, but I've heard it's good. Good for Parkinson's and helping you out. I gotta do anything. I'm not turning into my old man.
What's that?
A vegetable?
Oh, for Parkinson's?
For any kind of cognitive issue. I'm not turning into him.
Peyton, you never went with just an all-meat diet? You're just going to do the eggs and meat and butter and vegetables and no carbs?
In college, there was something, because my roommate would do meal preps for the gym, and so he would just do either ground beef, chicken, and then rice. And so I did that for lunch, throw a little peppers, onions on there as well. I did that straight for lunch for a couple months straight, but it's I get so bored with eating the same thing over and over again. I have to switch it up. I'll get hooked onto one thing. One week, it was I think it was 2 weeks earlier last year, I was into bagels, just bagels. So I'd have bagels and cream cheese in the morning, at night. I was just into it. I was always eating that as like my snack.
Yeah.
But then after 2 weeks, I'm done with it. Can't have it ever again.
Yeah.
So I get tired of stuff really easily. But here and there, but I never went on an actual diet or anything like that. Never got any advice from the internet. But guys, it's the payload of a Thursday at this time. Sean, kids are bored nowadays. They're bored. The technology, it doesn't help the situation anymore. You have a 4-year-old, 5-year-old now?
Yeah, he'll be 5 in July. I'm having a hard time remembering their birthdays. I got dad brain. July 6th, he'll be 5. That's his little calling card. That's what he tries to throw at us when he wants to get something. I'm bored.
Right.
And my response is, find something to do. That's what his mom says. Find something. There's 50,000 toys in here. We've been playing with you, but that's his thing. Whether he wants to get to his grandmother, he wants to go do something else, he wants to go outside. I'm bored now. I'm bored. You've been home for 30 minutes. You've been playing at school. You've been running around outside. Tough. But figure it out. Here's a puzzle. Throw 9 puzzle pieces together at him. But yeah, that's what they try to do. I'm bored.
And we've never had more things at our disposal. You want to know what it was like when we were kids? It's like, just give me your phone and go outside.
There was no phone.
Yeah, there was no phone.
We had no phone.
Yeah, give me your phone. I'll take that. Give me your Game Boy or your whatever they call it, the PlayStation. Go outside.
So do parents not? Now, I'm not a parent. I'm not trying to parent your kids or anyone out there, kids. But any Tolos that have kids, 877-881-1053 Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Do parents not force their kids to go outside anymore? Is it not like a strict, all right, you're home from school, do your homework, now get outside, go play with the neighbors, go do something? Is that not how we're raising kids anymore?
They like Julian will go outside and shoot hoops like that.
Yeah.
Parents don't want their kids outside. It seems like it's too dangerous now. They're scared.
Okay, yeah. I can see that.
We got a coyote. Coyotes running crazy in Sunnyvale. They look like mountain lions. Apparently, I don't even know if I believe
you got your
it.
mountain lion pee. That'll help them.
That's right. That'll draw them.
Maybe.
That'll draw them on over. I think they're going to try to hook up in my backyard. No, with my little man, we got the indoor basketball Nerf thing so far, but that's my big parenting resolution for 2025, outdoor sports. I got to get him outside and do some outdoor sports, whether it's hitting off the tee. We got the little mini basketball that he got for Christmas outside. That's what we have to do around here. I just don't want him to melt.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it gets hot.
It's really hot.
It gets really, really hot.
Because when I was growing up, it was like, because phones were there, but I didn't really get into the whole iPad video game thing till 7th, 8th grade. But social media was always a way for me to bypass time. And now kids these days who are in high school, even, middle school, junior high, they're saying social media doesn't do it. They get on TikTok for an hour or so and they go through the video and they're like, I'm bored with this too. It's like no matter what you give them, they're getting bored at. So thoughts and prayers to the youth out there.
I was so bitter at my parents. We lived out in the country, probably 15, 20 minutes away from the city. Town. Amanda makes fun of me when I go, yeah, we're going to, even when we drive into Dallas, I go, you want to go into town? Like, you want to go into the city?
Yeah, go into the city.
Like I'm living on Staten Island.
Go to Easton.
And if we just had, good job. I just wanted to be near the community basketball court. There was one court in the middle of town. There was tennis courts, and that was the dream. You drop me off there and pick me up 5 or 6 hours later. All your buddies are out there, all the competition, all the trash talk, all the gossiping. So when I think of that whenever I drive by a community basketball court now, or just if you could find a random field, you could just go and play 3-on-3 soccer. You could sit there and play flag football. Every year, Super Bowl, I hosted the Super Bowl party in middle school and high school, and we had 20 kids over to play football. We played football game every year before. We'd go out during halftime, watch the game, everyone go home. But give us a field, give us a court. I feel like I'm talking like an old geezer.
Elliot says, I'm scared to send my kids outside. I don't know where they'll go. Some creep will grab them.
This is my wife. This is going to be a fight with my wife. We try to live in a gated neighborhood. Try to live in a corner, have a cul-de-sac. It's still not going to matter. It's still my paranoid father and father-in-law. Well, where's that back trail? There's a walking trail. Can a car get through that? No. Barely 2 people can get through it. This baby carriage, someone can't come the other way. That's the first thing they think of. Oh, get a car, a helicopter, swoop in and pick them up and take them on over to Irving. No, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, high school chemistry teacher in Mansfield let y'all know our current high school generation has an attention span of about 7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's very, very true. Mike in New York, listen on the Odyssey app. My kids treat a Wi-Fi outage like they're subjected to third world conditions.
That's what saved me was when I was younger. We had the cul-de-sac. My parents were in the cul-de-sac, and so we had neighbors to the left and right.
Look at you.
We had teams of 6-on-6 in baseball. We'd play wiffle ball because all the parents in our cul-de-sac had kids around my age.
Yeah, I got a positive and a negative. I think there's a lot of Indian people in my neighborhood, so my kid could be, the best in the neighborhood, but may not even have anyone to go out and play sports against. Hey, you want to get this chess tournament over here? You want to meet up?
What are the big sports in India?
Chess.
That's it? Cricket.
Oh, you mean cricket, soccer.
Soccer.
But I don't know how many flag football tournaments will be taking place in my neighborhood.
There is a match.
Shout out, Skip.
Every Saturday morning between not even morning, all day, from 8 a.m. to sundown, there is a massive cricket game about a mile from me. There's hundreds of people that show up every Saturday.
Cricket?
Yes.
Wow. It's The Payload with Philip Russell. Well done, Pepe. Bobby, hopefully you approve. He's actually waking up early to get ready for the Shrine Game. Shrine Game responsibilities. The kid does not stop working. Thanks for being a Tolo. My brother just texted. Tell him how you would send me over the middle. I forgot that. No, that didn't happen.
Hospital balls all over the place.
I'm like, yo, he's Antonio Brown. You're perfect. And that's probably what happened to my brother. Got rewired upstairs because I sent him over the middle. Thanks for being a Tolo. In order to thank you for being part of the 6 a.m. Club, we have a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway. Stephen Jones, did he get a do-over for the quotes at the Senior Bowl? Stephen with a 2.0 for the quotations. And Stephen A. Smith, he says the Cowboy fans have all gone away. We'll take you inside the Star with some new additions to the coaching staff and Will McClay Extended next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. Bobby Belt is out for the next couple of days, working the Senior Bowl, driving back and forth from the armpit in Houston. Thank you for being a Tolo. In order to hook you up for listening, we got Jason Aldean tickets for you to win during the commercial-free expressway starting at 7:20 this morning. In case you missed it, to start off the 6 a.m. club, the Cowboys extended Will McClay. I know Bobby would be really, really happy about that, and you are as well.
Yeah, big fan of Will McClay, and he is everything to this organization. He is the entire boat. He is what keeps the boat on the water. He keeps it above the water. He's the bow, the stern, the hull, all the things, right? Yeah, sails, motors.
Make a boat analogy, not a helicopter today.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I have very little faith in the organization outside of Will McClay. Like he really is what I think is like he's the straw that stirs the drink here.
There you go, Reggie. 2014, Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence. Then you get the rest of the resume. Byron Jones, Zeke, Jalen Smith, Dak, Van Der Esch, Tony Pollard, CD, Diggs, Baez, Micah, Tyler Smith, Ferguson, Deron Bland, 2 street free agents, Todd Archer pointing out, in Kavonte Turpin and Brandon Aubrey. So he has a very nice resume since 2014, including 15 Pro Bowlers and 6 All-Pros.
Ooh, a lot. That's a lot. It's a good resume right there. You will go to the Personnel Hall of Fame with that resume like that.
All right, we got additions to the coaching staff. You have Dave Borgonzi, linebackers coach, Aaron Whitecotton, defensive line coach, Andre Curtis, defensive passing game coordinator. I'm getting a text message, was told to tap the brakes on Clayton Adams at the moment. Clayton Adams is the Cardinals offensive line coach that's being talked about for the offensive coordinator job here. Yesterday, Stephen Jones was talking to Nick Harris, and he was really emphasizing a run game coordinator, right? They want to marry the looks. They want the pass to look like the run and the run to look like the pass. And Clayton Adams is someone that has been talked about and brought us sent over the Aaron Whitecotton scouting report about an hour ago. So that is where we stand right now with the staff.
It's just, these guys, I mean, you don't hear a ton about assistants that aren't like the next in line to be head coach.
Ian Rappaport didn't even know when we had Ian on.
No idea. He's like, well, we don't really know who the next assistants are. So that's the way it is.
Will McClay was asked by the Fort Worth Star-Telegram for the funniest moment, sitting down with these kids, trying to get a feel. We talked to Andre Whitworth about that. Andrew. Gosh, stop doing that, dummy. Andrew Whitworth yesterday, and Will McClay was asked for the funniest moment he's experienced in one of those draft player interviews.
Well, there was a kid, it was probably 6-7 years back, very intense personality, and I was asking him about his major, and I can't remember what the major was, but it had something to do with criminology and the law. So I can't remember what it was, but he says, okay, and I asked him about a scenario, and he says, okay, it's like this. What if I killed you? So that was one that still sticks in my mind.
Killed you?
Yeah. Hey, don't you want that mentality on defense?
Yeah, I do. I do want people on defense that are just a snap decision away from being a killer. Like just enough of a bad decision, one wrong decision away. Like if Peyton makes a wrong decision, I don't think Peyton's going to go and kill somebody. His wrong decision is going to be like, oh, who's Tanya Harding? But I want somebody on defense whose wrong decision is maybe kind of murder.
We got more Stephen Jones fallout. Stephen A. Smith was reacting to the drought quotes that set off the entire Metroplex and has Stephen right now as public enemy number one. And Stephen A. on ESPN was pretty harsh.
I look at Stephen Jones, and respectfully, I would ask, what purpose do you serve? The time has come. What purpose do you serve? I'm wondering right now whether there are some people within the Jerry Jones family that are more interested in, as Shannon would say, making sure their paper ain't compromised. You understand what I'm saying? Securing their bag. And not getting, how much concern do you have for the organization and for your daddy than you do for you? Let me tell you something. If Jerry Jones was my father, and he was in the public eye, speaking every week and saying the things that we heard him say this year, like the Derrick Henry comment, like waiting around for CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and some of the things that have come out of his mouth. I got to do something. And that's just this year. That don't take into account the bevy of years that have passed where we have seen pretty inexplicable things transpire under Jerry Jones' watch.
Woo! So that's Stephen A. calling out the family.
He went with the Office Space. What would you say you do here?
Yeah. What would you say you do here? I don't know if Stephen A. will be invited back to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. But look, we talk about this all the time, and we all have this family dynamic. You either do or you don't have the relationship with your parent to where you can get through to them to change something they've been doing their entire life. I'm going through it right now with my dad in driving. I know you did with your pops.
Awful.
Taking away the keys.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, if you're going to insist, none of us are going to be able to stop him from driving because he has to go to work. He'd rather die.
Yeah.
He would rather just die, be 6 feet under than not go into the office. So we're like, okay, well, then you have to get a self-driving car. Yeah, you have to get a Tesla. You have to get some type of self-driving car. That's my compromise.
Yeah.
So it's easy to say if you're Steven or Jerry Jr. or Charlotte, hey, tell your dad this and change his mind about that. But you have someone set in their ways, self-made billionaire.
Yeah.
It's not always that easy.
It's
probably close to impossible.
You have so there, like I said, there comes a time you're now in charge. You're now in charge of the family. It is up to you to protect them from themselves and take the keys away.
I would like to think, though, I have enough confidence in my relationship with my pops. If I was his understudy in the medical field and he was missing some patient information or making the wrong call on a surgery suggestion, I would like to think that I could put my arm around him and be like, hey, you're going to get sued. I tell him this now. You're gonna die out there on the road in an accident. That's the way you're gonna go. You're 89 years old. Your biggest problem is your eyelashes getting in your face. And you're gonna get in an accident, and you're gonna leave us with the paperwork and leave us with the lawsuits. And I would like to think if I was in the same field as him, like Steven is, I could be like, Dad, we got to do it this way.
Yeah.
Medicine has changed. It's the way the business is. You got to listen to me. And I would think I could get through to him. But that's just a guess.
You would hope. You would hope. Are eyelashes really getting into his eyes and his face?
His eyelashes are like, I don't know what it is, but his eye is the biggest thing that bothers him. I have a video of him and my wife. She has these eyelash curlers, and they're doing his eyelashes on my couch.
Oh my God, it's amazing!
It's
like curling them up.
Oh yeah, curling them. It's amazing blackmail video. I got Amazon eyelash curlers being delivered to my house. I told my son, look away before you order some Sabrinas yourself.
Dr. Sharif going with the lash boost.
Good God,
that's amazing.
Yes. Okay. Was Stephen Jones aware of all the quotation criticism? See if you can hear this as he sat down with Sirius XM to talk about where the Cowboys have not gotten to.
Obviously, we want to change the narrative. Our narrative is, we hadn't been in a championship game or a Super Bowl in 30 years. And that sits with us, in a hard way. And we know we have to be better. And you can't expect to keep doing the same things over and over and expect a different result.
Did it sound like he was trying to dress up, the Cowboys drought that he stepped in the other day?
I thought he kind of said it the exact same way about
this drought,
the Super Bowl drought. I feel like he kind of talked about it in the exact same manner in which he did. Look, it's when you're in the weeds of something, when you're like really involved with it, you sometimes don't see what everybody else could see. And, the Cowboys don't look at it like, my assumption is like, they know they've been a good team. They know they probably should have gone further. Why didn't they? Was it happenstance? Is it whatever? Did they really have faith they could have done it? And they just haven't done it. And that's the reality. The reality is the fans see it as you either win or you lose. Whereas somebody who involved in it may see more nuance. And I don't know if that's the disconnect.
So looking back at where we are now with things, how are you feeling about the state of the Cowboys with this very busy week?
Well, there are a few people I feel bad for this week. I do feel bad for Brian Schottenheimer. That's saying something for somebody who just got probably a 500% raise. Usually don't feel for somebody like that. But
the biggest job
in
professional sports,
in the league, in the sport, in sports.
I actually think he was a little bit of a winner from the presser.
For the presser, he was. I think totality though, like this is one of the first families of football of the NFL, the Schottenheimer family. It's probably a good man. He's probably a good football coach, but I don't know. That press conference, I don't believe, set him up for success the way it should have. I did feel bad for Steven in a sense.
Oh.
Now, this is before.
The applause?
This is before because I listened to the press conference. So when you listen to the press conference, that was my initial thought process, right? Because you don't see the air quotes on the radio. But I feel bad from the standpoint that, there's nothing, and we just talked about this a minute ago, there's nothing worse than being the son of a father where you got to take the keys away. I feel bad for the position that he's in because he probably knows deep down, but he doesn't want to do it, and he won't do it. I actually felt bad for the media. I really did. A lot of non-answers given or the filibustering that happened, an 11-minute answer to the first question. The poor deans of the media because they're sitting in the back row, not even getting a chance to ask any questions. I felt bad for them. I felt really bad for the fans of the Dallas Cowboys this week. You can ask them anything you want. If the fans could ask them anything they want, they're still not going to get the answers they want. Unfortunately, the fans saw firsthand in that press conference, in this process of the entire offseason, what we in the media have to deal with. I felt bad for the players. There is no way a single player left that opening press conference feeling great about where things are. There's no way. The amount of gossip, you just think when you leave a meeting and you gossip about your idiot boss.
You're in the elevator going back upstairs.
Right. And you're like, what is going on here? How do you not, if you're Dak Prescott and you're CeeDee Lamb and you're leaving that thing, how do you not go, what did we just do?
I guess I'm so much in the weed, I can't see the forest from the trees. That's the way I think me and Bobby felt about the presser. And then yesterday, and then I saw the RJ Ochoas of the world. Dan Patrick sounded just like you yesterday. I mean, he was mocking this thing, and he was picking apart every single answer and laughing at it. I guess I'm just so used to it.
Yeah,
I feel like a Kardashian. Like I live the circus every day.
The
so
circus.
There's nothing that appeared that crazy or different or odd.
I know it wasn't, but at the same time, it was like.
And maybe watching versus just listening is an effect that I'm not.
So you watched?
I watched it.
Yeah,
I watched it.
Okay. So I just listened, and I was just like, oh, good gosh.
Maybe that is a big difference.
Maybe. It's like the...
Because there's a lot of listeners who... I mean, what you're saying was the overall sentiment.
Yeah, it was. Right. Absolutely. I feel bad for the marketing department, the sales team. I mean, you got to sell that now.
Oh, shot? Are you kidding me? Shot.
Yeah.
Shot in the dark, or shot to the heart.
Shot to the heart.
You know, there's a lot of marketing there.
There's some marketing there.
Jerry already loves... I mean... All he does is call him Schotty. He loves it. Schotty. Old Schotty. He loves it.
Yep. There you go.
All right. There it is. A little recap and Inside the Star with hirings. Will McClay getting extended. And all of your Cowboy thoughts on DFW Sports Station, home of the Tolo ticket giveaway. If you listen during the Expressway, we go commercial free with Jason Aldean tickets, the most local segment in radio with the Neighborhood Watch. Somebody wants to rename the Lombardi Trophy. A fellow meathead agreeing with Choppy that coaches don't matter. And if you want to join us in New Orleans, apparently you could get your tickets right now. Around the rest of the NFL with the Jason Aldean ticket giveaway. We are commercial free right after this. And this is the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel and Frank.
low-fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Teammates right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Commercial free here on DFW Sports Station with the Jason Aldean ticket giveaway coming up for you momentarily. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy Bobby Belt out today and tomorrow. They are now reporting no survivors from the crash that happened last night in D.C.
Yep, so that would be 67 total people, 64 on the plane, and then three that they know of in the helicopter. The three that at least they're announcing.
And they've recovered about 30 bodies.
I think it's 28 technically, 27 from the plane, and then one from the helicopter.
And the sports connection to this is apparently members of the U.S. figure skating team.
Yeah, I think it's Junior Olympics. I don't think they're like Olympians like yet. I think they're like prospective ones. But they were at some figure skating championship in Wichita, and that's where I guess the championships were. And then they were coming back or going to D.C. for whatever reason.
So the initial thought is the regular plane landing was doing their job. And then this helicopter is probably the issue.
The helicopter, yeah, the helicopter. I don't know if military has like special clearance or whatever, but nobody should be flying through the landing zone of an airport.
And how low to the ground was this?
Oh, I think they were at like maybe 1,500 feet. Like they were there, like they were close. They were just on the other side of the river, and like the runway is at the literally the other side of the river. I mean, you're basically landing into the water at Reagan in DC, and it just collided and like fell right into the river. Awful.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Bill Belichick suggesting that the Lombardi Trophy should get renamed after a player. Here was Belichick. See if you think he sounds 1,000% serious about this, or whether he was a little bit in jest on the Let's Go pod.
Those are the guys that won the games, man. I didn't make any tackles. I didn't make any kicks. That was Vinatieri that made that kick in 4 inches of snow. You got to have good players. And as a coach, you want to give your players a chance to win. you want to put them in a position where if they go out there and play well, they'll have a chance to win. That's what Coach Parcells taught me is there's always a way to win. You just got to figure out what it is, and you have to give the players a chance.
They don't name it the Star Trophy. It's named the Lombardi Trophy.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy. He won 7 of them.
Yeah, that last part may have been a little bit of a joke.
Shots fired, Vince Lombardi.
Yeah, shots fired, big time. But yeah, of course, Jim Gray with his, they don't name it the Star Trophy.
I can't stand him.
Go up to the Super Bowl, see if I can get him to yell at me again.
Cannot stand him. Weasel. He's smooth, though. He's just like a local media person here, reminds me of.
He is very smooth,
Gets
man.
in with everyone, but everyone else in the profession knows he's really a weasel, a snake oil salesman.
Absolutely gets in with everybody. And that was on the Let's Go pod. But, you know, Bill kind of made it sound like coaches get in the way. If you just stay out of the way, you know, if you put him in the right position to succeed, just stay out of the way, that you'll be in a good spot. But it's also like...
Is he being fake humble?
Yes.
That also sounds like a little bit of a North Carolina Tar Heel recruiting pitch.
Yeah.
It's all about the players.
All about the players.
It's all about you. You know, do you think Bill Belichick doesn't really believe he's that great or that important? I don't know.
I think he does. I assume he believes he's that important and he's that great. Does he believe that... Can he believe he's that great, but also that his impact is minimized because there's only so much you can do?
Yeah.
That's the question he's got to answer.
What about renaming the trophy? What is the obvious renaming of a trophy that should take place in sports? For me, it's more so, well, I'll test. Hang on. What's the NBA trophy named, Pepe?
Larry O'Brien.
Yes. Yeah. Who is Larry O'Brien?
I have no idea. I assume he's like the first commissioner of the league. But I have no idea who Larry O'Brien is.
Right? That's the one that needs to be renamed. Is there any trophy where it's screaming to you it should be renamed? Like it's an injustice. It should be this.
Well, isn't the World Series trophy just the commissioner trophy, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Is it called the commissioner trophy?
Commissioner's trophy.
All right, that's really stupid, too. Stanley Cup?
Well, that's Lord. He's Lord Stanley.
Lord Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know who Lord Stanley was, but obviously him and I are kinfolk because we're both lords.
That's right.
Yeah, because I'm a lord. You know, the Lombardi, it's very rare to have it named after a player. Like, I don't think you can give the award of a trophy that you win.
Well, they're doing that for the MVPs. You know, like the Bill Russell.
Yeah, give it to the MVPs. The championship trophy, yeah, I think it's, you know, you name it after like the most important commissioner or whatever, dignitary.
Larry O'Brien was a commissioner.
There you go. Maybe that's it.
He's in the cabinet of Lyndon Johnson as well.
Oh,
politician and basketball commissioner.
Well, all right. Okay.
Maybe Lyndon Johnson. He was a Democrat?
Yes, he was.
Maybe that's why Bill's trying to change the name. What was Lombardi? I don't know. Maybe this is political.
I don't know.
You know, we know Bill's on the right.
We do know that. Yeah. At least we think we know that, but we're pretty sure about that one. Yeah.
I don't care.
We'll see.
I'm not like, oh my God, this should definitely have to happen. I want the trophies to get better. That AFC trophy they handed out, that thing was a joke. I can't. Whatever they hand out as well, I didn't realize it's the same. My buddy, you know Jake, he won back-to-back state championships in football.
Well.
And that, Jake, if you're listening, I'm not taking a shot at you. Man, can we get a better trophy? I see fantasy football trophies and plaques that are better than this little wooden thing they hand out in Texas. And it must be the same company that makes them for every single state and every single sport. That's not big enough. And the AFC Championship trophy, that thing looks like, you know, 2 pieces of silver cross. Yeah. It's way too small. It's way too little. Now, you don't want to make it too grand, but I got an issue. That's a little pet peeve of mine for local sports. The state championships, it should be more than just this little wooden plaque.
They're trying to
get a big dog trophy.
My guess is like the UIL trophy, like they're trying to make it look like a smaller NCAA championship trophy. So the NCAA trophies are just it's a wooden base and kind of like a triangular rectangle, right? That's the NCAA trophy. And the UIL for the football, it kind of looks a little bit like that.
Look at this.
Yeah.
It looks like something you make in home ec. It looks like something you get in shop class. This isn't.
Shop class, baby.
That's not what you get for winning this Texas state championship. Look at that thing.
That looks like Missouri right there on the right.
Your kids in Little League probably have better.
They get rings now, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, tries to get the fundraising for the state championship rings, I think it's like $20K.
Is it really?
Yeah, you got to fundraise like $20,000 in order to get these state championship rings.
We had to fundraise for my kids' high school. They wanted a new mound. Guess what a mound costs?
A mound? Can't you just do it yourself?
Well, it's turf, right? It's turf mound.
Oh.
Guess what a turf mound, just the pitcher's mound.
15.
$30,000. It's $1 million to do a baseball field, a full baseball field.
What?
It's about $1 million.
Because it's all turf?
If you want to do a turf field. Jeez. Yeah, if you want to go turf. They're one of the few schools that has like grass and dirt, but they have a turf mound.
All right, somebody who. So if I'm going to change one trophy name, it's for the championships. It's probably going to be the Larry O'Brien.
Yeah, I don't know what I would name it to. But yeah, I would.
David Stern. I don't know, the David Stern Trophy. That doesn't have a great catch to it.
Doesn't have a great catch.
The Lombardi. That sounds good.
Lombardi sounds good. I would just change the baseball just to the World Series trophy. The World's Championship. Larry O'Brien. You want to keep Larry O'Brien fine? You want to change it? Great. I just wonder what we change it. NBA Cup. What are you going to change that one to?
A fellow meathead of RJ Choppy with the same exact minimalizing of coaches. Ted Johnson played for Bill Belichick 6 years. Ted Johnson's an amazing radio guest. We had him on when he was working in Houston.
Yeah.
Then was he the Vince Wilfork story? He took a shot at Wilfork's wife.
The Wilfork story, yeah.
Well, Ted Johnson is on WEEI, our sister station, and he was asked how much credit a coach like Bill Belichick gets for the dynasty.
Look, I respect Bill, the coach, and I thought he was a phenomenal coach, and he was perfect for that team and that defense. And so I'd probably give him more credit for our success than maybe most people do. I think Bill was a huge reason we won those Super Bowls. And I'm pretty sure I said that.
The hugest?
Not the hugest, but he was a big reason.
So you voted Brady.
I don't remember
60-40, Ted?
I don't. I do it. This is how you want me to chop it up?
Yeah.
I go 60 Brady. You ready for that? You're not going to like this.
No, I don't think I am.
Love this.
30% others, 10% Bill.
And you're giving more than most people? You gave Bill 10%?
Yeah.
Of the credit? This is right up your alley.
He would go on to say, how many coaches get 2%, 1%, 8%? And then he was asking about Andy Reid. Does Andy Reid get 10%? And I think it's a good discussion. This is a former player talking about, basically saying that we give coaches too much credit. I love this. I know I'm not in the vast majority of this. I might think 10% might be a little bit too high. Not too high. Not too high. I think the coach, the number one thing they do is I think Sean Payton did a great job in the Super Bowl, 09.
Calling an onside kick?
Not the onside kick, yes, but making them believe that they can do it. When you're a 8-point underdog, I think your number one job as a head coach, make the players believe that everybody else has got it wrong. Make them believe that they can win this game. It's a huge thing to do.
So break down the percentage of Belichick for the Patriots and Andy Reid, and even a local coach here like maybe Jimmy or Bochy.
Well, Bochy is the same thing. Make them believe, right? Make them believe that they can do it. Because a baseball manager doesn't have a ton of impact. It's more managing the people. If you're the Bill, the GM as well, you got a lot more. You get a lot more credit. I think there was a study done that the average, the best coach can only increase your games won by 1. I don't know how you can quantify that.
Right.
I think it's an impossible thing to quantify.
So the Chiefs, let's do them.
Oh, I think history showed that Andy Reid couldn't win.
He won a lot in Philadelphia. He's on the doorstep every single year of the Super Bowl and made Super Bowls.
And ain't nobody let him in. Ain't nobody let say you can't get in.
Donovan McNabb.
You can't get in.
Oh, yeah, number 2 pick in the draft. All right, more impact in Philly or Kansas City for Reid?
More impact. Philly. Yeah. He went.
So no coaching or development of Mahomes. You don't believe that
my assumption is that Patrick Mahomes could have gone anywhere and done what he's done. That now, does the coach give? Truthfully, the coach gives like a structure, right? And kind of they show you how to win. They show you the right things to do. So they do obviously have that. I'm talking about like on the field stuff. I think the biggest thing coaches can do is make you believe in yourself and give you a structure that allows you to reach your best.
All right, so, and I would give them more credit than 10%, but Ted Johnson is known to be a Bill Belichick hater, and maybe he's trying to...
Why is that? Did Bill cut him?
I don't know. I don't know the way it worked there, but he played there for 6 years. And he said, I'll give him more credit than most, and then he threw in the insult
Then he gave him nothing.
of 10%. Super Bowl ticket prices, are they starting to drop a little bit? The initial get-in price was $63.75. According to the Game Time app, the lowest get-in price, $58.60 per ticket. Down about $600 from a few days ago. This is from Game Time. So if you want to join us in New Orleans, they're saying currently the lowest cost and get-in available for $58.60. That's including taxes and fees. That's down from $63.75 that it was on Monday.
Oh, so like $500 difference.
Top tickets are going for $58,000 per ticket. 58. How can you have a seat for $50,000? Are you kidding me?
That? Like, who's buying that? Like, what corporation could justify that?
I don't know. The lowest get-in price for last year, San Fran, Kansas City, $8,700 right before the game. Top price seats were $37,000 each.
Like, imagine that you're the CEO of whatever company it is, and you're like, I'm going to go to the Super Bowl, and I'm going to take our top client with us.
Yep.
And you did layoffs this year.
Yeah.
You didn't add personnel, you subtracted, or you didn't give out raises. Or you didn't give out raises. Yet you're going to justify spending $100,000 on a pair of tickets for you and somebody else to go to? My dad went to one of these games. He went to one in New Orleans. He went to the Bears Patriots in '85 or whatever.
Oh,
and
with who?
His work. He was in sales, and
you've never been to one?
No, never. And
are you dying to go to one?
Not really. Not really.
Why not?
I just enjoy watching the game, like with friends, with food and commercials and stuff. I mean, I guess if it was here, I would go. But yeah, so I think the ticket was like $500 back then. Think of that. But he was like, he hated it. It was a disaster because the lines were so long to go to the bathroom. It was a complete cluster. And that's before, like, the Super Bowl in the 80s isn't what it is now. I mean, it was big. It was obviously a huge event, but it's nothing compared to what it is today.
Yes. Pepe, is that on your bucket list?
It is, but I mean, like, it would have to be my team, which, I mean, who knows when that's going to be. But, I think I would go. I mean, I've always told my friends, we have this conversation every year, like, we've set the price at, like, or at least I have, $5,000 is what I would spend for a ticket if it was the Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
Ain't going.
That would be the max. I know. Now, it's probably going to be $10,000 before the Cowboys even make it. But, yeah, so $5,000 is my max on a ticket.
All right, so those are the ticket prices. The Mahomeses have been hacked.
That's what he says. Pat Sr.
Good God.
says he was hacked.
I can't believe these two still have the balls and the stupidity to talk, to open their mouths or to type on a keyboard.
So the day before, yesterday, all this really first started to hit, kind of come to light. Jackson Mahomes posts on TikTok, Super Bowl hates to see us coming.
This is the dad.
No, this is Jackson.
Oh,
this
Jackson.
is the brother.
TikTok.
This is on TikTok. And TikTok users respond with, as a Chiefs fan, we hate to see you coming. What is the point of this video? I'm so confused. You're the main reason people hate the Chiefs. And then we get to Pat Sr. Now,
and by the way, they were pretty quiet this year, it feels like.
They were. They did a good job. Pat Sr., who is facing up to 10 years in the penitentiary. He was facing 10 years for another DUI arrest. He tweets, "Today is a great day to not be from Buffalo." And Twitter had a field day. This is exactly what Twitter was designed for.
Oh, my gosh.
One comment. Shouldn't you be drunk driving a car somewhere? Get another DUI, you loser. You'll love Buffalo. Serves alcohol till 4 a.m. So you can catch your fourth DUI. And then they go, I bet the family of the victims that have been killed by drunk drivers love you. So Pat Sr. says, I was hacked.
Oh, I was hacked.
I was hacked. He did the old I was hacked thing.
Yeah.
Which, look, somebody was hacked at some point.
You mean in history?
In history, somebody was hacked and somebody posted
like someone
something.
hacked Bayless's account a few months ago.
Yeah, somebody was hacked. And
or maybe not, given the lawsuit. Maybe it was him.
So somebody was hacked and then somebody posted something in your name hacking you. The problem is that everybody is now, that's their go-to, so we can't believe that anybody was actually hacked.
Yeah, and I don't believe this. I would think that someone would write something much worse or harsher than, today is a bad day to be from Buffalo.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like, that doesn't seem as nasty a message as a hacker would want to put out there.
No, I
if you
wouldn't
get
think
access
so.
to that account.
But
what a dummy.
Unhinged.
What a dummy. And then Brittany was back in the news. She was very upset calling out Buffalo fans. They hung a Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
They had a noose around a Kermit, Pat, his voice.
Yep.
So she got all upset about that.
I mean, that's very old school fan. Like, fans have done, like, the
nooses?
The effigy, the effigy thing where, like, it's generally not an actual person. Like, you're hanging a mannequin with a Chiefs jersey on, right? The Kermit thing is, like, it's pretty pointed at exactly who it is.
Is it? Are we okay with that one? It's Kermit. Or just don't hang it all.
I mean, I'm not like, oh my god, like I'm gonna outrage over it, but I'm sure some people would be.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up here on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up, and then let's see if Peyton Russell can once again do this segment better than Bobby Belt.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Jason Aldean on August 14th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Love that song. Fantastic song. Great. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That is right. Bobby Bell out, but the show must go on again. Neighborhood Watch, and we get local here, 7:40 every Thursday. And let's start out with the streets, guys.
You know what I like, by the way? Yesterday, while walking to the garage, me and Choppy were, always do like a little small show preview for the next day. And Choppy's like, all right, should we have Peyton do Neighborhood Watch? And I was like, we'll text about it. Let's have a little communication. And he just took it over.
Did it.
He just assumed the responsibility for more airtime.
I like it.
We didn't even have to have a talk.
Nope, this is fantastic. This is Peyton growing into his role. He's growing. He's becoming a young man. The long chain.
Well, I appreciate that, guys. That means a lot, because I think it was the Tuesday Bobby was out. He's come back the next day or the next couple of days, and I saw RJ send Ask Reddit, and I was like, okay, great for RJ. He wants to do the segment. But then I was kind of thinking, I was like, does that mean I did a bad job Thursday? I second-guess myself on a lot of these things. If they're not, like, discuss me straight up, like, hey, we're doing this, that. If it's just kind of, hey, this is what's going to happen, then I start second-guessing myself. But I'm glad I can run this segment, because the Tolos love this segment. We have it every Thursday, 7:40. But yeah, guys, we get local here. The streets outside. Was it bad for you guys coming in? I mean, tell us where you are. Text in 877-881-1053. Franco Injury Attorney text line. Has the downpour going all night? Are people losing power? What was it like for y'all driving in this morning?
It's bad till I got to about Texas Stadium, then it was clear. I saw a video this morning. I posted on my Twitter at RJ Choppy in Irving on 183. It was like a flood. It's just like it's half a foot ankle deep in water, which kind of stinks.
Not too bad. I was worried about pool overflow last night. I was like, I hope this thing is going to go ahead and drain out. But Emerald Custom coming through yet again. And then I'm always worried about big, huge puddles that I won't see in my backyard till I go home. But I think everything was fine. But it came down hard last night. I was like, is this hail? Is this hail that's coming out? But this morning, just rain, but nothing too crazy driving in from Sunnyvale.
Yeah, and Rockwell was really bad last night. I was able to sleep through it, but when I woke up, that's the first thing I heard was just a downpour outside. And I'm like, man, if it's a downpour here, it's probably downpour going over the bridge. I had to rock one to Mesquite and then into Dallas. So, it was pretty bad, but not the worst. I think we had the worst a few weeks ago here. But, yeah, so Texan, wherever you guys are coming from, hopefully you guys are safe out there in the streets because 75 in downtown Dallas looks pretty rough right now. But, Sean, you absolutely hate it. It sounds like we get a story every other week from you with Ollie getting sick.
Yeah.
With school or just the kids. They're just – and now the flu's going around. We have an outbreak in Godly. So, it seems like maybe the sickness will get to you once again, Sean, because you get it and then we get it here at the station, and it's just a cycle effect, really.
Oh, so you're blaming me as patient zero?
No,
I usually blame Bobby first for it, but knock on wood, I think it's run its course through my home. Well, no, my wife is sick. It's so annoying, and I know she catches me looking at her every time. I'm like, "How are you sick?" Like we've been through this now for about 2 months, but the kids are good. Knock on wood. Thankfully, Ava was sick for about a month, but now the wife is hacking, especially at night. Dude, we took her to the ER finally. 5 different viruses she tested positive for. The doctor looked at the stick or whatever, the swab, and they're like, this has to be faulty. This has to be contaminated. We've never had a kid test for 5 different ones, and I just feel like it was a ping pong. All right, got over this, back to school, got then this, and bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. But that's good. Now you got to get rid of the wife's cough before New Orleans on Monday. But Bobby said, what did he say? It was 150. Yesterday he said 150 kids were out and they shut down that school.
They shut down Godly for the rest of the week. He said 150 kids, and I don't remember if he said at his kids' individual school or in their district. I know in my kids' middle school, they've got 45 kids out yesterday.
Wow.
So it's a lot. Whatever's going on right now. My mom is sick. She asked me to come help yesterday with God knows what the hell they need over there. Jesus. Something new every day.
Well, who is they?
Her. Well, she, my aunt lives with her.
Okay.
Aunt Surrection lives with her. And it's, I don't know, the QAnon message boards were down or something. And I was like, I'm not coming over there. I'm not going anywhere near. I have to go out of town next week.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell y'all are getting me sick. It's like a frappuccino of illness over there.
So according to Fox 4, this is a report from their news site. Godly ISD has about 3,000 students overall, and on Tuesday they reported nearly 650 students were absent, mainly because of being sick. So that's obviously something you had to shut down the district for that, which I wonder if more districts are going to do that. We see the ice and snow play a factor into for obvious reasons, the weather, but I wonder if sickness also is something they take precautions.
I know one thing in my kids' school, man, they've called us 2 or 3 times now. All right, you need to come pick them up. We're holding your daughter. She feels warm. Bam. I'm like, because during COVID, they'd take your temperature before you went in anywhere, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm asking my wife, how do they know she's got a temperature? And they're like, oh, they pick her up and they feel her, or they see a little watery in the eye. And I'm like, well, that's coming from other kids. Are you holding everyone else at the same standard? You're messing up my day. I'm supposed to go home and relax, and I gotta sit here and babysit for the rest of the day. Are you holding the rest of these little infestations responsible? Yeah. Make sure you know it's equal. It's equal everywhere. Just because my last name's Sharif. Come on.
People are saying her immune system's gonna be bulletproof now.
Yeah. Because Ollie was a COVID baby. And he stayed in the house for the first year and a half. She's tough. She's gonna be a problem. She's tough, but she's going to be a problem.
It's not just Godly, guys. It's all over the Metroplex. As Cook's Children's Hospital, their center has reported more than 900 positive flu cases in their Fort Worth and Prosper location. So it's all over the place.
Yeah.
Dallas being right in the middle of both, just about right in the middle. But
it broke Spittle here. He was guilting us for the staff. He's like, when's the last time that
disgusting, foul children? My kids when I pick them up from school, I have a hand sanitizer. Here, I'm squirting you.
Wipe down.
Just right there. Take it.
Got to. All right, it's a Neighborhood Watch every Thursday around this time, around 7:40 on Thursdays. Sean, we have a steakhouse closing in Dallas, Newsarette, which you might not know the name, but that's a Salt Bay location.
Yep.
It did not make it here in Dallas. Has locations all over the world, trying to open up in Mexico City and Milan and other places in Rome, but it is shut down in Dallas.
What place?
Newsarette, Salt Bay. Is that not how you say it?
I have no idea.
Okay. I looked up. I did the Google speech, and it said Newsarest. So.
I have no idea. I've never.
I just know it's Salt Bay. But yeah, this is a place. It was the Instagram famous chef known as Salt Bay.
Yep.
Their place is closed. It's the one with the gold all over the tomahawk steak. They could have right there.
$1,000 for a steak wasn't sustainable.
Yeah, I can't believe it took this long. I really can't.
We just need one person to buy it, and then you pay for the whole, half a year's worth.
Probably do.
I went there one time, only because I did not pay, and there's two humongous rip-off. It was the biggest rip-off that I've ever eaten at Indy F2. I think I went right to Twitter and tried to warn everyone. There's another steakhouse near the AAC, which I'm not going to name, but that was a really terrible experience with 3 letters. But this was criminal. And I never understood, why would you ever want to go there if Salt Bay's not there? I never got that. He's traveling all around the world. We were there when he was there, actually. So that was cool. That was a treat. But let's go look at the menu prices. Go look at the items. Someone posted like a $15,000 bill for 6 people. I think Amari Cooper went there, got the gold flakes over the steak and all $30 cheeseburgers. What? It's insanity. But it's insanity really everywhere.
Almost all these steakhouses are just crazy price.
I looked up a fast food taco place the other day, and it's like $7 for like one of their creations, but an individual one. It's like, what happened to the $2 taco? What happened to some? Yeah. You cannot. That's why every week I'm like doing different cooking projects because I refuse to go. Again, sushi is cheaper than chicken wings. Sushi's cheaper than chicken wings, but.
Yeah.
Adios. See you later, Salt Bay. No one's going to miss you. Get up out of here.
I mean, I'm all about paying for the experience, but it's like, you're right, Sean. Salt Bay has to be there. You have to get the full experience. You do it one time, you pay for it. Sure, it's a 4-digit bill, but like you pay for it one time, you go along with your business. But if he's not there, then it's like you're missing half of the experience, but still paying full price for it.
Has to be
I don't get it at all. But yeah, this is a chain restaurant that has locations all over the world, including New York, Miami, London, Dubai. They're closing in Dallas, but they plan to open up a restaurant in Mexico City and in Rome as well. All right, it's a neighborhood watch every Thursday at this time.
You ever thought about going or had any itch or invite?
I haven't thought about that restaurant in a while. I thought about it when it first opened. I was like, that'd be kind of cool. Check it out. But, if you go on like TikTok, there's a million restaurants that are doing the same thing now. Like the same
throwing
thing.
Salt?
No, where they've got like
gold flakes.
They've got somebody coming out to elaborately cut your steak. They cut the tomahawk, right? They elaborately
knife. They got the big knife. They go and they just 3 slices. Bah, bah, bah.
They tap it a couple times.
They just spin it and they go, all right, that'll be $500.
I went to this one place with Bobby and one of the guys told John ordered the steak, and they bring the steak out. It was like already cooked, and then they lit it on fire. Yeah. And I'm watching this thing go from medium rare
to medium well.
And I'm like, you idiots, you morons sat there. It's one of Chicolene's spots. I'm like, tell your fools not to sit out there. I don't need the light show if you're going to turn it into shoe leather.
Yeah,
dummies.
It's not about the show; it's about the taste.
Yeah,
guys, if you've been to the grocery store lately, you might have seen the Girl Scout cookies are there. It's time, Sean.
Oh,
break out the wallet. And then
I thought you were about to go into an egg rant.
Because of the prices.
Yeah.
Have you guys gone? Have you guys buy eggs every week? I don't buy eggs.
We buy like 2 dozen eggs every. Let's see, no, more than 2 dozen. We buy 4 dozen eggs because they come in 24. So we buy 4 dozen eggs every 2 weeks.
Dang!
And what is the price? I haven't read into it a whole bunch. The prices are increasing.
It's whatever Costco has. It's just I walk in there or Sam's Club. Just walk in, grab them. I think it was like $5 for 2 dozen eggs. Last time I went, which was like 2 weeks ago. I'll go today or tomorrow.
The Girl Scout cookies, I haven't ordered. I don't think I've been hit up yet.
We had to sidestep them the other day in the store. We saw them in the store. We sidestepped them. We'll get you on the way out, and then we kind of try to sneak at the other side.
Trying to sugar save.
Trying to sugar save. That's right.
They always get me because I immediately just think, okay, if I tell them I don't have cash on me, it's fine. But then they break out the Apple Pay, the credit card reader and anything like that.
Yeah.
And so I feel like, all right, now I got to buy a box. But I usually do buy 1 or 2. Some people appear my, parents of
What is the parent guilt understanding? Because I see you posting about your Super Bowl squares all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What's the thing where I need to give now because I'm going to want to get later when my kids are going through this? Is it squares for the fundraiser? Is it the Girl Scout cookies? What is it to where you feel like you're desperate or you really need other parents or listeners or friends to support your kids' fundraising effort?
It's
Which one is it?
like the if you do like the door-to-door stuff, I guess, but like the squares, that's just those are like fundraisers for this, for uniforms, season, whatever, that the team, everybody on the team does. And the problem is that when you're all in the same city, you basically know all the same people. So it's hard to do that.
So what are your top 3? You got to power rank them as we do every year. I don't know what new flavors there are, but what are your go-tos that you have to have if and when you order?
The peanut butter patty is number 1 for me. I know Thin Mints are a lot of people's. I know that I've tried the whole Thin Mint. You throw them in the freezer, make it like a little ice cream flavor. That's my second is Thin Mints. But peanut butter patties, 1 for me, then Thin Mints. And then I still like the Caramel Delights.
Yeah, those are good. It's absolutely the Thin Mints, but you got to freeze them. I freeze them and I can play with them like poker chips.
Yeah.
I like that. So that's really the only ones I ever order.
That's it? That's the Thin Mint?
That's really all. I do like the Do-si-dos.
Which one is that?
That's the peanut butter sandwich.
Okay.
I like those. They kind of taste like a Nutter Butter.
I like the coconut one. I don't like shredded coconut, not even on like coconut shrimp, but I kind of like it on those cookies. Is that the Samoas? That's what they are?
That's the Caramel Delight.
Caramel Delight, Samoas.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, but the peanut butter, I'm a sucker for peanut butter like that.
Yeah, my rule is the 1 box. I'll help you out, but 1 box. I don't know what the prices are. Does inflation
People are
go
saying
to girls?
$6-7 a box now.
Okay, but I get 20, 30 cookies in there. I think that's fine. They have lemon flavors out there now. I'm not a big lemon cookie guy, lemon dessert guy. But yeah, they have lemon ups, lemonade drops, like with tangy kind of icing topping. So some more flavors out there as well. But text in your top flavor.
It is the Neighborhood Watch taken over by Peyton Phillip Russell with Bobby out for the next few days here on DFW Sports Station. How much control does Dak Prescott now have? And is he being set up as the next fall guy? That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up with that brand new Ford car truck.
food, you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Tennessee Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. It is 105.3 The Fan. No reason to go anywhere else. Be careful driving out there, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt is working the Senior Bowl, so he is out the next few days. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Does Dak now have all the control, or is he set up to be the next fall guy? Dak Prescott was asked about the Brian Schottenheimer fit, and he told DallasCowboys.com, I went there to the press conference to support him, proud of him, taking advantage of the opportunity, wanted to show him, hey, I'm going to be there with you and for you. Bobby, of course, has to point out that Dak was not at McCarthy's. And Dak, notice the contract length.
Which, does that say anything? Like, why?
I mean, I don't know what Dak was he out of the country? Was he rehab? I don't know what he was doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you'd have to tell me that he was just sitting at home watching it versus going to the shot. And if I found out that Dak was just sitting at home and had nothing else to do in the Dak yard, I would say maybe there's something to it.
He also has he has a relationship with Schotty. He didn't have one with Mike.
Absolutely.
Prior to.
And Dak said, now what? He signs for 4 years? I got 4 years left on my contract. So he's tied directly to my future. So let's go be the best that we can for these 4 years. They were looking for the continuity. I spoke on the man he's been in these 3 years, how consistent he's been through the highs and the lows, comfortable having tough conversations with each other. We've had them. We've had some back and forth. At the end of those disagreements, pure disagreements, there's been a handshake and an understanding of each other's side. You can only gain respect from somebody that's at that point. So, it was easy for me to speak on Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, of course it was. I mean, it was a guy that he had a relationship with, and that's going to be interesting to see how that relationship grows from here. Does it change? Does it evolve? I assume it has to change in some way. Now, like, there's a big difference in being a position coach or a coordinator and being the head coach. Like, just the absolute difference that you have to go through is big. So, it's going to have to change. Something's going to have to change here. But Dak clearly, to me, came out of this with a lot of power.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked over it. I understand the business sense that it makes to make the hire based upon your $60 million quarterback, but many of us were going into this process saying, who cares what Dak Prescott has to say? I've listened to enough of these players. I don't think they know enough of what they're talking about. I want them to sound more like the old heads, like Emmett and Moose and Troy and Irvin. I don't care what Micah Parsons or Trayvon Diggs has to say about winning. And I threw Dak Prescott out of anger and frustration into that category as well. And I guess I'm just a little bit surprised that the Cowboys ceded so much say to Dak. It makes sense. I was just thinking in the back of my mind, are they a little regretful that they went and gave him this money and resentful? Therefore, they're not going to make this decision all about Dak, but I get why they did it. And I'm just surprised that they did it to this degree.
A little surprised, too. They don't seem like they do that sort of thing. They seem like they operate on their own schedule.
And I just never really felt like they paid Dak because they had to pay Dak, not because they loved him 10 out of 10 as a quarterback. I felt like it was the circumstances of the NFL. You know, we still haven't made up our mind.
I ain't got time for a bad time.
We're doing this because we have to. Yeah. So I'm like, but you go ahead and make a really big Dak hire.
Look, I get the thought. You're paying him $60 million.
It's smart. Or it makes sense.
It makes sense, but they also, I think, are
like Jacksonville has to figure out Trevor.
They've got to. You have to hire an offensive coach. You've got to hire an offensive coach. 11 of the last 12 Super Bowl champions had an offensive coach anyway.
You tell that to the Jets.
You can't tell Woody Johnson anything. You can't. But yeah, 11 of the last 12. And the other, the lone is Bill. Because Carroll was I think, now 13 years ago. So 11 of the last 12, offensive coach. That's telling. It's telling where the league has gone. But, I also think, they are doing the same thing to Dak this year that they did to Mike last year. They hung Mike at the dry. Let's be fair. They went into last year. They added nobody. They waited till the very last minute to sign their two big guys, so they had no cash during the year to be able to spend that money.
No camp for Lamb. Lost your depth.
No depth. They go out there. They told Mike, go show us what you can do with a roster that's much worse than what you've had. Go out there and win some games. And I think they're doing the same thing to Dak. They're not going to sign a ton of guys this year, right? They are giving him a head coach that is going to learn on the job. A head coach that does not have the faith of the fan base, may not even have the faith of the players, and that was hired also through a very strange coaching search that brought them to nobody. And they're telling Dak, go prove your worth. Go earn your $60 million. This is what we're Josh Allen, lost his top receiver and had his best year. And Patrick Mahomes, we've not replaced Tyreek Hill. Go ahead. Go prove it. I think they're sending Dak out there the same way they did for Mike. Go ahead. It's your team. Go prove your worth. We'll see.
So do you think that the thought behind it is more negative like that, or hey, is it? Where are they coming at it from a place of?
I think it's a product of circumstance. They don't have any cat. This is what they have to do. They're only operating this way not because they're trying to be, mean to Dak. They're operating out of a place of we don't really have any other options. This year it's on you. We need you this year to basically do everything because we're not going to be dipping our toes in the free agent water. They might dip the toe hair in. There's a couple of hairs you got on the top of your toe. They might dip that in, but they're not going to dip the entire toe in. They just don't have the money this year. We're going to have $100 million. You can, sure. It'd be the Saints. So I think they're just kind of setting Dak up for the same thing they did at Mike last year. The difference is that Mike was out of contract. Dak's not. Dak's got plenty of years left.
And I thought Dak was going to catch some strays from the Tolos and the fan base and the ones that don't like him because he's going to be tied to Schottenheimer as a major reason for the hire, and obviously Schottenheimer is not a popular hire.
Right.
So I thought it was going to catch more strays for Dak publicly.
That's where I feel bad for Brian, too. Schottenheimer's been fired by the fan base already. Fan base fired him the day he was hired before. So that sucks for him. Of course, you go out there, they win 11 games, and everything will be hunky-dory. I mean, wouldn't it be...
Well, till you lose first round, then we'll be right back to where we were with McCarthy.
I know, but wouldn't it be it would be so Cowboys so they go out there and win 9 games, then win 2 playoff games?
They have set it up for low expectations.
Yes, you have.
We're setting this up for a nice 3-0 start, and we're like, whoa! Oh my gosh, or 3-1, something like that. We haven't even gone down the schedule here on this show. Turn away. Look away. I'm hideous.
Let's see. You're going to have so you're a third place schedule.
Let's see if you can get. Do you remember the divisions they face?
They face. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, let's have even more fun with it.
They play the NFC North.
Yep.
All right, because I know they play Chicago, and I know I saw Detroit on the road. I know that.
Okay.
They play the West, AFC.
Give me the divisions that you would least like to play. The two other divisions in football you would least like to play.
NFC North, AFC West.
Is there any other one you can think of?
No, I think that's it.
And now you have serious staying power with the Eagles, and now the Commanders going to be legit. So the home schedule: Giants, Eagles, Commanders, Packers, Chiefs, Chargers, Vikings, one of your kryptonites that no one can explain, in the Arizona Cardinals.
Ooh.
Away: Giants, Eagles, Commanders, the Ben Johnson Bears, the Broncos, the Lions, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Panthers. So at least you got Raiders, Jets, Panthers on there.
So that's improvement.
Along with Arizona and the Giants twice. So those are your 6 easiest games, the way things look right now. And Chicago.
Back to Carolina, second straight year. Ugh.
I think it's 3 straight years. Weren't they there the year before?
Maybe they were. Well, that's tough, man. I mean, you know, they could get lucky and play Chicago in September. Right? Otherwise, do you want to go? I mean,
Ben Johnson, he will be able to throw the ball. Oh, wait. You know what? He ran it there, too, with Jameer.
He ran there, too, with Jameer. But also, like, the last thing you want to do is go to Chicago in December when it's 6 below.
But those are the two worst divisions, right?
Yeah, that's brutal.
Isn't that brutal?
Uh-huh.
It's not the AFC East. You could make an argument for the AFC North.
It's solid. It's competitive.
It's not the AFC South. It's not the NFC West. It's definitely not the NFC South. It's the NFC North, who got wiped out in the playoffs, but what a regular season from all of them.
They lost. So the 3 teams that made the playoffs in the NFC North lost 4 non-divisional games all year. 4.
Wow.
The Packers, Lions, and Minnesota lost 4 non-divisional games all year. They went 0-3 in the playoffs. And none of the games are particularly close.
Speaking of ownership, Woody Johnson, for what it's worth, right? He let Aaron Glenn were you done with your Dak stuff?
Yeah.
Woody Johnson, he let Aaron Glenn have his press conference, and Jerry didn't let Brian Schottenheimer have his presser. He did say, absolutely, I have to look in the mirror, and I have to be a better owner. But he said, you also don't believe those reports, right? Madden and my kid running the team, a lot of exaggeration and hyperbole. Got to take that stuff with a grain of salt. Yes, I want Aaron Glenn to coach the team. I want the GM to manage the assets and the players, and he's also suggesting he's going to step off the Aaron Rodgers decision and let them make the call on that.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of this, by the way.
I don't believe a word of anything that happens with Woody Johnson. Anything that happens with the Jets. That is the worst organization in the NFL. They're the only thing saving the Cowboys right now. They're the only thing, because every NFC team has made the conference championship game since the Jets last made the playoffs.
Wow. That's not good.
Nope.
That's not good whatsoever. So that's where we stand right now inside the Star and around the NFL. And Stephen A. Smith has been noticing something about his most hated sports fan base that he brought up the other day on ESPN.
The Dallas Cowboy fan base. You hear how quiet they are right now? It's like crickets. Because they know what they're seeing now. Before they were delusional, that's what made me laugh. And that's what made me troll them all the time. Because they were delusional. I'm not going to hear any Cowboys say, we're going to win the Super Bowl next year, right? We ain't going to hear that anymore. Yeah. He's taken the fun out of it all. Because at least you teased me. At least you lied to me. You led me to believe that you really, really believed you have a chance. They know better now.
Yeah.
They know better now.
Stephen A. saying the Cowboy fans are quiet and the Joneses have taken all the fun out of it because now the hope has run dry. That's what I keep talking about, that word, man. My dad always said, watch Jesse Jackson talking about hope. And if you got no type of hope, that's why I'm thinking Ashton Genty will be selected at 12.
I hope Ashton Genty is.
And
selected.
for you to want a running back?
I know. I don't usually want running backs, but you got to evolve. You got to adapt, and sometimes you got to devolve, and that may be what this is. But this is, if you don't have hope, I firmly believe that the next best thing to hope is hopelessness. You don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah.
If you have hope, you've got something to look forward to. If you have hopelessness, the only way to go is up. That's the key.
Inside the Star here on DFW Sports Station. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Bobby out for the next few days. We got Peyton and Carter in the back, live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did you check out the Mavericks' fun win yesterday in New Orleans? And someone is begging LeBron James to please make it all stop. That's next with a Mavs recap, then below the belt right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
13 made threes, that is, to Dallas this year. And they've got 15 in this game, maybe 16! They got it! Blake Thompson.
Follow up with a call on ABC as the Dallas Mavericks get a shootout victory over the Pelicans, 137-136. It was an 80-point second half for the Mavericks. Zion played with 29 points. Trey Murphy scored 32, but all five starters in double figures. PJ Washington, 25, 14, and 8, hitting all four of his threes in the fourth. Gafford continuing to be Shaq Jr. with 22, 12, and 4 blocks. Klay Thompson hit 6 threes, and you heard one of them right there as the Mavs get a win. And Quentin Grimes, 17 off the bench.
This probably shouldn't even have been a game. The Mavericks, especially in the first half, the amount of turnovers that were capitalized on by New Orleans. And, I didn't realize how many it was. I mean, New Orleans got almost 30 points off turnovers in the entire game. But in that first half, Harper was talking about at the halftime about, like, you got to just stop turning the ball over. Like, you never should have let them in this game, and they shouldn't have been at the time. But they were able to hold off. And that onslaught in the second half, Gafford is such a violent player offensively. It's fantastic to watch. And, now the big thing they got to do is they got to get Lively healthy again for the playoff push, because having those two guys on the floor, or having a big on the floor, is huge.
8th in the Western Conference, a half a game behind the Wolves, 1 game in front of the Phoenix Suns. De'Aaron Fox is apparently on the block, and Shams reported his number one preference, San Antonio. When's the last time you heard that? That a young stud in their prime wants to go play with the Spurs? There you go with the Wemby factor.
Is he from there?
De'Aaron?
Yeah, I know he went to Kentucky. Where's he from?
I thought Calipari came on here and he was talking about a lot of local kids. I don't know.
Yeah, Katie. Yeah. That's not San Antonio, but
yeah.
It's not that. It's Texas.
Bet Online sent me the NBA odds for trade deadline next Thursday while we're going to be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl with the coverage of that and more. Spurs at 2-3, Rockets 3-1. Rockets have won 4 in a row, second in the West.
Ooh.
Miami 4-1, Orlando, and then the Lakers. Jimmy Butler next team, if not Miami. Phoenix Suns 2-3, Golden State. Remember how long ago it seemed that the Warriors got off to that great start Warriors 8-5, Milwaukee, Denver, Philly, Mavericks 18-1 for Jimmy Butler. Reggie Miller is joining NBC as their lead analyst. So Amazon and NBC, they're starting to put together their broadcast teams, and it's going to be our buddy, the great Mike Tirico, alongside Reggie Miller.
Yep, Noah Eagle will be a part of it as well when the NBA goes over to NBC.
I love Reggie as a radio guest. I listen to him all the time on the Dan Patrick Show. I was hoping they could do a little bit better in terms of their lead analyst. Reggie's excited. Okay, he gets into it. A little goofy for me. Little goofy for me. I don't put him up there as an excellent analyst.
Is he not TNT's lead?
Yeah.
He is, right?
Yep.
So it's, who are they who else are they going to get? You had to go to the TNT right? Because they were just going to be open.
I miss Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah, he was good.
I miss Jeff.
Yeah, he was good.
I think he's some consultant. He might be for the Celtics or something like that. So Reggie Miller is going to be on the main calls with Mike Tirico, and then Clippers consultant.
He's the top deputy coach, whatever that means.
And then Adam Silver was floating some changes.
Yeah.
Baseball did it, and now we know basketball needs to do it. And Adam Silver, the NBA commish, Bobby's most hated commissioner, was on the Dan Patrick Show, and he threw out this idea.
I'm probably in a minority. As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball, is 2 hours, college basketball, of course, is.
Yeah, but if you like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, but it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked more about.
So he had another idea, too, which was if you're fouled on a three-point shot, you could just get 2 free throws. This would avoid the James Harden kick your leg out, draw the foul kind of thing. Last 2 minutes, they would give you the 3. But, I don't hate this idea. They're not going to reduce the amount of games, right? That's out.
Yeah.
This is a way for the owners to still get their, 41 home games each, right? So you still get the gate. You just get 8 minutes less of basketball. 2 minutes a quarter. And that's, let's see if I can do some quick math.
Uh-oh.
It sounds like
RJ math coming.
If you were to reduce 8 minutes per game, multiply that by 82, I think you're looking at this is the equivalent of reducing several games.
So what is the point, though? Is it that do we feel like the games are too long? Are we trying to save wear and tear on the players to make them play more? Like, what is the point? In a lot of the comments, I just went to Twitter for initial comments, and people are like, why would you do this? Why would we want to watch people play less? They're already not playing.
Right, yeah. Now, they're hoping...
do we feel like that drag-out factor is happening for NBA games like Major League Baseball? What is the average NBA game versus a baseball game nowadays?
In terms of time?
Yeah.
Well, let's see a look at last night's game. The Mavericks game last night. It doesn't even say. Didn't have the time of game. Time of game, I'd probably be at the official NBA box score. I'll find that real quick.
Because the optimal game time for me of a pro game is like 2:30. Like 2 hours, 30 minutes. That feels like a really nice sweet spot. Obviously, I don't really care how long NFL games go. They're going to be 3 hours.
NFL games, nobody cares about, right? They don't care about how long it is.
Yeah.
If it's a day, you don't care.
Yeah.
And baseball used to be 3 hours. Now they're about
a little.
2 hours and 30 minutes. They've chopped
2 hours, 30 minutes is the average baseball time?
Ish. 2:37, something like that last year.
That's good.
I mean, it was much less. But if you were to get into the NBA, what do you want the games to be? Like, how long do you want them to be? And the way Silver's talking is they want it to fit into a 2 hour window, which is what happens with international basketball, so any FIBA, Olympics, college. If you look at soccer's a 2-hour thing. I guess the way they're saying it is TV networks want a 2-hour window. Because if you also were to do that, if you get these games to be 2 hours instead of 2.5, you could also add probably a 6th Christmas Day game. If you want to look like that.
Yeah.
Instead of 5. You could probably get yourself into an extra Christmas Day game.
I'm seeing like 2 hours, 14 minutes, 2 hours, 19 minutes, something like that.
So you're just going to shrink it by 20 to 30 minutes. And, college basketball.
But here's what people are criticizing. Go ahead, college basketball.
So college basketball just does, 2 20-minute halves. Every other sport, the NBA is the only one that does 12 minutes quarters.
But here's what this doesn't address. This many people's criticism. It's not addressing style of play.
No, it's not.
Style of play is a problem. Participation and guys dressing is a problem. Right. This doesn't address any of that unless you're like, 8 minutes a night. Stars are going to play more, so they're not going to be inactive. I don't know.
Right. It's like baseball did a lot of things that didn't address their style of play issue either. Now, one thing they did do was they widened the bases. They made the bases so you got more stolen bases. Now, that does introduce a different style of play.
Yeah.
Right? Action. But it doesn't address the fact that it's home run or nothing. It doesn't address that at all. I mean, if you want to address that, move the fences way back, and let's just get a bunch of doubles and triples out there. That would address the style of play. There's not going to be a way to address the style of play. If you look at these shot charts, and JJ Redick takes a lot of crap, but he does a really good job of explaining why they do things.
Oh, yeah. I love listening to JJ speak.
Yeah. So he even showed like a graph
except when he's crapping on inside the NBA.
If you go look, all the shots are outside the perimeter, and they're all right at the rim. So he's like, what the three-point shot has done is, we've eliminated the mid-range, but we've opened it up for a lot more dunks. So you got basically the only thing, just go watch last night. It was either a three-point shot by the Mavs or Gafford dunking. Like, that's the whole game. And dunks are fun. And that's what they're hoping for.
877-881-1053. Stephen A. Smith is hoping that LeBron James shuts this down.
Yeah, he's like he was begging, pleading with LeBron James. I think in a very dramatic way that Stephen A. can. I do think he kind of nailed it.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this. We all know that Bronny James is in the NBA because of his dad. The first game of the season, opening night, the Griffies in attendance, father-son duo playing in an NBA game for the first time, an absolutely positively wonderful story. And then reality sets in. We love what we're seeing from him in the G League because that's where you belong. As you hone your skills and you get better and you legitimately earn, which I believe he has the potential to do, I am rooting for Bronny James. It would be cruel to root against him. He's a wonderful kid. I wish him nothing but the best. But he's LeBron James' son, and everybody knows what attention that brings.
I mean,
so this is all resulting from the Sixers game the other night where the Lakers got smoked and Anthony Davis got hurt again. Bronny got thrown in there for 15 minutes. He went 0 for 5, finishes a -8. His numbers are horrible. I don't want to hear, I'll be Stephen A. delivery. I don't want to hear one damn word coming out of his mouth or anyone else at those headquarters. You kiss asses all told us during the night of the draft, this is the way it should be. We should all part the seas. LeBron should get his way. He's earned it. He has earned the right to have the Lakers pick his son and put him on a roster when he doesn't deserve. I don't want to hear it. Because people tried to make it a race thing. People tried to make it a nepotism thing. People tried to lecture all the rest of us who rolled our eyes and knew this was an absolute joke. So I don't want to hear it, Stephen A. Smith. You're guilty of it. And everyone else at your network kissing the rear end of LeBron James is guilty of it too. So save it. Because those of us who put that family tie stuff to the side and didn't want to just bow down to the king knew this was a joke. And I blame LeBron from the jump for putting Bronny in this position. You talk about feeling bad for someone. I don't feel bad for Brian Schottenheimer or anything compared to what LeBron James and everyone else did to Bronny James, setting him up for this.
I mean, look, I don't blame Bronny for going along with it, right? If I get my son to do that same thing that LeBron did, I probably would do the same thing. But they are creating a dog and pony show with this poor kid. And they're moving him, they're shuffling him back and forth in the G League and the NBA, and just leave him in the G League for now. Let him play.
Leave him.
There's no rush. There is no rush other than to just get him to play on the same field as his dad. That's it.
All right, there it is. NBA recap here with the Dallas Mavericks. A nice, fun victory over the Pelicans. Our biggest guest ever in studio at 9:20 this morning. And I think Andrew Whitworth would be really proud of it after he joined us yesterday at that time. But Mel Kiper has a pretty good track record of knowing who the Cowboys are going to pick well before the draft. Who is he predicting now? The latest mock drafts in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys next.
Pepper Lady. Basil Davis.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do.
We'll see about that one. Mel Kiper, who is, he nailed the Tyler Smith a couple of years ago. He was the only one that had it.
Yep.
Well, he came out with his mock draft, and he comes out with one, basically once a week. So his first prediction that he had, I was like, all right, let's see. Let's see where he's going to have Ashton Genty. Because that is the object of my affection right now.
I can't believe it. The new year, 2025 Chop, down with drafting a running back in the first. I'm shocked.
I said I was going for Toxic Ralph this year.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing more toxic masculinity than power football. Okay, that's what we're going with. Down with the quarterback. we're I killed the running back. I'm going to kill the quarterback this year. No, I think that it's a solid. The running back is Did
Rico not prove kind of your point? I mean, we'll get into the bigger Saquon discussion, but Rico had a really nice year. He's a nobody.
He did, but that's true. That's true. But I'd rather draft a running back higher than pay one later, because you're getting him at 22 years old. You know what I mean? I'd rather that's the years that you want the running back. And the running back can be the over-the-top guy. If you're a good team and you need to finish it off, then the running back can be a good spot to get. But at number 12, and I would not have an issue with this position, but he has them going wide receiver with Luther Burton from Missouri.
That name keeps popping up over and over and over. I think Brugler had that in his latest one.
Yeah, he says, now I think the Cowboys and Genty is a real possibility. They also, and they need to boost the run game, but I'd imagine they'd first try to fix that hole in free agency. Ugh, hope not. And regardless, this team's got to find playmakers all over anyway. Putting Burton's valuable after-the-catch ability opposite CeeDee Lamb would open things up for Dak. Dak's been looking for a reliable 1-2 receiver punch in the offense anyway. It hasn't had two receivers over 700 yards since 2021, when Amari Cooper was still in town. And Luther Burton has the explosive traits to change that. We've talked about this with Bobby, where he's kind of scared of the after-the-catch guy. if your biggest trait is after the catch in college, you might not be able to break those same tackles in the NFL where you've got top-tier athletes all over the place.
Yeah.
That's kind of scary. So
he said Burden is a guy that he likes, but he would be pretty upset if they took Burden over Genty. Genty is Bobby's second best player in the draft right now.
Woo! He's really good.
Two on the big board.
He's really good. Now, he's on the board when they select. So where does he wind up going? So after the Cowboys pick, you have Miami at 13. No. You have Indianapolis at 14. They don't take him. You have Atlanta at 15. They don't take him. Arizona, nope. Cincy, nope. Imagine Cincy if I'm Cincinnati.
Yeah, but they got that nice replacement
for Mixon.
Yeah. What's the name of that? Was it Chase Brown?
Chase Brown, yep.
Chase Brown, man, he came on.
Seattle, they don't take him. Tampa, nope. And he winds up falling to 20 at Denver. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
So that's Kuiper with Genty to 20.
Genty at 20, yep. Right. I'm trying to think. There's nobody else.
Now, you would be okay with them taking a wide receiver over Genty. You love wide receivers.
I do love wide receivers. It depends on which one. I actually, I think I like Igbuka from Ohio State better than Bird, but I've also seen him more. I've also seen him a lot more. If you want to go with Genty, I'm not going to fight it. I think he's a top-notch player, but you also need offensive line.
Need a lot.
This team needs a lot. My biggest question with taking Genty is, are they good enough for him to matter?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If let's try to think of a team.
I mean, I'm still thinking of them as probably right now a 9 or 10 win team.
Okay. Detroit doesn't need a running back.
But here's the problem with that. I know where you're going. We messed up. We need to call ourselves out. We made fun of the Detroit Lions for taking Jahmyr Gibbs. We made fun. Remember, you hated their entire draft that they had.
Yeah, they took Campbell, the linebacker, that year.
Yeah.
And they took Laporta, which was good.
Yeah, we made fun of the Atlanta Falcons for taking Bijan. Falcons were in playoff contention until Kirk Cousins melted down. So when we think a team can't be close, bam, quickly it happens in the NFL. If Washington would have taken Bijan, 2 years ago, or Genty last year, or Jahmyr Gibbs last year, we would have made fun of them. You're not close. Bam, NFC Championship game. So our timing of where we think these organizations are going to be, I think we need to correct that when teams take backs now.
Yeah, I think the mistake you would make is if you take a back before your quarterback. Like if you have a quarterback, you could take the running back because you don't have to worry about the most important position. You can start worrying about, hey, let's do other things that we can. So a team like Tennessee, if Tennessee took a running back, it's like what are we doing here?
Right.
What are you doing here? You're not close. By the time that running back, by the time you're
but
good.
Atlanta didn't have a quarterback, right? When they took Bijan, did they? They didn't have Cousins or Penix.
Who do they have? I also don't know.
It was like Mariota and who was the third round kid that they had? I think.
Yeah, but they also didn't have anybody available, right? There was no at the time. I think that year. Let me go back to that draft. That was the 23 draft.
I mean, they didn't have a quarterback. They were in a "what are you doing" situation, and they had a chance to win the South this year, or at least make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So the quarterbacks that year that were taken, you had Stroud, Richardson, and Bryce Young. They were all taken in the top 4. The next quarterback would have been.
Well, it doesn't mean you don't have to take a running back.
No, you don't.
A positional value in the draft, we still had running back way down on the list. You draft another defensive player, a lineman, anything.
They passed on Jalen Carter. Like Philadelphia. See, that'd be interesting. Philadelphia, if they had fallen to them, would they have taken Bijan last year? Who knows? Gibbs on the board, too. But, yeah, if you don't have a quarterback, I don't know, probably generally don't take the running back yet.
877-881-1053. So who else does Kuiper have at the top?
At the top of the draft, right off the bat, it's going to be quarterback, and it is. It's Cam Ward. Cam Ward at 1, and then he has Travis Hunter going to Cleveland at 2, and then Shedeur going 3rd to the Giants. Abdul Carter 4th to New England, Mason Graham, Tet McMillan to the Raiders, Michael Williams to the Jets, Will Johnson, the corner, going to the Saints, Will Campbell going to the Bears, the tackle.
Okay. Daniel Jeremiah got a little spicy with his first mock draft. Bobby respects him, says he's very well connected across the league. But he got interesting here. The Titans do not select a quarterback with the first pick. They don't even take Travis Hunter.
They take Abdul Carter?
Yep. Micah Parsons 2.0 question mark, leaving the Browns to take Hunter at 2. But for the Giants, finally get Cam Ward at 3. Shedeur at number 6 to the Raiders.
Well, all right. That's surprising. Now, are they saying that Tennessee is liking Will Levis and they don't want to get another quarterback? Okay. If they like him, that's fine. But you know, he was bad enough to get you the number 1 pick. Doesn't that tell you something?
Yeah, it seems like that coach, has some legit disgust and hatred for Levis.
Yeah.
As well.
Because he hates mayo. He hates mayonnaise. So, and then are the Browns really going to dig their heels into the Deshaun Watson contract?
Can you imagine, though, if the Giants get Cam Ward if people think he is the best quarterback?
I mean, you get Cam. Now you're going to have a situation where maybe the Cowboys have, they would not have the worst quarterback in the division, right? Because we don't know what Jaden Daniels is going to be in 2 or 3 years. But the Giants become a scary team.
The Cowboys at 12 would get the running back. Ashton Genty, according to Daniel Jeremiah. Here's what he said. I know I'm not the first to make this connection, and I'm sure I won't be the last. Genty is one of the more enjoyable players to study in this class. He has elite vision and balance, offering a massive upgrade in Dallas. So there it is.
He's fantastic.
Bobby said I would be elated. I would be elated with Genty to 12.
I don't even care if it's the right pick. I don't even care if it's. I just want the excitement. I need excitement right now.
I know.
I got. I'm very. I don't know what. I don't know.
Nonplussed?
Yeah. I'm not. Am I even looking forward to football season now? Am I even looking forward to camp?
Let me get you excited.
All right, give me excited.
And it has to do with draft prospects.
Oh, baby.
John Gruden.
Oh, yeah.
Episode 2 of the Fired Football Coaches Association. He's bringing in these college kids.
Wait, is that really what it's called, the Fired Football?
Yeah, the FFCA. Here's an episode 2 preview. Peyton, I hope you hit the bleeps.
Don't be dancing around in there like you're at the club on Saturday night. You could reach across the table and choke me, punch me in the face. Just punch me right in the face. Who's first in line? If they didn't put fences around the field in Pittsburgh, he would have run into the street and got killed. I didn't have any luck trading for Steeler guys, but I sure liked them, man. Hey, Brett, get your head out of your ass. Come on, we're dragging ass, Brett. God dang it, Brett. Hey, how much money did you get in the NIL process? Hey, let's transfer at halftime. Hey, Ollie! Air out your bucket split! Reefer! Well, baby, that's smoking doobie here. Don't be rounding off here like a blind man looking for the outhouse in the fall. What the hell are you doing? What are you looking at? Come off the f***ing ball! That's Chucky right there. Last guy to get this gets punched in the nuts. Who'd you run it against? When did you see it? I want to see it right now. They're in your house, man. With guns and weapons. One on his sternum, one on his bicep. Get rid of that shit! That guy, get rid of that son of a bitch.
How good is this?
Dude.
It's amazing. I can listen to him all day. There's one more. The difference between players and players.
There's players and players. What's the difference?
You tell me.
Players are at the Senior Bowl. Real players. Right. Guys that don't bull, man. This is guys that'll play for nothing. These are damn pros, man. Players. A playa, he goes with me down to the club at night. You know, he don't give a shit about, you know what I'm saying? He likes what football gives him. He ain't a player. I'm a player, man. I'm a player. I'm business. In the meeting room, practice field, I'm the real deal. Just remember that. Playa. I'm looking for players. I'm trying to get them off my draft board. I've been burned by a couple guys that fooled me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sometimes I fall in love with the talent. And I drafted a player. You know what I mean? It's a good analogy, isn't it?
Right.
And you have some on your team. We got a 5-star guy. He's number 1 man in the whole world. We got this great 5-star. He's a player, man. You got some 2 or 3-star guy. He works his ass off, and by the time he becomes a sophomore or junior, he's 5-star. And he got 5-star character too.
How good is that?
He's amazing. He's amazing. I would like to see the amount of teams that actually do take guys off their draft board because they perceive that they don't love. They're just in it. They like what football gives them. They don't like football. I do wonder how many teams actually take those guys off their board altogether. Or silly measurables. Just based on a height. Oh, he's only 6'1".
Yeah.
But he can't play.
Oh, we got something that just dropped from Todd Archer, Cowboys insider. He takes us inside the McCarthy exit, the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer, RJ Choppy with some baseball Cavs, and a special guest in studio at 9:20. Final hour, Thursday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton and Carter in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, all of it. John Isner played the longest match in tennis history. Most aces ever, fastest serve, 6'7" of them going to be in here live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. But thanks to the Tolos, let me give the exact proper credit here, who sent the Todd Archer update. It was Daniel, Tolo Daniel. Todd Archer taking us inside the Brian Schottenheimer hire. And let's skim through this. Jerry was playing coy with Schottenheimer in the meeting room, saying, you'd be a first-time head coach. We're hanging around the rim. We got a team in place that can get there right now. I just can't take the risk of doing it with a first-timer.
That's what he always says.
Some seconds passed. Jerry smiled, said, you got the job. So then they toasted and celebrated. So that was Jerry trying to mess around with Schottenheimer. Here's the piece of news that we've all been searching for that Todd Archer is reporting. Remember, he's the one who said Mike was making $8 a year, not $5 a year, like we all thought, for a number of years. McCarthy was seeking a 5-year deal. Jerry was sticking with 3. At an impasse, both sides agreed it was time to move on. McCarthy was seeking 5. Jerry was sticking with 3. I got to take Jerry Jones' side on this. I thought 2 would have been insulting. I think 3 would have been fair. And I would have hated a 3-year extension just to go through more of this, where I feel like they hit their ceiling here with McCarthy. And it even makes me angry, even though I'm taking Jerry's side, it makes me angry that Jerry's first choice was to have McCarthy back, status quo, on a 3-year deal. So I can't even give him credit if Schottenheimer does great, because his first choice was McCarthy on 3. But for Mike McCarthy, I'm going to unfortunately probably sound like Bobby here. For Mike McCarthy to think he could wield that big of a stick in 2 different places, here with a 5-year extension, and then in New Orleans with the personnel control, either Mike's delusional, he got terrible advice from his agent, or the RJ Choppy possibility, someone had to give him the perfect deal to make him stick around to coach. It's like if we all win the lottery, right? I'm walking into the boss's office and I'm saying, here's the number to keep me. It's probably gonna float on the edge of unreasonable, but that's what it's got to take for you to stop me from sitting my fat ass at home on the couch for the rest of my life. So if Mike McCarthy could be thinking, I was speaking about me, fat ass, not Mike. Mike McCarthy could be like, yo, I'm set for life. I'm good to go. You got to make it a deal I cannot say no to for me to do this, because 5 years is absurd.
Here's what I think what was Mike's thought process. He knows this team is in a rebuild.
Are they?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know about that.
They're not in a teardown. They're in a regrouping.
Okay.
This is 2011.
Oh, I thought it was 2025.
This is the 2011 season.
Oh.
Where they were 3 straight 8-8s. They had to redo the offensive line. Colombo got old. Kozier got old. Davis. Flo, they all got old.
Yep. Doug Free.
Tyrod's gone. Zach's gone. Everybody got old, right? This is the regrouping. Now, it may, you may pop 1 year. But the reality is, I think Mike looked at it and said, if I do a 3-year deal, by the end of that 3 years, I'm just getting this team set for somebody else. I can't coach this team for just 3 years. We're not going to be ready. We're not going to be ready to win.
Now, the Cowboys are saying they're around the rim. They're
Cowboys
right there.
Always think they're around the rim because
Steve Spurrier, 2 others told Jerry, someone who wanted the job, not Spurrier. The other said, you guys got a team. You're right there.
Yeah.
And which that they believe.
They believe that because Jerry picks the players. So he absolutely believes that. If I'm McCarthy, I can't take 3 years here because I know that 3 years we're not ready to win the way we need to. because you need darts. You need a bunch of darts at this thing. With the cap situation, so last year was what it was. I assume this coming year is going to be about the same thing. You know, there's health issues with Dak. I've got to go for the 5. You know, also, from everybody we have talked to around the league, it appears the rest of the league has a much higher perception of McCarthy than the people in DFW do.
Well, not too many around the league. There were 7 openings. He's unemployed.
Yeah, but he was a finalist for 2 of them. Right? It was him. It was between,
he? I mean,
I think
he didn't get interviewed in New York. He didn't get interviewed in Vegas. He didn't get interviewed in Jacksonville.
No, it was Chicago and New Orleans.
Yeah, which many people
it's the top one. One of the jobs was the top one.
Yeah, but everyone thinks that was Ben Johnson's job.
Yeah, he was like their fallback.
Yeah.
If Ben Johnson took the Raiders job, Mike's coach at Chicago.
I don't know if he was second. I don't know if he was runner-up. They interviewed 50,000 people. I don't know how much of that was agent favor or not. But anyway.
Yeah, but all the media members were like, guys.
Like, Mike McCarthy's not going to coach again, I don't believe.
I think it's probably less likely that he does because he's old. Yeah. He's in the 60s now.
Go ahead.
But, I mean, I was just, they just hired Brian Schottenheimer, and I went and looked at Marty. Marty ended his tenure in Kansas City in 98. And he was about 59 years old. And then he gets his job in Washington. He was out 3 years. I didn't realize he was out of the league for 3 years before he got the Washington job. And then he was there for 1 year. Then he goes immediately to San Diego. So we've seen coaches. Pete Carroll just got a job. I mean, put it this way. McCarthy was more wanted this year than Bill Belichick was the last 2 years combined.
Yeah.
Like, I think the people in DFW just have a sour viewpoint of Mike. Whereas, I mean, you don't get interview opportunities.
Be careful how you finish
nothing.
the sentence. Come on, you know that they're BS interviews.
Yeah, I think the Rooney Rule interviews are BS interviews.
Yeah.
I don't think Mike's a BS interview.
Okay. I mean, it's going to say a lot when he doesn't coach again. I don't think it's just because he's old. Like, Pete Carroll got a job. If Mike McCarthy, is this great coach, he should be hired, or I think get more interest this past offseason. He's not going to coach again.
He had a lot, but here's the thing. If he got fired on that Monday when they should have done it, how many more opportunities does he get? Interviews does he get? I think
who filled their spots?
Oh, New England filled it.
He wasn't going to get that.
What? He was not going to get that, no. Nobody had necessarily filled their job yet by the time he was, but they had already gone through the process. They had liked their candidates. They had pinpointed guys. I get it. I think it's less likely that he coaches again than that he does coach again. I think a lot of that, if he was 55, I think he does.
Jerry Jones on Deion from Todd Archer's article. Do you think I need to interview Deion to know what we have there? It was just a conversation about the team and his boys and conversations with his boys. So you talked to Deion Sanders about his kids, not about the Cowboy job, and you just wanted all that attention from Adam Schefter during halftime of the playoff game, which is what everyone basically knew anyway. That it was a PR stunt. Well, not everyone. Ed Werder fell for it. There's a lot of us who were like, oh my God, is this real? Is this legit? Because Ed reported enamored. Both sides were enamored that Deion would take it, and Jerry was enamored with the idea. So that was false. And yeah, just because Deion Sanders played for you doesn't mean you know how he would be as a coach. When you go, do you think we need to talk to know what I would have in a coach? How the hell do you know how Deion Sanders coaches? Are you kidding me? You know what Deion Sanders would do with NFL player personnel, dealing with personalities, managing a salary cap, recruiting guys, what type of schemes and system he would run? Are you kidding? That reeks of so much arrogance, but it's not even arrogance. It's just fake. It wasn't even real. It was all fake.
It was never real.
It was never real.
They were never going to hire Deion here.
Yeah. All right. One option was for Brian Schottenheimer to remain as the offensive coordinator and play caller, but as he spoke to the front office for the first time on January 21st, the Joneses dug deeper into the possibility of him becoming a head coach. As they discussed the other candidates, Jerry Jones Jr. chimed in, backing Schottenheimer. Quote, this is from Jerry Jr. If we went that way away from Schottenheimer, as much as we're going down the path, there'd be some heartbreak there for us. And that sounds like a Jerry Sr. quote. Schottenheimer came in for a second interview the next day. The discussion was centered around the changes he would make on offense, the type of defense he would want, practice schedules, and the coaching staff. Stevens said the more we met, the more we wanted to meet. I think that was helping us come to a conclusion on what the decision should be. Schottenheimer's message was getting through. The continuity through change. I know the players, I know the building, I know our strengths, I know our weaknesses, I know our issues. And the more and more we got into conversations, sitting around and just discussing different things, I wanted it even more. So here we go. Jerry spoke with Steve Spurrier, Pete Carroll, Schottenheimer under Carroll. What?
That's the fact that he talked to Steve Spurrier. The hell are those two talking about?
Around dinner time on Friday, the Cowboys... Remember, this came out at 9 o'clock at night.
Of course Steve likes him. He's a visor guy.
And is Eberflus a visor guy too?
Yes.
Oh, two visor guys, Choppy. Around dinner time on Friday, the Cowboys and Schottenheimer's agent, the famous Jimmy Sexton, first discussed a contract. 2 hours later, the framework of the 4-year deal was in place. The public reaction was less than flattering, including Michael Irvin. Jerry and Steven heard the criticism, but believed Schottenheimer was the person best qualified for the job. A little after 11 a.m. on Monday, Schottenheimer walked off the elevator in the Star and passed by all the trophies. In the back, all the players had the press conference, and that's what I'm getting to right now in this piece or article from Todd Archer.
It's the whole thing is surprising, the way it all went down, the way everything happened. It's
said he interviewed for 6 jobs along the way, first coming in 2007 for the Miami Dolphins. So there we go. That was it. Basically, the biggest thing that comes out of that for me, Jerry offered 3, McCarthy wanted 5.
Wanted 5. And I wonder what the Witten stuff was, if there was any Witten stuff. If that was just it.
Doesn't seem like that's happening. Man, was that a media creation or things not working out in their discussions and talks?
My assumption is that Witten his kid's got 2 years up to school. Like, he's his coach. He probably wants to see that through. I expect him to be on staff eventually. If he's not on staff after his kids graduate, then he never wants to do it. It's a grind. It's a grind. And, do you really want to start at the bottom? Where's he going to start? Tight ends coach is not the highest in the totem pole. Where do you want to start? That's a problem. Or question, I should say.
Of course, Will McClay extended yesterday. Many Cowboy fans celebrating that. And then adding to the staff with Dave Borgonzi, linebackers coach, Aaron Whitecotton, defensive line coach, and Andre Curtis, defensive passing game coordinator. Whitecotton spent the last 4 years as DL coach for the Jets. And here he is, joining up with Matt Eberflus and Stephen Jones, stressing the running game for the offensive coordinator position and wanting to marry up Brian Schottenheimer's passing concepts with what they do on the ground. So there we go. Inside the Star, Todd Archer hijacking RJ Choppy's baseball nuggets.
Rude.
That we will get to tomorrow on the home of the Rangers. But we literally have our biggest guest ever in studio next, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. John Eisner on the big event taking place in the Metroplex. We'll get to it next.
You can either go to Bobby's place after the show to hear more.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, buckle up. This has been electric in the commercial break. I promise you're going to fall in love with this dude. In 5 minutes, he has experienced what I have dealt with for 15 years with RJ Choppy. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and welcome the big fella. We started off in the first minute arguing about height. I said we're going to have our biggest ever guest in studio, and they came up. They said, "You've never had Dirk in here?" And I was like, "You're 4 inches shorter than Dirk." 4. And he's like, "No, I'm not."
We had the big show.
Yeah, but
that was downstairs.
Is he like a little, like, kind of overrated tall? Like, Undertaker's not a pure 6'10", right? He's like, Big Show's wide.
He's wide. We compared hands with Big Show and him. And
I got cat paw.
It was a sight to behold.
Yeah.
I don't think his fingertips got to his calluses on his palm.
Kind of like Andre the Giant holding the beer can.
Yeah,
exactly
like it was.
All right, John, give us the exact pronunciation of the last name, because people argue with me about it.
No, most people get it wrong. It's Isner.
Isner.
Not Eisner, yeah.
And that is what, in terms of background.
Oh, wow, there we go. I believe it's German.
Okay.
German descent.
All right, now recap for the audience what has got you fired up. We're going to talk Dallas Open, all that stuff, your career, but, dude, you're a sports talk guy. Big time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I walked in, and First Take is on, and Cam Newton's now part of First Take, and I love Cam Newton. I'm a Panthers fan. I'm from North Carolina. I live here now. Live super close to here. I've been here for 8 years. But you grow up in North Carolina, you become a Panthers fan. That's my team. So obviously I'm partial to Cam Newton. I thought he had an incredible career, especially that one MVP season. And then I was told he was the biggest bust of all time. Was that the quote?
No, last 20 years.
The last 20 years. Well, then Jamarcus Russell was in the last 20 years.
Biggest bust. RJ told him biggest bust as a number one pick last 15 to 20 years.
Yeah, RJ, that's just
I tried
completely
a little bit
insane.
with that one, but he was a bust.
Yeah, but he's got all his Tennessee Vols gear on, right? So it's like he doesn't probably.
Then he called Mike Vick a bust.
You called Mike Vick a bust, like not a bust.
Who has the most fumbles in NFL history?
Vick?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a bust. You could argue a tick overrated, but like not a bust. I mean,
to me, when you're the number one pick in the draft as a quarterback, you've got to average like 10 wins a year for your career and make the playoffs like every year.
John, who on the
Otherwise,
forget him for a second.
High threshold.
Yeah, apparently. Who on the tour you sit around and have these sports debates with? Who else on the tour can talk like this?
Okay, so a lot of the guys that are old retired farts like myself, Andy Roddick, James Blake, Marty Fish, those players, sort of the older guard of American tennis. Right now, Tommy Paul, top 10 in the world. He's actually from New Jersey area, so he's a big Eagles fan, right on the border.
Okay.
And Francis Tiafoe is a big Commanders fan, although I will question his fandom. I think he just likes to show up for the photo ops. He was there for the NFC Championship game, so forth and so on. Same. Anything DC sports related for Foe. Claims he's a Capitals fan. I don't think he watches much hockey. But,
okay.
Ovechkin, I mean.
Of course. The Capitals are hot right now, the number one in the league. But, so Taylor Fritz, he doesn't act like he's a massive sports fan, but he's a LA Chargers guy. So, we got to, and then there's Riley Opelka, who is my height.
6'7".
See, every bit of 6'11", and he's an interesting guy. He's not like a massive sports fan. He's more of a fashion/art connoisseur.
Okay.
He goes to art galleries and fashion shows like all the time in his spare time. He'll fly to Europe if he's got 4 days, and he's got all these connections. He's real dialed in that scene. And he'll go to Milan for like 2 days to a fashion show. It's crazy.
Wow.
But he likes it, and he's unique, and I respect it.
Give us your opinion of the Dallas Cowboys and the Dallas Cowboy fan base.
Like now that
you've been living around here for how long?
Exactly. So it's like obviously they're of course polarizing. You either love them or you hate them. Now that I'm in Dallas, I'm if anything, I don't know. It's all about the makeup of the team, right? Like I personally like Dak Prescott a lot. He's the face of the team, so I don't mind the Cowboys, and I personally like that hire. They could have gone for the obviously splashy hire, and it just would have been more of a media circus. They went sort of a meat and potatoes hire from within, and I actually kind of like it, and I like Schottenheimer's first interview as well as head coach. But I think the fan base is. I remember going to Panthers games growing up in Charlotte, and when they would play the Cowboys, and it was pretty nauseating because the stadium would get taken over. But then is obviously the flip side is the Cowboys stadium gets taken over when the Chiefs or the Steelers or San Fran comes to town. So I don't know. Cowboys fans are obviously all over the country, but there's a lot of anytime they have a home game, it's an interesting atmosphere there.
John Isner in studio. Dallas Open is coming at you here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So, do you go NFL or college first since you're a Georgia Bulldog? Well, give me the top 4 sports you love.
Yeah.
No tennis included.
Yeah, no tennis. That's fine. We don't have to talk about tennis. So, man, I don't want to be that guy, but I think college football it's been a little tougher to digest the last couple years. I think without the transfer portal, it's just hard to.
Who were the big dogs when you were in school there?
Okay, we were just talking about that. I was talking about that with Jonathan Ford. I was there with Stafford for a little bit, and then when I was a freshman, it was like, remember David Green, David Pollock?
Oh, yeah.
AJ Green was there for a little bit, went towards the end of my career at Georgia. Some great teams. I know Sean Moreno running the ball. Thomas Brown was running the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get there in 01?
03 was my freshman year. So I think I had 1 year of David Green. DJ Shockley. I might have missed David Green by a year, but remember DJ Shockley? Yeah, they had some great teams. But I had some, as a student there, I had some bad luck. They couldn't quite get over Florida. I think like Tebow was there at the time.
What SEC school do you hate the most?
Probably Florida, but there haven't been that much of a threat lately. I mean, Georgia's the king right now with Kirby in charge. I might learn to really dislike Tennessee more if they can get a little better, but they're not a threat,
especially after.
Of course,
not a threat. Wearing all your orange today too.
Well, it's funny because
you were a threat this year for a little bit.
I actually almost went to Tennessee. I actually got a lot of respect. Knoxville is one of the coolest places, one of the coolest campuses in the country,
really,
bar none. Yeah,
a lot of hills.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like steps, it's a bad place to be.
Beautiful though,
really bad. But it's funny. It's like when I was in school, I was in Tennessee, 97 to 02, 5-year plan. Bama sucked, and Georgia was like, kind of like they were like gnats, right? They were annoying, They never really did anything to you. And then as soon as I left, everything flipped.
Yeah.
And Georgia became really good with Mark Richt, and then Alabama obviously with Saban.
Did you get it? When was that championship with T. Martin? What year was that?
98.
So you okay?
I was there.
All right, good for you.
That was fun.
Who was your you get a little giddy, fellow athlete giddiness when you met them, or would still want to meet someone? The last time you were starstruck.
He's the biggest legend in Dallas. 41, Dirk. I played a lot of hoops growing up. I'm almost his height.
Yeah.
Now I've become friends with him because he's a big tennis guy.
Yes.
Loves tennis.
Yes. Have you ever played with him?
Absolutely. Play with him a bunch.
He's got game?
He's got game. Doesn't move that well. He's got a great forehand. Backhand's a little suspect. Of course, a good serve. But no, he loves tennis. He loves getting out there. It's one of his big forms of exercise.
Are you into pickleball?
We were talking about that right before. A little bit. I don't like a lot of tennis players or tennis. I'm not a tennis purist, but that really have a strong. No, I don't scoff at it. Have a strong disdain for pickleball.
That's fun.
I like playing, but it's like you can't compare it to tennis. It's a joke. Come on, right? But I like pickleball. It's fun to play. It really is. But tennis is the king. It's like not even a comparison.
I feel bad. Like I've only played pickleball like twice, but when you play doubles, you just try to rip the ball, and it's always some grandma on the other side.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I can't really go hard.
But what pickleball has, it's you could someone 65 can compete with someone 20.
Yeah,
get the ratings together, and it's you can get a good game out of that.
I want to tie in tennis and football because a lot of people are complaining that the Bills and Josh Allen got cheated. Why isn't there a chip in the football? Why don't we have the tennis technology of the review? Is it as awesome and as foolproof as we think? Like the calls, you never second guess them? Just talk about that comparison and how you guys do it.
Well, you can second guess them, the calls on the tennis court, because there's not many tournaments have actual linesmen on the court anymore. I don't know if there are any. Yeah, they don't exist anymore. Everything is Hawkeye Live, or there's a couple different systems out there where the lines are called automatically, and there's a robot voice out. If it's out, then the ball's out. You can't argue that because there's no one to argue against. There's no they'll replay it if it's close just for the fans. Yeah. But in the past, obviously, you thought umpires got it wrong all the time on the tennis scores. I really think tennis is leading the charge in all of sports in terms of technology and getting calls right and taking the human error part out of the game.
Yeah,
you think football would. They've got to be able to implement something. Obviously, when there's 22 people piled in trying to, I don't know. It seems like there should be something better than the old eye test.
What was your
see if the ball got across that yellow line?
What's your? I want you to guess his fastest serve ever. I want to see.
Okay, so I need a frame of reference.
No frame of reference.
What's the league average?
No, I just want you to guess.
All right. You know what? My first shot was a shot of 151.
Okay.
I'll say 151.
What's your top speed
That's
ever?
a hell of a guess.
Not bad.
It was like 157 or 56.
Here's my question, though.
Like
how good are you guys really at seeing the lines? If someone's hitting 150 at you, you feel like your eye is that good versus the technology and the umpire to get the calls right? Like, how out of 10?
Oh, no, the technology is better than our eyes. But prior to this technology in tennis,
you were 150 mile per hour.
No, 156.
156.
It was just a world record.
But you see how he acted like he did. He's like, well,
no, it's 56 or 57. I can't remember. It's
at that rate, 150. It's a blur anyway.
But I was in Australia and it was in kilometers, so it didn't quite register to me that I hit because it was like 230.
Plus the gravitational pull of the Earth underneath under the equator. It doesn't.
157.
Okay, hang on real quick. He stood in against Derek Kahn, good buddy of ours, major league pitcher. I don't know if you've ever done that. If amateur tennis players stood in against your serve, like, are we getting knocked out in the throat? Like, how many times?
You could. If I go body, yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on where you're standing. If you're standing on the baseline and I go body, yeah, I'm likely to knock you over.
What do you think there'd be more of a chance of, like, putting a racket on your serve or a bat on a baseball?
I think a racket on the serve is easier if you have no experience.
Yeah.
Because we're further away serving the ball. And the baseball pitchers they're close, man.
Yeah.
It's like, no shot. Not in a million years could I get a bat on a Clayton Kershaw curveball, fastball. Not in a million years. And I would be so scared, too.
So That's one of the questions, like, because pitchers are throwing the ball harder than ever. Do they move the mound back? As, when a tennis court was formed in whatever year it was, I mean, the serve was probably
so much
a
slower.
fraction of what it is today. Is that something that they would consider as lengthening or widening the court?
No. Tennis is tennis. It's got its tradition. They can, if anything, tennis would tinker with the rules of doubles just to make doubles at the pro level more attractive, and they're always kind of doing that. But no, they shouldn't. Tennis should stay the same.
We always talk about youth sports and, the numbers game in Little League and what's coming up and lacrosse and this and that. Where are we with youth tennis? Like, is the talent shooting up? Is the participation shooting up? The young kids that you're seeing coming onto the tour? Like, where are we with that participation and growth?
I think there has been the last 10 years has been an uptick in participation. And that's in large part of if we have on the American side, on the men's and the women's side, if we have very attractive pro players for these kids to watch and for these guys and girls to be competing deep into Grand Slams, that really, really helps things. And so I think
you talking about attractive looks?
No, well, both that helps too. But I was not talking about that. I'm talking about attractive games and they're going deep into our biggest tournaments, which are always on TV with a worldwide audience. That's how you're going to get kids to watch and want to play our sport. And I do think there's been an uptick in that recently. We have a lot of amazing players on the men's side, probably the best crop of men's players we've had in 15, 20 years, easily.
Wow.
As far as, the whole crop of players, and the women have always been strong, obviously led by Serena Williams for all those years. And we just had Madison Keys win the Australian Open. So the women have always been solid, but the men are starting to catch up.
Is that your way of saying Federer's overrated because he didn't have the opportunity?
You would probably say that Fed is overrated. You would probably try to make that argument.
I get him, John.
He only won 22 Grand Slams.
I could argue that that Joker might be better. I could make it the argument.
Yeah, you could. I mean, sure you could. Yeah,
I could make the argument.
Who was your?
I don't think I will.
Who was your tennis idol?
Pete Sampras.
Okay,
that's right, baby.
Had to be
Sampras
Pete.
Sampras
over Agassi.
What?
Yes,
I'm with you. I like them both, and I've fortunately been able to get to know both of them. But for me, it's Pete. Like, his athleticism was unmatched. His serve volley, his chip charge, his volleys, his jumping overhead. Like, he was just the best to watch for me.
Body hair.
Body hair, his tongue out when he would serve. He had a lot of.
How do you stack up Pete and Rogers with similar games?
Similar games, Rogers, way better. 22 Grand Slams to 14. He played longer. Pete retired early, and Pete retired. Not many people remember this. He retired on top. He won the U.S. Open and said bye. He won the U.S. Open. Think about that. I think it was early 30s or something, and that was it. He did his press conference at this mandatory press conference, and he did nothing. No press tour, nothing. Flew back to L.A., and that's it.
Is he still married to that girl?
Bridget Wilson?
Yeah.
Was it Bridget Wilson?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's talk about the Dallas Open. We heard that you were a really, really strong influence and force in terms of making this happen. Set it up for our listeners.
Yeah, so the Dallas Open is here. It's up in Frisco at the Star this year. Qualifying starts on Saturday. Main draw starts on Monday, and it concludes on Super Bowl Sunday. The first 3 years of the tournament were right in the neighborhood at SMU, at their indoor tennis center. It was really amazing what SMU was able to do, how to transform their indoor tennis center, which is, by the way, one of the nicest indoor tennis centers I've ever seen. It's where I would always practice the last 7 years. But they were able to construct a center court into the existing building on the SMU's campus at their indoor courts. The tournament was very successful, especially as far as tickets are concerned. And the ATP Tour recognized that and awarded the tournament a 500 level sanction on the ATP Tour. So what that means is the first 3 years of the tournament at SMU, it was an ATP 250 level event, which means the winner gets 250 points. Now it's a 500 level event, which is a huge upgrade for the tournament and for the city and for everyone involved. The top of the food chain on the ATP Tour, the ATP 1000, winner gets 1,000 points. Blah, blah, blah. But it's a big step up. I mean, the total prize money in the first three editions at SMU, the purse was about $800,000. Now the purse is $2.6 million.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a big jump up. The players are playing for more money, more points, more everything. And it's just great. The field is strongest it's ever been. 3 players in the top 10 in the world, 2 of them American. We have a Norwegian number 5 in the world, Casper Ruud, is coming to town to play. Ben Shelton's playing. He made the semifinals of the Australian Open. Francis Tiafoe is playing. So the tournament's loaded with talent, and it's a full 32 draw. So right out of the gate on Monday night, Tuesday night, you're going to get great matches.
Ford Center at the Star. Tickets on sale now. DallasOpen.com. I was a little worried about you coming in studio. I didn't know. Tennis, this. You need do you do a podcast?
That's funny. Actually, I do a podcast. It's tennis. It's tennis centric. Okay. It's called. Thanks for the plug. It's called Nothing Major. Me and 3 of my buddies. We never won a Grand Slam. I get you. A couple of us were close, but we call it Nothing Major because we never, between the 4 of us, we never were able to win a Grand Slam. Tennis centric, but I could honestly talk about.
Dude, you need to be on it. You need to do.
We didn't even get in the NHL. It's probably my favorite sport. So
please come back.
Yeah,
anytime to talk anything.
Have me as a guest. I'm pretty comfortable in this seat.
John Isner killing it here. Spittle outside, waiting for the autograph. We have him
here. I don't know yet.
I guarantee you, he's creeping somewhere around here. He's our boss. He's a very good tennis player.
Hall of Famer.
I'm
tennis
a high school mixed doubles tennis champion myself.
There you go. Congrats. That's awesome.
So there, yes. Well, I wasn't good enough to compete all men's. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Mavericks 4th in the league in block shots this year. Here's an assist pass. Possibly it is Grimes. He hits bottom on a three-pointer, and PJ's tied his career high with 7 assists.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. I'm telling you, John Isner just hired
John in on the crosstalk. He's still
John,
here.
come into the crosstalk if you want. He wanted to get into hockey. He's like, we didn't even talk stars. That was an amazing interview to promote the Dallas Open. Thanks to everyone for setting it up. Crosstalk with KMC on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Guys, we have Eddie George today at 11. We also have Keith Law joining the show today. So that's going to be fun. And also,
Sebastian Walcott's the most awesome.
Sean, I found out
19th.
the sandwich shop that I've been wanting to go to in New Orleans, I was told it was closed, is open. They are open for Super Bowl week because it's a hospitality city, So they're opening up for that week. They also
big game week.
Not TV's Joe Trahan told me that they serve those sandwiches next door and at the airport.
Now,
So
what is the sandwich?
it's a muffaletta. It's where the muffaletta started.
What is that?
It's got like a sourdough bread. Slice that. It's got the Choppy knows all the Italian. Cuts. Yeah, it's like all the cold cuts. And
Choppy,
it's got
do you know what this
provolone
is?
on top.
I've heard of it.
And it's got an olive mixture on top. And
like
it's
an olive oil spread,
and this
which
thing
is popular in New Orleans.
This thing's like this big.
Oil spread
There is a video. I'll send you the link to the video. This thing's giant. So I'm really excited about this. I'm going there Tuesday after the show. That's where I'll be there Tuesday right after the show.
Ham and salami, provolone, olive dressing, great bread.
Yes, the bread is fantastic. So
Did you say grape bread or grape bread?
Great.
Okay.
Only you would think grape bread. Taste.
That's the way I think about a lot of the things you guys say that are delicious. It sounds the same to me.
What
like
was the
eating
artichoke
grape
dip
bread.
he did? What was the
Spanish artichoke?
Yeah, I can see that.
Spanish artichoke dip, because I was like, I thought that was weirdly specific.
But it was spinach
Yeah, it was
artichoke.
spinach artichoke. And I thought, does every country have their own version
Got
of
to.
this?
I think it makes sense. I can see that.
And then they both stopped me and were like, hold on, what did you say?
Spinach doesn't belong in a dip anyway. It's a health food.
It's a good and you can't have health foods in a dip?
No.
Because there's no healthy dip, right?
I mean, no. I wouldn't think
French
so.
onion's good.
Tomato,
French
that's
onion's
salsa.
the best dip.
Salsa's a healthy dip. Yeah, that's true.
Is that
It's just
true?
tomato and onion.
Sodium. You got to have salt.
You don't have to. For the most part, you are going to have salt in it to give it flavor. But for the most part, you're just having
the tomatoes,
chips,
onions, cilantro,
the chips,
jalapeno.
Yeah,
like
chips the problem, right?
That's what you dip in there.
Maybe lime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you could dip cucumber in there.
Yeah.
It'd be
Or I
healthy.
could
You don't want to, but you
don't
can.
want to, but you could. You would be healthy.
What did you guys think of Adam Silver's possible NBA suggestions? Did you see it?
Yes. The 10-minute quarter, it's fascinating because he's throwing out ideas, and I appreciate the way he's doing it. He's throwing out ideas, but being like, I understand that this particular idea is not super popular, and he's not saying, we're going to do this. It's the same way I felt about the Golden at bat.
Manfred.
Yeah, and I don't think...
The question was literally, what's the craziest thing? Dan Patrick said, what's the craziest thing that's been floated out there?
And so I think that gets dropped to test public and player opinion about
Absolutely.
it without specifically saying,
Yes.
in 2027, we're going to do this.
That's exactly what the Cowboys did with Brian Schottenheimer. They just actually went up and hired him.
Sure.
They actually just went
And then
up
they're
and
like, all right, nobody likes it. Friday news.
Yeah, let's really tick them off.
It would probably take a lockout or strike, and so I don't want this. I don't want basketball to have to stop for half a year again like it did in 99. But at this point, I do think the NBA needs to make contracts way more. You get money for wins. You get money for playing in games. So there's nothing Luka can do about this injury. This is a real injury that he's trying to recover from. But they intentionally sit out 10 to 20 games a year. And I'm not saying Luka is doing that now. And I'm not just picking on Luka. You talked about Joel Embiid. What was the stat yesterday?
Joel Embiid has played in 446 games and missed 400 games
in his career.
And since he's been...
He was doing handstands yesterday.
And he's making $60 million a year. Well, if you were to say your base salary, because you are great, your base salary is $15 million. You have a chance to make $100 million in your career, in this year, in this season, but it's all incentive based.
Yeah.
And then you will see players. And then also, I mean, I think there needs to be incentive for owners in all sports. I would say this for a NFL game, and I know there's really not tanking in the NFL. It's not something they have to worry about, but there's only 17, so you have to make it extreme. Hey, every game, there's $10 million on the line for each owner. You have to write a check to the other team for $10 million for losing the game, and you get a check for $10 million for winning the game.
But it's interesting because the way he described it, and y'all can correct me if you think I'm off on this, was not for those competitive notions or the live audience. It was strictly for the TV window because one of
to
the
get
things,
the 2 hour window.
Yeah, because he made sure to say, like, this is how international basketball does it. And I get all that. But then he also goes, and then you can fit it into a 2 hour window. So I don't think any of these address the complaints of ticket buying people who are like, no, I don't care about the quarters being shorter. I care about me and my kids showed up to see this play.
What about the style of play? Is the thought like, okay, if the games are shorter, the stars can be out there more, or maybe they're not going to take nights off? That doesn't address that.
No, and I don't believe that at all.
Plus, also, real quick, sorry. If you're playing, let's just say Luka averages 30 minutes a game in a 48-minute game.
Yeah.
He's still probably going to play 30 minutes a game in a 40-minute game.
Yeah.
So he's not going to reduce his time playing. And they even said it's not for the people in the arena. Nobody cares. When you go to a baseball game, you don't care how long it is.
Right. And then
you're watching home.
I guess you care a little bit because on a school night,
traffic.
You're like, gosh, I hope this game ends by, let's say, 9:45 so I can be home by 10:30.
So Luka's he averages 35 a night. Mm-hmm. So that's in 48. So you make it
33,
40.
I bet.
Okay.
He'd maybe get 2 extra minutes of rest.
Yeah.
I don't know if I did this correctly. I tried to do the math when Choppy tried to do the math.
Don't ask RJ for the math.
It was 13 games.
That's what I got, too.
Okay.
I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure.
It was like 13 games that this would shave off of the season, essentially.
That's my favorite thing that just happened. But y'all are like, yes!
And guess what? That means it's 69 games, baby.
And then the other thing is if you get fouled on a 3, you get 2 free throws. Like, I'm not understanding that. They really just need to get rid of free throws. That's been my idea. Don't stop down the game. Figure out a solution to that. Not stop down. I don't care about watching people shoot free throws.
What about this one? What about this? This was my idea. You tally up the free throws each quarter. And then at the end of the quarter, whatever the difference is between the teams, if it's 2, that team takes 2 free throws and that's it. No, that way you don't bog it down during the game. If it's 8,
we got to stop and watch them shoot 8 in a row.
Sure, yeah,
that's a lot.
They're not gonna make
people are gonna be like, "Hey, ref, it's up to 6. Let's drop this."
Yeah, but why would you get 2 free throws for a 3-point shot? I guess it's to move it faster.
So, I mean, you can give them a free point, like if you foul a 3. But I don't want more incentive to shoot 3s.
Yeah, wouldn't you just extend out the line or?
Well, I guess the 2 free throws would reduce that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
You know,
but who shoots 3s to get fouled?
But it would stop the James Harden kick out leg.
And they did work on that in years past, though.
3-point flop.
I did love the game last night. I thought it was a very entertaining Dallas Maverick game.
Zion played.
Great win. And Zion played.
Future Dallas.
I mean, you're talking about free throws. They gave the ball to Clay to shoot free throws, and he winged it out of bounds to put the game in jeopardy. And Clay had a good game. He had some huge 3-point shots. But I watched the game, and I get that and one change. We're like, let's do it like and one. We've gone so extreme now. At one point, and it was the Mavericks in the fourth quarter, Najee Marshall was trying to run time off the clock. So they roll the ball in bounds, and New Orleans is stupid, and they're not kind of pressing up because they need time to come back. Najee picks up the ball and takes 4 steps with nobody on him before he dribbles. And I was like, this is insane that he just picked up the ball, looked up the court, and slowly took steps. And you're like, it's gotten so extreme that you can, now it's a 4-step league. Now there's no such thing as carrying a basketball.
Yeah.
Double dribble isn't a thing. It's triple dribble. You can double dribble. They just don't want triple dribble.
They don't even call it in 12-year-old basketball anymore.
It's amazing watching kids dribble a basketball in high school, and you're like, this just isn't right. I get that you want to have creativity, but it's gotten so extreme that maybe I'm just an old fart now, and I kind of am with this, but I'm like, it's so extreme watching the violations in basketball that it's made it like it's not the same anymore.
Well, I need to correct something. Before we were saying why Caitlin Clark was passing on the NBA All-Star 3-point contest, and the story was she wanted to wait till the All-Star game was in Indy.
Yep.
Well, it is. It's just not the NBA one, right? The events are for the WNBA.
WNBA in July.
Okay.
That's her All-Star game. Of course you should be there.
Yeah, and it brings more intrigue for anybody that wants to see it because it would be the first time that she does it. So instead of doing it and then be like, oh, we already saw that.
Because there were internet stories she didn't want to do it off the ball rack because her regular shooting routine is catch and shoot. When she's doing it in practice, she didn't want to do it off the ball rack, but she wants to do it in front of her friends and the Denton Stalker in Indianapolis. So,
I like a good rack.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're back tomorrow.
I'm a big fan of that. You just grab it.
Hey, did it clear up while you guys were driving in with the weather? Get better?
It's on and off.
Sure.
Right? Is rain hard or sprinkle? And kind of, wouldn't you say that?
I lost my gutter last night.
You lost your gutter?
Yeah, my gutter fell off. It's
an easy fix.
Yeah.
Who's going to fix it?
Here in Plano. It's going to get fixed in our
Yeah, you'll just need to get a step ladder.
Yeah.
I had a great step ladder.
Are you a good handyman?
I never knew my real ladder.
Hit the button.
You did it.
Thanks to Comerica. at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You have me, Kevin Hageland, the Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and of course, the famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
I made the perfect eggs this morning, so I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
Scrambled?
It was scrambled. Usually I do like a fried egg, and I do 3. And today I just did 2 scrambled eggs, and I was kind of disappointed I didn't do 3.
Okay, well, I have a question. When you fry your egg, do you flip it over, or do you just fry the one side in event?
I do it in butter. And I flip it over.
You flip it over.
I don't even know.
I
just
like
go
flipping it over for and give it 10 seconds so all the white is cooked.
Yep. But I have a little bit of yolk.
I need the yolk.
Yeah.
I need the runny yellow.
So I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not having a third egg because they were so good.
Yeah.
I'm going to try again tomorrow.
Do you think, because chasing that high, I know you're talking about an egg, but chasing that high is what people pretty much live life by, right?
I feel like
I could have just gotten that one more egg or that one more this or that one more that.
I feel like that's okay because I kind of eat eggs every morning, and I know the price is going up on them. I know that's happening right now. Yeah,
we're losing chickens.
Kids, don't egg my house again. All right. So that's the that. I know that's happening, but I'm going to chase it every morning. I'm going to try to get that.
Eggs are still cheap, though. It's one of the cheapest proteins you can get.
You're right about that.
Yeah. If for some reason somebody egged your house, but one of the eggs didn't explode, would you use it?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
I feel like I don't know this. You were in the 4-H club, right, Alec? You if I have eggs and it's been sitting out, it's been cold and now it's sitting out, is it bad?
I don't think so.
All right, there you go. I'll trust Alec on this.
You want me to make you more jealous of David Murphy?
Oh, yes.
We talked about eggs yesterday with David Murphy.
Look at that.
Who would have known? I had no clue you were going to talk about your eggs this morning. But David Murphy said he could eat a dozen eggs in the morning and still not be full. And yet he's still thin and fit. And he's like, I can eat a dozen eggs in the morning and still be like, give me some pancakes or whatever because the eggs didn't fill me up. He loves eggs, but he can eat a dozen eggs in the morning and still feel like I can eat more.
Gentlemen, I got a good feeling because we're less than 3 minutes in and this show is already better than I thought it would be.
Oh, okay.
So I am very excited about how this show has started. All right. The Rangers are making moves. The Cowboys are making moves. And I feel like we should hit the Rangers first because there's a variety of things to get to. And I want to talk about the event you got to do yesterday, Mike, however you're comfortable talking with. But the other thing I wanted to add, and you alluded to this even 2 days ago or whenever we talked about the Rangers Sports Network, Neil Liebman, who is the chairman of the Rangers Sports and Media and Entertainment, said there are going to be more deals. So essentially he just boiled it down to there will be more cable and satellite agreements signed. And this kind of feels like in reaction to Fubo or a couple of different, or YouTube TV, a couple different places that are like, hey, what's the story? So Liebman came right out and was like, hey, there's more. Yes. It's just not done yet.
Right. I will say this, just listening to, not that they told me this, but listening to whether it's Jeff Wilson, Evan Grant, the people that cover the Rangers through writing, YouTube TV, I didn't know this, but they do not do regional sports network deals.
Yeah.
So I do have YouTube TV. From my understanding is, yes, whether it's Fubo, Hulu, I could get some of them wrong. I'm not saying I'm going to be right on these. That there's a likelihood that deals could get done with those people. But YouTube TV does not do regional sports.
Fascinating.
So I do have YouTube TV. But from what I understand, this isn't a Texas Ranger thing. You stupid Texas Rangers. You know how people get, I have this or that, and you guys aren't doing it.
You're their spokesperson. They take it out on you.
Yes. There's more to come with regular cable. There's more to come with streaming. But YouTube TV, from what I understand, and you can hear from whether it's Evan Grant reading his stuff, Jeff Wilson listening or reading his stuff, is that YouTube TV doesn't do this. So if you have YouTube TV and you think, well, this is the only way I can watch the Rangers, there's a zillion different ways, but YouTube TV does not do regional sports. That's just not part of their philosophy in giving you streaming entertainment.
Now, one of the things we talked about the other day is that you can still get all of the games broadcasted right here on 105.3 The Fan, which is still true. However, what is being added is the Ranger Sports Network is going to carry a 30-minute pregame and postgame show hosted primarily by Jared Sandler. We'll get into it in just a minute that Elvis Andrus is going to do some of this stuff, and that's going to be simulcast on 105.3 The Fan. So essentially the top-notch pre- and postgame that you've been getting on The Fan is like more or less what they're going to be taking to the TV product, and that's the thing where Elvis Andrus is going to jump in and do 20-ish of those this year too.
That means you're going to have to hear me on the pre- and post-game show here on 105.3 The Fan.
Get to. All right,
well,
so
I think some get to. Others have to.
I fall that way with you too sometimes.
I want to brag about this. I really do, because you saw the picture yesterday. Mike's doing color analyst again, and that was awesome last year. I loved it. I thought it was wonderful. And I don't know how much more you get to do or what. I'm not exactly sure about that yet, but I'm glad they're bringing you back for it, because for this station, for our show, we got to talk about a lot of fun stuff with you, and I think our audience really enjoyed you being on there. So congratulations again for getting to rock that, man. Really looking forward to this season.
Me and Murph get to share the duties of calling the games, and I will have quite a bit. So I hope you like me. If not, I'm trying my best.
Okay, there you go.
And I will keep trying my best. I do know, I get it, right? Sometimes we can be critical of whether it's Tony Romo in a game or what, but I do know that it's a fun job.
Sure. Still a job.
I don't know. Yeah. I would say I don't know at times when people are critical what they want or don't want.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. And then you do have to understand a national game. Last night, the Mavericks were a regional game. So I believe Devin Harris was with Mark Followell, if I'm remembering the game right, and Skin wasn't doing the road game. They are employed by the Dallas Mavericks. I'm employed by the Texas Rangers for those games. AJ Przinsky is not employed by any team. Or Reggie Miller doing a game is not employed by any team. Tony Romo is not employed by any team. So they can say things that, well, they're not getting a paycheck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I have to say certain things. The Texas Rangers demand I say certain things. Just like we're home of the Cowboys and the Rangers. It doesn't, Spittle, our boss, doesn't demand that we say certain things. But there are parameters with a relationship with a team. So if you're like, you should be more like AJ Przinsky. I'm just giving him for an example because he does the national games on Fox. I can't. AJ can be very critical of Bruce Bochy or a pitch by John Gray. I'm going to try to be critical, but I'm also not going to just say that was stupid. I can't do that unless I don't want my job.
Yeah. So you can't call somebody a fart head for making an error.
Right.
Yeah.
And on radio, I do have to watch that, but sometimes, like last night, watching the game as a fan, I'm not employed by the Dallas Mavericks. Klay Thompson hit some big shots that I was pumped about. It's like, yeah, we're going to win this game. And then he threw the ball 13 feet over P.J. Washington's head with 30 seconds to go. And I was like, dang it, Klay, what the crap was that? We gave you the ball to get fouled so you could make your 2 free throws to ice it, not wing the ball into the second row. I'm a fan, but if I'm employed by the Dallas Mavericks, Devin Harris can't say that. All he can say is, oh, that's a big turnover. This gives New Orleans a chance to possibly come back in this game. He can't say, that was a stupid pass. We all know it was a stupid pass. We can't say that as employed by the team.
What I think we're really going to start doing, Mike, on certain games is Corey, Alec, and I will create alternate commentary the next day for what we think
what Mike should have said.
What was
should or would have said.
Yes, in my head.
What's in Mike's mind?
I'm thinking throwing the ball up like it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar jumping at first base.
Yeah. Sometimes me and David Murphy, whichever one's doing the game, or somebody else, we might text each other our thoughts on that situation.
Yes.
But we don't say those thoughts in that situation.
Look at Altuve having a competition with Bryce Young for being the shortest athlete ever.
Don't you think that happens in interviews we have sometimes? Like, I am now, with hand gestures and stuff, very familiar with where the camera is. And there's plenty of times that I'll just, let Corey know what I think about the job that he's doing. Or we'll talk to each other during interviews, and somebody will say something, and you look at the other person like, what the hell? What?
I will stand by this. I was told this by somebody who really liked you being on the broadcast. This is Adrian's aunt. She said that she likes stories of guys' careers, but she really wants the focus on the game. And when you give information about why somebody did something, our listeners have told us they like baseball more. They know more baseball because of listening to you.
And see, what's tough is for Elvis joining the pre and post, and for Murph is they had good careers. They have a lot of positive things that they can go to in certain situations and say, I played in a World Series. I played in a playoff game. I faced the best. I can say, I barely faced the best. Every time I did, they sent me back to AAA.
But listen to Brady. Brady had a great career and doesn't always go to his. He talks about, hey, in this situation right now, 20 yards to the end zone. So I think that's a really good approach to it.
And
but
then
you'll be fine.
Thank you. And then for Jared Sandler, I think this is going to be awesome. There's going to be traditional aspects of the pre and post game show, interviewing the player of the game, interviewing the manager before the game. But we are going to try to be very creative in the pregame and postgame, and you'll hear it here on 105.3 The Fan. There's going to be a nuance to this, which is going to be really cool but challenging. We're going to be on television while also knowing in the back of our head the video that is on TV is not being seen on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
So we are going to have to be descriptive in this, because we're also making sure that the radio listener in their, we just think of the person in their car driving to go get their kid or take their kid to a practice or whatever it is, listening to the pregame show, isn't watching the pregame show while we have other people watching. But I think we're going to have a lot of fun with it. And Jared Sandler, to me, is a genius.
I agree.
And he's got a tremendous work ethic.
It's going to be really fun.
He might have picked wrong with Blake Lively, but I hear you on the rest of it. I just noticed that Mike Bassick is already sporting the Rangers.
Oh, wow, that's cool. I didn't even notice that.
Rangers Sports Network,
That looks awesome.
I like it. All right, the Cowboys, and we'll talk plenty more about that as we go along in the days and the weeks. The Cowboys making some moves as well, and then saying the things that so frequently agitate people like me. Cowboys hiring Aaron Whitecotton as their defensive line coach, and Dave... Let's try that. I almost tripped up on Dave. Dave Borgonzi as the defensive passing game coordinator. And so I wanted to throw that out there. And yes, I did almost trip up on Borgonzi. He's going to be the linebackers coach, and the defensive game passing coordinator is going to be Andre Curtis. So filling out the staff quickly for our new coach, Schotty.
I'm very interested and we'll get this opportunity in late July to see, but how quickly these guys can get work done. Yeah. Because otherwise it might be another year of growing pains with coaches having to learn the players and all those things, because Mike's been talking about this for a long time. They don't practice enough. So I feel like the cycle of getting prepared for it, Cowboys look like they got caught off guard by the whole season this year.
Yep.
And so I hope that that's not necessarily the case, and Schottenheimer just lived through it, so he's got to figure out a plan immediately to make sure they're ready for G1.
Well, Corey,
that means game one.
I understood. I might need you to plug your ears and say la, 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 la for this next part.
Right. Because, on air?
I mean, that's
la,
up to you.
La, 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 la.
Maybe off air.
Right.
Because Stephen Jones was asked about Micah Parsons. And, of course, he throws out I don't think anyone's ever underestimated Micah's value to the team, what he can bring, blah, 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 blah. And then we get down to, essentially the contract at the very end. I don't want to get into the details of early, late, when all that comes. It's too early for any of that. But obviously, Mike is an important part of what we're about. All right. But it's not too early for that. What are you even saying? You could have, and maybe I'm just misreading this, and if that's the case, my apologies. You could have re-signed Micah last year. Now, I understand. Takes two to tango. Got to have him and his agent on board. But
I feel like he would have done it, though.
Maybe so,
like
especially since he's already talking about, I'd be comfortable at 35 as opposed to 40. But when Steven says early, late, whenever that all comes, it's too early for all that. How? How is it too early for that? In what universe is it too early to figure out the contractual details of probably your best player? Or at worst, your second best player?
So that it can start helping you get those details for your next players.
Okay, and that's a great point, because you know what the Cowboys are going to say? I can see it, and not because I have ESP or anything, just because I've heard it a million times. Micah's rookie hit for the option year, I think it's like $24 million, give or take. We did the comparison with Chris Jones. You could probably get that number down, I think, in terms of cap hit, to $10 to $12 million this year. And what I'm really afraid of is that $12 to $14 million. That's a big chunk of money that you could go get a starter, maybe a really, really good starter. And instead, we're going to sit there, do nothing, and then get to camp and be like, we did it. Mm-hmm. Right, what are you going to do with that money? Well, you know, we are paying CD and Dak, and
you need $14 million just to make it through camp.
Yeah, and I'm just going to slam my head against the table and be like, that's not how this is supposed to work if you're actually trying to be high-level competitive. But if you're just trying to be regular competitive where people don't forget about you, then that's why this works just fine.
Not that Jerry would listen to me, and he shouldn't, but the way that he became successful, one, Jimmy Johnson, but two, they came up with a chart that nobody had on tracking, hey, how much is a draft pick worth?
Yep.
And that was the innovative way that Dallas got ahead of everybody for a short period of time. And it led to, there's multiple things that led to it, but one of those things was that led to your dynasty. And you go back in time to the way the Cowboys were using computers before people were using computers. And that's Gil Brandt and that's Tom Landry and all that stuff is like, Jerry, what you're doing the same thing for multiple decades now.
For a team with a history of innovation.
That's never won.
Yeah.
It's never won for anybody. The way you win is to go outside of the box and do something that nobody else has thought about. And then you try it and see, could this lead us to doing something that everybody's going to copy 2 to 4 years from now because we beat everybody to this. And he never thinks that way anymore. And Steven doesn't seem to ever even consider thinking like that.
Yeah, look, I got Corey and y'all granted me plenty of space yesterday to rant and throw out my numbers, beautiful mind style, about the cap. So I'm not going to get into that today. I just fundamentally do not like the way that they do this.
You were passionate. I loved it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs win a shootout. And what about the idea of those 10-minute quarters? All of it next, right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
13 made threes, that is, for Dallas this year. And they've got 15 in this game, maybe 16! They got it! Klay Thompson.
Hey, for Zach and Frisco, you're right.
We finally got
Corporate
him.
America has torn me down and also forced me to say the big game because that was a commercial. In all seriousness, if you want to help Underdog keep rocking at this station, I'd really appreciate it if you would sign up and use the promo code Masterpiece. But we're not in a commercial now, so we could say Super Bowl, except, of course, for the fact that this segment is about basketball. All right. I want to talk about the Mavs. I want to talk about the Mavs winning. But real quick, what were the emotions y'all had in the last 50 seconds? Because it didn't feel like statistically possible that we could lose that game once you're up by 10. But in the last 49, 50 seconds, I can't remember exactly when the three went in, you got outscored 11-2, and you're just like, what the hell's happening?
I had the same feeling as I had whenever PJ Washington was dribbling up court and then turned around and had an offensive foul on him. Like, I was like, what is happening here? How did that happen? How did you lose the ball so many times in the first half? I felt like all the work they did in that second half was for nothing. After what they went through in the first half. I was like, no, it's going to happen. But it didn't happen. It worked out.
So the question is, when did I think that they could lose this game?
Yeah, because it went into and it was neck and neck for most of the second half until you kind of break into later in the fourth quarter. The Mavericks start to extend a lead, and then they get up by 10 multiple times, and then the last 50 seconds are madness.
When Klay threw the ball out of bounds up by 6, because I thought Dinwiddie and PJ Washington, I'm sorry I can't remember who did it, but there was a couple passes to get the ball to Klay Thompson with 32 seconds to go, a 90% free throw shooter for his career, to go, let's get the ball to our best free throw shooter. I'm not saying be selfish, but they did a good job of getting the ball to the guy that New Orleans didn't want to foul. And I get it. Klay Thompson is older. He's not as fast as he used to be. He's not as strong as he used to be. He doesn't have the same confidence with the ball in his hands in that situation he used to have, because before it'd be like, yes, I can pass it to Steph Curry and we both make almost every free throw we ever take. But he would be strong with the ball in that situation and take the foul and make sure he didn't lose the ball and sink the free throws. But instead he jumped in the air like a ninth grader and wing the ball.
Or Josh Green.
Yeah, or Josh Green, who did that a million times in his career so far, I was like, oh no, they just gave him a chance because it was just a turnover and there's still 30 seconds to go. I believe it was a 6-point game, and then they sink a three-pointer off of, I think, multiple offensive rebounds, which that wasn't good. And I'm like, crap. And then Dinwiddie gets fouled and misses the first free throw. That's when I was like, they're going to go to overtime and lose this game.
And it was odd, too, because
luckily he made the second.
The offensive rebound, or the rebounding in general, was pretty dang good for the Mavericks yesterday.
Yeah. They played a great game, except for the end of the half, like the going into halftime, they were horrible. I think it was a 16-2 run or something like that.
And they had 12 turnovers in the first half.
Yeah.
So like that was 12 turnovers in the first half to 5. So that was the thing that shot them in the foot most of the night.
But they made some great shots. They made some great plays. Kessler Edwards had a big block when I was like, why the crap is he in this game right now? Like, you got to be kidding me, Jason. But he did have a big block on somebody late in the game for a big defensive possession. I was like, that's why Jason Kidd's the coach and I'm not.
Now, the person that a lot of this goes back to, and I believe it was Corey, you and Alec were going back and forth talking about how this is just common sense.
Just call this play.
Is the Mavs are undefeated when P.J. Washington puts up 20 points and 12-plus rebounds. 5-0.
He's our new Josh Howard.
Yeah, Josh Howard.
But the other thing that Alec brought up is they're over the league average in scoring in those games by about 13 points.
There you go.
And so when PJ is on, and I know it's just five games, so when PJ is on, the offense is really clicking. Alec, do I have that right? It's about 126 to 113, give or take?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty stark difference. And my favorite fact about those games is 2 of those were against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Nice.
So that just further proves the point that he has their number. But yeah, they do really good whenever he's really active on both ends of the floor. It seems like they're putting up a lot of points, and that makes a lot of sense because what did you see a lot of last night? Corner 3, and running the defensive boards, getting second chance opportunities. That is a big key for PJ Washington. When he's doing those things, it just seems to free up everybody else to a bigger extent, and you win these tighter games and you score a lot more points.
So this is the weird thing to me that I love about PJ Washington. PJ Washington and Zion are about the same height.
Okay.
But don't you think of like Zion as a much more like interior presence who's much more likely to get the rebound? But that's never been the case throughout his career. Even this year, he's doing significantly better than he had before. They also have the exact same rebounding average this year. And so whenever you talk about what PJ Washington brings to this team, and I know we talk defense, and I appreciate that, but man, oh man, his level of desire to get involved and be active in the rebounding game is off the freaking charts for his size.
He's done great. PJ Washington, right now, you're surviving this season based off of Daniel Gafford, PJ Washington, and I'm going to give a lot of credit to Kyrie Irving. Probably the most to Kyrie, right? Because he stayed, besides the back thing, which does worry me the rest of the season, he has stayed pretty darn healthy, and he's leading this team to the 26 victories this year. And Daniel Gafford now having to play over 30 minutes. And I know I won't say an all-star because when you look at the center position in the West, you have Wemby and you have Jokic.
Yeah.
So good luck ever being an all-star in the Western Conference the rest of your life if you're 7 feet tall. And it's a worthless game anyways. So Daniel Gafford is playing like an all-star.
Yeah.
I get that he won't ever make an all-star team, but what he's doing is tremendous. And then PJ Washington is just like the ultimate role player. And you do have, I think,
I agree.
You have a situation where you've traded for these two guys. They're major contributors to your team, not star players, but major contributors that are making $15 to $11 million or $12 million. Like
price.
They're under $30 million combined.
Yeah, it almost feels like a steal.
And they're going to both make $30 million a year in a couple years from now. When they become free agents, those guys in today's NBA are $30 million players. So they are just doing a great job while you just are rolling out players that you're like, oh, please.
And that's why you needed to win that game.
And the thing is,
it's a great win.
The thing about it, when Luka's on the court, PJ he willingly takes that step back into his role. He knows, I got to go be the Swiss Army knife defender. But hey, if a game is going in a way that I need to step up and be part of it, I'm ready. I'm ready for that corner three if Luka passes it over to me. That's the kind of player that you need to be your fourth, fifth, wherever number you want to put him.
Okay, so now I'm going to throw this to you, Kevin, because you're a Duke guy.
Yep.
Watching last night's game, and I know it's just one game and he's barely ever healthy, but he was last night. Would you risk trading for Zion?
Okay, so
he's still.
I'm glad that you brought that up. But the part of the conversation that I want to talk about is, tell me why. I don't mean this in a sarcastic, like that's a stupid idea. I'm serious. Tell me why you want to trade for Zion, because two of the deficiencies that he has, at least for his size, rebounding. Although he has rebounded significantly better this year, he's not a great rebounder or defender, obviously. So tell me why that is appealing.
Great question.
That is really
this is a potential situation. One, potentially I have to believe he's going to care a lot more and he's going to stay healthy a lot more. That's the scary part about trading for Zion, which I don't think he's going to be on the Pelicans to start next year. I don't know if he's going to get traded in the next 7 days.
Sure.
But I don't think he's going to be a Pelican after this season. Is I look at him and go, he's in a crap organization. They've competed for nothing. And a lot of it is his fault because he won't stay healthy or care enough. So it
kind of felt like Embiid just a little bit to me. I know Embiid has had a far better career, but that's what it kind of reminds me of just a little bit.
I do think the Mavs have a much better organization than the Pelicans. If I got him on a team with Jason Kidd as the coach, a team that's been to the NBA Finals, the conference finals recently, would he care so much that he could become a face of the league if he stays healthy on the Dallas Mavericks, going to multiple finals with Luka and Kai, and they become this three-headed monster with some really good role players around him? So it's a potential.
That's kind of the vision there, too.
It's a scary deal to trade for him.
And the other thing, I will tell you, and we went over this, I don't know, like a month ago or whatever, the guaranteed part of his contract is more limited because of all the time that he's already missed. So that helps push me in that direction. I still, to this day, think he has the potential to be one of the faces of the league, but he'll be one-dimensional offensive face of the league. Because somebody texted this in, well, Zion's missed a whole lot of games, or else he would have more rebounds. I don't think that's accurate, at least from an average standpoint.
Right.
More rebounds in total, sure. I was just saying from an average standpoint. PJ Washington, 8.2 per game. Zion, 8.2 per game. Zion has only played in 12-ish games this year. 13. He's played in 13 games this year. His number is way over his career average. So I would actually make the argument, the more games Zion's going to play, the lower his rebounding is going to get.
You're thinking he takes away from PJ? I mean, it might even cost you PJ.
And that's my question is...
What does it cost you?
Exactly. And last year, everybody... Well, let's try that again. Most of the people we talked to, you remember, YouTube, social media, fan text, Twitch, Daniel Gafford, and PJ Washington. Who gives an S? They fit so well on this team.
Yes.
Zion is just as talented. Actually, in terms of pure athleticism and talent, he might be as talented as both of them combined. But I don't see the great fit on this team.
Yeah, because with Luka and Kai, you needed length and athleticism. You needed to add that around them to make them a better defensive team.
And Zion's not as big as people think.
Right, 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, and I know people joke about
He just played bigger
with the
in
weight
college.
and everything, and that is true. He's just not as physically big height-wise as people seem to think.
And I'm not really pushing for this.
No, I hear you.
I am not going to trade them PJ Washington. I'm not going to trade them Daniel Gafford. I'm not going to trade them Derek Lively. I'm trading them 2 first-round picks, and I'm trading them Prosper, and I'm trading them Hardy. So I'm giving you 2 young prospects. I'm giving you 2 first-round picks, and now I need to make the money work with let's just say I got to put Maxey in there.
Yep.
I know they don't care at all about him, but that gives me 11. I've added the 2 young guys. Now I got to get another Quentin Grimes in there to get the money up a little bit. And I do like Quentin Grimes. I'm not trying to get rid of him, but I would only do it if I'm adding to this core without really losing anything that I think can win me a championship in the next couple of years.
For the people that are worried that after this season he's still under contract for 3 more years, that is true. But remember, that is not a fully guaranteed. Like many NBA contracts, there was actually something in there that triggered that contract no longer being fully guaranteed. And so each successive year is based on like how much he played or how much he weighed the year before. I'm not joking about that. Like that's really the way it is.
And maybe this isn't a great finishing lineup as we're getting close to baseball nuggets, but if you had Zion and you didn't trade anything away, I know this is a weird lineup, but if you had Luka, Kai, PJ Washington, Zion, and Gafford, because I can't put Lively out there yet, but let's just Lively or Gafford if they're both healthy. That can be a pretty darn dangerous lineup. It's not a great 3-point shooting team. I will say that.
He doesn't shoot threes.
But and PJ's an inconsistent shooter. But you give me PJ Washington, Zion, and our center, along with Luka.
I get you.
That's the strongest NBA team in the game today.
Offensively.
I'm talking physically, too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Zion, PJ,
He's
Luka, and one of our centers like Gafford. Teams are like, dang, they are physical. To your point, there has to be a commitment to defense, because I do think they all have the ability. I think Zion and Luka have the ability different, but to be decent defenders, it's about their want to be.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to trick up baseball nuggets and talk with senior baseball writer for The Athletic. It's Keith Law next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping to talk with Keith Law, senior writer for The Athletic, in just a minute. But it is still, whether we talk with Keith now or in a minute, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, I want to get to first base. The top 10 first basemen, right? Did he just call in?
No, I'm a child. And so I'm a teenager when you said you wanted to get to first base. And
I was just trying to tell you how.
I thought like you looked at me like Keith Law.
No. That maybe.
I see Alec on the phone, and if I can do this later, but Nathaniel Lowe is ranked the 9th first baseman in baseball right now.
Okay.
So he made the top 10 list. Jake Berger didn't, but Jake Berger might have not even really been considered a first baseman. I know what they did with Mookie Betts.
Does he
They threw him at shortstop already, but maybe they're like, look, we're not going to throw Jake Berger at first yet and put him into that category.
Does Nathaniel Lowe, Nate Lowe, get less appreciation for being top 10 at his position than like any other Rangers player? I feel like
Probably
people
so.
are like, he's fine.
Yeah, he's a first baseman, is what a lot of people felt around here.
So I wanted to compare the two because I guess Keith Law, we can ask him about Jake Berger because I don't think he was a huge fan of this move for the Texas Rangers. He's a huge fan of Walcott. I don't think he's a huge fan of Berger being the everyday first baseman with the Rangers and being successful. Jake Berger, Nathaniel Lowe, we've got to talk to both of them, both awesome guys, good people. I wanted to put their kind of stat head on Baseball Reference comparable and just know what you're getting from Jake Berger and what you're going to be losing from Nathaniel Lowe.
Okay.
What you're going to be losing the most at first base is last year in approximately the same amount of games, 137 games for Berger, 140 games for Lowe. Nathaniel Lowe walked 71 times. He does have a good eye at the plate.
Yeah.
Jake Berger walked 31 times.
Ooh.
That is a big difference. And you're going to see the big difference here. Batting average is a difference, but not huge. 250 for Berger, 265 for Nathaniel Lowe. So he walks more and he has a better batting average. And you'll see this in the on-base percentage. Is only 301 for Berger, which is low.
Yeah,
that is below
that
average.
is low.
361 for Nathaniel Lowe. That's above average for major league standards. But here's where the Rangers are saying we're going to make up for where we're losing the on-base percentage and the walks. We are going to make up for it in power. Last year, Jake Berger had 29 home runs and 23 doubles. Last year, Nathaniel Lowe had 16 doubles and 16 home runs. He had 1 triple, so he had 33 extra base hits.
Wow.
So this comes in to your slugging percentage.
He is good to go for whatever it's worth, Mike. And
Keith Law?
Yeah.
Let's go.
We welcome on to the program from the Athletic senior baseball writer, Keith Law. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing very well. Now, we were just kind of doing a breakdown of what the Rangers had with Nathaniel Lowe versus Jake Berger coming in. And I want to talk to you a lot about the prospect rankings coming up, but I'm just curious your general thoughts for the Rangers in terms of departure of Jake Lowe. And then here comes Nathaniel Lowe. And here comes Jake Berger. Sorry.
Yeah, not a huge fan. I think Berger's a really limited player. It's real power, and that's kind of it. He can't play third. We'll see at first. He might be a DH in the end, and it's chronically low on base percentages, and I just think that is fundamentally who he is as a player. He missed a lot of developmental time. He missed 2 years with serious knee injuries, and I think that really set back his pitch recognition, his ball strike recognition, and then he kind of got to the majors almost because he was old enough to play in the majors and obviously had the power to play in the majors, but it kind of stunted his development as a hitter. So I think it's a bit of a downgrade. It's cheaper, obviously, but I think they are a little bit worse off for having him versus having Nathaniel Lowe, who Rangers fans, my sense is they never really seem to appreciate Lowe.
Yes, we were just talking about that. Totally.
Yeah. I don't know why. He's a perfectly good player. He's not a star. You know, if you get a star at some point, we're going to talk about some future stars, I guess. But for now, he was a perfectly good player. It was a great trade that I would say really worked out for the Rangers.
What about the addition, though, of Jock Peterson? How do you feel about that one? Was that a good addition for them?
It does make me want, something's up with, I don't know if they're really worried about Evan Carter's back, which would be fair. I don't have a lot of information, but Peterson's a good platoon player, a really good platoon player, about the best example of that type of player. You don't let him face a lefty, but if you've got a righty starter or if you need a pinch hitter against a right-handed reliever, he is your guy. And he has been very consistent in that for several years now, where he's basically an all-star if the pitcher is right-handed, and he shouldn't play if the pitcher is left-handed. That is a good, useful player. Do they worry about Carter's back? Are they going to trade Leody Taveras? Do they just think Adolis Garcia is what we saw last year as a sign that it's over and he's on his way out? Somewhere, something there didn't quite add up to me. And I honestly, if we talked at the time, I'd say there's another thing coming. Something is happening, another trade, something is going to happen really soon, but it hasn't. So I still don't really know. A good player, weird fit, but I'm assuming there's something else we don't know that makes them think, no, we need Jock Peterson.
All right, so let's go to, because we want to hear about your prospect rankings, Keith.
Yeah, absolutely. And I specifically want to start with Walcott if we can, because we all love your work, and that's why we wanted to go with you. And everybody has Sebastian Walcott, 20, give or take, whatever. And you specifically mentioned in your capsule, he is underrated. For people who haven't read the article, please go do. You can check him out at The Athletic. But for people who haven't seen it yet, can you kind of give an idea of why you think he's underrated?
I'm not entirely sure, other than maybe maybe people don't realize just what he did, how young he was for his level. He was 18 in high A last year, one of only 2 players anywhere in the minors. 3 players in all of the minors to do that. And after a slow start, he started raking there, and they moved him up to Double A, and he continued to perform. He outperformed the other 2 18-year-olds who were starting at those advanced levels. And he's barely begun to scratch the surface of who he can be as a player. When I talk to people inside the industry, it's pretty consistent. No, Walcott's a superstar. Originally, when I started sending out iterations of this list, I didn't have the top 10 ranked. I just kind of had them in groups, in tiers, and everyone said, oh, no, move Walcott up. Like, should Walcott be 1, 2, 3? Like, I don't know who's got him at 20. I'm not criticizing anyone else's list, but I think that where I have him is very much in line with where Major League front offices have him. They see an absolute superstar who's going to get to the majors probably when he's 20. I mean, he could even get there when he's still 19. And it's power. It's probably going to be good defense at third. If he has to go to the outfield, it'll be good defense there. It's an advanced approach. It's great makeup. Like, what does he not do that would make you question putting him? Let's say, look, someone has him 5 instead of 2. I'm not going to argue that. But he's clearly one of the very, very best prospects in baseball.
Yeah, and I don't mean to skip over Kumar Rocker, but we feel like people know his backstory a lot better.
Yeah.
What I was curious about, that people don't know Alejandro Rosario as much. What was your insight for him? Because obviously he's really been moving up.
Yeah, and that one I understand, because if you had seen him or knew anything about him coming out of the draft in 2023, you would say, it's a reliever. He stunk in college. I think he had like a 6 ERA in his draft year at Miami. And it seemed like an odd pick, but the Rangers almost immediately changed, more than anything else, they changed his pitch mix to better suit his arm action, honestly. And the results were almost immediate. And he was able to, and they tweaked the arm action a little bit. And that's a great job by scouting and by player development to work together and say, no, we see things in this guy that other people aren't going to see. And that is what traditional scouting is about. Once you get out of the first round, the good ones are usually taken by that point. And so we're much more talking about guys who are going to need some kind of work, some kind of development help. And so in the case of Rosario, they made some changes that he really took to them immediately, to the point where they started him in low A and they kind of had to move him up because he was too good for the level. And the result is, I think you've got, at worst, you've got a fourth starter and you've got a really good chance for something more.
Okay, so when it comes to Walcott, what makes him not a shortstop at the major league level? I got to see him last year at 17 in spring training and loved what I saw, but I saw him the other day at FanFest. He's a huge guy and huge hands. But I look at so many guys now in the league that are bigger shortstops, and I just wonder, gosh, Corey Seager, probably a couple of years from now, do you think he's a first baseman, which would open up that position?
I mean, the issue with Walcott, it's all size. I don't think it's a makeup question. I think his hands are good. His hands are very big, right? So he's certainly going to be able to get the ball. It's how, as he fills out physically, you could show a movie on that guy's back. He is huge, and he is going to be 240. Like, he would be one of the biggest shortstops in history. And just, Seager has bucked the odds by staying at short as long as he has. I do think Seager's going to have to move off short, but I think Walcott is too, because Walcott is so much bigger now than even Seager was at 18 or Correa was at 18. The other big shortstops we've seen in recent years, they were tall, but they weren't as broad. And Walcott is going to get so big and so strong, just based on what he looks like already at age 18, that I think it's inevitable he moves off the position, because he's just not going to have the lateral range or agility to be the kind of above average to plus defender that a contending team wants at that position.
All right, that's a great answer. Now, my other one is, when you're doing these rankings, a guy like Rocker, who was awesome in a short amount of time last year in the minor leagues and then showed that he could be successful at the major leagues, how much do you knock a guy for their age, where you're like looking at an 18, 19-year-old, probably 2-3 years away from ever competing at a major league level, versus Rocker, who looks like this year's probably going to get 100 innings or so at the major league level?
So for position players, it's huge. And for pitchers, it doesn't matter a ton, because with pitchers, there's almost a disadvantage to being too young, because they get hurt at such high rates, and teams have not figured out, or they kind of know and they're just ignoring the factors that increase a pitcher's risk of injury. Now, Rocker is a little different, because obviously he's already been hurt, and before the Rangers drafted him, there were concerns about what might be going on in his elbow and his shoulder. So the fact that he's kind of on the other side of Tommy John and came back and his stuff was, I actually think, better than ever, certainly better than it was right before the Rangers drafted him, and that he looks like he showed a little bit. He can pitch in the majors right now, is why I put him where I put him on the list, even though he might be the second oldest guy on there. River Ryan, also a pitcher, I think is the oldest guy in the top 100. Both of those guys have two things in common. They're ready for the majors for Ryan Wilby when he comes off the injured list. And they have now stuck. They are going to pitch towards the top of a rotation. And that's what I see with Rocker. I don't know how long he's going to last. I hope he gets 5-6 years as a good major league starter. He might get less than that, but I know his stuff right now is going to get major league hitters out. And there's a lot of value in a guy who can come pitch at a high level today, even versus saying he can do that a year from now.
Talk with Keith Law right here on 105.3 The Fan for The Athletic. One thing I did really want to ask you about, because I found your answer very interesting. Your ballot for the Hall of Fame, and one of the things you talked about is like CC Sabathia is a Hall of Famer. Like, he just is a Hall of Famer. But you added, again, in your article on The Athletic, his reputation around the game as a clubhouse leader, and then his voice and stature after his playing career to speak out about racial inequities in the game. And I wanted to know more about that. Is that something that you think factors in for a lot of writers when they're determining, like, maybe if it's a fine line between Hall of Fame or not Hall of Fame? Like, how much do they take into account those other circumstances?
Every voter, every writer who votes approaches it differently. Some guys don't want to consider that stuff at all. Some guys consider it extremely heavily. To me, my process is always what they did on the field is first. And that becomes, you sort of have three groups: the guys who are no doubt Hall of Famers, the guys who are no doubt not Hall of Famers, and the guys where you're kind of on the bubble. And Sabathia was one of those guys for me, where I pointed out Sabathia and Andy Pettitte have pretty similar career numbers, kind of any way you look at it. So what's the separator? Well, a big separator is the character. And Sabathia gets extremely high marks for his character from people who played with him, from people who played against him, and from what we were able to see on the public side during and after his career. Whereas Pettitte's makeup, he was connected to PEDs and, obviously tied to Roger Clemens, who had huge PED issues and other scandals of his own. So to me, that is a part of why I was able to separate those two, or willing to separate those two, and go yes on Sabathia and remain a no on Pettitte. Not everyone thinks that way. There's a character clause in the Hall of Fame voting guidelines, but there are no requirements to use it. And I think it's something we need to use judiciously, because I've pointed out in the past, the character clause historically has been used against players of color. And you still hear some of this in baseball, where black players are more likely to be called lazy, or for people to question their baseball IQ or their instincts. And we use the same words to praise white players of lesser ability. So I've always been wary of overusing the character clause, because you can use it for the wrong reasons. In Sabathia's case, I thought the case for his character was overwhelming.
The only thing I disagree with you, Keith, about CC being a teammate of his is he was a Laker fan and a Warrior fan, and I thought that was wrong as a fan of sports.
No, you can't do. I agree.
You got to choose your team, CC.
Yeah, no, that's like extreme front running there. That is, if I'd known that, I might change my ballot.
Man, thank you very much for all the incisive information. You can check out all his stuff on The Athletic. It is Keith Law. Thank you very much for the time this morning, good sir.
My pleasure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That went so well. Let's have another guest. Coming up next, former Cowboys running back, College Football Hall of Famer, now East-West Shrine Hall of Famer, Eddie George, next on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you former Cowboys running back, college football Hall of Famer, now East-West Shrine Bowl Hall of Famer. It is Eddie George. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
We're doing really well. Thank you for jumping on with us. Now, I just want to make sure I have my timeline right. Did you guys have the fancy banquet yesterday and then the East-West Shrine Bowl today?
That is correct. We had the banquet last night in the Texas Rangers Stadium, which is awesome. A beautiful event. It was raining last night, so I'm glad that the roof was closed. But it was great. It was a first-class affair.
Are you to the point, because you said it's great, first-class affair, I'm not dismissing that at all. Are you to the point that you've done so many fancy things, though, that when you go into one of these, you're like, that's fine? Or do you always find something about it that you're like, ooh, wow, this is fancy?
No. I think anytime you're getting inducted into any type of Hall of Fame, for me, I can only speak for myself. I have a great sense of gratitude and joy behind that, because people recognize, what you've done in your career. It's been 25 years later, and you have a chance to impart knowledge and wisdom to the younger generation of what it took and what you had to go through to get there, and share stories. And also, for particular this one, the East-West Shrine Bowl, what it represents over the last 100 years. The Shriners Children's Hospitals, they provide specialized pediatric care regardless of a family's ability to pay. And that's something that, has been very successful. And it also highlights the talent that's coming out of college to give them an opportunity to get in front of scouts over a week's period of practices and to separate themselves from everybody else to compete and so forth. So it's one of the oldest, or the oldest bowl game of this caliber, and it's tied to a philanthropic effort, and what can be better?
Oh man, it's always a great highlight. Now, Eddie, I was kind of curious. Do you have the painting of you running away from the Notre Dame defenders up all the time, or was that just for Tim Brown?
Well, honestly, that picture has always been there. I just didn't notice it that particular day. Tim just so happened to be on there, and there was the picture. So, no, I'm joking. I set it up for Tim. We have a long-lasting relationship. Tim and I, of course, I had a chance to play against Tim in the league, and we developed a relationship to the Heisman, and we were on various shows together, the Fox Sports Grill football show, pro football preview show back in the day. So we have a great relationship, man. Our families know each other. So I was like teasing him a little bit, rubbing in his face a little bit. And, he knew the outcome of that game, what it was going to be. So I just had to let him know.
That is fantastic.
It's a long-lasting relationship. Yeah.
We've had him on a few times. He's a great dude. And being from around here in Woodrow Wilson High School is always nice to see as well. I was kind of curious, Eddie, when we watched you here and when we watched you throughout your career at Tennessee, I always thought of you as a very powerful back and a very strong running back. And I was kind of curious if you ever looked at other running backs, who was the guy that you were like, he does something I can't do? Like if you maybe Chris Johnson was a real fast, lightning fast guy. Was there something that you were like, I wish I could add something like that guy has to my portfolio?
No, not really. I mean, God gave me the abilities that he gave me. Of course, you always wish you could be faster. I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, Chris Johnson is a 4.2. Of course, I would love to be faster, but I would say I had a game that was powerful but yet elusive. I thought I did things very fairly well: blocking, running the ball, catching the ball out the backfield, and it was just one of those deals, man, where I was forced to play in the telephone booth. I didn't have the luxury of having, a couple of 1,000-yard receivers to stretch the field, to give you that space. So if you have to look at it totality, like I had to rely on one specific part of my game for us to be successful, and that's okay.
Well, I always drafted you as my running back in Madden. So this is like a really great moment for me, Kevin, because I get to thank him for all those Madden wins that I had back in the day.
This is very nice.
Yeah.
You can also, by the way, thank him by going to shrinebowl.com if you want to buy tickets for the game.
That is exactly what you can do there. I was also curious too, your time in Dallas. What kind of interesting place is Dallas to play in?
Oh, well, the fan base they're incredible. I mean, they get behind you. When I was here for that 1 year, they embraced me in hopes that we could do some great things together. Of course, it didn't work out that way, but the fans was always very supportive. They're very passionate fans. But Jerry runs his organization the way he wants to, and because he's the owner and he gets it. He demands excellence. His heart is in the right place. And you could argue, well, he might be too involved, and he might listen. He knows exactly what he wants, and he's involved in everything. It's first class. To how you travel, to how you prepare, making sure the players are well prepared and giving them the best from nutrition, comfort, and so forth. Now, I think he just has to do a long, hard look and meditate on the fact that, okay, for us to get to that next level, and realistically, what's going to take for us to start winning championships around here is finding the right guy in the building and allowing him to coach his players, allowing him to find the right groceries for what he needs to cook up to build a sustainable excellence that he's looking for. Now, in Dallas, they've had some spikes here and there. They've had some great times with Tony Romo and Ezekiel Elliott and transition to Dak and so forth, but just that sustainability just hasn't been there. One, that's been the league, but two, it's a cultural thing in the locker room that they're going to have to address. From the outside looking in, you have to look at it from the top down. Are they all on the same page? With the GM, well, Jerry is the GM and the owner. And the head coach that he's bringing in. Sometimes you're in a situation where you're handcuffed to only what you're allowed to do. So, Jerry's going to have to do a hard look at himself and say, okay, if I want this to be successful, I've got to allow my coach to coach and trust that he's going to make the best decisions. And he may have done that. I'm not sure. But that's what it looks like on the outside looking in, and a cultural issue in the locker room.
Eddie George joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Dallas Cowboys, by the way. Looking at this running back class that's coming into the NFL this year, Ashton Genty, everybody knows about what he is. I was kind of curious, with what today's game is, what is the best style of running back to put behind what kind of offensive line? You were talking about the totality of it, and like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley go to two different teams, two unique styles of running back. What's the style of running back you would look for out of this class this year?
One that's going to give me the hard tough yards. Man, you look at Saquon. He's our version. Well, this generation's version of Barry Sanders. Okay, yes. He's able to hit a home run from anywhere on the field, anywhere, anytime. It doesn't take a lot of yards for loss. He gets behind a great offensive line. He is imposing his will right now. Same thing with Derrick Henry. You get him going, 255 pounds of back, comes out here and imposes his will. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a guy that can own the middle of the field and that can wear a defense out. He's not physically built to stop powerful running backs nowadays. Everybody's, the defenses are now, personnel-wise, are a little bit smaller up front. They want to play fast, they want to play with speed, try to cover every blade of grass in the field. Well, now the game is getting back to that physicality where that forced you to play football. You look at the last four teams that played in the playoffs, they had some form of a run game, okay? The Bills with Josh Allen and Cook. Of course, Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts. Even the Redskins with Daniels and their bevy of running backs. They're all now predicated off that run game, and you have to have an element of it to win a championship. Now, Kansas City's a little different. Mahomes is Mahomes, and he is a problem for everybody. Whether he's running it, throwing it, doesn't matter. They have enough of a run game to keep teams off balance. But I think if you don't have that guy at quarterback, you've got to run your offense to a power run game. So I think the game is starting to gear back toward the days when you're running 100-yard formation, coming downhill, forcing these safeties and backers to fit it right every single time. The moment that you don't fit that thing right, it's going to split and go a long way. So I think we're getting back to that.
As we're talking with Eddie George right here on 105.3 The Fan, I was curious, when you interview with the Bears or when you interview with Tennessee State, whatever the case might be, do they ask you a plethora of questions to start off, or do they essentially go, hey, what is your vision for this team, this program? And then, like, you give your presentation and the questions go from there?
Yeah, well, it's very conversational. In my experience with the Bears, I did an internship with them 2 years ago with the Bill Walsh Diversity Program, and it was really just get reacquainted. And first of all, I had to let them know who I was, who I was in terms of not just a Heisman Trophy winner, played with the Titans and so forth, but who I am as a man. What are my principles? What do I believe in? And then we got into more specifics of what is my plan for the Bears? What does that look like? Coachly speaking, in the locker room, coaching staff, the familiarity with the roster and the salary cap, community relations. I mean, all this stuff, was talked about for over a 3-hour period. So, it's really just giving your thoughts and sharing your thoughts about how you would fix the Bears, a case study. And if you look at it that way and here are your answers, here are your problems, and these are the solutions. It's not a cookie cutter thing. Each team is different. Each program is different. What's needed at Tennessee State is vastly different than what's needed at Chicago.
Yeah.
So it's a piece by piece deal, and that's what I've learned over the last 4 years is being in this business. Adaptation is the key, really, for success, and the ability to adapt, but also holding on to your convictions and your virtues in terms of your philosophy, your non-negotiables, and who you're going to be as a head coach. So you have to strike the balance between being flexible and being stern, and that takes a great deal of discernment within that fine line.
Now, the 100th annual East-West Shrine Bowl is tonight at AT&T Stadium. You can get your tickets at shrinebowl.com. Eddie, you're in the College Football Hall of Fame, just got inducted into the East-West Shrine Hall of Fame. What's the next Hall of Fame that you want? Like, what are you gunning for next? That's because you already got 2, so let's go for 3, 4.
Well, you know what? I'm also in the High School Hall of Fame, the National High School Hall of Fame. So
3.
I think the last one would be the Gold Jacket. I think that would be probably the last one. So, if you're fortunate enough to get in there, my statistics and all, my body, my football life is worthy enough to get in there, then so be it. That's completely out of my hands. So I'm in the clubhouse with that one, boys.
Okay. And I definitely hear what you're saying about it being out of your hands. Do you ever feel the pressure to network or chat it up with voters or I'm serious, is this process political ever, you feel like, in terms of yeah, well, everybody likes that guy because he chats it up, but I have had better numbers than he did.
Well, I mean, I don't know the whole process. I've heard that that's what you have to do. Are you a voter by any chance?
I'm sorry, or else I would have had Darren Woodson in the Hall of Fame already for sure too.
All right. No, I think, listen, I play with Darren. I think he's definitely deserving of it. Not quite sure how it all works. Is it your body of work? Is it the number of Super Bowls you've been? Were you an integral part of the game? I'm not quite sure exactly what that criteria is, because you can look at anybody's body of work that's played a very long time and make a case for or against that person. So, again, I'm not sure. I'm completely not sure how it is, but if you're in the conversation, I think you're deserving of going in. And Darren Woodson has been a finalist for, I don't know, 7-8 years or something like that.
Too long.
And at some point, either he's worthy to go in or not. And, it's a heartbreaking thing when you get to be a finalist and then the rug swept underneath you, and then you go through the whole process yet again. You get your hopes up. And I believe that Darren is definitely one, having played against him. What he meant to not only the organization, for the Cowboy organization, but what he meant for professional football, period. Class act, played the game the right way, put up the numbers for it, won Super Bowls, been the heartbeat of a great defense during their time when they really was relevant in the NFL in terms of wins. So I don't know what else could be said, other than if he's going to get in or not. I mean, so there's a lot of competition to get in.
Yeah, there is.
Well, we would love that for him. We would love that for you. East-West Shrine Bowl today at AT&T Stadium. You can get your tickets at shrinebowl.com. Eddie, thank you very much for taking the time and giving us all that info.
Guys, thank you for having me on, man. Good luck next season.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Eddie George right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is very fair. I think that's why he said it. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus we're going to talk about, tequila chicken next on The Fan.
Commercial-free.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basilwigs.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Podcast has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
This game day segment of The Fan is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I promise I really do love underdog. If you want to go higher or lower,
screw the numbers.
Jalen Hurts, 253.5 yards
or Lamar Jackson
in the big game. You can make that happen. Not Lamar Jackson. I messed that up.
We're still continuing that segment you did as a commercial?
No.
Oh.
Now it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
You only raised $80,000 for Peace-a-thon last year. Come on,
Dude,
Kevin. You gotta be better, man. You gotta be better.
And now I just cut into your segment. I'm sorry.
Look at that, man.
They were going to do something special with that $80K. Well, they were going to do something special with $100K, but they couldn't raise the other $20,000 you promised.
It was like 83.
17.
I think they only budgeted for like 45. So
man, why does my possibilities have no faith in us year in, year out? Did they hear that underdog live read and they're like, yeah, guy.
Oh, they said it was 45 last year. We're going down to 35. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, we got to start budgeting different around here, man. It's a different economy with Kevin doing these live spots. It's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. I can get that part right, but that's a lie. My name's actually Alexander. Don't call me that. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. It's going to be inspired by something that I don't know if it's a genius idea or if it's just weird. We're going to get to that here in just a second. It's tequila chicken. Anyways, the question of the day is surrounded by this. We'll get to that in a second. What is a weird food combination that someone around you or yourself really likes?
Peanut butter and cheese.
Oh, okay. That's a great start.
I liked it as a kid, and I haven't had it in a while, but I did it as an adult. Peanut butter on toast with scrambled egg on top.
That's weird.
Really?
That is
good.
Weird.
It's good.
Oh.
Just telling you.
But see, I guess the thing, like I'm thinking like the sweet part, but French toast has egg on it. Like there's a lot of things that have egg that also go with sweet. So maybe I can try it.
I used to think everybody in the world did this, but my grandmother did this and I always thought it was great, is hot dogs and ramen. So I don't know if that is a widely accepted thing or she just didn't want to spend a lot of money on her meal. Either way, thought it was delicious.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Yeah, that was something
I would definitely try that and go, yeah, no problem with that.
We used to have a Christmas party amongst friends way back when we were all single. And we had one friend that would always bring shells and cheese with chopped up hot dogs in them. And that was the high.
Yeah.
People were bringing in like lobster thermidor and all sorts of stuff. And he rolls up with that. It's gone.
It's thermometer.
No, yeah. I thought Mike was going, how are you going to drink that? Because he was going to go lobster thermos, but I did not anticipate that one.
The thermometer part. But yeah, that was always the thing that was gone first, was that everybody was like,
That's
I love
awesome.
shit. Because we were,
What was the last word you just said?
Shells. I was going to say shells.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Good job, Corey.
I said shells.
Sounded like a cuss word.
Yeah, Kevin's getting in your head, man. I don't like that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you dropped the S bomb. Kevin drops the F bomb.
The 903
bomb you want me to drop?
ranch on fried fish.
I like
Corn
tartar
dog
sauce
salad.
and ketchup when I go to
Excuse me?
Long John Silver's, underrated. I like taking ketchup and tartar sauce and mixing it together. But
Lucy does that.
I do like it. I think it's very good. Tartar sauce and ketchup together, very good combo.
She's always like, Daddy, would you like to try my new invention? And I'm like, nope.
Aw.
I don't want to.
Because it's going to be weird.
I don't want to taste it and be like, ugh.
I like that
I did
noise.
as a kid in elementary school. I did get dared, or I stupidly was like, watch this, and I dipped my school brownie in mustard. Almost threw up. That's not a good combination.
What grade was this?
Somewhere between first and second grade.
Okay, that's
that
a
makes
reasonable.
sense, yeah.
I can just kind of see you being like, it was in 8th grade, and you're like, oh yeah, fart head, watch this.
I do remember one time, this was the worst. I still hold this against Adrian. One time, Carter was 4 or 5, and she handed him a thing of sour cream and told him it was vanilla ice cream. And he still does not trust her to this day.
Something similar happened with me.
She laughed so hard. I was like, why would you laugh at this? That kid's never going to trust you.
That happened to me twice, both because of my father, because, he's just evil. So, I don't know if they still do this, but the kid cuisine meals they used to have.
Yes.
They used to have the little, one of the sections was, I think it was like chocolate pudding.
Yes.
Okay.
Or a brownie.
Yeah.
Can we pause that for just 1 second? Did you ever feel like you had to have a college degree to cook the kids' cuisine the way they wanted you to?
You had to peel this part, poke this part.
But if you peel that other part, your main
screwed.
part's done.
Your mashed potatoes
Hey,
are burnt.
Yeah, idiot. Why didn't you do this with your brownie? Like, I thought it was delicious, but man, they had some rules on there.
It was way too complicated for a child's meal. Like, what are we
for
doing?
sure.
But the one that would have the chocolate pudding, I would always want that one. And they made a similar one. I think it had chicken nuggets with it, but they put barbecue sauce instead. And my dad told me, yeah, it's the one with the pudding like you like. And it was a crappy little meal. They looked exactly the same. And so I just got a spoonful of barbecue sauce, and I'm like 4 or 5 years old. Just ate the barbecue sauce, and that scarred me for life. I like barbecue sauce now, but one that scarred me forever, and it probably won't ever change. He used to do this all the time when we would go to fast food places. They used to actually just put it up at the counter. You had to walk up and go grab it. It was mainly at Taco Bell that this would happen. My dad's a big tea guy, and I was a big, just like whatever, Coke or Pepsi.
So he's not low tea.
He would switch our drinks because they're the exact same color, but it was tea. And so now to this day, tea scares me because I would always think it was soda, and then it would be that warm tea, and he would always get unsweet too. So there was no gratifying factor to it. It was just straight tea. I'm like, nope, can't do this.
To this day, I believe that is why I hate tea so much. I've tried it more recently, still don't love it. But our version of that was we used to have that big brown jug that you couldn't see through. And I drank out of it directly once because I thought it was apple juice when I was a kid. And it was tea. I thought it was the grossest thing ever. I just spit it out all over the floor.
What?
Yeah.
You couldn't find a sink?
I did that in the middle of a Taco Bell.
No.
I feel like we should do some things, and we should give Kevin money when we go to New Orleans next week to try different flavors.
Try this.
That's how my dad got me to branch out growing up, to finally try steak when I was 14 maybe. He was like, $50. I was like,
Yes.
done. And I tried steak. I was like, this is the best thing ever. I've been missing out. What the heck?
That's how not that I don't get made fun of enough. That's how my mom got me to try pork chops. She called them white
apple
steak.
Did you like pork chops?
I did.
Yeah.
And I do.
What do you think, Corey, if we made him, is it called chicory tea or chicory coffee? I'm sorry.
Chicory coffee over at Cafe Du Monde.
Yeah, so you get the great donut, right? You're just getting a powdered donut, but then we make you drink all of the coffee with it. And then we do a radio show with him jacked up on coffee for the first time ever.
Hey, everybody, welcome to KNC.
Yeah, that would be fun for us.
I think that would be great.
Yeah, I think our audience would enjoy that. That coffee is, you kind of have to like it, you know?
I'm not crazy about it.
I
like
put a lot of cream in it.
Yeah.
I put a lot
I
of
don't
cream
like
in that
coffee like just coffee.
I get it.
I have to trick it up.
Yeah.
Inject it right into the vein, you know?
Let's see, from the 469, Dr. Pepper and pork rinds. But from
That sounds normal.
Yeah, that sounds okay. From the 817, I put sugar on my mac and cheese.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting. From the 214, Applejack cereal with orange juice. Do you use the orange juice instead of milk? Is that like a substitute?
That sounds like a fun idea. Because it's already apple flavor. You like apple and orange goes together.
I don't think it's apple flavor. It's sugar flavor.
Pretty much.
I don't think orange juice on cereal's good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never tried it.
I've never tried it either. It doesn't sound good, but to be fair, we haven't done the research.
Exactly. We should do the research.
From the 817, chili on a cinnamon roll.
You know what? We need to be writing down all of these. The fan text we're getting right now. We need to just screenshot it.
Yeah.
And for, during the summer, try one out every week.
Little, and my grandpa, he would have milk with. We'd go out to Tex-Mex places where there's like El Phoenix or something like that. To Cheetos, they're gone, but and he would always order a glass of milk with his enchilada dinner, and it was
to settle his.
I don't know. I was like, I feel like we're getting enough dairy here right now, and then we're adding the spice.
How much
and I'm
dairy is enough dairy, Mike?
Well, if you get cheese enchiladas with cheese sauce on top, and maybe you order a thing of queso
Chips
to
and
dip your
queso,
chips
yeah.
in, I'm like, the dairy's here. We've dairied it up. But I was
Boy,
like,
I like
milk
this.
just doesn't sound pleasing at all with Tex-Mex.
I never really want milk, ever.
Cookies?
Not
Cake?
even. I never desire. If I'm gonna have cake, I'd rather put ice cream on it than milk.
It was my son's birthday yesterday, and I celebrated by not being with him. So we're going to celebrate tonight. Well, I had commitments.
Let's go, Rangers.
Ranger Sports Network. Let's go.
But I should know my 15-year-old son better, because I'm like, do you want a cake? Do you want cookies? Do you want ice cream? Do you want all of the above? I'm here to celebrate you tonight. But I don't know what he loves as his favorite dessert.
Well,
that's bad of me.
I wonder if he's going to love this. The reason I asked this, for the Super Bowl upcoming, Popeyes has dropped a new food collaboration with Don Julio Tequila. You can now get your hands on the Popeyes Tequila Reposado flavored Concha chicken sandwich.
Interesting.
A chicken breast fillet marinated in Reposado tequila, then fried in Popeyes crunchy buttermilk breading and toppings and all of that. So it's like their normal process, but it's pre-marinated in tequila. And since it is, you have to be 21 and over to order this. You have to show an ID, even though it's all baked out. But they have that and the same marinade on wings. So if you want to try tequila chicken.
Well, I've had tequila lime chicken plenty of times, like at a Mexican restaurants or something like that. I've had it, but I've never had it fried. So I don't know what that is, but
the best way for me to fry my chicken is you marinate it for at least 2 hours, if not like overnight, in buttermilk and pickle juice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And that gives it great moisture.
Yep.
So as you're frying it, you still get really juicy chicken. And it's a kind of a trick that Chick-fil-A does.
Yes.
They marinate their chicken in pickle juice.
It has the salty flavor,
But
it
you
has
just
some
add the
tart
buttermilk to it too, and you have yourself a very juicy fried chicken.
And I just wish that people could hear the things that Kevin Hagelin tells me that only goes to my ears.
Man, that was
is
a
my
good
time.
joke.
That
was
was,
a
and
good
I
joke.
almost lost it, but that's my time. Thankfully, it's the end of the
Was
segment.
it about ED? Because coming up next, I bet there's a commercial about ED.
Eric Dickerson.
No, but there is one for Best Buy Windows, Mike.
Oh, there is? Give me a minute here. You keep talking. Oh,
Okay.
we're already out of time?
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you trade your NFL MVP for a Super Bowl? Next, right here in the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Base.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Three Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan tomorrow. Make sure you join us. Hopefully you're always with us. At 10:20, we will have, he used to be called Edge. Now he is Cope in AEW. We will have the wrestler on with us at 10:20. But right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start, I want to know y'all's thoughts about this, because besides Cam Newton's ridiculous looking hat today, it was more ridiculous than others. He said he would not trade his MVP for a Super Bowl ring. With the logic, he immediately said no, and then said, what's more important, impact or a championship? Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Respectfully, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. What do you guys
like when he says respectfully?
Yeah, respectfully. That one feels extra
we all
tough
know those
right
are
there.
average to below average quarterbacks.
So what
it doesn't mean, I would say this, it doesn't mean that you're a below average quarterback. It would just that you finish second in MVP, like, you know, the great Dak Prescott.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about that concept? Because I know we talk about this a lot in basketball. I don't know if the same is true in football with the championship missing. I guess Dan Marino probably.
I will say individually, it is very cool to say you are the MVP of the NFL, without a doubt. And I guess they'll bring you back to Carolina. I'm not saying they won't. He's the greatest Carolina quarterback. They have a really bad history.
Sure.
And so it's kind of like, it's, you know, Cam would be different if he was a Dallas Cowboy and won the MVP. It'd be like, that's awesome, but we have other quarterbacks too. I know that when you win a championship, man, do they celebrate not just you, but they celebrate your teammates every 5 years or every 10 years. And it's just this big deal. So I hear what he's saying. I think it's a tough question. The reason I'm hesitating is I'm like, It is a really tough question.
Yeah.
MVP of a league is so special. Now, Steve Nash has 2. I don't know. But then he's not really considered a top 30 player of all time because he didn't win a championship. And Cam Newton is not considered an elite quarterback, and he won't get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know. He's an MVP, but that's not going to help him in his Hall of Fame case. But if you won a championship, to his point, it doesn't help you if you're Brad Johnson, but it's going to help out Eli Manning a lot, and I bet he never came close to winning an MVP.
Yeah, in my mind, first off, I like teamwork anyway. Like, I like to work with a team, so I don't like to be the individual doing things. But the part of winning a championship feels like you're walking away from it going, I was surrounded by the best players that year. I was playing with everybody that was on that team was the best because nobody could defeat us. We were the champions.
Yeah.
So I was part of something, and I had a bunch of other guys that were all working with me for that same goal, and we all did it together. We created an atmosphere that we all wanted to communicate what we wanted to accomplish, and we did it. So I'm personally would prefer the championship over the MVP.
Okay, interesting. Now, I'm going to run through a list of quarterbacks here, and I want you to know if you think everyone in this group is elite or they're generally elite. Troy Aikman, Tom Brady, John Elway, Patrick Mahomes, Ben Roethlisberger, Kurt Warner, and Russell Wilson.
That's an awesome list. Obviously, the last one you listed is the only, I'm not sure if he's a Hall of Famer, but all the other ones are.
Elite's an interesting word.
Well, and I'm glad you said that. The reason why I bring it up is because those are all the quarterbacks that reached 2 Super Bowls within the first 5 years of their career. Jalen Hurts is on that list now, too.
Wow.
But it doesn't feel like anybody considers Jalen Hurts elite. Do you think that's a fair assumption, or do you consider him elite?
Yeah, I don't. If I'm naming the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, maybe I consider him at 5, but he's not close to the top 4.
Yeah, he's in my top 10 because their team is that good. But I don't think of him as a prolific passer. But then I watch him throw to AJ Brown and Devontae. Sometimes I'm like, man, that was beautiful.
Like right now, you have tier 1 quarterbacks. If you want to just not put Patrick Mahomes on his own tier, but you have Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, and Lamar Jackson. I think are tier 1 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I don't think Jalen Hurts even is considered with those guys.
I think you're probably right, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it up because I was fascinated.
Neither's Russell Wilson.
Yeah, and that's tough too for him because I never thought there was a time he was. Because even when they were winning, everyone's like, "Oh, you're winning with the defense. Like, good for you."
Yeah, and you have Marshawn.
Yeah,
Lynch
but the people who
were
were saying that were his teammates. That was the weird.
That is
like,
true.
Hey, why are his defensive teammates going, we're carrying this dude? And then we kind of found out, maybe they were when we were giving Russell a lot of credit.
And from the 903, he's not elite, but unlimited.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's a good point from the 682. Cam Newton said the WNBA would surpass MLB in popularity in 20 years, which is one of the dumbest opinions I've ever heard. But I was too sick to talk and couldn't talk about that with y'all. Now, Matthew Stafford. Still got to work out a couple of things with the Rams, but he said, the word is he's coming back to play in 2025. It feels like from watching him that you're like, oh, yeah, he could play another season.
Who's this?
Matthew Stafford.
I know they wanted to make that happen quicker, too. Like, McVay was like, hey, let's get this done faster. So it's interesting.
I know it's Super Bowl week, so it might be the last time for me to ask all the football questions this season. So I don't know if we're doing it Tuesday or not, but I was thinking, who could be a superstar next year who hasn't even been a star yet?
Ooh, man.
That's like one that I was thinking about when it's like,
I'm kind of doing that with baseball a little bit in C Block today.
Ooh.
So think about that for a little bit, Mike.
You think about this. Post Malone is going to headline the NFL's tailgate concert ahead of Super Bowl 59.
Is this on Saturday night?
I believe that is
before the game.
I think it's before the game, like in the afternoon.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're going to get a great show. A lot of people seem to like Post Malone, man.
They really do, don't they?
105.3 The Fan Zone.
He's trying to drink beer on commercials.
Dude, I think those
commercials
are funny. I think Shane Gillis is funny anyway. I know he's controversial in some ways, but I think he's got a good stand-up bid.
Who has had such different transformations from where Post Malone was 10 years ago and then 5 years ago and now who
Kicking
he
off
is
the
now.
Bieber tour.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Will he go down as a more successful tattoo on the face person than Mike Tyson?
I don't know. We all got to see Mike Tyson's butt, and I think that was the
no
cherry
tattoos
on top,
his
you know?
butt.
That's true.
At least he had a cod piece on. Like, geez, what if they'd have scanned down and he's just been naked? I guess it's Netflix.
That's true.
Dangling like they're like a punching bag. you know?
Yeah. He calls those his speed bags.
Okay.
All right. It's too far.
There's only one speed bag. I've never seen somebody do two speed bags.
I bet they have. I can't prove any of that with a video.
There's YouTube. I'm going to YouTube
Okay.
this.
All right. You do that.
Careful how you word it.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. All right.
Two speed bags at one time is what I'm searching for.
I hope the safe filter is on. All right. Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau has a request from the Jets to interview for their QB job, as well as a request from the Bears to be their passing game coordinator. The reason I wanted to throw this out there is, first of all, he's only 29 years old, but also he went to Carrollton Creekview High School.
Oh, congratulations. I remember that name.
There you go.
That's interesting. Jaden Daniels has a great season, and everybody's like, hold on, let's talk to his quarterbacks coach.
I mean, you got to at least check, right?
He did something right. He communicated something that helped out that player just as much as Cliff did. So that relationship's very interesting. Yeah, that's awesome for him.
No such thing on YouTube.
Okay.
There's people that are showing you how to do a speed bag,
but not
or different ways to do a speed bag, but there's not anybody here that has two speed bags set up.
Okay. Now, something they could...
If you did it to Tyson, it'd be the first time.
I will defer to you, Mike, on this. When it comes to something that could be big for the Super Bowl, the Eagles have opened the practice window for Brandon Graham. Now, that does not mean he will play in the Super Bowl. Remember, he tore his triceps in November, and he had been hoping to play if the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl. This gives him that chance, like from a procedural point of view and when you have to have everything in. This gives him a chance. So not to say he'll play, but there you go. And then the last thing I wanted to mention to you guys today is, did you see, and I thought this was really cool.
How, I know he got to play in other Super Bowls, Brandon Graham, and I know we're almost out of time, but how heartbroken would you be if, let's just say you're in your 10th year in the league or 7th year in the league and you know your career's coming to an end. This isn't Brandon Graham. He's played in them and he's had a great career.
Jacob DeGrom.
And then you don't get to play.
Jacob DeGrom. Like that, I would hate that to be like.
He did get to pitch in 15 with the Mets.
But
that was like his second year in the league.
Yeah.
But yeah, to have your team have that much success and there's just, you can't, it's rare you'd get to play in the biggest game or the biggest series, the finals or the World Series or this, and you're just like, God, I can't, I'm hurt. You know?
No, that would be absolutely crushing. By the way, shout out, or if it's allowed, to the Broncos. They donated more than 15,000 Rydell Axiom helmets to Colorado high school football team.
Nice. There you go.
So, very well done.
That is how much the Dodgers donated to the Fires?
Yes.
Wasn't it $100 million?
That is amazing. And Steve Ballmer's out there. He's like, hey, I'll match every donation you make. And he's already made his own donation.
Thanks to Shohei, they were able to do that because they
Oh,
have
that's a
the extra
good point.
money.
How much money do the Dodgers have?
Dude, they got to have.
They just,
They're
like other
Russell
teams are like,
Wilson
we're
does.
donating 500,000 or we're donating $1 million. And it's money. Like, I get people. But when I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh.
That's amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out as we talk stars with the returning Joey Erickson next right here on The Fan.
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jack. My name is Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to puck around and find out. We're going to talk to the stars, and depending on how much information he volunteers, the relationship aspect of the returning Joey Erickson to the program. Welcome back, good sir.
I appreciate it. It's an absolute blast to be back with Mike and the fellas. More importantly, Mike. That's what it's all about. Pleasure to be with
Joey.
you.
My guy, Scotty Erickson over there. Black gloves, black shoes. And also, I just want to congratulate Joey because it looks like for the first time ever, he's getting some chin hair.
Yes, appreciate that.
I don't know if you can see that on YouTube or Twitch, but it's pretty awesome.
Thank you. I did shave recently, but it's starting to grow back. You know, the Corpus Christi Ice Rays are in a playoff push, so I don't know if I'm going to touch it very much longer. So, yeah, you'll have to be on the lookout for it.
This is playoff
as
beard?
it comes in.
Yeah, this is a playoff beard. Have you started growing hair on your cheeks yet, or is that just not happening? Or?
No. I get some in the chin. It's really scraggly. It's absolutely disgusting.
How about
actually.
your pit, your armpit?
I got decent. I got a decent amount there. My dad.
Don't you dare.
My dad will watch Locked On Stars. Every once in a while. He's a loyal listener, and every once in a while he sends me a text. It's time to shave. That's ugly.
Now you mentioned Corpus Christi. Tell everybody if they haven't been following, which they should, why you are actually here right now. Like you're in studio with us right now.
Correct. Yeah. The Corpus Christi Ice Rays this weekend are taking on the Lone Star Brahmas, who are actually currently first place in the South Division in the North American Hockey League. For those that do not know, I am the play-by-play voice of the Ice Rays. So we're up here for a big road trip. We got 3 games this weekend in North Richland Hills. It's at the NYTEX Sports Center. So Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon. I actually really encourage people to go out there because these two teams do not like each other. There's going to be fireworks, and they played last week. The Brahmas unfortunately swept Corpus Christi, so there's going to be a lot of tension this week. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's really good hockey. It's really good hockey, and you got some really talented young players. So looking forward to the series. And just looking forward to the whole week of being back home. So I get lucky that I get to come back here every once in a while.
Very nice.
You brought up not liking each other, and that kind of reminded me of the injury we just had the other night.
Yes.
That's not Mark Stone saying
accident.
That's not Mark Stone saying, "Hey, remember what Jamie Benn did to me in the playoffs?" Is it? And I've been carrying this. I've been, shouldering this for a while, and I just couldn't wait to take it out on you guys.
I hope it wasn't. The difference with that is that the league actually suspended Jamie Benn and held him accountable for his actions. The league said they didn't care about this play on Miro Heiskanen. I have a lot of different opinions on the matter. Do I think he intentionally tried to injure Miro Heiskanen? No. Do I believe he intentionally put himself into that spot and into the lower half of Miro Heiskanen? Yes, I do so. The so-called tripping, as they call it, I think it's really soft. Mark Stone's a really good hockey player. I think he can stay up on his boots a little bit more. And when he slow it down, it looks worse. Everything's going to look worse when you slow it down. But he knows what he was doing. Is sort of where I get to a point where it's so frustrating. You know it's Miro Heiskanen. Come on. You know he's so significant and important, and to put yourself in that position where damage could have been done. And fortunately, this just came out about 30 minutes ago.
He's week to week, right?
That's huge. Yeah, week to week until labeled as week to week until all the information is determined. That gets me giddy even hearing that, because I thought there was real worries about him being done for the season, and that would have changed my whole perspective on the Dallas Stars moving forward. Win to win feels like, or week to week feels like a giant win for the Stars right now.
Do you think Mark Stone is better at playing hockey or helping Las Vegas circumvent the salary cap?
Well, 95% is circumventing the cap.
Okay.
They're wonderful at it. I think GM Jim Nill should do the same here with.
We have the
Tyler
opportunity.
Seguin. Yeah. I would love for him to do the same thing. And look, Miro is so significant. You can't overstate how important his loss would be. I mean,
Just
look
the amount of minutes.
Yeah, you can compare it to sort of Luka Doncic in a way. And I know basketball is completely different. He always has the ball in his hands, and he's always a threat to score. But Miro plays 26, 28 minutes a night, and is your best player on the ice at any given time. And let's just compare it to the Mavs. If Doncic was out, we'll knock on wood, for the rest of the season, you would be like, okay, you'd have different perspective on how the Mavs should go about things. Well, maybe at the deadline, we're not as aggressive and certain things like that.
With Miro being week to week, which, I mean, it sucks, but it's probably a best case scenario for him. That also overwhelmingly likely means he's going to miss the Four Nations face-off.
Mm-hmm.
For people who are not familiar, we're doing something a little bit different here. What is the Four Nations face-off?
Yeah, so it's no All-Star game this year.
So we'll say All-Star break, but I really mean Four Nations break.
Correct. This is an NHLPA thing. It's a Players Association tournament. Unfortunately, it stinks that Russia's not a part of it. I know there's some geopolitical things, but when Russia's involved in hockey, it's a good thing. So you're missing out on the Kucherovs of the world and the Ovechkins. But anyways, it's a Four Nations face-off. So you got Team USA, you got Team Sweden, Team Finland, and of course, Team Canada. It's going to be a pretty quick tournament. It feels like. I think there's going to be a lot of urgency behind it, which I think is good. And I'm super stoked for it. It's supposed to be like a precursor to the Olympics. And Otter's going to be in it, of course. Rope Hintz still, and Esa Lindell with Team Finland. So it's been a while since I've watched sort of best on best, as they call it. And some of my favorite hockey memories were growing up. We're watching the Olympics. I remember the golden goal by Crosby, and I remember just sobbing in my gamer watching that game. But TJ Oshie in Sochi, the 8 times he went or whatever, and he scored. So they're just great memories, and I think it's gonna be great to set up for the Olympics too here. I think it's in Italy next year. So
one of the keys we've discussed a lot is keeping Otter fresh for the playoff run. How do you think they have managed that so far this year with DeSmith?
Smith just got a shutout.
Yeah, I would say that they're pretty much on track for how they've wanted to handle the tandem. I think Pete DeBoer said at the beginning of the year they want him to be around 55 to 63 games. That feels like the perfect amount. I know in December when DeSmith was dealing with an injury, Otter had played, I think, 8 in a row at one point, so there was some people getting a little irritated with that. DeSmith's been a solid backup. He's had some really nice starts. I mean, the majority of his starts, he's really just held Dallas into a lot of his games, so they've been good.
Would we not then argue then that he's been better than solid?
Correct. Yeah, I guess that would be a more apropos way of describing. I think Otter's having one of his more consistent years in his career this year. Hasn't been as much roller coaster up and down. I think he's top 10 in save percentage, which isn't a bad thing. And yeah, I think he'll be well rested and ready to go for the postseason, where I think he really shines bright in those moments. So,
have you gotten the sense, not from the Stars players themselves whatsoever, but from the fan base at all, that they have been a little cooler on this regular season just because you're like, yeah, no, I know you're really good.
That's how it happens.
Let me know once we get to the playoffs because we've done this a bunch now.
I would say so. I mean, even from my perspective, I'm talking about in August on Locked On Stars about the postseason, really. Like, what are the Stars going to be when the playoffs roll around? It's kind of, let's just get through the 82-game slog. Let's get through that, and we can just get to the postseason, which is a good feeling, too. There was about a decade where Dallas was always an 8 or 9 seed, and they're always, at this point in the season,
last
they'd be
2 games,
2.5 games back or 2 points, and it's just you're in one day, you're out the next. It's nice to be comfortable within the top 3. Now it's all about matchups, right? Can Dallas get an easier road than they did last year, where they really had to take on, 3 different Western Conference Finals opponents? But
who do you want to see from that perspective then?
I would love to see. As much as I hate to say it, and I don't think it's the best series statistically for Vegas, for Dallas, it would be Vegas. I would love to see that series again. I remember coming out of that first round last year, I was like, that's the best hockey I've ever watched. Like, just 7 games of just pure hockey. I would love to see that. I'm kind of on the Wild this year. I would love to see Minnesota again. That's always just so tension. There's so much tension between the two. Yes, and we own them. I would love to destroy them. Otter going into their building where he lived and he grew up in, and then boom, he just destroys the Wild.
I know we've already had the playoffs play out last year where Edmonton kicked our butts, right? In the end.
Until the inevitable.
I remember being in Denver, Colorado, where the whole Ranger season kind of started going downhill, but the Stars were going uphill then as they beat the Avalanche that night. I was out there with Eric Nadel watching. Do you think the Stars have a better chance of going to the Stanley Cup this year than they did last year going into the playoffs? I know we know how it played out last year.
That's a great question. I would say so. I really would. I would say so. There feels like there's such a hodgepodge of different teams in the West, and as much criticisms as I've had about the Stars this season, you look on paper, they're 3rd in goals against. They're 10th in goals for. The power play has to get better, especially at home. They're 31st in home power play. Makes no sense, and they've won a ton of games at home, which seems to contradict itself. But I like the Stars' chances against a Minnesota, even a Winnipeg, Edmonton for that matter, who have really turned it on again. But I think the path for Dallas is open, and the ability for them to get better at the deadline. Which you're probably going to see post Four Nations face-off is when teams are really going to start getting active and looking at the market. And hopefully with Miro, we'll get a better idea of when he's going to come back. Then you can really shore up this roster. I think there's just a lot of exciting things for the second half. And I think one of the positives out of the Miro injury, which is weird to say, but you're going to see Thomas Harley now get a chance to sort of step up, be that number 1. Liam Bichel, who I love. I'm curious if you guys have thoughts on him. He's such a man. Yeah, he's so just so huge. I asked my dad what he looked like when he went to a game in person. He's a moose among deer, and I think he really is. He's just ginormous. And I think they'll maybe let the leash off of him a bit. Not that they have been trying to shelter him, because I think they really trust him, but to see him get some more minutes over this next few weeks. And the great thing about it is it maybe came at a great time with the Miro injury, that we have this little Four Nations face-off break. He gets a couple more weeks. He doesn't have to play in those games, and he gets more well-rested. And we all know Miro needs to be as rested as possible, because he's going to be playing 30 minutes a night in the postseason.
All right, so I know we got 2 months-ish, month and a half, a little over a month before we get to the trade deadline. But this team, what do they need? I know injuries can play a part of that, but what does this team need to be?
Somebody who gives a damn and makes an impact on power play.
I would love to add a scoring winger of some type with some size. Somebody like a Mason Marchment. One of the things that I think Dallas needs to improve on is just a bit more of their size. I've kind of been.
It feels like it's been the thing for a while.
Well, I've been harping on this a lot too. I'm curious your thoughts, but you look at Stankoven, Bork, Blackwell, Steele. All similar archetypes, right? They all sort of play the similar style of game. I think they need to add another sort of Marchment type of figure that can score, but is also hard and physical, plays with an edge, right? Gets to that line, doesn't cross it. Or maybe he does, sort of like Jamie Benn every once in a while. Like that's good. So I would love to add something like that. And man, if there's an ability to go out and get a top 4 defenseman, if the price is right, that'd be awesome. Dallas native Seth Jones has been thrown out there. He costs a lot of money. It's not going to work probably with the cap unless Chicago wants to retain some of that salary, but I think he would be interested.
Which Jim Nill has gotten teams to do before.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, he's a wizard. I think he could possibly talk him into it. So we'll see how it all shapes out.
Joey, you keep saying 4 nations.
Yeah.
If they added 3 more nations, don't you think they'd have a theme song? Alec?
The song's called Seven Nation Army, Kevin.
This would be the hockey.
That'd actually be pretty sick. Imagine a hype video.
This would be hockey.
As soon as I heard you whisper and I heard 2 words of what you were whispering to Alec, I was like, I can see where this is going.
He was plotting over here. He wasn't even engaged. He was plotting the whole time.
What an iconic bass line that is, though. That is excellent. All right, well, as long as we're talking ridiculousness,
I couldn't remember how many nations there were in this song, to be honest, because is this a song?
Nation Army? Yeah. So we don't get the Utah Yeti or the Utah Yetis.
I wanted to talk
Stocktons.
about this. I did.
So we've got 3 other
Malones.
No, none of those names.
You can stick with the Utah Hockey Club.
Trouts.
Go with the Utah Mammoth or the Utah Wasatch.
Is that how you pronounce it? The Wasatch?
That's the green stuff you use for sushi.
Is it not?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I like Wasatch.
Okay.
But that probably doesn't sound right.
Because there's a mountain range named that in Utah.
Oh, is there? Okay.
I just feel like from an awareness standpoint, I don't know if that's what I would go with.
What about the Van Horns?
For Keith Van Horn?
Yeah, big time.
I was hoping for the Yeti, but I heard there's some trademark issues with that one cooler company. I think it has to be the Mammoth.
What do you think if they did? Mammoth is cool, but isn't Greg Ostertag cooler?
No.
He refs games in high school.
That's also because
now.
my wife wanted to marry him, so I might be biased.
Oh, that's tough.
And just think, you'd have Greg. I don't know clue if he can skate or not. I mean, I know he knocked his teeth out as a kid going down a water slide.
I've heard there was.
Your thoughts, Corey?
Well, he did. He was close to 7 feet tall, and the pool was only like 6 or 7 feet deep. He didn't think about his height when he went down head first.
Did they not have no diving signs?
It was like at a friend's house, but he just forgot how
his
tall
friend
he was.
really let him down right there.
Yeah,
go ahead, dive right there.
Yeah, if Chris Young did that in the 6-foot pool, his teeth would fall out too.
Anyways, I was going to say, I've heard some real rumblings. Like they're really okay with keeping it the Utah Hockey, like the HC, like sort of like the the football, soccer thing. But I kind of hate
Reggie likes it.
That's
why he's in Houston.
Would you like the Utah Yeti or Yetis?
Yeah, I would rock with that. I think the Mammoth would be cool. I'm honestly not thrilled with the 3 they've come up with. These are the finalists. I feel like there could just be a lot better. But again, I'm not in charge.
You've nixed all mine.
Man,
the Stocktons would be interesting.
And I sort of hate myself because I have a joke that I want to make, and I think it's going to be so bad it should be off air.
We got to go to break somehow.
Okay. Coming up next, would they consider the Utah Flintstones? Because when they go home, they can make those ladies' beds rock.
Yabba dabba doo!
Coming up next, NFL overreaction to reality. Maybe Joey chooses to do something better with his time. And Mike likes it. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
But they snap it, blitz again, Stroud in trouble, Karlaftis is there, Kansas City ball.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Joey Erickson with us today, or at least for a while. He's got nothing else to do. He's going to hang out. So how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality? Gentlemen, let's start with this. Overreaction or reality. With a victory in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs will clinch the greatest run of football in NFL history.
What do you mean?
Now.
This season?
I agree.
Okay. See,
Done.
Look at that.
Next.
So it would be the first three-peat. They're the first team to get there 5 times in 6 seasons. And so people like to trot out this nonsense about how the Patriots had an 18-year dynasty. That's a stupid argument. And if somebody tells that to you, educate them.
Noted.
They won Super Bowls for the seasons of 01, 03, 04. And then they won again in 14. Yes, agree in that short term.
10-year stretch without
They didn't. They made it to the Super Bowl twice in 10 years and lost both of them.
Mahomes
and then
would
they won again in 14, 16, 18. Those are 2 separate dynasties anchored by Tom Brady because he was really, really good at,
Spygate for the first dynasty.
Exactly. And then Deflategate.
Deflategate for the second dynasty. They
Absolutely.
had to gate something. They're like, we have lost the gate.
So I will argue, and I want to know if you guys think overreaction or reality, a win next Sunday, this is the greatest run in NFL history.
I will agree with you on this, in that Cowboys era was nice but shorter considering Patrick Mahomes has gone to 7 of these suckers. So the other thing, though,
I couldn't believe the Patriots had done it 8 times, so they're still short of the record.
Yes.
During that game, they answered the question,
which is incredible.
During quarterback, Mahomes, while he was doing his training, he was like, we still haven't been perfect, though. I think he's still hunting a perfect season. I think he's like, that's what scares me is they got to if they hadn't lost the one game, I think they would have tried to finish that one against the Broncos at the end of the year to try and be undefeated because he still wants to put that on the ledger. So I think you might even be more concerned next year after this.
It's remarkable what the Chiefs have done year in and year out. I completely agree with you. They'd be the only team that ever three-peat. The Chiefs-peat, as some are calling it. The Chiefs-peat. Mahomes is incredible. I think with this win, too, I think Mahomes starts getting into that conversation where some would take him over Brady as to go. I think that is a real conversation that could start to occur. I don't know if I'm quite there, but I'll be honest. I love I love watching Pat Mahomes, the way he manipulates referees. He manipulates the game, other
manipulates
players.
the voters of Super Bowl MVP.
The slowest, best running quarterback ever.
Yes. He just rushes 11 times all of a sudden. I think you're right, too. They're sort of in a mode where they just don't care for 4 months out of the season. And they're like, okay, time to use Kelsey now here a little bit. Time to use these other guys.
15-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
You brought this up.
I know they did care. But.
So we kind of got Joey's answer. So I'm going to skip down to a different question. If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl and Mahomes is named the MVP, you will think that he's better than Tom Brady.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, the consistency in this stretch, and
for sure,
from his first year, I would put him in that category.
Yeah, he's been amazing since his first year in the league. That's what's remarkable. I don't know if any other quarterback has kind of jumped.
Quarterback.
Yeah, well, Jaden Daniels, of course, had a great year, but Mahomes just the stretch is remarkable.
Unbelievable.
I would look at it this way, and I contradict myself on. You always look at prime rather than longevity.
Sure.
Yeah, longevity, we don't know. There's been so many quarterbacks that have been able to play close to 20 years to rack up stats beyond stats.
And that 18-year run of Brady is incredible.
Yeah, so we don't know if he's going to play that long to get close to kind of passing yards, total touchdowns, all of those things. But I've never seen a quarterback better in my life.
Well, let's say if he reaches it in the next 8 years, maybe he matches Brady, right, for Super Bowl. He feels like, I don't need to play till I'm 43, right? Like, couldn't that enter his brain? He's like, I can just retire early and be safe. I know quarterbacks are protected, but
the Super Bowl thing is weird for me, just with quarterbacks in the NFL in general, because it doesn't seem like any other sport. That's how we judge who's the greatest. So who's the greatest basketball player of all time? Oh, it's Michael Jordan. He doesn't have anywhere close to the most titles.
Yeah, it's Robert Horry.
Who is the...
Bill Russell.
Big shot Bob.
Yeah, who is the greatest hockey player of all time? Wayne Gretzky. He doesn't have the most titles. Who's the greatest baseball player of all time? Well, whether you think it's Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, they don't have the most titles.
Barry Bonds.
But,
Trout.
yeah. But when it comes to football, the most Super Bowls is equated to being the best, and none of the other sports operate like that.
I'm curious because football is sudden death. There's only that one game you have to perform.
That could be.
Where the other sport, it's a series, and I think it says a lot. And you look at the Chiefs too, about all the close games they have won too. Within a touchdown, they just consistently do it. They always win in these tight games. They always find a way to win. And Josh Allen had a chance to drive the Bills down the field to win the game the other night. He doesn't get it done. If Mahomes is on the other side of that situation, he probably does it. Finds a way to score.
The other thing too, as much of it is the quarterback being in an individual spot in it, it is such a team game. And looking at his appearances in the Super Bowl, the year he had the worst offensive line, they lost. They lost that Super Bowl. They couldn't even keep him standing upright. And so having that much talent around him all this time, because look at, was it 2022's draft class for Veach? They're all starters and all like the all pros, and all this is like right up there at the top, and they're all starting for this team. It's a wonderful draft right there. So the entire organization's built the right way.
I'm still in this segment from Kevin for one question.
Okay.
It's what's called overreaction or reality?
Yes, Mike.
That's a great line. Overreaction or reality? If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, Andy Reid's the greatest head coach in NFL history.
It's interesting.
I'm doing now this we kind of went the Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes route. Now I'm going to go you can say Bill Belichick isn't, but now I'm going to push you on this one.
Consider his all-time record, how often he's been to championship games, not just Super Bowls, but championship games. I mean, it's got to be right there next to whoever.
Okay, and see, I'll argue in the Super Bowl era, I'll listen to that more. For me, it just feels impossible to surpass Vince Lombardi. He was a head coach for 9 years and won 5 championships, including they started the new AFC NFC championship game, which is what a lot of people called it the first 2 years. He won those 2 to have his own three-peat.
Yeah, you loved watching all those teams too, didn't you?
I definitely did not see any of those, but I'm saying 5 titles in 9 years is pretty damn special. In the Super Bowl era, I would definitely listen to that.
They had, firemen and plumbers playing football back then?
Yeah, it's weird how nobody used to be good.
With J.J. Redick?
Yeah, nobody used to be good at
leather
the sport.
helmets.
Yeah. Okay, and
That
that's
guy's playing Bronny James.
that's a good
shooting
point.
6% from the field. What would Bronny
I'm glad
do
he got
at
in the
19?
other night. They got him some reps, though, which is good.
Yeah.
JJ was like, that was a terrible decision.
Yeah. He's like, those missed shots and turnovers aren't going to happen themselves.
Hey, he had 30 the other night in the G League. Private jet over to Philly.
I saw
Work him in.
Somebody post, if Bronny goes 1 for his next 15, he improves his shooting percentage in the NBA.
What the
That's just
hell?
gross.
Now, I've got a stat that kind of goes with what you were saying.
Okay.
Overreaction or reality to kind of tie into this. Andy Reid will eventually have the most coaching wins in NFL history. So, and this includes regular and postseason. So he just got number 300. And I guess he's up to 301 now. And the record is held by Don Shula at 347. So he's at 301. The record's 347. I know the Chiefs.
And how many was Belichick short of that?
14.
Okay.
And so it doesn't feel like 46 wins is a lot, but like you would have to have
including playoffs,
yeah, including
5
playoffs,
seasons,
or
right?
3 more
Yeah.
Chiefs seasons.
Yeah.
Feels like it'll get
I guess
you
I'd
there.
say 4, right? If you average
Probably.
12, you do it.
This also includes the playoffs. So
yeah, but I guess I'm doing
I
that
gotcha.
just in case they have a year where they don't win a playoff game or whatever. So 4 more years. This probably isn't fair. I look at his weight and wonder about his health.
I got
But he's been a healthy guy. He's an older guy. He likes eating cheeseburgers, it sounds like.
He does.
And then
He's got State Farm on his side, though.
dude, yeah.
Ooh, good point.
Did you see that one commercial where they're like, "What did you like about this commercial?" And they're asking Chiefs players, and one Chiefs player goes, "Patrick Mahomes wasn't in it," and the lady who's running it goes, "Yeah, that's rare."
That is kind of funny. Isn't that like the plot of, in a certain way, Celtic Pride, where there's 2 guys kidnap Damon Wayans,
Yes.
and they're like, "Hey, we'll let you go if we can get through all the channels without seeing one commercial with you," and didn't happen.
Doesn't work that way. Sorry, I'm looking up here, Kevin, and Stephanie McMahon doesn't look like the Stephanie McMahon I remember. So.
That's before face surgery.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I don't
My
know.
apologies.
I can't
Possibly.
confirm nor deny.
Well, people that are rich like changing their face.
Let's go back to Mike's segment.
They do.
Overreaction or
Mistake.
reality.
Okay.
Overreaction reality. Plastic
Is that
surgery
what
on
it's
the
called?
face is a mistake.
I think that's a reality because I'll tell you what, whenever you see, because like some of these people on like some of the reality shows that Jess likes, I'm like, they have to know.
Courtney
right?
Cox.
That like
That's-
everybody knows
Yeah.
that you do not look natural. I think there are other parts where you can fix things up that have a better success rate than the face surgery. So I would agree with
Like
that.
a tummy tuck.
Yeah. There.
I want one of those.
Me too.
Lip filler.
Butt lift.
God, how?
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
Ab job.
I was gonna say something. Not.
Thank you for not.
You get a 6-pack?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The Eagles are a better team than the one that took the field in Super Bowl 57.
I think so.
Okay. Go ahead, and then we can expand wherever y'all want.
And they're more dynamic offensively, and they're better defensively as well.
Now, the defense is interesting because the interior of the defensive line, not so good the last time. This time, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis,
Yeah.
Milton Williams.
Here's the part that I don't know, Corey. You're gonna have to help me out, and maybe you can too, Erickson. Their center position is in a situation right now with injuries, and obviously they lost their center from
Kelsey.
the last time. Yeah, but Kelsey's still in the game, just on the
Jason
other
Kelsey.
side. So offensive line wise, I know they're good. I'm not trying to say they're not good. That might be the one spot where maybe they were better in the last Super Bowl.
I agree. I would agree with you. Even though there's still a lot of those same guys back, that one spot in the middle that they use so frequently is a little bit weaker than it was. But they're still they're just a solid team from top to bottom on the roster.
Yeah, both of these defensive lines are going to create some havoc. Chandler Jones may have a field day, right? Or is it Chris Jones? I apologize. Chris Jones, yeah, may have a field day. Saquon, of course, is just unreal for Philly. It sort of feels like he's going to be the X factor of this Super Bowl, like whether he has an opportunity to go out and completely run rampant. If the Chiefs can sort of hold him in check and force Hurts to sort of do a bit more, you feel like Kansas City's going to have a good opportunity. I'm just curious to see how it all plays out. I don't know if I guess it all comes down to the fact too. Can the Eagles pressure Mahomes? You mentioned that first Super Bowl he was in. Like that, Mahomes couldn't do anything because he was just running for his life the whole time. Can Philly sort of recreate that against Mahomes?
And that might work into the next question. So let's go opposite team, opposite viewpoint. NFL overreaction or reality. The Chiefs are a worse team than the one that took the field in Super Bowl 57.
That was without Tyreek Hill, right?
No, they were. They were without.
I believe that is correct.
Okay, so that's the one player. Like, if he was still on the team, I would say, hey, that made where Patrick Mahomes would roll out to the right, buy time, and throw it 60 yards across the whole field.
Yeah.
Well, he can't do that anymore because he doesn't have Tyreek Hill to chase those down or trust. Tyreek Hill was weird in those things where he knew he could go to some random place that no other receiver would go to, and no other quarterback would try that throw, and it would work out. I'm going to say they're better defensively.
Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis. I mean, you mentioned Chris Jones, and that is a constant.
But even the guys that they had then for that Super Bowl
better.
Have grown
I can
into
see
the
that.
system. They're a more unique team because, like Mike just pointed out, it's not just all on Patrick Mahomes. There is a lot that he is the source for, but defensively they can carry their own. And then they have a lot of different tools. Hell, they went to Pirine for the final play.
They just bring in Hunt all of a sudden, and
they can go to so many different weapons.
I would say the roster's probably better overall. I think what Mike was saying, they don't have that maybe ability to just have splash plays.
They're not
like
a home
whenever.
run, they're not a home run hitting team.
And you know what? Fangio has, and when he was with the Broncos, did a great job of showing everybody the template to beat Mahomes and take the top off of that for them. Say, hey, you can't throw over us. We're not going to let you. And the Eagles have done that a lot this year. Actually, Fangio's record against Patrick Mahomes is pretty good. So make sure you keep an eye on that because they're not going to have that opportunity as frequently because Fangio says our safeties are staying back.
Now, this one kind of factors in the Chiefs, but let's get more specific since y'all mentioned the offensive line. Overreaction or reality, the Chiefs' left tackle situation could cost them the Super Bowl because,
again,
while there are bright spots on the offensive line, to be sure, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, you look at that left tackle spot. They have been rotating with Morris and I think it's Swamasha. Sorry if I'm getting that incorrect. And then they signed DJ Humphries. Well, DJ Humphries hasn't played, and so they've had to put Joe Thuney in his place. But then that automatically weakens potentially the interior, of the line. So overreaction or reality, it could be the left tackle that cost them this Super Bowl.
I think they.
It's just a question, Mike.
I think that I'm going to go, what's in between overreaction and reality?
There is none.
All right, then I'm going to go with overreaction because I think they've been able to manage that most of this year anyway. And I think Mahomes, Andy Reid's smart enough to draw plays up away from that, to help defend away from that. So I think that's it's not too much of an overreaction.
Yeah, you're kind of living in the gray area right there.
Yeah.
That's what the segment's for, so there can be no gray area.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think Mahomes can overcome a lot of that. It's where I sort of stand on the position, and I'm curious. I feel like Xavier Worthy might have a huge game. They're going to use him in a lot of different ways to get him out in space and maybe take some of that pressure off. I'm curious. I mean, you may see Mahomes drop back, get out of his hand quickly, just get it to the playmakers. Kelsey's probably going to show up as he usually does in these big moments, and it's going to be a great chess match.
Yeah, I think you're going to get a lot of Pacheco and Kareem Hunt for 3-yard runs.
Okay,
to set up other things.
I wanted to throw this out there real quick, if that's okay with you, Mike. So this is off of football. Notre Dame college basketball coach Micah Shrewsbury.
Fighting
that's right. So Notre Dame beat Georgia Tech 71-68 on Tuesday night. But in the post-game presser, Shrewsbury talked about a text he got from a number that is not in his phone. So let's go to cut number 9. Essentially, my question is, would this motivate you guys?
I got this text at 10:15. So obviously the game was still going. Whoever sent this, I appreciate you. Thank you for being cool. WTF am I watching? Do you have any plays written up? Because holy S, your team is unorganized as hell. What are they paying you for?
It's disorganized, not unorganized.
So you think even the way he
I'm
discussed
a little upset with
it,
that part.
okay.
So I'm not even taking the credibility from that person because what do they know? They barely know how to use the English properly.
It seems like he enjoyed this text. Would this be the kind of text that would motivate you?
I probably would just pass right by it, but he got a text.
Yes.
That's the interesting
From a
thing.
number he didn't know.
He didn't know the person.
Yeah,
I thought it was somebody that was close to him, possibly.
No, he doesn't know who
trying
it is.
to fire him up.
No.
Yeah, I'd probably
awesome.
use it. I'd probably just store it in the bank,
That's
dude.
bulletin board material right there.
Absolutely.
Store it in the locker room. Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so let me go back to baseball nuggets here, if that's okay. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. I was talking about Jake Berger and Nathaniel Lowe, and we had on Keith Law, and Keith Law has written a report that he wasn't a big fan of the Jake Berger move.
Yes.
And he gave his opinion. I'm not saying his opinion is wrong. He's using stats and he's using his eyes to say, hey, Nathaniel Lowe, we talked about, maybe underappreciated
I
here.
agree with that.
But you look at your first base situation, and Nathaniel Lowe is going to do a solid job in Washington. But like I said, last year, he had 33 extra base hits, 16 doubles, 16 home runs, and 1 triple. Jake Berger brings a lot more power, extra base hits to that position, and he won't get fastballs blown by him. And that was Nathaniel Lowe's problem. If you could throw the ball hard inside or hard up, he just couldn't get to it. His bat speed was not there to get to. He lived off of breaking balls. Well, in a way, at times, so does Adolis Garcia. And at other times, so does Jonah Heim. And at other times, so does a couple of your other hitters. It was such in a way, a slider hitting team because of injuries and then because of where your team was. It's like we can't have a lineup that 6 out of our 9 hitters possibly struggle with 95 or above. We have to make that something that other teams don't go, man, just get a guy throwing 96 and they're done for this inning. And maybe the next inning too. It's just when Corey Seager, or possibly Wyatt Langford, get up. We have to worry about a guy that can hit a fastball.
That wasn't the case in the World Series season, correct? I feel like they were a pretty decent fastball hitting team, or am I mistaken on that?
You're right.
Yeah.
But Lowe still struggled.
Lowe struggled. Adolis took advantage of sliders, but was better with the fastballs. Just last year, he just seemed to really struggle with it. But Berger does well against fastballs in the zone and hard fastballs. Well, you look at his 29 home runs, 23 doubles, and 1 triple, and now you're looking at, my math is 53 extra base hits to 33 extra base hits. That's a lot. You are going to see more strikeouts. You are going to see less walks. But when it goes to OPS and you look at last year, on base plus slugging, and this is a big stat in today's game. You can like it or not like it. That's your opinion. But Jake Berger's OPS was 760 and Nathaniel Lowe's was 762. It's approximately the same. And now I don't like this, but it is what it is. The Rangers are going to try their best to stay under a luxury tax, a $241 million luxury tax number, and they're at $235 million. If I have my numbers
that's
correct.
What I've heard too.
Well, Jake Berger, I'm not saying he's on league minimum, but he's close too. And Nathaniel Lowe, I'm sorry I don't have the number in front of me. I think he got 10 in arbitration or agreed to before arbitration, to that, or that's going to be a right around he makes. So for $9 million less, their numbers are different. How they get to it is different, but their OPS is exactly the same.
Wow.
So that's where I wanted to go with this. I get that you're getting a different hitter. He walks less. He doesn't get on base as much. He has a lower batting average. Now, he did have more hits than Nathaniel Lowe, but Nathaniel Lowe had 40 more walks. So I just want to say Jake Berger is a very different, and it doesn't mean he can't improve. It doesn't mean he can't also lower those numbers. But Jake Berger, as far as I understand, will be batting somewhere 6th, 7th, or 8th in your lineup.
Okay.
Nathaniel Lowe was batting 4th in your lineup. So you're taking this guy and saying, yes, we get this, But we're like, Nathaniel Lowe, I love Nathaniel. He just couldn't be a 4-hole hitter. You can't have a 4-hole hitter who gets 30 to at most 40 extra base hits. That's just tough to really have big innings in that situation. And like to your point, Joey, is you did have huge innings with Nathaniel Lowe in your lineup in 2023. So I'm not trying to say you can't, because you saw how great that offense could be in the playoffs and the regular season in 23. But I do like Jake Berger. I think he can improve a little bit on his walks. The other thing, too, is what are his opportunities going to be? Because in Miami at times last year, if they were playing in close games, you might go, hey, be careful here. If we need to pitch around Berger to get to, I'm going to be honest, I don't know who.
Yeah.
Like, let's do this. You're going to be pitching to Jake Berger. Jake Berger is going to have a lot of opportunities, because I'm going to assume in front of him are guys like Adolis Garcia, possibly Jock Peterson, that you're going to say, hey, let's be a little bit careful here. And then maybe Evan Carter's right behind him. And so now you're like, hey, this is the guy we have to go after. You have to get him out. Where I get, he obviously did not draw a lot of walks last year. It'll be interesting to see if the Rangers can work on Jake Berger's strike discipline. I want you being aggressive, but I want you being aggressive with balls in the zone. Now I want to go to another Ranger who, I'm going to be honest, I've been buying quite a bit of his baseball cards.
Is it Wyatt again?
It's Wyatt Langford. So they came out with the top 10 left fielders right now. Now, Yordan Alvarez is number 1, which defensively he's horrible, but offensively he is the best, right? When he's healthy, Yordan Alvarez in Houston's the best. And he might not be a left fielder. If they do sign Bregman back, it sounds like Jose Altuve is going to be the left fielder for the Houston Astros this year. But
man, you see him going up on the wall.
But Wyatt Langford was 6th. Yeah. Oh, he leaped as high as he could. He took away the 8-foot home run. Yeah, but good for him. He's short and awesome at baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is.
You can't say that about Bryce Young in football. So
he's had some flashes, but yeah,
we couldn't see him over those tall guys. When it comes to Wyatt Langford, I'm sorry, I shouldn't make those short jokes. He's 6th already. And now Jackson Churrio's 5th. I do think for the next 10 years, if those guys stay at those positions, there is, I hope, like Keith Law, wondering about Evan Carter's health. Hey, look, I hope that Evan Carter stays healthy. I understand the concerns. There is a small possibility over time you move Wyatt Langford to center field. But if he stays in left field for the next 10 years, I think him and Jackson Churrio have a battle of who's the best left fielder in the game for a long time. I think that's the battle coming up in baseball for that position is Churrio, who's 20 years old, I believe, and Wyatt Langford, who I think just turned 23. That those two guys are going to dominate who's the better left fielder in baseball for a long time.
I look forward to that one. I mean, when you have that guy and you're getting to watch it on a daily basis,
and even be in the mix,
make that comparison, it's a blast.
Yeah. So I'm going to say this again. You know, kind of when we do like, what's your favorite grapefruit and also a sports opinion.
That'll be tomorrow.
Because, you know, the Grapefruit League's about to start and the Cactus League. So that's why I said grapefruit.
This is a new segment, grapefruit.
Grapefruit or not.
A hipster from My Possibilities has a brother who was just invited to the Grapefruit League this spring training. I need to find his name real quick.
Okay.
Because that's a cool little story.
Okay. I just keep thinking, and I'm influenced by other people rather than me. I've heard so many positive things, and I'll tell you one of the ones that I heard, and it was Josh Smith. I get it. He's his teammate. But Josh Smith was like, he's about to be the best.
Wow.
So, and not just like the best left fielder. He's about to like take over this league. And that's high praise. And that's tough, right? You have Shohei Ohtani. You have Mookie Betts, you have Aaron Judge, you have so many great players in this league. But I do think I've seen so many people underrating Wyatt Langford. I do think 6th is about where he is on that list. And I'm sorry, I don't have the list in front of me. It was a video. I couldn't find just the overall list, but I remember he was 6th and Jackson Churrio was 5th. And Yordan Alvarez was 1st. is I do think he's going to be an MVP candidate this year. I would not bet on him being the MVP. I think that's too high of a leap. But I think getting votes and finishing in the top 10 is definitely doable. And look, if the Rangers are going to be successful, Corey Seager needs to be a top 3 MVP finisher, and if not win it. And I get, like right now, Gunnar Henderson, it said, best shortstop, Gunnar Henderson was 1, Corey Seager was 2. I heard while I was sick and out, you guys talked about that list. Obviously, Bobby Witt, I thought that was low for Bobby Witt Jr. too.
For sure.
But you have Bobby Witt Jr., you have Gunnar Henderson, you have Aaron Judge, and to me, you have Corey Seager. Those are the 4 people. I guess you could throw Yordan Alvarez if he's healthy. Those would be the 5 people that I would say are your 5 top candidates for MVP in the American League this year. But Corey Seager needs to, at the end of the year, be in the top 5 at least, and I would say top 3. Because if you're going to win 90 games and be one of those teams that gets a bye or a team that you think, hey, they could do a lot of damage in the playoffs, Corey Seager is going to need to stay healthy quite a bit and then finish there. And then I think the wild card is that Wyatt Langford is like, I'm not going to vote him for MVP, but I'm going to now, when I get to my 3rd place vote or my 5th place vote or my 6th place vote, I got to really start considering Wyatt Langford on that board. And then almost like if you look at Bobby Witt Jr.'s path, which I hate saying this because I love him to death, and I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I think that people are starting to overrate Bobby Witt Jr. just a hair in this. No, I do think he was underrated on the top 10 shortstops right now.
But that felt like an outlier.
They're starting, if you look at his path, Bobby Witt Jr. had an okay rookie year. It was solid. There were things that were solid, but like I think his OPS was under 700. And then the next year it was like 722, 730 something, which is like, that's solid. And then last year was just a takeoff year. I think people are starting to say he's now Mike Trout because he was compared to Mike Trout out of the draft. And that is because Mike Trout finished top 2 in MVP voting for 7 straight years.
That's amazing.
And won 3 or 4. I can't remember he won. And he lost to Miguel Cabrera when Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown.
Yeah. And some people argue he should have won that
If you look at WAR and you look at other things, you would say, well, they just went based off of the Triple Crown, gave it to him when Mike Trout had a better year. But I do think Bobby Witt Jr. now is starting to go like, all right, now you got to, for 7 straight years, be 1st or 2nd in MVP. I feel like card-wise, we're starting to get to the point where I'm like, man, I get it. I get how awesome he is. But I think the standard that you're holding Bobby Witt Jr. to might just be too high of a standard. But I think Wyatt Langford's going to have the ascension the way that Bobby Witt Jr. did. First year, solid year, but maybe expectations weren't met. Second year, gets better, and we start noticing, hey, it's coming along here. And then last year was Bobby Witt Jr., his 3rd year in the league, is where it was just an explosion. And I think Wyatt Langford's going to have a similar path.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, C-Block's coming up in just a second, but
let's get something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to see Billy Idol and Joan Jett on May 7th at the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. If you don't win today, you can call more, and potentially win tomorrow because we're doing this all week long. Then,
like a rebel,
it's the C-Block.
Oh, man, there is some interesting breaking news about a kicker, and maybe this is why he had a bad season. Next on The Fan.
Okay, before we do that, before we get to kickers, let's get to your windows. If you've been kicking it down the road and you said, oh, I know I have leaky windows, or
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I got a couple things.
We're like 48 hours away from the Royal Rumble.
I know. It's all I can think about.
Hey, you guys are invited. I'm having a Tolo and his girlfriend over at my house for the Royal Rumble for the Peace-a-thon.
I've never been to your house.
You're invited.
Oh, no.
Nobody even knows where you live.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I have been to his house.
You just didn't come in.
I didn't get to go past the threshold.
That was Jess.
Speaking of thresholds, actually, that's not a good segue. Ken Dorsey is being mentioned as a offensive coordinator option for the Dallas Cowboys. That doesn't excite me too much.
Heck
Browns and Buffalo, but we'll see. But
he's a person. He's coached.
This is a story that
it's one of the riskiest decisions they're going to make.
Okay.
Is going to be kind of tough for a lot of people to deal with. Ravens kicker Justin Tucker has been accused of inappropriate sexual behavior with 6 massage therapists.
Oh, no.
In the story at the BaltimoreBanner.com, Ravens kicker Justin Tucker's behavior was so egregious, 2 therapists said they ended his sessions early, and 2 spas say they banned him. So he had a...
Holy crap. I thought you were going to say it was like an injury thing or something.
Arguably his worst season this year, and people are starting to go back and look at like interviews in the middle of the season when maybe it did start to crack for him. Maybe this started to get brought up and was an underlying story that they just kind of said, let's just get to the end of the season with this. So
that Sports Illustrated article from 6 days ago that said Ravens expect bounce back season from Justin Tucker. Maybe
not.
Maybe not
a bounce. I have no clue how they will handle this and how the NFL will handle this, but that is news that has broken.
Holy moly. Sorry, I know you got other stuff to get to. That is wild.
From the 817, name a more destructive duo, NFL players and that massage therapist. Like that seems to be, that's 2 now. And I bet there's a lot other situations too.
And that's one of the things where this guy is a no-brainer Hall of Famer, even though I know it's more difficult for special teams players. And I'm not saying this will automatically disqualify him, but like, is something going to happen? Is his career going to have to be put on pause? Is it going to be over? He's like 35.
Does this vault the Deshaun Watson story? Like, is anybody going to treat it the same as a quarterback?
Yeah.
Or is it just? I mean, he's a famous kicker.
Or at the very least, do you think we'll get that story that somebody kind of joked about with the text of like, what is happening with NFL players and masseuses.
I don't know.
Let me ask you this real quick about Deshaun Watson. There's controversy around him because he didn't want to be the Texans quarterback anymore, and then this happened, right? Was he like, I don't want to be here anymore?
I thought it happened before and
that's
during.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, I'm struggling with the timeline because it was like Watson had a lot around him, and then this, and Justin Tucker. To your point, he is just a kicker, and it's not like he was causing something else, some sort of other thing happening. So there are already eyes on him, but how many eyes are going to be on a kicker?
Yeah, I have no clue how that's going to be looked at, but there it is.
This thing up there is brutal. Like, Nancy Kerrigan is crying right now, and I even got like a notification from people that, you know how the airplane hit the helicopter this morning. 14 U.S. figure skaters, or
one from Plano.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yep.
What'd you say?
Story on Morning News right now.
What'd you say, Corey? I didn't hear you.
One from Plano.
One
Plano's
from Plano.
Amber Glenn.
Yeah. Does she just care, or she's just sad or dead?
Dead. Oh no.
Yeah, I thought she was.
I misread that this morning.
So, and including two teenagers.
I've been bad today.
So 4 people involved with U.S. figure skating. And so I just saw Nancy Kerrigan up there crying, and I thought it was like, are we rehashing 94? And then I was like, no, this is like now Nancy Kerrigan. And man, that is freaking devastating.
I want to try to get to a little lighter news.
Sorry, Corey. Let's make it lighter to make
Thanks,
people happy.
Kevin.
That's just crazy.
So should we talk about Trevor Bauer or MLB The Show?
MLB The Show.
I kind of think the Trevor Bauer thing is a little lighter.
Okay,
the Bauer's not like anything having to do with. He's just saying how good he is.
So
okay, I was worried that
he's just saying I'm good.
Somebody said, ignore the vocal minority that follows an inaccurate narrative spun by the Manfred-fearing mainstream media. Trevor Bauer is one of the most popular pitchers in the world today, if not most popular, Japan, Mexico, and still
Who says
a huge
this?
following in Dan Clark Sports. And every time we talk about the Rangers, somebody does text in, what about Trevor? Why has nobody reached out? And we all kind of understand why.
There was a little part of me that was hoping that Trevor Bauer said that about Trevor Bauer. Like,
he will say pretty much that here. If we get to what Trevor Bauer said, he's pretty much going to say that.
Okay.
He replied on Twitter, I'm second behind Shohei in popularity. I don't think anyone in America understands how big of a global superstar he is. I beat everyone else, though, including outdrawing every single MLB team in daily views just on my YouTube channel alone. That includes their streaming and TV numbers, by the way. And then he goes on, I'm the second most popular player and the most knowledgeable pitcher on the planet. I'm also top 10 pitcher on the planet and willing to play for $0. That's a minimum of $50 million value per year, but someone very obviously lied about me. Hold on. Then there's more. There are like 20 hitters on the planet that are true competition for me. I'd steamroll the rest. And then Chipper Jones jumped in and said, the comedic aspect of this app is what I'm here for. And then
there's more?
This is when Twitter decided, you know what? Let's do our thing. TJ Stats posted, here's 2 minutes of Trevor Bauer allowing home runs. Twins Almanac. You guys ever hear that time Trevor Bauer gave up home runs to Max Kepler in 5 straight at bats? J Ram said, here's Ryan Goins hitting a ball 440 feet off of Trevor Bauer. And
my God, that's amazing.
Going on. And then there's one of a guy in Marty Mush. He's in a batting cage and he yacked one. And then there's a 14-year-old that destroys one. It's just, they just keep going at it. I love Trevor Bauer's confidence in that, but man, that was some cojones to say that. And is he still a viable pitcher at any
Yes.
Okay.
I watched him pitch in I didn't go to Mexico, but his YouTube channel is amazing. I'm going to be honest. I know a lot of people hate him. A lot of people want him on their team. I get information from his YouTube channel. I mean, a lot of it's entertainment, but there are times that I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I understand that better, or that makes sense. And then some things I'm like, it doesn't make any sense at all. But he's slowing down. His speed is slowing down, but he still everybody knows. I'll just let you know. Everybody in Major League Baseball knows he would still be a great pitcher for all 30 teams. They don't want to deal with him.
Is the issue what you were just saying right there? He's not afraid to tell you, or he's definitely going to tell you how badass he is. That's the issue, right?
Yeah.
Well, among the other issues.
There's a lot of issues that nobody wants to deal with. Everybody knows he would dominate. When I say this, he wouldn't dominate every hitter all the time, but he would probably be a really good number 2 starting pitcher for most teams. I won't say ace. He'd have to prove that again. Mexico is a much lower level.
You're probably walking away from
Major League Baseball. Japan's not that, like, Japan's like in between AAA and major leagues.
You could probably be walking away from 6 innings, 7-8 strikeouts, 3 runs again. Something nice like you would be pretty happy with.
I think he'd have a mid-3 ERA.
Yeah.
Maybe even better. But if I was signing him, I'd know that. But nobody wants to do it.
Yeah, nobody toxic at the moment, and that's for him unfortunate. Now, Kevin, I know I brought up an MLB The Show conversation with you yesterday that we never got to.
Yeah.
I've decided to shift gears on this.
Oh, no.
And here's why.
Tis not to be.
Because Dean, I don't know how to say his last name.
Blandino.
We'll call
Douglas.
him @Skip with 2 P's, viewed Dean. All right? Here's a little tweet. This is fun. This is everybody's that's played video games and played seasons has said, you know what? I'm going to see how far I can take this dynasty. And see
like your 20 46 or something.
Yes, exactly. And this guy took his MLB The Show team 40 years before MLB The Show's stats stopped keeping them. So he stopped at 40 years, and here are some of the stats that went on to be pretty good. Rafael Devers played until the age of 67. He had to move him. He had to move him from third base at 50 years old, but
not till 50?
He finished his career with 7,014 hits and 1,577 home runs.
He should already be moved from third base.
Vladimir Guerrero finished with 7,069 hits and 1,598 home runs.
Awesome.
He ran into some injury issues in his 60s.
This is fun.
But just wait. This gets even better.
Wow.
I created myself as a character, and he said he got 6,000 hits, 1,495. He had an over 300 B WAR, and he's the all-time leader in WAR, which is, again, everybody's going to create themselves and put themselves on a team. He wheeled the corpse of Bryce Harper out until he was 71 years old.
Did he ever win a championship?
He only had 899 home runs. Well, he's on this team, so I think he did.
Oh, but he finished on the MVP ballot 8 times, but he won the MVP all
8 times. Yeah, every other time, not in the top 10, nothing.
Only ended up with 899 home runs, compared to Jackson Holliday, who ended his career as the greatest player of all time, 7,500 hits, 1,786 home runs. He said he lost the MVP numbers, but he had at least 8 before the show stopped counting. So he had 8 MVPs.
So pour your money into Jackson Holliday.
I don't know this. You're doing the Dynasty League. Are other players racking up stats throughout these 40 years? Are all those players on his team?
So, yes, and I'm about to get to Wyatt Langford.
Oh, okay, good.
Because he, I don't know how maybe he traded for him or what.
He spent over $400 on one of his cards, so I'm really hoping he had a great career.
Did you get that
MLB The Show?
Not yet.
Okay.
On MLB The Show for 40 years. Wyatt Langford never put up a lot of WAR, but he finished with over 16 home runs.
He is a peaceful guy.
And he was a 10-time World Series MVP.
Hell yeah! Let's go!
Wow, Corey Seager, what happened?
Man.
And then lastly, he had Paul Skeens on this team. And he also, there's a note on Mike Trout. He had Paul Skeens on this team. He said, Paul Skeens has major injury issues in his early 50s. I had to pay him $400 million at age 52 to keep him on board.
Oh my gosh!
His
791 wins.
Jeez, I guess Trump really did make the economy better.
His 791 wins is second all time, and it's same with his 8,000 strikeouts. He won 2 MVPs.
Hold on, did you say his wins are second?
And his strikeouts were second too. He won 2 MVPs and 6 Cy Young awards. And then Mike Trout finished at the age of 72. He had less injuries than Trout early on in his career. Ended up with 1,246 homers, 5,000 hits. If I tried to start him in his late 60s, he would only last a few games.
Will MLB The Show change this? Will they go,
I hope not.
Like, if people do dynasties for 40 years or whatever it is, are they going to be like, hey, we have to make regression a real thing on these players?
So that they can't play until they're 72 years old.
I hope they do. But I like this concept.
I remember when Kevin and I started working together, we were at the newspaper. I created a team of all my friends, and I had Kevin on the team also. Kevin was a defensive tackle, and I think he ended the year with 80 sacks. So you were pretty good. It was kind of difficult to stop you.
Hell yeah.
But I built my grandfather was the quarterback, my other grandfather was a receiver, and just the stats were insane. It was fun.
I don't care a lot about this. Do you guys like that the show did 3 players on the cover instead
Glad
of
you asked.
Instead of 1? Because it's always been like, who's going to be on the cover of Madden? Who's going to be on the cover of the show?
Because last time I saw
Yes.
it was a teaser.
No, because I don't know this. Tops Now made a card of it.
Okay.
So it was a 24-hour card where you could buy it, and the cover has Skeens, Ellie De La Cruz, and Gunnar Henderson.
Yes.
And so if Tops Now makes a card of it, I'm assuming they've got confirmation that is going to be the cover of it.
Okay, yeah.
That's my opinion. I don't know. I think I
do like it better.
There it is. Yeah, it is the all-in-one epic MLB The Show cover is what they are saying. It is those 3. I think it's awesome. And that's why the segment I had planned with Kevin was, which one of the young players are we going to latch on to this year? Like, who are you excited to watch? I know we got excited about, Wyatt Langford and everything, and I'm sure we're all going to be here locally tracking him. But around the rest of the league, are there other names that are going to pop up that you're like, I got to keep an eye on what this guy does this year and for his career?
So there was an article a couple months ago, and I can't remember if I did it or not, but it was like, who out of this rookie class is going to have the best career, right? Because that's the deal of like, yeah, you can win Rookie of the Year. Like, nobody thinks, nothing against the guy Luis Hill who won Rookie of the Year in the American League. Nobody thinks he's going to have a great career, but they did give him Rookie of the Year, and that is a huge award for him. It was Jackson Churio of the Milwaukee Brewers that people think is going to have, out of this rookie class, the best career.
Interesting. He's going head-to-head with Wyatt for potentially the best outfield.
But that's just an opinion. Yeah. It was an MLB.com article, and I thought that was really cool. Obviously, a lot of people think Ellie De La Cruz is going to have a great career, too.
Do you think, Mike, this could have been the widest-ranging C block of all time?
Yes, that was
a lot of variety.
A lot of highs, a lot of lows.
Unfortunate accusations.
Yeah, and then the figure skating, all those folks dying, and then you telling us about Methuselah taking over MLB The Show and dominating.
I really do appreciate that. So for anybody that's ever done that, I'm sure there are plenty of people that, I think the furthest I ever got was about 20 seasons, and I had to simulate some of those games to go along with it, but it's fun.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sorry, we're not supposed to do this. Real quick question. I want to know how many people ever just simulated a season and then we're like, oh, whatever. That would never happen.
I lost that one game. I would have gone undefeated.
Coming up next, intriguing questions for the second half of the NBA season, including a big one about the Mavs and maybe some more heartwarming stories, too. Next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 2-2. And that's in there for a called third strike. Sinker right at the bottom of the zone. It's a 1-2-3 shut down third for Dane Dunning.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're not doing that segment.
I swear you said 7.
Cut 2.
Told you it was going to come back to bite you at some point.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it'd be so soon.
Those numbers sound the same.
They kind of look the same too, except for the thing on the bottom.
Huh?
That is true. If you draw a 2,
is it?
Yeah.
Draw 2 and a 7 and see if they don't tell me they don't look the same. Just take the little line off. Mike's going to do it right now for.
But hold on. But do you do the circle at the bottom of the 2 or the flat bottom of the 2?
Yeah, see, that could be a 7.
I made a little. I made a little bottom.
Yeah, I'm the flat one. I do the flat one at the bottom of the 2, like Mike, kind of like Mike did.
Okay,
it kind of depends though. Sometimes
It almost looks like a cursive 7, which kids have no clue what that word
there's
means.
my 2, Kevin. It looks like a Z almost.
Well, I hope this is captivating for people who are only listening.
So how did Dane Dunning play last night?
All right, we're not going to do that. We're going to do that
just led with
tomorrow.
this audio.
All right, 6 most intriguing questions of the second half of the NBA season. But
Alec does not think that's funny. I'm sorry. He's very serious.
I just moved into the segment.
Okay, back to you.
I got some heartwarming stories for you real quick. You talked about how much money the Dodgers have donated.
Yeah.
Steve Ballmer is also out there, and he's like, hey, if you donate to Fire Aid, and I think they're going to have a concert.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, he said, I'll match it.
Oh, wow.
And so, obviously, he has plenty of money, like $100 billion. But to just say, yeah, I'll match it. Just let me know.
Yeah, take care of it, man.
That's
his
super
community, and like that's a positive thing to do in your community.
And then Tom Izzo,
coach.
That is true. Tuesday night, I didn't get to mention this yesterday. I thought it was really cool. He wore shoes out there for the Coaches versus Cancer, and it had all these names. Did you see that, Mike?
No, that's why A&M wore pink jerseys.
Yeah. I didn't connect that either until just now. The Coaches versus Cancer, and he had all these names of people written on there in green and black that had been fighting cancer and stuff like that. I just thought it was really cool. They're signed by cancer patients at UM, so University of Michigan Health Sparrow, I believe is how you say it. And so I always think it's really cool when it's Ballmer, Izzo is like, hey, I'm going to do my part with my platform, however big or small it is, to try to help out.
Yeah, no matter what you think of them, their teams or whatnot.
Sure.
That's a cool gesture.
And still, I remember the day, to this day, when I was walking in Austin, and I didn't realize they had so many open air restaurants, because I was going to go see Duke against Michigan State in the Sweet 16, and these people scare the crap out of me because they were sitting right by like what theoretically would have been the window at the restaurant and yelled, "Go green!" And then the other two on their table go, "Go white!"
Oh, wow.
I was not prepared for that whatsoever.
But now you are.
Yes. Now I'm always prepared in that very,
You're like
very
a Boy
specific
Scout.
situation. All right. Questions for the rest of the second half season, and I got a Mavericks one in there for you as well. Are the Celtics slumping in terms of, is this just post-championship boredom, or do you think there's something more to it? Because they were 21-5, and you're like, holy moly. They were like, we won the championship, now we're going to kick everybody's ass all again. Ever since then, they're 11-10. You brought up, not that this is a bad team, but you brought up they just lost to Houston, and this is a team that, are they really slumping, or they're like, either way?
I think that they're going to play Oklahoma City in the NBA Finals.
Okay.
That would be my prediction as of now, but I get that they're slumping, and then I'm just trying to like quickly go over games, which I'm not getting to right now, because Porzingis just came back, right? So they're trying to add him back into the rotation. We saw him play in Dallas the other night. I still think that they have a great team that come playoff time, they're going to be the team to beat in the East, even though Cleveland will have the best record. So I hear you. It's there, but I just think that they're primed to go back to back.
Do you happen to see the interaction with Missoula and the reporter when she said, I did not. I wish I had now. When you're missing threes, it's like, you got to execute. But whenever you play bad defense, it's you're lazy. And he was like, he just stopped her and was like, that's the most prolific thing anybody's ever said. Profound thing anybody's ever asked. Most profound. Went on to talk about it for a long time, and he started pointing out, we are lazy on defense right now, and we have to be better at shooting threes. He was like, that being said, we're also number one in all these stats, too. We're really good at all these things, but we have to be better at it. Otherwise, we're going to wind up having these kinds of things happen. So if you get a chance, find that, because I can't really tell. He really thought that was an amazing question.
Now, I know the answer is going to be, well, it depends on where he ends up, and I'll let you factor that into this question. Will Jimmy Butler push a new team into championship contention? Man, you shook your head no so fast.
No, and I don't think I don't think he's tradable. I just look at his contract and go, who's taking on 50-something million of a 35-year-old guy who has that much baggage?
Yep.
I don't think Miami's going to be able to trade him, because I think it's a giveaway at this point. Like, they're going to have to give him away, and I don't think they want to take on any extra salary because you just make Jimmy Butler leave the team. Like, fine, this year we're not going to win the championship. Wasn't anyways, and then he won't opt in. I'm assuming. Maybe he will, but I'm assuming he won't opt into the $53 million player option that he has.
Have you seen Gilbert Arenas' comment on him? Do you want it? It was on Bomani Jones' show.
A little bit.
Quote, he didn't even have 20% of the talent that Wade had, or that Wade and LeBron had together, and he still made it into the finals twice. If we're going to talk about the guy who cooked the best meal with the least amount of ingredients, it's Jimmy Butler, hands down. That team he took to the finals, that was an AAU team, a YMCA team. And he was like, he didn't even have the talent around him to do it. So he has a lot of support for him, but I don't know. I don't know exactly where he lands on my desired.
Because then you have to go to, like, what is one of his nicknames, like a playoff nickname? Because, like, he plays way better in the
Jimmy.
Yeah, I know it's. I might be wrong about that, but I feel like he plays his best in the playoffs. But man, that's a lot to take on to put a guy on your team who is. He gets frustrated with almost every situation.
Playoff Jimmy is the nickname.
Okay.
And he gets stronger, somehow more accurate, more tenacious.
Like, if I get him for nothing, I want him. Unfortunately, you have to trade about $50 million worth of player off of your team to get him.
Yeah.
And they want a first-round pick still.
There's no way in
hell. They
know
they don't want multiple picks.
You can give me a first-round pick, and maybe I'll
Oklahoma
facilitate.
City has everybody's first-round picks, so
That's
true. Will Nikola Jokic win his fourth MVP award? You don't think Shea could take it from him?
Could. We won't.
Okay.
The only way he wins is the Michael Jordan situation. I'm not saying Jokic is Michael Jordan. Is you just start going, hey, should we give it to him all the time and every time?
Yeah.
But if you're looking at the best player in the league and he's putting up the stats, the only thing he's not putting up is, let's say, the win total.
Right.
As a team. But he's the best. And I love Shea. Shea's awesome. But he's not close to Jokic.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Mike.
Sign. All right. Is there anyone in the West that can stop the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I'll say yes in this.
Utah Yetis.
It'll be Chet
You don't
Holmgren,
get to
and
do
I'll
that.
say his last name wrong. I'm sorry, Harkenstein.
Yes.
I said it right?
I'm with you on I thought it was Harkenstein, but it might be Harkenstein. You might be right.
Those two guys not being healthy come playoff time. And I'll be honest, one of them being not healthy in playoff time. Because the way that they've solved a lot of issues, and I get Chet has been out all year, right? Or
Yes.
most of the year, is that they can now be a big physical team that can give you issues where the Mavs took advantage of. They only had a skinny Chet and then nobody behind them that was kind of a bigger guy to stop a lot of things. They have it all. But if they're not healthy, we've seen the Mavs beat them, and I know it's regular season. But I think if all of a sudden they have to play small ball in the playoffs, they can be beat in the West. I still think Boston's better than them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Dallas, Kevin.
Okay.
Just based on recent history.
All right.
Dallas without Luka specifically, though.
Oh, man. I was with you until that part. So that was going to be my next question. Will either of last year's Western Conference finalists make another run? So Minnesota, Dallas. I hear what you're saying in terms of Oklahoma City. It looks like they are far and away the best team. Do you think either one of those teams can make a run? Because Minnesota, I know we don't care about Minnesota, but they essentially have the same record as the Mavs.
I will say Dallas can if they get completely healthy. 100%. Derek Lively's back for the playoffs and is ready to go. Luka's obviously coming back here, I think, in the next 3 weeks at some point.
Yeah, I know there was still some hope for that next Celtics game. So maybe.
If Dallas were to get completely healthy, I think that they could make a run back to the Western Conference Finals. I don't think Minnesota can.
Yeah, I'm with Mike. Luka being on the court gives you an advantage whenever you're in the playoffs. And Kyrie being right next to him, another advantage. And then defensively, now, missing Derek Lively, a huge thing. That could be a factor unless they learn how to grow without that in the next 20 games or so.
Oklahoma City, we know is going to be the 1 seed. So getting the 8 seed would hurt you tremendously.
Yeah.
But Houston is not guaranteed the 2 seed. If you were in the play-in situation and you won the 7-8 game and you became the 7th seed, I get Houston's very talented, but they're very young and they really have never played in the playoffs. I will give Dallas a chance to be kind of that team from the 7 seed that in a weird way beats Houston and then plays, let's say, Memphis or Denver, Denver's great with Jokic. They don't have depth.
No,
they have a great starting 5, but with no depth. And
he can only get you so far.
Yeah, can Jamal Murray and I'll even throw in Porter Jr., are they going to be healthy in round 2 if they make it to round 2?
Don't know.
But I can look at the Mavs at this point, too, and go, you going to tell me Derek Lively's actually going to be healthy for a playoff round or playoff rounds? Probably not.
It's fair. I want to switch to the East for just 1 second. Will Tom Thibodeau wear out the Knicks before the playoffs? Because that's
what he does.
Exactly. Do you think that will happen? Because they're in a position where they could, move up another spot. It feels like the Cavs are too far out in front, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Do you think he will wear them out? They've won 5 in a row, but people are always saying, hey, we're not in the playoffs yet.
I mean, that's just what he does. He has some young legs to work with, but even still, whenever those young legs are worn out, they're just worn out.
Yeah.
I think, again, when they get into the playoffs, you're gonna hate playing them. That's just you hate playing the style they play with, the physicality they play with. You hate that, but I think that is going to be whenever it comes down to the way that when you're trying to win a Western or an Eastern Conference Finals. That's going to be the difference.
I will say I'm 100% sure Oklahoma City will make it to the second round in the West. I'm going to answer your question by answering it a different way. I have no clue who's going to make it to the second round in the West besides Oklahoma City, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
I would bet a lot of money Cleveland, Boston, New York, and Milwaukee are all going to be in the second round. Everybody else is not a trash team, but I think that New York making a run is going to be tough because right now they'd match up with Boston in the second round, but Cleveland and Milwaukee, I think, are almost shoo-ins to make it to the second round too.
I'm interested in that because I wonder if Indiana can heat up and find some of the spark that they had last year, just in terms of making it to the next round. But that, I get you.
Kevin, this is a baseball related thing.
Okay.
Are you ready to?
I have one more basketball. It's super quick.
Go ahead.
will Wemby start getting the calls that he wants? So he's already saying, hey, sometimes I feel these calls are unfair. And the last thing he said last night, I'm a basketball player. I'm here to play. And yeah, that's why this is frustrating. It's not my job to do politics.
Little guys always get more calls. It's just human nature. We're reffing a game, not that we're refs, but if you're reffing a game, you always give the benefit of contact to the little guy and you make the big guy play through more contact. So yes, it is awesome. He's 7'5", and that's a big advantage. The advantage he doesn't have and will never have is big guys get bumped by little guys and they allow it to happen.
And quite honestly, you are in the NBA to politic too.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
That's where you get your edge. Like Luka did it the wrong way, but you get your edge by being able to manipulate the referees just enough that you get the calls that nobody else gets. I have a unique update in baseball.
Intriguing.
The Mariners have announced that they have signed a minor league deal with Neftali Feliz. So
really,
the hero that struck out Alex Rodriguez, who hasn't pitched since 2021.
I was about to say, I had no idea he was still in baseball.
And is now 37 years old, is going to get a minor league deal with the Mariners.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to root my butt off for him to make it. That would be awesome. I'm not going to be rooting for him to get out.
We trade for him to be the closer.
What an awesome story!
Okay.
If
and he comes
can
and wins a World Series with the Rangers.
He's our closer.
As our closer.
This is actually, golly.
I'm going to be honest.
That would be the most amazing comeback story.
That would have been, if your story would have been the Rangers just signed Neftali Feliz to a major league invite, minor league deal. That would have been awesome.
That would have been, but he's with the Mariners, so we'll see. Best of luck to him at 37.
Okay, and I hope this makes sense. I kind of want to talk about this with Gbag. Who's the athlete player that you can't believe they got old? Like I think of Neftali Feliz as like this just
Elvis,
full of energy kid. See,
and he's not even old still, but like Elvis is the one for me.
And I wonder about like Ken Griffey Jr. and like everybody gets older, but you just have this picture of these athletes will always be like at this place in time. So who is the athlete that you couldn't believe got older? Maybe we talk about that a little bit with the Gbag Nation next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the Gbag Nation. Gentlemen, how is he today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well, and right now, I want to turn it over to the Corey Majors news desk for news.
Cowboy. This is from Mike Garofalo. Cowboys tight ends coach Lunda Wells has agreed to a new deal with the team to return in 2025 on Schottenheimer's staff. He recently interviewed with the Bears for a position, but lands back with the Cowboys for his 6th season. And I know Broadus kind of brought this up just a second ago. There is a possibility we've heard floated around a little bit about offensive line coach. Is that correct? Or
yeah, Clayton Adams, who they interviewed yesterday, the last couple of days, kind of thinking that was all gas, no brakes. Well, I've been told tap the brakes. So maybe Lunda Wells is going to end up being your offensive line coach if they can't get Clayton Adams to come in.
Interesting. What have you guys thought? I know this is kind of a broad question. I apologize for that. Do you like the staff that has been built up thus far by Schotty?
I like what they're doing. Aaron Whitehouse, I thought, was a really good addition. He's really done it the right way when you look at how he's risen up the ranks. But the last 4 or 5 years, starting with Robert Saleh in San Francisco, then he goes over to the Jets with him. I mean, Bryce Huff was a guy that wasn't a household name. He was able to form him into a double-digit sack guy. The Jets' defensive line, for all the issues going on with gangrene, they are always a formidable side of the football. So I'm excited about that move. I just like the idea of trying to get other people from outside of the building that don't necessarily already have a pre-existing relationship. So it's not like, oh, we're just hiring friends here, right? So that's one move that didn't really have connections with Flus or with Schotty that got me excited, as would of the Clayton Adams move. But I had kind of heard that maybe his agent, things might have gotten sideways there. He was a little bit, I don't know if he was asking for too much money, but something might have happened to where, I don't know, that's probably why we got to pump the brakes on it.
Yeah, they need some idea and some execution guys in there, So I'm looking for a tie to some other coaching tree that would suggest Schottenheimer's going to have the coaching abilities and the brain power internally to execute his vision. So far, I don't know if I've seen it. I like Lunda Wells as a coach. I think Dalton Schultz broke out with him, had some great seasons. Jake Ferguson, Hendershot actually looked viable there for a while. I like how Scooney's coming along, so. I like a lot of the tight end work he does. I'm happy to have him back, but I'm looking for some other guy that can give the building a spark offensively.
Now, on the other side of this segment, Corey brought up that Neftali Feliz had signed a minor league deal with the Mariners, not pitched in almost 4 years coming up.
He's 37.
He's somebody who I'll probably always picture in my mind as super young, and we got a lot of feedback on this already.
We had a coworker at the newspaper that just was all about him when he was a minor leaguer.
He
like
said
19.
he was going to win 7 Cy Youngs.
Rookie of the year. I mean, the dude was incredible.
Mm-hmm. That guy would be the best at sports radio. He has the just more scorching hot opinions. And so who is the athlete, whether it's the way they looked, the way they played, that you're like, I can't believe that person got old, even though it's inevitable and everyone's father time undefeated. Who is that player? Because people are like Roy Jones, Ken Griffey Jr. comes up. Do you have one like that? You're
Zach Martin.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Zach Martin went from being like indestructible to like being mortal to being like probably going to play with the kids.
Yeah.
He got old real quick.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I like the Ken Griffey Jr. I think
he was the kid.
Daryl Strawberry, Eric Davis from my 7th and 8th grade years. Those guys were larger than life. Barry Sanders. Those are the kind of names that come to mind.
Barry Sanders is a weird one because he like oddly is still kind of young in my mind because he's like, I can still play, but I'm done. I hate your joke franchise. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got a couple carries left in me. Sidney Crosby, Sid the Kid. It's weird seeing him with some gray now. I still just think like he's the young phenom that's taken over hockey at 18 years old, and now he's almost 40. It's nuts.
Somebody else said his counterpart, Ovechkin. Yeah. It's weird seeing him with gray hair. A couple votes for Allen Iverson.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay, yeah.
Because like all the other teams he played for, Denver or who else, it's just like I just forget about that. I just like he was a 76er and he had, the trends of the cornrows and the tattoos and, this young, hip,
forever
kind of
25 years old
freestyling basketball player. And then it's like, I don't even remember. Like, I just totally want to forget him off of the 76ers because it wasn't very good.
Speaking of way back, I've been seeing Tanya Harding on social media the last week or so. Unrecognizable.
Yeah. Really?
In a good or bad way?
Bad.
Okay.
Oh, no.
It got worse.
Yeah.
Way
worse.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, did you, it's a weird segue. Did you see the horrific figures? I mean, it's a horrific story across the board, but all the figure skating representatives that died in that crash of 60, 14 of them were from U.S. figure skating?
Yeah, I saw Russia lost some champions. Apparently, we lost some young skaters that were with their mothers.
Did you see that I believe one Russian skater had to come out and say, no, I am not dead, because I think maybe Russia might have included him in one of their like information dumps. And it's like, oh yeah, sorry. And he's like, the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated or whatever. I'm still here, which
happened with Taylor Webb with you that one time.
So here's the thing.
You killed Taylor Webb?
I did. And Sandy Koufax.
He did that too.
With Taylor Webb, there's a wrestling tournament in Plano. I'm sorry, I've been out of that loop for a while.
Classic.
The Taylor Webb Classic. I thought
it was the Taylor
Webb Memorial Classic.
Oh, God.
And so I walked into work, and the timing just couldn't have been worse or better, I guess. And
better.
Better. My editor goes, hey, I got a phone call that you need to take. I'm going to transfer it over to you. And I go, oh, who is it? And he goes, you should just take the phone call. And I was like, okay. And I was like, Star Community Newspapers, this is Kevin. He goes, hey, Kevin, this is Taylor Webb. And it felt like the longest pause in the history of the world. And I go, from the Taylor Webb Memorial Classic?
From the grave?
Yeah. And he goes, and he gave me that line. He goes, yes, it appears the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. And I was like,
well done.
Oh, dear God.
I can't imagine anytime anyone ever told you at the newspaper that you had a call for you was ever really a good thing.
A lot of times, yeah, you're right. It was bad. It was about something we did wrong and why we didn't cover somebody's daughter enough. But I remember sitting next to him and hearing that conversation.
What are you supposed to say? Sorry, I murdered you in the newspaper.
What did you say? Were you apologizing profusely?
Pretty much. Yeah. I was like, you're smart. I'm dumb. Now, I mean, the other time that happened is my first day on the job. This was not as bad, obviously, is I was calling the Allen football coach, Tom Westerberg. And I called and for some reason said we're from the Allen American. That's our paper. I said the Allen American Statesman, the Austin paper.
Statesman.
And so when he picked up the phone, he goes, what does somebody from Austin want to talk to me about my football team for? And I was like, I'm so sorry. I meant the Allen American. I was like, it's my first day on the job. Can you tell? And he goes, kind of. I was like, oh my gosh, I've never,
ever going to make it at this job. It got better.
Just don't lie to me like the last guy.
Yes, that was another. We'll talk about that at another point.
Great stories.
A guy named Tom Westerberg is not here for your nonsense. Hey,
nope.
For sure.
No, he's not.
Is he still the coach?
No,
but they won. But they won a ton of championships, and he led them to that next level.
Yeah, he did.
With his no-nonsense approach.
Yes, I'll tell you.
He hated me.
Real bleep hole approach.
His no-nonsense approach, I'm going to tell you two more really quick incidents. Not incidents, but when they were going to play on ESPN, I go, hey, are you excited about being on ESPN? And he goes, not really. And I was like, oh, how come? And he goes, the last time we were on ESPN, we got sued for copyright infringement for the A
from
Arizona. And I was like, I didn't even know you could do that. And then the other one, I was just trying to have some fun. And I go, hey, you're playing on Halloween night. And I was just trying to loosen it up a little bit. And I was like, what's that going to be like? And he goes, I don't know. Every 5 or 6 years, depending on the way the calendar falls, we do that. So probably no different than those times.
Westerberg doesn't fun.
And I was like,
he doesn't get loose.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
And because the first coach I had asked that, and he goes, oh, yeah, better watch out for ghosts and goblins. And he's having a good time, Westerberg's
Mike Leach?
No, I'm not here for your nonsense.
Yeah, my stepbrother's team beat them in the playoffs, Rowlett. And
when the quarterback was a little hungover.
Yeah, after the game, he wouldn't talk to me. And I was like, what? Whenever I finally got in to interview him in his office again, he goes, you told him everything. You told your stepbrother everything. And I said, y'all have one play. It's either throw it to Dan Buckner or throw it to the other guy that's open because Dan Buckner's double teamed right now.
Yeah.
And he was like, you're right.
That's very Eli Drinkwitz of him.
But yeah, I did tell him everything.
Screw them.
We eventually got to be pretty good friends. Well, whatever version of that is with the media.
Yeah.
We got
you watching Royal Rumble with them Saturday night?
Oh man. And any of you guys are welcome over if you want to watch the Royal Rumble because Mike is getting pumped for it.
Let's go.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will chat with David Hellman, Fox Sports at
Hollywood
6 o'clock.
David. I love it.
He's gone big time.
If we get the chance tomorrow, Mike,
A lot
I
of
think
controversy.
He'll do that to you.
I think you should at least have a couple of minutes to give your Royal Rumble predictions tomorrow on the show.
Oh, do I need to know everybody who's in? I know Cena can't see me's in. The 47-year-old.
That's a decent prediction.
Who's going to win the Intercontinental?
I don't think that's being defended on that show.
Penta's going to stay
Is there
in
a
it for a
lumberjack
while.
match involved?
We got Kurt Angle in there still.
That's
There's
a
this
fair
dude named
question.
Penta. He's pretty exciting.
All right,
Anybody
roll
wearing a
home
mask?
Could he beat Goldberg?
with the Gbag
We're going to
Nation.
get a cage
Nobody
event.
can beat Goldberg except that window he punched through and then had to go
Strap
to the
match,
hospital.
maybe?
We have been the KNC masterpiece.
One match.
What the hell?
Get out of here, Hagee.
Come
What are
back
you
with us
doing?
tomorrow, 10 to 2 on the fan.
yabba,
Bye,
yabba,
bye, bye,
do.
bye, bye.
Follow KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, Gbag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We had Miro news earlier. Let's open with that. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pim Cup over there, master control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. He's ready to go 5 hours once again, flawless. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us on the internet. MRI yesterday, specialist today, labeled week to week until all the information is determined per coach. I'm taking this as a dub. We got a dub here, didn't we? Miro's going to be back?
Yeah, just week to week. This is definitely one where now he can rest up. He's not going to be playing in the Four Nations deal with Finland, which I'm sure is a bummer to him. I think that would have meant a lot.
I'd rather have him healthy.
But me too. Like, big picture, I think as long as this is week to week, this isn't something where he's going to miss a massive, hopefully extended amount of time. This is a win for the Stars. It looked much worse. Possible season ending.
We'll see it next year.
Yeah, like the way that knee bent back. So I'd consider this a victory.
We got about 5 games left before that break.
That sounds right.
So, I think they got
a week off, basically.
I think they got a West Coast swing to kind of finish this thing out in San Jose and LA, and we'll see how it all plays out. But hopefully that he's not going to miss too much time. But the Stars are in a great position right now. You just don't want them to. A very deep team, though.
Well, they haven't had Mason Marchman.
Yeah.
We got good news today that he's trending like he could be returning soon as well.
Yeah, very good team. Obviously, you'd rather have him back. It's very rare you have a gruesome injury like that that's tough to watch. I can only watch it once.
He dove into that guy's knee.
Right,
legs
he did.
God dang.
That was intentional as all hell.
Yeah, you're a better athlete than that, Stone.
Yeah.
You can avoid.
Yeah, exactly.
And then smirking afterwards. Yeah. It's just.
We're gonna have to go after him. Hopefully, we get some playoff bad blood. That'd be fun. I think you want it at this point. Maybe not to the conference finals or something like that. They'll be in action hosting Vancouver tomorrow night. 3 wins in a row, including 2 against Las Vegas in that stretch.
Yep.
So, playing really well, 4th in the conference. Mavs win again, got close there at the end. Pelicans suddenly making shots and turnover, and there's C.J. McCollum knocking down a 3 as time expired, but the Mavs were up 4, so a scoreboard. I think for me, the biggest takeaway, P.J. Washington's just an absolute star, if you ask me. Delivered a near triple-double, 25 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists. The leadership is there. The energy is fantastic. 26 years old. This is a major asset for now. I think somewhere over the next 5 to 8 years he has as one of the top two-way players in the game is what you're looking at. And I think that's what championships are built on, is guys like P.J. Washington. I think somebody was comparing him to your Robert Horry. I think he's better than that.
Absolutely, I agree.
And I don't know when Kyrie Irving's contract runs out or when he retires or whatever. Do you need a third star after Luka and PJ Washington? Obviously, you'd like to. The game's about stars, but I think this guy has it all. And it's when you have Luka and Kyrie that he kind of settles into that Chris Bosh or Kevin Love role, where he's the third best player on a team, could give you a lot more, but he's humbly playing his role. And when you have highly skilled guys doing that, you can do special things. So that was exciting to see him, have such a big game last night producing.
Yeah. They, you hear people talk about like just being a superstar in your role, whatever that role is. And for PJ Washington, like being a third or fourth fiddle at times and being comfortable there, but making winning plays. The rebounding stuff, you're just out muscling people. Him and Gafford both really, really getting after it on the boards. And then fourth quarter, I'll be the best player. No problem. Getting everybody else involved.
Yeah, the facilitating, the 8 assists.
Yeah.
That was just another element of his game. Like, we've seen him be a pest, to your point, on the boards, but now you've got to step up when you're down a couple of guards. Like, let me facilitate.
Yeah, it was great. They start attacking Kyrie with the doubles, get it out of his hands. Like, okay, we'll go pick and roll with PJ and let him make the play because he can do that.
Gafford was incredible once again. Really answered the call since Lively's gone out. 22 and 12 on 9 of 9 shooting with 4 block shots. Kyrie was massed 25, 9 and 6, and Klay Thompson had 20. So a lot of guys stepping up and allowing you to win another game. And now they're back to 4 games above 500. That is 8th in the West. Not great, but 15 wins from clinching 500 and kind of the cutoff where, hey, this is worst case scenario. I think you maybe you stop down and appreciate been able to execute and get these last couple of wins, because these could be huge.
Yeah, I think that you had the Oklahoma City. I know a couple weeks ago we were talking about all the injuries and with Luke, and I know myself I was kind of thinking, get me to the end of January and let me see where this team is, and they're still above 500. And you had some bad losses, but you also had some great wins.
Yeah,
and so that's kind of what they needed to do. They needed to find a way not to just completely go under 500 and then have to scramble to get into the play-in situation and all that. So hey, job well done so far of managing all the injuries that they've had.
Yeah, and buying themselves some breathing room here along the way. They're in Detroit tomorrow, 6:00 start. Then they visit the Cavs on Sunday, and they have a tough game against Boston coming up, and the schedule's going to get tough, and maybe they will scrape back around 500, but Luke will be back here before too long. I think seven games to go probably before the break. Okay, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 52 points last night. Second 50 bomb in the last 4 games for OKC. And the first 2 50-point games of his career, so he is absolutely in the zone. But the Thunder lose to the Warriors. He said it sucks after the game, said maybe the 52 wasn't in the best interest of the team. I just think he's the total superstar package. Very conscientious guy. He was 16 of 29 from the floor and 18 of 21 from the free throw line. An absolute gem of a game. But, they say he might be the most team-minded vibes guy out of all the superstars in the game.
Comes across that way. He really does. And I mean, it wasn't like it was an inefficient 52 where he's clearly just trying to get his. It wasn't a volume 52. That was a damn good performance. 52 points on 29 shots from the field. I would say you were doing a pretty dang good job. I didn't watch the game, so I don't know if he was passing up other things, but yeah, he seems like a guy that other dudes would definitely want to play with.
Okay, some football stuff. Jeremy Fowler reporting the Cowboys considering Ken Dorsey for their OC position. He was OCing with the Bills there for a while, then the Browns. I think this would be kind of a flop if you ask me, Brian.
Fired 2 years in a row.
What's the interest level there?
Well, okay, here's where and I'm going to take you to a place that you want to go.
Thank you.
We always have asked, so can you get assistance from staffs that you respect? Do you respect what he potentially learned there in Cleveland, working with that head coach?
I think there's reason to believe.
Stefanski.
Yeah.
And then you look at Buffalo, maybe some of the stuff with him and Joe Brady. I know it didn't end well for him at both places. I don't think he's going to call the plays here. But if you're looking for ideas, I'm trying to sell. Maybe I'm trying to put the lipstick on the pig. But this is where if you're starting to say, and I think that Brian Schottenheimer has full control over his staff. I think he's the one making the hires here. And so if you're talking about Ken Dorsey, you're talking about maybe a couple of places that they've been that do run the football, that do have some creativity with some things. Was it him doing all that? Was his responsibility? I think he shared in some of that, but maybe that could be an ideal guy for you if you're looking for that. If you're looking for that avenue. Other than that, yeah, I can agree with a lot of people that's probably if you're asking him to call the plays, probably not the best idea. But if you're asking for a guy that could potentially steal ideas and then also have some creativity from the 2 stops he made, Buffalo, Cleveland. You probably could do worse.
Yeah, I look at this like the Bobby Slowick stuff when he leaves Houston and people are like, would the Cowboys be interested? I wouldn't want him as an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know he wouldn't be calling the plays in the role because Schottenheimer's going to do that. But if you're the OC, you still are like one of the main architects of what this offense is supposed to look like. If he wants to be on the staff in a different role, a different capacity, maybe he's just that kind of guy that looks around and scouts other teams and does some stuff like that or whatever. I'm sure there's a place for him, quarterbacks coach or something, but not as your offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he might not have been a bad quarterbacks coach with Josh Allen, but I mean, they didn't run the ball. That's part of the reason why he got fired in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. I do like Stefanski, and I've got a lot of respect for him, 2-time coach of the year. but then he gets canned in Cleveland. So it's just like, man, you're going to bring a guy in as an offensive coordinator who's been fired 2 years in a row. But I hear your point, like not calling the plays.
He's not calling the plays. He
does factor in here.
He's coming in with like, okay, listen, how did you guys do things in Cleveland? How did you handle this in Buffalo?
Yeah.
And that's where, I totally agree with you as the play caller. I want no part of this. But to me, yeah, is it different than having guys you've had before? Absolutely it is. And I think it's a couple of offenses that we kind of respect. It's not like an offense that we would look at and say, well, that Cleveland offense is horrible. The Buffalo offense is horrible. And maybe he had some ideas on those staff that they used and they had success. But as a primary play caller, maybe that's not his cup of tea.
I mean, he wasn't a mobile quarterback, but he's also worked with mobile quarterbacks. Carolina with the Panthers and Cam Newton.
Yeah.
He's with Josh Allen. Like he's that's not Dak.
It is odd though that you get fired 2 years in a row. I mean, how good are your ideas? How good is your communication? How good is your professionalism and friendliness? It kind of sounds like a what not to do interview, if you ask me, Chief.
Oh, there you go.
It's pretty on
See, thank you. Now we bring it back. That makes a lot more sense. I'm still in on Clayton Adams. I'm still trying to figure out a way to get the Cardinals guy.
Interviewed him yesterday, and then it just kind of maybe it wasn't a good interview.
He did.
No, that's what he needs to do probably if he wants to get the gig. I don't know if it's a money thing, but I don't think that his agent's making things
Clayton's
easy.
can be wheels off. Don't be surprised if they got face-to-face and they're like, well, this is just a little bit too much good old boy for us.
Too Clayton for us.
Yeah, too much Clayton. You go
Maybe
too far with a
Arizona
Clayton, you
doesn't
got a
wanna let
Clint
him
on your hands.
Well, let's not act like Jerry's out here trying to throw a bunch of money around.
Right?
No,
absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure he probably wants a raise from whatever he's got right now.
Well, he's going to be entitled of OC.
Yeah, that's a
job.
promotion.
That's how you get him out of Arizona. You don't get him out of Arizona on a lateral move.
No.
So you got to pay him what OCs get paid, and I think that's where Jerry's probably having the problem, or somebody's having the problem here.
Okay, the Bills chief conspiracy got more fun today. I sent you guys the video of this. Just the gambling angle makes it interesting to me. Possible point shaving as gambling becomes more and more a part of it. People can be put in tough situations, and they're willing to do anything to get out of it. As we have seen in the NBA 20 years ago, we've seen across the world of sports almost every year there's some sort of a point-shaving scandal. You get organized crime together, you get some gambling degenerates, the next thing you know, sure, I'll make sure the Bills don't get a first down if it's close. I reposted it at Gavin Dawson on Twitter. 5 different times it appeared that it was probably a first down. Let me say 4, it definitely was a first down, and 1 was like 50-50. They all go in favor of Kansas City. The Kincaid catch on the play before Josh Allen's first down probably should have been a first. James Cook in the first quarter went for an 11-yard gain. They trimmed it to 9. They took 1.5 yards from dude. Okay, Amari Cooper catch. Another James Cook play early in the fourth quarter, peppered throughout the game. Tony Romo even says at one point, it seems over and over again we keep seeing that. That was on the third one that probably should have been a first down. Okay? So, I don't know, just something to peruse, something to find interesting. I don't think there's any way the conspiracy could happen. Okay, conspiracy talk with this is weird because there would have to be so many people involved. Blandino already came out today and said, listen, I've never heard anything about this. You kidding me? We're going to get all of the officials involved and the league involved, and nobody's going to blow the whistle on us. I can't buy it. There's too much to lose.
Yeah, it seems way too difficult to pull off.
But one ref who has wise guys threatening to break his legs, sending him pictures of his kids playing on kindergarten playgrounds. If that could, I'm painting a picture here.
Yeah,
okay, you never know.
I'm like, oh snap! Are they coming after Hockley right now?
You never know. Hey, Bill Burr's in on this as well. On the other side, I'll stoke the flames for you more, Dawson, on some of this conspiracy stuff.
Okay. All right. Because I do have 60 seconds on soccer. West Ham offering PSV Eindhoven $26 million for former FC Dallas striker Ricardo Pepi. Offer rejected.
Oh.
Okay, so the Hammer's still looking for a striker. Has 18 goals in 25 competitions, does Pepe for Eindhoven so far this year.
Wow.
Yesterday had the game winner in the Champions League game versus Liverpool. Liverpool was mostly comprised of reserve players. They didn't need to get the result, but he also has 13 goals in 33 games for the U.S. men's national team, still only 22 years old. Of course, you remember he was the MLS Young Player of the Year for FC Dallas in 2021. I think they moved him before the trophy was even delivered.
Yeah,
for $5 or $6 million back in the day. But
Sure
he is really coming into his own there in Europe now, and that is good to see. And we'll see what else might be had. I guess the January transfer window is just all about wrapped up. So, but it'd be cool to see him, continue to play there as well. All right, when we come back, we have the Gbag of the day coming up at 2:30. What were you saying we're going to do, Wolchuk?
All right, Bill Burr on the NFL being fixed, and we got some lawmakers that are trying to change the movie experience. That's next.
But first, let's get that hair back on that beautiful head.
All right, so check this out. Just as we're talking about potential point shaving, unusual betting patterns surrounding the play of former Hornets guard Terry Rozier in a game 2 years ago under investigation by federal prosecutors. Same probe that led to the lifetime ban of Raptors player Jonte Porter. Okay, so we are seeing more of this. What do you guys think? This segment of the Gbag Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get your free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk, Chuck Wagon.
All right, here we go. Bill Burr, one of our favorites here in the nation, and he was on with Rich Eisen, and he was talking exactly this about the NFL being fixed. He's saying the NFL, the Chiefs, very marketable. It's beneficial to keep them going. And here was more as he went into it with Jaden Daniels.
Okay, they're all shows at this point. Like, I think there was a while there where I think. Listen, let's be honest. Okay, there's always been point shaving, mob gambling. It's always been, and all sports have always been like that. But I think we're going into like an unprecedented time of that on all sports or whatever. So I'm not just singling them out. I don't care about that stuff. But I'm just saying, like,
do you think the Chiefs are not as good as we're making them out to be, Bill? I mean, I'm trying to put the hammer directly on the head here.
It's a business.
Yes,
it's a business, and you got to look at the problem with the Chiefs is Patrick Mahomes doesn't have a dance partner. Well, you had Bradshaw, Staubach, you had Montana, Elway. He's just the only guy. So if you don't like the Chiefs, you should buy everyone should buy the jersey of that kid on the Redskins. So then the NFL will be, maybe there's some money. Maybe this is lucrative. If we could sort of. I don't think it's fixed. I think it's massaged. There's definitely more back rubs on one side than the other.
Shout out to Justin Tucker. We'll get to that, I'm sure, later on in the program. But yeah,
that's a front rub.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Justin,
we may not know for sure what he was totally into.
You're right, Chief. We don't.
Yeah, and he's also denying all those claims.
Allegedly.
But I don't think that the NFL is fixed, but there are times where it's like, if it's close enough, if you'd like it to go one way, I could totally see the officiating kind of moving it towards one side. There were certainly some weird things going on, and I've been against this Chiefs ref deal. But some of the spots of the football, there were certain things that you could look at and be like, that's a little fishy.
Yeah, but I don't know why or how the league could execute this. Like, how ticked off are you if you're the Jets or the Chargers or these teams that are being,
it's just never good.
Yeah, I don't know how it could be organizational that this would happen. I could see a biased ref, his family or he loves the Chiefs or loves Patrick Mahomes or hates the Bills or hates Josh Allen. I could see those like interpersonal dynamics creating massive momentum swings, or a gambling debt that you owe to wise guys creating. I just couldn't see the NFL because there's too much at stake.
It seems too tough to do.
With all their gambling partners and stuff, this would be the biggest bombshell.
Like, you're
going
to tick off somebody.
Yes,
and somebody will be
side
one side is not going to win out of this for sure. You'd assume.
I think if I was in the business of trying to convince people like to throw games, I wouldn't be trying to get high profile teams. I'd be trying to shoot
work
for
the lower end.
Yeah, work the lower end.
Get the eyeballs off.
Get that Panthers Jags game going.
There's no reason. There's no reason for some of these guys. I mean, the money doesn't mean that much to them. Some guys it does, but to me, I would work games or try and get people to throw games that don't, like the games don't really matter. Like, they're not going to investigate, like you guys were talking about, a Falcon New England or a Carolina New England game this year. They're not going to investigate that.
Well, I would say they are, and that's how serious all of this is. But if you are going to make the leap into trying something like this, that would be the way to do it.
I'm not going to do a game where everybody's watching.
We're talking about Terry Rozier right now, and this is a couple of years later. But this is no one cares. No one would ever think about it ever again, and now it's resurfacing. I don't care what game it is. It will come to light if there was actually some serious foul play.
Yeah, but by 2 years, I've already spent my money. I've already got my money out of it. I've already done, it's water under the bridge for me.
And there might not be any hiding anymore with all the regulation that's on board now. But, to Brian's point, that's what, wise guys try to fix is low-end tennis matches and things that are off the radar.
So, look, in Europe, they've had the problems with these soccer referees. It's never a guy at the, the highest level. It's always some official that's refereeing another match, and then all of a sudden you get, millions of dollars.
Low.
Yeah, you get millions of dollars wagered, and you're thinking, well, why is Huddleston and some other match, why is it all of a sudden it's big?
Yeah.
Why is all this money being spent on this,
But I think if the NFL was rigging it, they would want every team winning the championship. I don't think they would want dynasties because of how much that infuses a fan base with excitement. Like, after a while, there's a little bit of a fatigue factor. I do agree they're all shows and it's a business, and if the NFL could manipulate it some way, I think that greed would figure out a way to manifest that. And then the other thought I had on it, Wolchuk, is, yesterday I was saying just how weird it was that we went from the Brady dynasty in this era of parity, where everybody else is just kind of fumbling. It's an 8-8 league, as Mike Fisher brilliantly coined years ago, and now back to back. Maybe the NFL sees it as more of the Jordan or Steph Curry angle of marketing, that we want a dynasty that everybody is kind of pulling for or rooting against. It makes these Super Bowls more interesting. Some of these Super Bowls from our past have been kind of like ho-hum. There's just not a big narrative or storyline on it, and that's the lack of star power.
It is. And that's when you have, the Mahomes. And to your point, I mean, Brady, I guess they went 10 years in between championships, but they did play in 2 Super Bowls and lost to the Giants. And one of those years they were undefeated, right? So the ratings were crazy. It's like you're going for history here. This year you're going for the 3P. Then you add in the Taylor Swift effect with the Chiefs, which brings in a whole other element of possible viewership and eyeballs. So I can see the financial benefit of the league. Hey, I think the Chiefs are outstanding, and they are playing their main role here in why they're successful. But if it comes down to a call here and there, maybe the NFL could lean a little biased on who they'd prefer to get into the game.
I want to check Spotterman's betting slips or email history from
that
Sunday.
Fourth down spot.
I want to know how many times in a game are spots blown too.
Every game.
Yeah.
Every game. I've said this before, probably not very eloquently, but my livelihood depended on men throwing the ball around. It would be marked here, thrown from the sidelines, then put in the middle of the field, kind of guessing where maybe the foot is of the guys or the gal standing there, and then trying to place the ball at that spot. Every game, it's incredible the amount of your. Just look at the metrics when I do the stuff on Next Gen. It's when I look at Eric always asks me, give me the fourth down calls, and it's always actual distance, 1.9 yards, 1.7 yards, 1.5. It's never a yard, because they've missed the spot by half a yard. And that's the difference between sometimes winning and losing games. This has gone on forever. Them throwing the ball around the way that they do, it's going to be marked wrong almost every single time.
That's a stat I'd love to track. Yards lost. Oh, it's how many yards
I've watched them do
based on poor spots during the course of a game.
I have absolutely watched officials run from the sidelines coming in to mark a ball on fourth down, if it's a conversion or not, run in, get bumped by a wide receiver or a cornerback, get bumped off track where they're running the line, and then have to circle back and get back online.
Now you're just trying to correct it as best you can.
Yeah, and then that all of a sudden the official looks and says, okay, we're going to mark it off this side over here, not the other side. So yeah, I mean, trust me, there's better ways of doing this. And the way they're doing it now is they've been doing it forever. But, yeah, there's yards lost all the time. Every game loses yards.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Good conversation. Thanks for continuing that. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has a Gbag of the day.
Get it ready, get it ready, ready. Get it ready, get it ready. Get it ready, ready. All right, so where we last left off here on Gbag of the day, I believe this is day 2 for this audio. Police were called because the neighbor was being loud. Cop didn't know that he stepped into a neighborly beef. He didn't know, but once he found out, he wants no parts of it. None. Absolutely none.
Yeah.
North Charleston Police.
Can I help you?
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment. Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Gonna come to the door and talk to us at all?
No, you should really tell my neighbors that they're lucky that I don't call the cops on them every time they yell and scream like animals.
Okay, we're done with this. Shut up and have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Catch me outside.
Yeah. Shut up and have a good night.
Shut up and have a good night.
That's how I want to end all my shows from now on. That's how I want to end this segment. All right. I'll be black tomorrow. Lord willing, the creek don't rise. Shut up and have a good night. My name is Lucius Alexander. Now holla.
It's good community policing.
Well said.
Yeah. Hey. All right. Yesterday was a church day here in America. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. He's for my mind. Reverend Ike is for my money. Yes, I'm on that Reverend Ike stuff. I definitely am. I got 2 church clips for you before I get to this AI clip that I don't want to play. I'm tired of playing AI. I told the total
about practice.
Yeah, I told the total that sent this to me. All right, this is gonna be the last AI clip I pay for at least 3 weeks. Jeez.
You got to sprinkle them in here and there.
Sprinkle
You
danko.
don't want too much. Just sprinkle them.
This pastor right here was not a fan of the band behind him leaving while he was doing his sermon.
That you need to make in your life, all of you musicians, y'all stay in while I'm teaching.
Please.
Y'all need the word.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where y'all going? What you doing?
Where you going? What you doing?
I don't like that.
Reverend,
This ain't no show. We are all growing in the Lord. Don't do that no more.
Don't do that no more.
No more.
No more. Remind me of Michael Jackson when he was upset. He's talking to the FBI. No, he's talking to Oprah. There was doo-doo and feces on the wall. It's nasty in there.
I don't think I've seen this.
Oh,
Yeah.
bro. This is just
Is that when he said that's ignorant?
That's an unfortunate.
It's ignorant.
blind
It's
spot.
ignorant. Yeah.
Let's see what else we got right here. Oh, yeah. This guitar player in the church band was just struggling, showing out.
Yeah, might need to get some more lessons there, buddy. Thanks for the audition. Sounds like you got a couple loose strings in there, partner.
Yeah, pretty awful. Now, this is not one, but Mr. Gavin Dawson sent me this about maybe, that's not one, maybe about 2.5 weeks ago. A little PSA for the parents that like to drop off their kids and drop off.
Yes,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Now, I remember my mother, she would take me as far as the traffic allowed. Once the traffic started getting congestion, it's time for me to jump out with my lunchbox, my backpack, saxophone, anything else I got. Sausage biscuits from McDonald's. Get out the car right now. Kind of like a mission.
All just because your legs work.
Just get
What's
out.
the furthest you ever had to walk, Lucius? You remember?
No, it's pretty far. Yeah, but once that traffic build up, she's like, all right, this is it. I got you here. A little PSA for the parents, though.
Listen, parents, I'm only going to say this once, and you know who you are. If you're the type of parent that's got to bathe and dress your child, comb their hair, scramble them an egg, and write them a little love note before they can exit your vehicle, you do not belong in the school drop-off line. Only parents who have raised their kids to jump out with their backpack fully loaded, like we storming the beaches in Normandy while our vehicles are slowly rolling away. Nah, those are the only parents allowed in the school drop-off line. Yes. I'm not going to tell y'all again.
Yes. Everybody else park, okay, or go around back. We got multiple parking lots for you. Happens every morning, Lucius. And I'll tell you what, the school districts know these parents cannot handle this. That's why in elementary school they have teachers out there and volunteers out there moving them.
They do.
Once you get to middle school, it is a lawless land. And it's self-policed. And some of these parents have no common sense or consideration.
100% about that consideration. This is a DFW driver, common DFW driver. I seen him last night on my way home. It was raining. Like, the visibility was so low. We doing 90. They pushing me. We doing 90, dog.
Dang.
Yeah.
Moving.
I respect that.
That was a slow lane.
Yeah. Whoosh, whoosh, just splashing. People are hydroplaning. There's cops like blocking off areas so you can't get there because it's a flash flood.
Yeah.
Now, cuz we doing 90, bro. I guess. All right, here's this AI clip. AI Stephen Jones. He's a strange dude.
I almost forgot I was here. Physically, I'm here. But mentally, I'm at a truck stop picking up a lot lizard. Look, this can't be all glory holes and hand. I wish it was, because that sounds more fun than actually doing work. Tuesdays are our glory hole days. It's when we see just how much our staff wants the privilege to work here.
Jeez,
I don't understand people saying we haven't had any success. I mean, sure, we haven't won in 30 years, but winning is overrated. We've had tons of fun. To be honest, I have no idea what air quotes are supposed to be used for. Still trying to figure that one out. I was born out of my daddy's left nut, which is the deformed one. You think when Jerry passes, I'm going to be any better. I was ignored and dropped all the time as a child. People always ask if I actually do any work. Of course I do. My number one job is to agree with everything Daddy says and give him the ideas that are worse than his
Got a little uncomfortable there at the end.
Didn't sound like it at all.
Yeah, I'll go off.
That was bad AI there.
There's one line in there that sounded like him. The part about not wanting to, it sounds a lot better than doing real work, whatever. That line.
There wasn't enough hats off to him, and at the end of the days.
Obviously.
Obviously.
24/7, 365.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Pretty good punchlines in there. I'm at a truck stop picking up a lot lizard.
The script was funny.
Pretty strong. Yes. Okay, I'm going to go with the PSA for parents dropping their kids off. Chief, how about you? AI Steve. Lucius?
The cops and the neighbor.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'll stick with the cops and the neighbor.
Brian?
Let's go with we'll go with cops and the neighbor.
By a score of 3-1, still your Gbag of the Day champion. It's the cops officiating a neighborly beef and exiting timely. Okay, when we come back, it's time
Shut
for
up and good night.
Yes, yeah. It's time for the new Rangers spring training countdown. As we're just a couple of weeks from pitchers and catchers reporting, and another week after that from the first spring training game. We'll do that. NFL News of the Day coming up at 3 o'clock, and we're back in the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and Art.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more, y'all. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We got all your sports right here on your home of the Cowboys, home of your Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, Rangers pitchers and catchers reporting February 12th. That is 2 weeks from yesterday. Yes, that is right. And the Rangers spring schedule will start February 21st against the Royals, with whom they share their Surprise Stadium spring training headquarters. Would love to see you out there. You know, I definitely think it's a bucket list trip. You get around Surprise. You can watch a lot of games. It's within 30, 45-minute drive distance from a lot of other spring training complexes. And, you know, it's always a time. So I think as a DFW sports fan, you owe it to yourself. If you don't have plans already, make it happen.
Yeah,
it's to be their year.
It's always another opportunity for us to get into a rent-a-car.
Yeah.
And to see how that's going to work out.
Yes.
You know, could we pick one that actually has windshield wipers and the door works, and one where Dawson doesn't have to be a stunt driver to make it work?
If we're lucky. Man, we've had some crazy rental car luck over the years.
Have.
Yeah.
In a way, I'm going to be honest with you, it hadn't been good.
No.
It hadn't been good, but I think it started, like we talk about the Arizona trip the one time with the amazing.
I think you have the biggest disaster on record, though, with your fall that you
That's
took
what I'm saying,
last year in Oxnard.
I did. I took a fall, lost an earbud, was embarrassed, was bleeding, got ahead of the line. I was injured. My hand hurt.
He popped up so quick trying to play it off that he forgot that he lost the earbud in the process.
That thing went flying. There's no telling. It's probably, it was underneath the car.
Oh, it's pulverized into asphalt at this point.
Yeah.
Was that a nice earbud you just walked away from?
Yeah, it was.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
Very.
Yeah. I'm just glad he didn't have some sort of an abrasion on his face that could have made him look elderly and incompetent like Jay Leno.
I had an abrasion on my right hand from trying to brace myself from falling.
The hand-knee combo.
Because my face could have got abrased.
Well, I'm also glad you didn't break your wrist. You know, that would have been really unfortunate if we had to go to the emergency room after that.
You know what? To be honest with you, I would have just said, just go to.
I'm fine, guys.
Just go.
Oh yeah,
and I would have borrowed the car, drove myself. I would have held my arm against my side.
It's nothing.
It's nothing. It's
merely
okay.
a flesh wound,
And then I would have just gone by myself.
I might have some PTSD though, going back to this Phoenix airport. I might need to walk over and go back to the side of the scene.
The rental car situation?
No, I watched my daughter be born right there. We on FaceTime.
We landed.
I don't think that's going to happen this time. I'm not aware of any pregnancy going on.
As soon as that plane, the wheels hit the ground, we were finding airlines to fly back on.
It was unbelievable.
We were scrambling. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we got down to the rental spot. It was like a 3-hour wait until Brian cut the line.
Yeah.
Thanks to Hagee,
multiple hours.
Hagee did a great job. Was already there, and I kind of walked up and acted like I was supposed to be there. Like, oh, hi, Hagee, hey.
Yeah, I was holding my spot the entire
as
time.
I'm talking to Hagee, I'm like handing the lady a credit card and my driver's license. Like, you think you could help me as well, ma'am?
Did you get a better car though? Was it better than the van we had?
We were okay. Yeah, that wasn't our worst car.
No. Yeah, we've hit the van by far with the big white X. Like, don't take.
I don't think any of us noticed it.
Yeah,
that was a.
Oh, I really noticed it.
I learned that weekend.
I noticed it. Dawson's like, "Damn, get in the van, shut up, let's go."
Yeah. I thought we were making the right decision, moving into a bigger vehicle.
Yeah,
but apparently the big X on the side
means
in
don't
chalk
take.
means this is not a good vehicle.
Yeah, this means take your life in your own hands a bit.
Do more though. Put some caution tape around that thing or something.
Morning news has a bullpen breakdown for us. Will the bullpen be better than what it's been? I mean, if it's a continuation of what it's been, we could be in some bad shape. It's really unbelievable they managed to win the World Series with the worst bullpen in baseball in 2023. And then last year they were bottom 5 as well. What do you think? Is this negligence? Is this a Chris Young blind spot that we've been subjected to? What are your expectations at 877-881-1053? I know we got a lot of smart baseball people out there. You're getting excited like we are. After the break last year, CY definitely made a move acquiring 6 new bullpen arms either in free agency or trades. Of course, Chris Martin. You got Sean Armstrong, 34 years old, had a 1.38 for the Rays in 2023. Okay. Robert Garcia, the pitcher they got for Nathaniel Lowe, some pretty elite metrics in how he gets guys to chase and they don't make good contact against him. His ERA was like mid-4s last year, but I think they like his promise. Jacob Webb has some history in low leverage situations, so maybe that's your 7th inning guy or something like that. And then, of course, our guy Jesse Chavez as well. But, I think as far now as expectations, it's hard to be worse than they've been. So just basically changing everything out hopefully gives them a chance to be average. Well, Chuck, what do you think? Are those expectations too high?
No, I'm excited overall about the state of the bullpen. I thought they did a really good job last year of kind of finding some guys in Kirby Yates and David Robertson. Maybe they're still able to bring back D-Rob. I still think a closer is needed, but they do have a lot of options. And really, I think the thing we've got to focus most on is health, right? I mean, that's really what derailed last year's season. And I love the offensive additions they've made. So I'm pumped to get to spring training and see some of the young guys as well. Like Sebastian Walcott is going to be a blast to be able to see in some of these games. But Jock Peterson, Berger, some of the new additions. I'm excited. Every other year, we just got to follow the Bochy formula. We're going back to the World Series, boys.
I went back and I was looking at my notes because I asked one of my Major League buddies about Garcia.
Yeah.
And I just wanted, if I could, circle back on that for you guys. And just this is a general manager buddy friend of mine. He says, very good, in my opinion. Garcia is a really good lefty reliever that's cheap and has years of control, solid average stuff, but plus deception. He's funky, he's cheap. He's a nice compliment to the bullpen. Rangers are clearly avoiding guys who have the Rangers are clearly adding guys who have different arm angles and slots. So we were talking about, the guys that were kind of not traditional, not the overhand guys, but
they're going to give you a lot of different looks.
A lot of different looks. So maybe they've kind of figured out some of that. Who was the team? I know Basic's probably listening. There was a team, I think Tampa. Somebody's got a metrics on this where they.
It probably is the Rays.
Where they talk about the type of pitchers. Do you use sidearm pitchers, overhand? There's kind of this metrics, and Mike was telling me about it one time. Sorry, I couldn't remember. But yeah, I mean, my buddy here was pretty excited about, because I was thinking, sometimes the Rangers, you can make a deal, maybe you get worked a little bit. Oh my God, my general manager buddy really liked this move. So
yeah, I bet there's science to it, like the next whatever amount of pitches after you change from one style to another. I'd imagine there is an adjustment period inside of there, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Tampa Rays that had figured that out. But yeah, you give up a player of Nathaniel Lowe's caliber, and I know it wasn't always the most consistent or productive ride with him, but that's got some value to it. And to get his bullpen equivalent, I love it.
Oh, here's another one of my scout buddies. He said Milner, the guy they brought in, right?
Oh yeah,
Milner, yeah, from the Brewers. Mm-hmm. He said for what he is, well above average deception lefty with funky release. He throws strikes, has several pitches. Can't make you miss all the time or he'll get crushed. But he's a kid from North Texas, so I see why they did it. But there, here again, guy, funky release, delivery and all that. We've
a lot of different arm slots.
Arm slots and stuff. So maybe they're going to try and put something together where it's not going to be about maybe a dominant guy, but different pieces and how they,
just keeping hitters off balance.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, if this year is going to be better, it's going to be because their offensive guys bounce back. Their offensive additions were there.
I agree.
And their starting pitchers are excellent. You know, we'll see what they get from Jacob deGrom. A full season of Jacob deGrom, big season from Kamar Rocker. We could be, talking about the biggest of expectations by the time we get a few months into the season. Elvis Andrus joining the telecast. I know a lot of longtime Rangers fans are going to love having him. A decade with the team, 15-year career. I'll bet on him because he has good energy and he makes it fun. Can he bring some of that personality that he displayed on the diamond and his interactions with the players, especially Elvis Andrus? Very engaging personality. He's going to do 20 games. So that's good because the season can be a grind. I would not want to go from retirement to, hey, guess what? You're going to do 150 games here for us. That doesn't sound like a tremendous amount of fun unless you're a dedicated broadcaster, like Laura Stickles, who at 28 years old is the new TV dugout reporter. Emily Jones has been the primary reporter in that role since 2007. An incredible run. She's announced that she'll further curtail her workload in 2025 and is expected to only do 20 games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I have so much admiration for her for those nights at the old stadium when it was 105 degrees. And she's standing down there in the dugout and just talking, and I mean,
she's the best.
She is.
She really
and absolutely did it with total professionalism. The interaction you had with the players, the front office, everything like that. When she was saying something, you had to take it to heart. I mean, she highly respected, but those nights of her standing down there, I mean, just powering through how hot it was in that dugout for her. I couldn't imagine how bad that was. But
Soldier.
She did it with a lot of professionalism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it was crazy last night after the Mavs game. I was taking care of some things, interacting on social with the Tolos, and then all of a sudden the entire tone of the evening changed, and I think a lot of people are still reeling from the insane crash. I mean, I think this one goes down in American history along with, the flight at DFW back in the late 80s, early 90s, where they hit the wind shear.
The wind shear got him there.
Remember the TWA flight in the 80s? There's some of these absolute big ones that just are singed into your mind permanently. And this one, just the video is unbelievable.
Yeah, was that a Pan Am flight, the Lockerbie, Scotland one you were talking about?
Yeah, that show Lockerbie, I definitely recommend watching. I think it's on Paramount.
That was
Plus.
a terrorist attack, though, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, I mean, there might have been some foolery going on. I don't know. It's kind of it leaves you wondering a little bit. But yes, it was a terrorist attack.
I guess it's an overcrowded airport there in D.C. They have 3 of them, but this one is super close to the Pentagon. It's like right next door, and it's so convenient for a lot of the government officials and the people of D.C. that they've left it open, even like decades after it was recommended that it be closed. It operates at like 60% above capacity on a daily basis. So that's some of the complications. I don't know.
There's a lot going on. Like, I've taken that airport a few times, and when you land, when you're coming up that river, you can just see all the military situations and all the birds and the helos they have. And there's a lot moving on.
I can see that
right below you.
Yeah, I read a thread from an Army helicopter pilot that has experience flying those, and he was just going through how difficult your lines of sight can be and how that thing is set up to be, invisible from above, can work against you. That's why the plane couldn't see him, even though he had his lights on. Right. And he said, even though we're in a 3-man crew and we're in constant communication, it's easy, to sort of get caught up in other distractions. And one person is, required by their code to always have their eyes outside and looking around. But he'd say, I'd be lying if I said we had a perfect record in doing that. So you're always communicating, I'm inside or I'm outside. But he's like, sometimes, everybody's looking inside and looking at the different instruments and plotting out different stuff, or maybe in some sort of other communication. So he said from his perspective, it wasn't totally out of the realm of possibility, and other pilots checking in saying I'd had a similar type of close call. But it's just unbelievable. You get the wide shot and you see the chopper coming in for a long, long distance of time, and down comes the plane, and it's just it's unbelievably sad and tragic to see some of those stories. Like the sports angle, multiple U.S. and Russian figure skaters were on board, including at least one former Russian champion and some American young skaters with their mothers and stuff. Absolute, tragedy. Okay, when we come back here in the Gbag Nation, as we're cracking them here on a Thirsty Thursday, NFL news of the daytime. Chuck, where are you taking us?
One free agent the Cowboys should prioritize. We got new coaches continuing to put their staffs together and getting your head chopped off. That's next.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. We'll get you set up on all the Cowboys news of the day. Time now for Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's Zachary.
Good news for concussions this year in the NFL. Jonathan Jones reporting 2024 saw the fewest number of concussions on record in the NFL. According to NFL EVP Jeff Miller, a 17% decrease year over year compared to last year. So the Guardian caps are here to stay. They're going to make sure that those are still able to be worn.
Maybe some kickoff stuff too.
Yes,
kickoff rules.
In the kickoff rules, there was a good amount of success.
Don't tell that to Austin Eckler.
Well,
no, that's good.
Some of that stuff's unavoidable.
No,
right?
Of course. I'm just making a joke.
But no, that's the kickoff rules. He got crushed.
He got
smashed. Did. He sure did. And he did have a concussion on the play. But
for several games.
He was out for like 5
It was like a solid month, yeah. NFL says the dynamic kickoff rule change produced 57% increase in returns this year, which is what they were wanting to do. So not only did you technically did get a decreased rate in concussions, you also had an increased rate in kick returns.
Have you seen the Guardian Cap 2.0s? They've stepped up.
Yeah,
They've
they look
stepped
much
up
better.
in the aesthetic.
They do.
It looks much better, more form fitting. It's like I think the naked eye would be less. It's less apparent
obvious
that it's there.
Yeah,
you know, like some of these guys, you can see they're not even on completely
it's like
right.
sliding
it's
off
like,
a little bit. It's tilted.
There's some slippage going on. So, but that was just the first version. The 2.0s look sleek.
I thought I noticed some that I was like, oh, that's a Guardian cap.
Yeah, you could tell.
Maybe it was just one guy.
Yeah, I think
Are they playing with him yet?
Yeah,
I haven't seen anybody playing with them yet. I've only seen the prototypes. Yeah, not the 2.0s.
But they are playing with the Guardian caps. Yeah, like you had Jonathan Taylor of the Colts would be wearing them. DeMar Hamlin would be wearing one. I'm not sure if there's anybody specifically on the Eagles or the Chiefs that you can see in the Super Bowl just off the top of my head. But yeah, several players were wearing them out there that you could see. The big news today in the NFL, and this kind of broke like an hour before we got on the air, is Justin Tucker, now being called Justin Tugger. 6 massage therapists have come forward with allegations of sexual misconduct. 2 spas permanently banning him, as we've got a full article on the Baltimore Banter right now. Benjamin Albright, well-respected reporter who is based out of Denver, actually shared some DMs he got that somebody said, you might want to check around with Baltimore sources about some sort of article coming out about Justin Tucker. He said, thanks, I'll look into it. Then a day later replied, yeah, there's a lot of truth to this. And he has said in regards to Justin Tucker saying this is absolutely false. He has released a statement, but Albright said, I got tipped off to this earlier this week, was looking into it. It looks like a lot of the information he corroborates ended up being very real. And now the Ravens are probably going to have to look into making a statement here. But Tucker's denying it all. But I mean, some of the stuff in the article seems pretty damning.
Assuming that he knew this was going to come out over the last couple of months, I think that makes rub and tug scandals 2 for 2 here in ending great careers.
Yeah, for sure. Like if he knew this was sort of looming here a little bit, that could certainly affect your performance. That would make plenty of sense. You saw how it's broken Deshaun Watson completely. But yeah, this is. I mean, there's tweets going back to like 2021 of just random accounts. Young MC saying Justin Tucker is canceled, but it's not my place to provide the reason. Let's just say he's been told by many massage places to never come back. That was in November of 2021. Just a random tweet.
He must not have been going to the places with the darked out windows. You know, there's a couple of different kind of massage spots out there, right? There's the massage, and then there's the house of prostitution doubling as a massage spot, right? That's what's going on.
Yeah.
I think Robert Kraft knew which one to go to. The one he went to just happened to be, dabbling in human trafficking and got itself on the Fed's radar.
Yeah, this it's just weird for, like Justin Tucker's coming out and denying it all, but it's like, man, I just can't really envision somebody's out to get the kicker.
No.
Like
this is a must.
There's just a complete conspiracy. We're going after the Ravens kicker here, and we're just going to try and make a whole scandal that is totally based on false allegations that he's involved with multiple masseuse parlors. Multiple masseuse people are saying, yeah, he did this, did that. He's been kicked out of a bunch. It's like, dude, I can't really buy what you're selling here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for Robert, he was at the Orchids of Asia Day Spa.
That's right.
That's where Robert was. But this
Nifty
dude,
name.
yeah, this dude is. I guess it's multiple different places. So he was probably trying to, square peg round hole. Like he wasn't going to the proper. He was trying to force something that
he had
wasn't
finer tastes.
Yeah. Sure.
Maybe that was his kink. I don't know. Bizarre.
I think
the details are pretty bad.
It's probably a must-lie situation just because the humiliation and shame, right? And people are going to believe what they want. He's got a son. I'm sure he's got, a family. They're all very disappointed in him, and his lawyer is saying, let's go full denial and see where this takes us.
Listen to Liam Cohen. Honesty is the best policy.
Was that his?
That's what he said.
That's what Liam Cohen
Even
said?
though I don't think he was fully honest when he was leaving Tampa Bay. So the guy's a little bit of a hypocrite.
He
there.
left him in the dark a little bit.
So CBS Sports came out with one free agent each team should prioritize signing this offseason. And it was a good conversation because we were talking about defensive tackles yesterday with the Cowboys, and they've got a defensive tackle on here, B.J. Hill of the Cincinnati Bengals, who was originally drafted in the division by the Giants.
Seamless transition from Justin Tugger to B.J. Hill.
Yeah, to B.J. Hill. Absolutely.
I will say the Justin Tugger jokes writing themselves.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
That was you can't concoct that. That's just
it ended up being too perfect.
That is unbelievable.
Maybe this thing was all staged. I don't know. Cowboys could be looking at some changes on the D-line. Lawrence, Golston, Osa among free agents. You could get B.J. Hill, veteran. He had 16 sacks, 225 combined tackles, 53 hits over 4 seasons in Cincinnati. And according to Over the Cap, when you look at what he was making, it was 3 years, $10 million a year. He was hitting that. Like, he was worth the money that he was being paid. Now, when you look at his age, he's kind of pushing 30. He's 29 and with 30 next season. He's not expected to get top of the market, so maybe he's more affordable than Osa Odighizuwa, although Jory Epstein did report that that's the Cowboys' number one priority right now, would be re-signing Osa. But if they're not able to, maybe a more cap-friendly addition could be B.J. Hill, who certainly has been very productive in Cincy.
Looks like he can play both tackle positions. Good run stuffer, based on the scouting report I've seen. I would say get Osa back, get Hill, and get Tank back, and now you could seriously talk about, hey, maybe our defense with the right draft once we get Overshown or Diggs back could be really good. That's if you want to compete next year. And it's possible, Go ahead and make this happen. If you think that you're close to competing, I think those are the kind of moves. So I think rubber hits the road, around March 10th, start a free agency around there.
Yeah.
We'll know by March 20th if this Cowboys team can get back in the mix next year.
No doubt.
I do. If priority number one being Osa, I think there's a better priority number one out there.
Okay, we'll get to that. What, in the finest?
Finest.
All right, we'll talk about that then. 817, hilarious to listen to how this Tucker BS is going to get spun and slid under the massage table like a hot towel.
It's
while
Tugger,
Watson
by the way.
is still being treated as scum. I don't think that people aren't going to be treating Justin Tucker the same way. We were talking about how this is probably 2 NFL careers that have ended here. We're not trying to toss it under the massage table like a hot towel here, 817, okay? Patrick Graham, he's going to remain as the Raiders defensive coordinator under Pete Carroll's staff. And we also had Mark Davis, who after the Pete Carroll press conference, well, he was asked a little bit about what's been going on since John Gruden. Here is what Mark Davis, the bowl cut man himself, had to say.
Bringing in Tom Brady was bringing in somebody that was on the football side that I had been lacking having here at the organization. Back in I guess it was 18 with John Gruden. He was somebody that I brought in and really expected to be that person on the football side that would bring stability to the organization. He had a 10-year contract and all that, and his head was chopped off. And we were put in a really bad position as an organization.
Yeah, head chopped off after the 2021 emails. I mean, that's a
poor John Gruden, victimized just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Off with his head.
Well, and the problem is, like, it wasn't since then, like, the organization's been bad. Like, the organization was really bad previously, too, Mark. I think that's a little bit of a cop-out on your part.
Yeah, it'd been bad for, 10 years or so before that, and you hired a guy out of the TV booth to come be your main football guy in the organization.
Not good. So
they really need Tom Brady to save them.
They do. And I guess that's really the hope for all of Raider Nation right now. I know Raider Joe's hoping that. He always hated Tom Brady. Now he's a big Tom Brady fan. All right, let's get to more juicy drama. as it's not a Toxic Tuesday, but maybe a Toxic Thursday. We're going to go to Lance Zierlein, all right? Now, Lance was on 97.5 ESPN in Houston, and he was discussing C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick's relationship. Now, he goes back to the Combine. They're going to meet. Now, he got information that while at Ohio State, C.J. Stroud apparently did not respect his offensive coordinator, didn't think that he was intelligent enough. So he would only communicate with Ryan Day. And that was kind of a red flag. He's like, yeah, it's a little bit weird. You're only going to talk to your head coach. You're basically just not going to have a relationship with your offensive coordinator. And then this led to the meeting between C.J. Stroud, the Texans, and Bobby Slowick.
He comes into Houston. Bobby Slowick is trying to tell him some stuff. And CJ just says, oh, yeah, I know that we call this, whatever, XY switch, whatever it would be at Ohio State. And apparently, maybe it happened a couple times, and Bobby Slowick just kind of jumped him, said, I don't give a what you call Ohio State. That's college. This is pro football. And Bobby kind of got in his face about it, And CJ's not one to back down at all. And CJ, and I don't know if Bobby was testing him or I don't know what the deal was, but CJ jumped up and got back in his face. And it was very contentious. It had to be kind of broken up. And so when CJ went to his next draft meeting, and I talked to the team where CJ went, because I asked this team, hey, did you hear anything about this with CJ Stroud? And they said, oh, we asked CJ how his last visit went, which was Houston. And he said, terrible. I don't think I'll be going there. And people who train, like CJ's whole crew did not want him to go to Houston. And they didn't think he was going to Houston because it was he and Bobby got into it. And then CJ was drafted by Houston, which that's one of the reasons I was really surprised. Like I kind of wrote, after finding that out, I wrote CJ off from the Texans and I thought, okay, this is Will Anderson for sure. And so when they traded for him, I was very surprised because I knew there was that lingering stuff there. But then in discussing all of it last year, I heard it was squashed. Like there was no issue. Bobby and him were good.
Could lead to some of the reason why the offense in Houston kind of fell apart a little bit. It is fascinating that, like, even with a bad interaction, Texans were still like, all right, we're going to draft him. And he didn't want to go to Houston. Now that's turned out to be, a success. But my gosh, Bobby.
So Slowick got in his face like that at the Combine?
They got in each other's. Yeah.
Wow.
And created a very awkward tension. And kudos to the two of them. They were able to repair the relationship. It went really well their rookie season. This year, obviously, it fell off, and he's no longer with the team. But very interesting.
You ever heard of anything like that, Brian?
All the time. What he was doing was he was testing the kid. He was seeing how much the kid could take. I've seen coaches like go watch what I'm about to do to this kid, and you make it confrontational, and you see how they react. Do they rise up and get in your face and challenge you right back, or do they shell? They go back in the shell, and you can learn a lot about a kid. It's kind of a terrible way to operate. But I've known coaches that have done it. Like, listen, there's questions about this kid's toughness.
Yeah,
I'm about to answer that question.
So you want him to get up and get in the face.
You want him.
Well, for some of those scenarios, I would say
you want him to challenge you back. That so then you kind of can when it happens, then you're like, okay, I did what I needed to do here. And so because sometimes scouts will say this in a meeting. He goes, well, he's not a very mentally tough kid.
Yeah.
And a coach hears that, he goes, okay, watch what I'm about to do here.
Let's test it.
And let's test it. Let's see how mentally tough and he wants to be. So this happens quite a bit.
At least he did it in a football way. You remember Jeff Ireland with Des
Bryant. With Des Bryant. I mean, that was not a football way of doing things. Not at all. No.
Jets have agreed to terms with Steve Wilks to become their defensive coordinator in New York. Of course, he was with the San Francisco 49ers, previously head coach of Arizona and Carolina. So he's going to be Aaron Glenn's DC in New York. And the Bears making another addition to their staff with Ben Johnson. They're going to hire ex-Jags offensive coordinator Press Taylor as the new passing game coordinator.
Man, that guy gets a lot of gigs for not doing very much.
He really does. Like Press Taylor, I don't think has been successful anywhere he's gone.
Everywhere, everybody's talked about him as the young and upcoming guy, and like Doug Peterson had him. I mean, it's always kind of been a bounce around guy, but everywhere he's been, he's kind of gotten fired for being a young guy. So good luck.
All right, you guys ready for Put Football Guy of the Day on the line?
Yes.
Always. Here we go. Patrick Mahomes has defeated every single NFL team in the regular season except for one. Who is the one team that he has never defeated, not including, of course, the team that he plays for in the Kansas City Chiefs?
I'm disgusted with myself. I know the answer to this.
Did you see it?
I did.
Okay. We're going to take you out of the running.
Is it Detroit Lions?
It's not the Detroit Lions. He's 1-1 against the Lions.
Is he 1-1?
Yeah.
I knew he got beat against them on opening day. And they don't play that often. That's why I was going to.
Lions.
I think it's fair to give him a conference because that's a lot to ask.
It is in the AFC.
Oh, wow.
It's very surprising. It's not a team you would necessarily think of that's like super difficult to beat.
He's 0-2 versus this team, right?
0-2 in the regular season against this team.
And if you think hard enough, you can actually remember the surprise one from, I think, 2 seasons ago.
It was a stunning defeat in the regular season. It really was.
Colts.
Big-time upset. It is the Colts. Boom, boom, boom. Football guy of the day. The general.
Well, Chief had it.
Gavin Dawson.
I think
he saw the stat like I saw the stat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't have known this either if I didn't see the stat.
No, I woke up this morning with that knowledge.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. I'll get to another one a little bit later. Eric, you might have seen that one too from the same Twitter account. Matthew Stafford plans to play in 2025. However, the situation with the Rams still to be determined. Now, I do think he's going to stay there, and they're probably just going to restructure the deal. Sean McVay said that he wants this resolved sooner than later, so maybe he ends up taking a little bit of a cap hit, or they go ahead and maneuver some numbers to where his contract is a little bit less to stick around, but he was really good in the postseason for them. I mean, certainly Matthew Stafford's still playing at a pretty high level, and if they can continue to build that offensive line, they're going to be in a really good place to contend again there in L.A. with the Rams. And shout out to Posty. Post Malone will headline the NFL's tailgate concert ahead of the Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl at Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. So the tailgate will begin at 3 o'clock. Will air on YouTube if you want to get some Posty action in before big kickoff.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. It's time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening, what Will McClay likes about working with the Cowboys so much, and more next in the nation.
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, Will McClay on why he continues to not pursue leaving the Cowboys for a real GM job. Basically getting the opportunity to pursue a championship, a Super Bowl, and work with these people is extremely important to me. I think it's good news. I think for Cowboys fans might not remember how bad the talent got at times on the run post Jimmy Johnson to Will McClay. 15, 18 years somewhere in there. It was wheels off and unpredictable, and McClay has stabilized and improved the organization. And really the only bad years that you have are quarterback injury years. There's no sustained losing. I think Will McClay gets a lot of credit for that. So I think it's a big dub to hear that. And, maybe I imagine Will McClay continuing in a very important role with the Cowboys, not unlike a Gil Brandt or something like that, Brian, just a long type of deal.
I absolutely. I'd like to see Will have his own opportunity to hire his own coach and to pick his players and kind of navigate that. I think he would do a fine job with that. If I was a fan of another team and I needed a general manager, Will McClay would be a guy I would surely look at. You're absolutely right, Gavin. The stability that he's brought, his ability to marry the Joneses with the scouts, with the coaches, is something that a lot of these, my old boss, Larry Lacewell, he was able to do it because he was friends with Jerry Jones. People knew that, listen, you mess with Lace, you're probably messing with the Joneses. You're probably, Will seems to have that ability to kind of not put himself on with one group. He puts himself with, you feel like talking to Will that, like, he's for the coaches. He's for the scouts. He's for the Joneses. You don't get the feeling that he's going to always side with the scouts.
Because it was often contentious before him.
Very, very contentious. And Lace was a former coach. And so the coaches always felt like, that they were going to get their way here. And then the scouts kind of resented that because, well, wait a minute, you run our side of the building here. Why are you siding with the coaches over here and stuff?
Yeah.
So it's Will has done a great job of just making sure that all parties involved, and they're really, as we know, they're really involved with consensus. They want that consensus, and to a point, it sometimes is a detriment, but other times it helps them with how they get get their players on board.
And to build on that idea, I think that's something important to note. If somebody might be disgruntled or discouraged by the job that their personnel department is doing because of their last 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
It's not Will McClay's vision like it was, or it could be for other, pure GMs. So he's just gathering consensus. And I would love to see him have the opportunity to create the vision and be like a final say type of guy.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. There's that clip of him standing up and basically being the tiebreaker of Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
Whether it was Bergeron, the tackle guard from Illinois, or Mozzie Smith, and there was that discussion on the clock.
Man, I would love to go back and see what this team could look like right now.
No, exactly. But there's times you're going to stand on that table and be absolutely wrong. And I think Will has eliminated a lot of that being wrong.
Well, I mean, he nailed Tyler Smith 3 years ago.
He sure did.
A pick that came out of nowhere.
Yep.
The Leafau and Overshone were good. Cooper Beebe is probably going to be good. Marshawn Nealon is going to be good. So it's not like a total waste of the last.
No, not at all. Not at all. And that's where I think that, the Joneses really do appreciate the Will, that he's able to smooth over all the rough spots that the Joneses might create.
And I don't even know where they would go for a replacement for him. That's a very special set of skills, what you talked about, getting all these different departments involved and feel like they have ownership and importance without being alienated, plus a guy with his skill level of team building.
Yeah,
and the ability to have the relationship with Jerry is huge here. You just can't replace him.
No, they would probably go with on staff, like Mitch LaPointe or somebody like that would get an opportunity. If you remember when Lacewell left, myself and Tom Siskowski were there, and Tom looked at me one day and goes, "You getting this job?" And I'm like, "No." "You getting this job?" And he goes, "No." And then it was Jeff Ireland. Like he'd backdoored us to get to Parcells, and that's how he got the job. Yeah. So but they're going to likely hire people within it. It's not something that they went out and got Lionel Vital, and I've known Lionel for a long time. He was an absolute disaster as a player personnel guy. Mm-hmm. And so, when they and that was on a recommendation from Bill Belichick. Hey, Lionel Vital, come and bring him in. But that was and they haven't really gone outside that sense.
Okay, elsewhere here in the C note, and we go to ESPN's top 50. We've talked about this a couple of times. Got to it late last night. Wolchuk briefly mentioned it in NFL News Today. Osa at 10, Zach Martin at 21. Those are your two guys inside the top 50. I saw Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, reporting earlier today that multiple teams are expected to pursue Osa. But reportedly a top priority for the Jones boys continues to be the word coming out of the Senior Bowl. And as we hear it, he is headed for a big contract. Is he a good enough defensive tackle that you want to make a significant salary cap pie, contribution to him? Maybe 7 or 8% of your pie could go to Osa if the numbers are right, over $20 million per year. And it's exciting to me, because instead of letting all these pieces go, if you're committed to bringing back Osa, that is a huge draft piece you don't have to worry about. You could throw darts at a board for the next 8 years and not find a defensive tackle better than Osa.
Especially the one team that apparently is very interested in him is San Francisco. And if you go back and you watch the Cowboys games against the 49ers, it makes sense why San Francisco would be, because Osa played very well in those games. He was one of the Cowboys' better defenders in every meeting that they had with San Fran. So, yeah, I get it. I mean, I'm into re-signing Osa. It depends, obviously, what the money is. Is he ending up getting $12 million per year? I don't know. But I am for trying to fill out this roster without going into the draft like, gosh, I need to get basically every position. We were talking today, linebacker is the one they really need to address in free agency, because this is not a draft that I think they're going to be able to get like a starting caliber linebacker unless they probably reach on it really high in the first or second round.
And you need a runner, you need a wide receiver, you probably need another offensive lineman. Like, I would love it if the first 3 picks you'd come off the board and all be on the offensive side of the ball, because you did bring back Osa and Tank and Jordan Lewis, and I don't think that's an insane amount of money to expect to spend, especially for a draft and develop team. After letting everybody go last year, having that happen again, I think would be devastating and push you well out of the playoffs.
It's likely going to happen again, and maybe their thought.
So you're saying move the page from Osa? Not going to happen.
Oh, I think my gut feeling is that they're going to try and get it done. He might become out of their ballpark. He played that well where pro personnel guys and gals are going to watch that tape, and a lot of teams around the league.
But Steven would know where the market is. If you're saying that, or do you think that's just lip service to satisfy the fans?
I think to me, he knows the market. Pay the guy the highest price you could pay the position, and it's no longer I'm the highest guy and I'm taking care of the market.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's going to be another big bloodletting of talent off this team. And I do worry about them. And this is where Will's job is going to be even more important, because they're going to have to hit on the draft, and they're going to have to hit in college free agency, which they spend money in. They give $250,000 bonus, guaranteed a contract for Span Ford, the tight end. They like to play that market because they see those guys on their board as draftable players, and so that's what they're going to try and do. And then they're going to have to try and replace all the guys that they're likely going to lose. This is just get ready for the second coming of the bloodletting, as I like to say.
Well, that would stink. I think you finish the final 8 games 5-3. You're playing a third place schedule. Yeah. It suggests that if you catch some breaks, maybe you could be back in the playoffs. But if you're not going to bring back any of those guys, then I'll have seen everything.
Well, I'd like to, maybe something different here is that we've got on before for signing their own. Maybe this is the way of we're not going to sign our own, and we're going to now go play in free agency. Maybe they're going to look. Maybe they're going to look at a Cincinnati Bengal player or a Tennessee Titan player or somebody like that. It used to be Stephen Jones said it. He says, "Hey, we have to look at how we handle free agency."
Yeah,
and maybe it's not. Hey, they've been burned by signing their own.
And if you're going to do the $40 million that basically I'm talking about in free agency in payroll, I could get behind that as well. I think that would be a smart pivot instead of just taking your best players and re-signing them. Look for the best players in free agency. Is Zach Martin going to retire? And did the line get better last year when he went out? Is that something you even want to be considering at this point?
Well, he was not healthy.
Got better because the person in his place could move.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That helped.
That helped a lot. I mean, he was probably 60% of what we known from Zach Martin, and when he went out of the lineup, it was just a healthier body, and I think that helped BB, and I think it also helped the right tackle Steele with a healthier guy in there.
It's interesting Tank Lawrence not in the top 50 free agents. I mean, I could definitely understand a fall off. I wonder how opposing front offices look at that situation with Tank, because if the market is that low and it's a single digit amount of millions, I think that would be a player that you would want back. He's still going to give you some pass rush. He's going to be tough against the run. I think, Tank's still a good physical defensive lineman. I would want him back. And I think Rico could be on the list as well. I mean, top 10 in yards per attempt among running backs with a shaky line and a passing game that was non-existent a lot of weeks. I think Rico has value as well. I know he doesn't hit home runs, but I mean, top 10 yards per attempt in that setting is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You just can't get into the end zone. The 2 touchdowns is still one that I'm just like, how did he just finish with 2 rushing touchdowns? That's insane.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you got it. He's a guy he just did it on a very small number. Why can't you find another guy that's the exact same? Because Rico had value this year. Soon as you give him market value, 4 or 5, whatever,
he was 1.2. He was 1.2 this year.
1.2 this year.
Yeah.
So if a guy who's getting 1.2 can do it, just find another 1.2 guy that can do it. Unless you're going to get a game breaker kind of dude or whatever. But yeah. I would be looking to do something like that, especially for a guy who's got the injury history that he does, and he had a pretty nice healthy year this year. But I think that's the perfect example of letting a guy walk out. I think Osa's in a similar spot. Because he's going to command big dollars, and I don't think he will be worth that. But I do think there is a defensive tackle that'll be on the market that will be worth the money that they're earmarking potentially for Osa. There's somebody else better.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I would answer that by saying without knowing who they are going to draft, I would look back in the last 15 years, and it's been bad. This front office hasn't been good. They had DeMarco Murray in the building. They didn't really turn him loose until year 4, and then you have Zeke, who you overpaid. The Tony Pollard mismanagement. I don't have faith in their ability to go find another guy that can give you what Rico does. And if you go into next year with guys under 4 yards per attempt, we can't make respectable third down yardages.
See, then I would be making it a point in my front office to say this can't be we got basically majority of the league that can go identify a low-cost running back that can be productive. And you actually just did do it with Rico. It took you some time. Part of it was because of the injuries. But they're out there. If you're a team that cannot, you're supposed to be a good drafting team, and you can't identify a cheap running back to go be productive for you, you have a giant weakness in your front office that almost none other front office has.
And you don't have a fourth rounder this year. I think that one hurts quite a bit in this situation because I do want running back, a wide receiver, and an offensive lineman in the first 3 rounds. And, that would contribute to my decision there on Rico. Brandon Laurie pointing out Tony Pauline report here on Cowboys Twitter. Cowboys may be taking a hard look at wide receiver early in the draft. Quote, I'm told the team will look for a receiver during the first 2 rounds to pair with CeeDee Lamb. We've talked about their options with Luther Burden and McMillan at Arizona and Igbuka at Ohio State. How are we looking at 44, Brian? Some plug-and-play type of guys there as well?
And it's funny because we're getting ready up in Krusty's Corner. Wolchuk and I did a mock draft on the draft show this morning, and I wanted to go through it and see what you guys thought about it. And we're going to address that wide receiver spot for sure.
All right, let's take that as a tease. The C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, most every day at 3:20, and we're back with Krusty's Corner here in the Gbag Nation.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to ClassicChevrolet.com. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Silverados than anyone else. All prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the Gbag Nation here on the Fan Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. This morning on the we had the draft show that Wolchuk and I were on with Foch Lombardi. That was our crew. We had, matter of fact, it's split draft day or draft shows today. We had the morning show and then we have an afternoon show. The guys from Mobile,
I think that's out now, actually.
Mobile, Alabama. So after our show today, and after you listen to all our programming on the station, give that a listen. But today we did a little mock draft. It was a 3-rounder. Wolchuk was engineering it for us. And some of the takeaways from the mock draft. And Zach, feel free to jump in anytime you want to jump in and talk about this. But it came down to, on the first, as it fell, it came down to where we had some considerations to have to make. One of the considerations was about the running back, Genty.
Mm-hmm.
One of the considerations we had to make was about the offensive tackle, Simmons.
You like him.
From Ohio State.
Injury question, and that's really it, right?
That's it.
or else he'd be the best tackle.
That's it.
Left tackle?
Yeah.
Certified?
Absolutely.
Yep, left tackle. And then it came down to considerations as well for Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, and Ibuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State. Mike Green was not in that consideration at the time. He'd went right before us.
Niners scooped him from us, man. I was bummed.
So we lost our edge. We lost our edge that we really, really liked.
Is this something that you guys simulate?
We simulated it.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll bounce back and forth, like using different simulations. I kind of like PFNs because I can mess with the draft trades because I don't pay for the PFF one.
Oh, okay.
So I used PFF to just save us time. I
need to give you
didn't
that.
want to do the trades.
I just need to give you my password and you can get that done.
That'd be kind of nice.
I'll do that for you. But we came down to a consideration and in much discussion about the 12th position. With all those guys I mentioned on the board, would you guys like to take a guess which way Zach, myself, and Voch went with the 12th overall pick with Genty, Simmons, Burden, Ibuka on that board?
Knowing you guys the way I do, we got ourselves a running back, didn't we, Dawson?
Yeah, I'm not sure how Voch is going to vote on this. I respect the man's content. Don't know his intention here, but I know you guys would have outvoted him at least 2-1.
All three of us took Simmons.
You don't know us, Bleeples.
You guys passed?
Suckers!
You guys passed on the runner?
We did. We said,
I'm so
what?
proud of you guys.
We're going to take Simmons here, but I did think taking Genty might bite us in the butt if we passed on him.
Yeah. Now, this is my argument, and I'm on board with taking Simmons. Voch made a great point about, hey, Dr. Cooper taps you on the shoulder, gives you the thumbs up, kid's good to go.
And what's his questions? It's a knee?
It's a knee. He
hurt his knee. Second quarter against Oregon, and they haven't really told us what the issue was. I've just seen knee injury.
Yeah.
And he was out the rest of the season because
the rest of the season he was done. He was done. And they had to kick the guard Jackson out from left guard.
Did an incredible job. Donovan Jackson, another good player.
Another good player. But we all three we took Simmons, the offensive tackle. All right. Now my discussion, my argument, or my thought, and I want to get your guys' thought. And I know Dawson, you use like, hell, let's help this offensive line, let's build it, let's help the quarterback, let's help the running game, let's do all that.
Great Wall of Dallas Part 3. Here we go.
Okay. The questions I have is, can you guys give me a good, legitimate plan for what I'm going to do at left tackle if I draft this kid? You know what I'm saying? Give me a plan. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to take this kid if you guys can't convince me we got a left tackle plan. I know it's plugging him in and playing at left tackle, But what's going to happen with Guyton? What's going to happen at right tackle? What's going to happen at all this tackle spots? Convince me if I'm going to give up an opportunity to draft Genty, all the offensive line truthers, give me the reason why I need to go away from the best running back and maybe the best player on this board. But if we're taking him at 12 over Genty, we got him on our stack above Genty. We've got Simmons above Genty.
Can he play right guard?
No, he's a tackle.
He's a tackle.
Okay, so we're trying to trade Terrence Steele ASAP. We're going to move Guyton over to right tackle, give it a shot there. If that doesn't work, we'll draft another right tackle in the spring of 2026.
So we're giving up completely to you. We're giving up completely on Guyton there, right?
Well, I'll put him out there in camp, and if he is somehow better than the guy we just took at 12, then that'll be my left tackle. I'll go with Steele. But, I'm thinking ideally we put Guyton back where he was more comfortable in college at right tackle and hope that shakes something loose. But we got a good left tackle out of this. And I'm going to tell you, this passing game looked a lot better when Tyron Smith was out there at left tackle, even though he was hobbled and was often injured. When he was gone, Dak Prescott set the record for picks in 13 games. When he was back in 2023, the offense was top 5. So I think locking down that blind spot with a player better than Guyton is almost job one right now on offense.
Chief, you got a good reason for me?
Yeah, I think you could. I think you could just, if you get ahead of it, I think you could post June 1, just cut Terrence Steele.
Okay.
And move Guyton over to right tackle.
Okay.
And Simmons is now your left tackle.
Okay.
And you go that way. You just eat the Terrence Steele mistake and start anew.
All right.
That's your post June 1 cut.
We took Simmons. That's our guy at number 12. We didn't take Genty. We passed on him. We got to the second round.
Y'all made the right move. I mean, even over the wide receivers as well.
Now we have another opportunity here in the second round. Still looking at potentially running backs here. Looking at wide receivers as well, but we don't have the selection of the wide receivers. Like we don't have McMillan, Burden, Ibuka, Golden. We don't have any of those guys. We have Williams, wide receiver from TCU. We have Besh from TCU. We have Zach recommended tight end Warren from Penn State was a possibility here. We don't have Banks or any of those guys for the offensive line. We have Connerly to take. We've already taken a tackle. We're probably out of that market. We've got Caleb Johnson, and we've got Hampton from North Carolina on our board too.
Both running backs.
We've also got safeties that we're talking about here. Watts from Notre Dame in the second round.
Is he free or strong?
He's a strong, but he. I think
he's pretty interchangeable.
I put him at strong, but this kid could tackle. He's around the ball.
He's a rangy guy, man.
He is very, very good. Okay. Can I convince you guys to what position? First off, would you? Can I get you interested now in a running back? With mentioning that probably got the 5th and 6th best receivers on the board. Got potentially. You're not going to have the tight end. I mean, you're going to have potentially like a Mason Taylor or Fanning or one of those guys on the board. You're probably going to have like the 6th or 7th best edge on the board at 44. And you've got the possibility of maybe looking at a defensive tackle here, Harmon from Oregon, and maybe even Ty Williams from Ohio State. What can I interest you in right now?
I'm most interested in continuing to build in the trenches there. If there's a defensive tackle that you like, Harmon, like that sounds like something I would want to do. I want to build my O-line and D-line more than anything.
Okay.
I'm probably thinking running back there because I want a guy who can be a workhorse and a star, and I'm hoping for some home run speed. So I'm leaning running back, but I like what Chief said as well. And, I think safety's a big need. Defensive line could be a big need depending on what happens with Osa or other candidates in free agency. And then, wide receiver, I'm on board for as well. I'd probably, lean just towards the best player at this point. but I'm worried about getting to the third round and now needing a running back and possibly not getting one, and then looking at the fifth round where it could be Jobber Central, Wolchuk.
This was probably the area where I was looking at it and like, man, if you want to get a runner that I'm not worried about, like I know for sure this is going to be our starter and we're good to go, you probably needed to pull the trigger here on one. And two of the guys there, depending on who you like more, with Caleb Johnson at Iowa, Omarion Hampton running back out of North Carolina, both are kind of screaming at you like, take me here.
Zach, who'd we take?
Caleb Johnson, the running back out of Iowa, 6 foot 225, second in breakaway yards this year in college football, fourth in yards after contact. Dude to me is a special type of runner. I like him a lot. There's definitely a gap between him and Ashton Genty, but I think he's the second best back in the draft.
So the first round we took Josh Simmons, a tackle, Ohio State. In the second round we took Caleb Johnson's running back from Iowa. Okay, we got in the third round now. Chief, I'm going to tell you something. Now we're going to start looking at these defensive tackles here. And the way this board fell for us.
It was juicy.
It was amazing how it fell. Now, you're going to hope it falls this way.
But you're hoping
it will. We're going to will it.
We're going to will it.
Your guy from Harmon from Oregon was on the board at 76.
Which would be a pizza party for me because I got him as my second favorite defensive tackle. This dude's a big one tech that also can give you some pass rush wiggle. If he somehow fell to the third, my pants would be flying off.
Okay, so this is a guy you're considering in round 2.
Yes.
And
we passed on him in round 2.
But if he's there in round 3, he's a no-brainer.
He's a no-brainer. No question here. Now we have
there's your Mozzie replacement.
Okay, we have the questions here potentially of a wide receiver. Now we could have. Now people have talking about this Tez Johnson from Oregon. There's people. Zach, do you have him as a second round receiver?
For Tez Johnson?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Third round receiver, right?
Yeah.
Okay, myself. I know Vach had him as a second-round receiver. The questions are, would you like to take a wide receiver like a 5'10", 165-pound receiver here at 76, or are you looking at taking, with Harmon being on the board, the defensive tackle, the one technique from the one or the three technique from Oregon here?
It's the defensive tackle. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, this team's got to get much better at stopping the run, and I think they're making pretty good strides at that under Zimmer. So again, that's why I wanted to keep him. But I don't feel like the wide receiver is going to make your offense great right now, and I feel like you have a major hole on your defense. You have to acknowledge the mistake that you made with Mozzie and stop throwing more and more effort and coaching resources at a player. I think you treating him like a day 3 pick and not count on him figuring it out. So I'm going with this replacement.
Zach, give me an idea of who you would take there at that 76 spot.
Well, I mean, I loved Derek Harmon, so I would have been all in on that one. I was arguing possibly for him with that second round pick, but I like the defensive tackle options in the third round. I think this thing stretches at defensive tackle where that really could be a good spot to go. The other ones to look at would be corner, like there was Parrish out of Kansas State, who I liked quite a bit. He's at the Senior Bowl right now, but I think we went the way that I wanted to go with it.
Zach, who did we take?
We went with Derek Harmon.
We went Derek Harmon. So your 3-round mock draft for your Dallas Cowboys that we did this morning on the draft show, and we encourage you to go back and watch it after all our programming today. We took Josh Simmons, Ohio State tackle at 12, with Genty on the board. Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa at 44. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon at 76. Those are the 3 players we took for your Dallas Cowboys.
So you guys crushed it.
We tried.
Well on your way once again to the best draft coverage in the world. It resides right here on your home of the Cowboys. Very fitting. Cowboys do something still the best in the world, and having radio partners that dominate draft coverage is one of them. Eric Galco, Director of Football Ops and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl, is going to join us next. We'll continue this conversation on the Fan.
Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the Gbag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We're about to get you set for tonight's East-West Shrine game that takes place this evening at AT&T Stadium with some of the finest draft prospects and college football stars in the land. Big part of the offseason process, getting to this, getting to your Senior Bowl. And Eric Galko is the Director of Football Ops and Personnel for the Shrine Bowl. He's going to join you here in just a minute on your home of the Cowboys. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, of course. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup as we near the halfway point, going all the way till 7 o'clock. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Yeah, we have David Hellman, NFL on Fox, joining us coming up at 6 o'clock. And get his thoughts on where the Cowboys have been and where they're going. I can't wait for free agency. You know, my mind's on free agency and what their approach might look like, considering they're going to be able to free up cap space. They have the Micah Parsons thing, but if you want to, be competitive next year, certainly you can't put all your eggs in a draft basket. I would hope not, anyway. But that might be where things are heading. Okay, so joining us now, Eric Galko, Director of Football Ops, Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Eric. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, guys. We have game time here in a little under 3 hours.
Yeah, what are the fans in there in for tonight with this game? Can you give us the pitch?
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time. It's going to be players from all over the country, from guys like Kyle McCord at Syracuse and members of the Colorado team under Deion Sanders to small school players all playing together on Thursday Night Football on NFL Network, and a chance for these players to impress NFL teams and finish off their career. Just a couple of short years ago, quarterback like Brock Purdy played in the Shrine Bowl, or Isaiah Pacheco, and made a name for themselves and ended up having great NFL careers. So excited to have fans in the stadium as well as people on TV on NFL Network at 7 p.m. Central Time get a chance to really enjoy this.
Hey, Erica, congratulations on really doing a fine job with your roster. Really enjoyed the coverage and following along, and it was Zach and those guys as well, and Vach Lombardi, guys I've worked with. But I was going to ask you, though, was there something of a surprise player that that off the roster that you kind of said, man, maybe he was the last guy you added, but he kind of had that type of exposure to the scouts and stuff that you're pretty proud about him and what he's been able to do?
Yeah, well, hey, all these guys are tied for first in my mind.
Sure.
They're all my kids this week at the Shrine Bowl. But I think a couple of guys went from, guys that were going to be draft picks, maybe mid-round picks that rose into day 2 of the draft or even earlier. Jordan Phillips at University of Maryland at D-tackle, who's incredibly impressive on and off the field. Had a great week of practice. Chris Paul at Ole Miss, a linebacker, had a great week of practice. He might nudge his way to the top 40, 50 picks. And then a receiver like Efton Chisholm, who was one of the guys that we added close to the event. Slot receiver from Eastern Washington. Will remind NFL scouts a little bit of Cooper Kupp, but had a fantastic week of practice all week long. So I think no doubt those are 3 guys that jump out to me as far as being great players all week long.
Eric, what do you think about these quarterbacks, man? I was pretty impressed with Kyle McCord out of Syracuse. We were fortunate enough to have him mic'd up at parts during the Lights Out Sports TV broadcast of the practice. It seemed like these quarterbacks were really with the accuracy. I was impressed with the group you put together.
Yeah, it's a great group, and it's a mix of guys like Kyle McCord, who might be an early-round draft pick, guys like Max Brosmer from Minnesota might be a mid-round draft pick, and then a lot of guys hoping to fight for a chance in that Brock Purdy territory. But I think we've got 6 guys on our quarterback roster, along with Shedeur Sanders, who was there throughout the week of practice on the sidelines. Really a chance for the NFL team to see these guys as, hey, if they're starters or long-term backups or guys that can challenge in the NFL camp. Like I said, we've seen guys like Brock Purdy and Aiden O'Connell and Dorian Thompson-Robinson get drafted on day 3 from the Shrine Bowl the last couple of years and have great NFL careers so far. So I think we'll know, I think Colin McCord and Max Frost might be the guys NFL teams are most intrigued to watch, but anything can happen on game night here for the Shrine Bowl.
Talk about it being the 100 years and where this game's been, what it's meant for the football community over the last century.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, 1925 was the first year of this game. It's the second oldest bowl game of all time, only behind the Rose Bowl. And I think it's a testament to how this event has been so special, not just to the players and the NFL ecosystem and college football, but also to Shriners Children's and all the great work the Shriners Hospital does year-round internationally for people and patients, regardless of ability to pay. I think it's always really impressive these players kind of see that. Last night we had our media day, and our banquet, which our players get a chance to kind of hang out with our patients and see what they go through and really get to know them a lot too. And these players, after a long week of practice, on the field and interview with NFL teams to see kind of what they're playing for and how the patients really benefit from their presence and their name, image, and likeness, I think is always really impressive for these guys to see. And the fact that I'm a small part of this over the last 100 years is pretty special.
How much do you think the eyeball and attention was with the prime factor of all of this? Having Shedeur, having Shiloh, of course, Dion was there at practice. Did you notice any more eyeballs on the Shrine Bowl due to that?
Yeah, for sure. Guys like Deion Sanders always bring eyeballs, and certainly guys like Shedeur Sanders, who maybe is or will be one of the first, if not the first overall pick in this year's draft. That's earned a lot of attention too, and that's a good thing. A lot of NFL scouts are going to be there, and NFL personnel are going to be there regardless because of our talent. But that's one of the benefits and something that's really special about Shedeur Sanders and even his father, Coach Prime, is the fact that they know that their presence creates opportunities for others, and the chance for Shedeur during media sessions to talk about Shiloh and LeJontay Wester, Will Shepard, Jimmy Horn, Cameron Tillman, Craig, all the guys from Colorado that were there, about what kind of players they were, really shows his leadership and his ability to kind of use his gravitas as a player on and off the field and help his teammates, as well as be a part of the Shrine Bowl and our teammates. And he was, Shedeur was on the sideline, but he was after practice retweeting, quote tweeting guys like Marcus Weir from Montana State and how well they play too. So I think he knows that he has a chance to really promote these players, and especially because of his presence. And I'm very thankful that Coach Prime and Shedeur and all these guys trusted the Shrine Bowl to be their all-star game of choice this year.
Hey, Eric, I could go all the way back to the Shrine Bowl when it was in the early 90s when it was in Palo Alto, California, one of the first ones I ever went to, and it's still one of my favorite bowl games, all-star games to get to cover. The relationship that you have, in this area to take the game, it's bounced around a little bit, but what does it mean to have it here in Dallas, Texas, in Arlington and Denton? You had really kind of the whole Metroplex involved in this thing.
Yeah, really special. And it's being our 100th year, having a great facility and a great stadium really mattered to us, especially a way to highlight, the 100 years of history and kick off another 100 years of the East West Shrine Bowl. And no better place than AT&T Stadium. And I appreciate the Jones family for having us here and being great hosts for us. And not only for us, but all the NFL clubs all week long for sure. But no doubt having a 100th year celebration in Arlington and at AT&T Stadium is a great way to kind of end the 100 years and again kick off next 100 years for us too.
Eric Galco, Director of Football Ops, Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl, with us here on The Fan. How do you go about finding a guy like Thomas Perry out of Middlebury, D3? I always love those stories of some of these guys that come from smaller schools and they're able to come to these bowl games, and now everybody's able to know them on a first-name basis because they're able to go up against guys like Nazir Stackhouse out of Georgia.
Yeah, it was a great rep. And, hey, Shannon Sharp was talking about on his show as well about how well Thomas Perry played in the Shrine Bowl. That was pretty awesome. But, no, it's quite a couple things. One, we work with NFL teams year-round to make sure we're working together as a team and hear what they want to hear. But, of course, we got a great scouting staff as well. And from scouting the Nazir Stackhouses, the Warren Brinsons of the world at Georgia, down to Thomas Perry's at Middlebury, our staff does a great job evaluating these players. And and realizing and doing a great job on the front end. One aspect I think is really intriguing for our staff is, we have the pressure to kind of be before NFL teams on a lot of these players, right? And we're kind of setting the table for NFL teams, and not every scout had been through Middlebury when we invited Thomas Berry, so they were relying on us to kind of weed out players and do that scouting on the forefront. And it's a testament to our scouting staff. Does a great job all year long, scouting players at every level to know, hey, this guy's going to be worthwhile for NFL teams to see. And I think Thomas Berry went from a very intriguing D3 player who's done a great work with Duke Manyweather and O-line masterminds to now being a legitimate draft pick, and a question of how early in the draft he's going to go. So super happy for Thomas. He's got his coaches down here for the game and supporting him as well, too. But he's a great indictment of what these all-star games can matter for a player on the field.
What kind of a competition factor we're looking at tonight, Eric? We're used to all-star games where the players aren't really trying to win. What's going to be the case this evening?
Oh, no, these guys want to win. We've got our head coach, Marquise Williams from the Atlanta Falcons. He's coached in the Shrine Bowl 2 years ago. He won when he was the head coach here 2 years ago. And then Shane Bowen, current defensive coordinator for the New York Giants. He's got his team ready to go, too. So, obviously, it's in some ways an exhibition. These guys, don't want to, haven't even got hurt in the game. We haven't had an injury the last 4 years, knock on wood. But
Absolutely.
I think it's important for these guys to know the NFL team want to see these guys be competitive, and these guys want to win. And first, second quarter, you see a lot of good plays. But the third, fourth quarter, these coaches are calling timeouts, getting strategies, drawing up plays, and trying to win the game for sure. So it's going to be an exciting finish, I think, at AT&T Stadium tonight at 7 o'clock.
Enjoy, Eric. Congrats on the event and hitting 100 years, and we look forward to catching up with you talking football soon.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There we go. Senior Bowl tonight at AT&T, 7 o'clock. And it'll be really fun to see what Brian and Wolchuk and the draft community has to say about these players. But looking forward to enjoying the game tonight.
Yep, should be a lot of fun. Like I say, go way back, like the old Blue-Gray game, the East-West Shrine game, the Hula Bowl, and these All-Star games mean a lot for these players. And we were talking about a center from a small little school getting an opportunity to perform against on the big stage, and couldn't ask for anything better for that kid and for the scouts to get to see him
That's what
perform.
it's all about, man. Yep. I remember 2 years ago it was like Quinn Miners, right?
Oh, well, Ali Marpet. He went to Hobart College.
Yep.
And Ali Marpet was a second-round pick with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Ali Marpet had a really nice career playing. I mean, he got banged up, got out of the game, but he was a starter for the Buccaneers from Hobart College in the NFL. And I just always remember watching the tape, and there was like a bounce house in the end zone. Yeah. Like, so you're watching the game, but your eyes are kind of focusing on the bounce house out there in the end zone. I've never seen the bounce house before out in the end zone.
It's awesome.
But they had one there at Hobart College.
Okay, it is the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you guys think of reported interest in Luka Doncic coming out of Miami? Okay. According to Miami Herald's Barry Jackson and Anthony Chang, source relayed to them the Heat have been avoiding taking on non-All-Star players whose contracts don't expire before the 25-26 season. So this is one of the added pieces of info that might be coming out of the Miami negotiations. They try to trade Jimmy Butler away. What's being reported is they're not trying to take on salary that goes beyond next season. They're poised right now to have $80 million in cap space, and they're looking at several All-Stars that we've talked about, including Luka Doncic, eligible to become a free agent that summer. And he would be eligible for a 5-year, $346 million deal after making the All-NBA team last season. That's what the Mavs will be able to offer after next season. Other teams would be able to offer 4 years and roughly $250 million. So one less year and like $95 or $100 million less. I think Miami is one of those teams that when they're lining up, there's a certain appeal to that. And Pat Riley's really, really good at team building. Like if I was Luka and we hadn't won a championship then, I would probably be thinking going to Miami is a great opportunity to take that next step in my career. Plus, I get to be in Miami, and it just seems so in line with his European playboy sort of personality.
Yeah, his buddy Goran, the Dragon Dragic, was there for a while, and I would imagine would be saying nice things, but you're leaving a lot of money on the table. How hungry are you for a championship, really? How far away do you think you are with the Mavs to leave that level of dollars on the table to go to a place where they're also, it's also known that the Heat are like with the culture stuff that they have, Spoelstra's not messing around. I mean, Bam
a lot more no nonsense.
Yeah, super no nonsense. Talk about like body fat percentage and stuff. Like you're not going to get away with the same stuff. And so at that point, maybe he's so hungry for a title that he's interested in that.
Yeah.
Or that's like, I'm going to leave $100 million on the table or whatever so that I can.
Yeah, and from what I've heard from his sort of way of going about things here with the Mavs, he wants an organization that's going to cater to his comforts and what he wants.
Right.
You know, not dictate this is our way and this is how we're going to get to a championship, which might have contributed to LeBron James leaving there. You know, you have to acknowledge as well, at least at this point, the Mavs roster is significantly better built out with complementary players. You know, I know in Miami there's Bam Adebayo, there's some other nice young players, but the combination of wings that can play defense and create, and then the two bigs with Lively and Gafford, I would have to give, you know, at least at this point, the tip of the cap to.
He do have Khalil Ware, who is a rookie big man, who's a floor stretcher, who's really like he's the favorite to be rookie of the year right now with the way that he's been playing. So maybe over the course of the next couple of years, he becomes a guy but that's stretching it quite a bit.
Yeah. And there's no reports that Luka wants to leave. I mean, in 2024, remember the Tim McMahon report that maybe Luka could want to leave if they don't start winning, but then they went on a run to the finals. That was like before their post-All-Star break.
Things would have to be so bleak, and Nico is not the type of guy to let this roster just get terrible. No. Like, he's clearly super proactive. He understands the mission, and I feel like Luka is going to feel like even if they hadn't won one yet, he's consistently being put in position to succeed.
That was a fun conversation with the Shrine Bowl guys, though. I used to work at this major hotel chain. I think it was my third job. And I'd set up banquets, and then I worked my way up to serving at these banquets, which was a disaster. It was much better just to set them up and then go goof around for a couple of hours while the old people got drunk and danced and stuff. But we would do these Shriners events. I don't know if it's the same deal, but these guys knew how to have a good time with their burgundy jackets and their hats with the tassel. And they'd be throwing tens and tens of thousands of dollars around for auctions to help kids and stuff like that.
Sure.
So
That's awesome.
I always think of those guys having a fun time. I hope they do the same tonight. Okay, top 10 at 4:20 coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Oh, my gosh, it's Brian Broaddus' favorite day, National Croissant Day.
Oh.
It's croissants. I know you love a croissant. Best breads. What are your favorite types of breads on National Croissant Day? Is croissant in your top 10? That's next.
What's it, cell phone squad?
Yeah, buddy. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your woolly bully.
Happy National Croissant Day. Top 10 types of breads we'll get to in just a moment. 877-881-1053. What's the type of bread you just cannot say no to? Oh my gosh, that's piping hot right out the oven. Go ahead and give me a slice of that. Good news for Max Scherzer. He's now officially a Toronto Blue Jay. Thank you for everything, Max. We love you. You're forever a 2023 World Series champ. Max Scherzer going to get $15.5 million guaranteed from the Blue Jays. It's going to raise his career earnings to north of $390 million now. Jeez. Top earnings through 2025 in Major League Baseball history. A-Rod's still at the top, 455 currently. Verlander, 409. Miguel Cabrera at 393 and Max Scherzer at 390. I know there's some that are like, well, what about Juan Soto? What about Shohei Ohtani? This is just through 2025. I'm sure if you give this another few years, they'll end up being at the top of this thing. But my gosh, $390 million throughout his career. It's a pretty good life there for Max Scherzer and a lot of success. A lot of success.
Yeah.
This was an interesting one that I saw. Ken Rosenthal's reporting.
I mean, real quick on Scherzer, quick. I think Dawson, remember we were at training camp with the Cowboys when that went down, right?
It was a lot of fun.
And I think you were the only one that were like, we shouldn't do this. I remember you like you were like, no, this guy's going to be hurt guy. We're going to spend a lot of money, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to give you credit for like saying that.
Like anytime they bring in a pitcher, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we're all like, let's Max Scherzer. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I mean, you get a World Series out of it and stuff like that. I mean,
it worked out.
It worked out.
And
but
the Mets took the majority of that salary, so the Rangers really didn't get screwed.
I do remember Dawson going, I don't know about hurt guy. I don't know about hurt guy here.
I did that with DeGrom too, and I think I was more right with DeGrom so far. I'm hoping to be proven
You
wrong
are so
this
far.
year.
We got to hope he goes on that Cy Young year this year. If he never gets that, then ultimately this was not successful. But luckily, you did win with Scherzer a championship, and at 40, I mean, he turned 40 years old.
Yeah,
we'll see what he's able to do with Toronto.
What will you remember him as far as the World Series stuff? What will you remember about him, his career here with the time he was with?
Really just gutting out some starts, just fighting through injury. He was really willing to take up whatever role the team needed him to.
Yeah.
And he, the World Series itself, I mean, through that postseason run, certainly was a shell of the Max Scherzer and the version that we've seen be dominant.
Right.
But he did give the Rangers some quality starts during that stretch. So all in all, I mean, it'll always be pretty cool looking back and like, oh, Max Scherzer was wearing a Texas Rangers uniform and you won a championship with him.
He started twice against Houston, gave up 5 runs in 4 innings in an 8-5 loss, and then gave up 2 runs in 2 2/3 in an 11-4 win.
Yeah.
And then the one start against Arizona where he went 3 innings, gave up 2 hits, and no runs. And, that was exactly what you needed.
Then you had
there.
John Gray slide in.
That's what you needed there, right?
Yeah, that's what you needed.
So it's totally worth it, though, for the Rangers then, right?
Yeah. Well, and the big thing is
to the
just
point
Mets
of getting
took up most of the salary.
Right, you're right.
If you ended up having to eat everything, then no, it wouldn't have been worth it.
No.
But you didn't get screwed over on the money that you had to pay him.
He had one great start in the regular season.
And then things kind of went south.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Blue Jays are just flushing $15 million right now. It's been
I was kind of wondering
this is like 3 or 4 years in the making.
Yeah.
Like I
Can't believe he got 15 million.
I wouldn't have been looking to bring him back.
Max Scherzer, man, he's always going to get $15 million.
It's a big name.
It's just the name, right?
Yeah, that's a name. That's a name, 100%. And he did. I mean, he helped. I'm sure he was able to give wisdom to a lot of the young pitchers on that staff, and maybe that'll help them moving forward. Lance Lynn, who I've always loved and did have success here in Texas, I thought Ken Rosenthal, teams are viewing him as maybe a closer now.
Oh,
I wouldn't mind kicking the tires on bringing Lance Lynn back, see if he can
free
be
agent?
a closer.
Big Lance.
That'd be great.
I'd be excited about that possibly. Maybe it ends up not working out, but I'm sure he can't be too expensive
But
right
I'm
now.
missing, did he do something like late in his, he got traded right to the Dodgers?
Yes.
And did something happen at the Dodgers that
he didn't do well.
Yeah,
he went bad.
It wasn't good.
That's what I was thinking.
It wasn't good.
Okay.
But in a closer role, you're just coming in. I need you to get 3 outs. Like, I don't know if he's got the stamina to go 6 innings anymore. But hey, as a closer, why not? Right now, they don't have anybody to fill that role unless it's going to be Chris Martin. All right, let's slide into the top 10 best types of bread. National Croissant Day. Croissant. All right.
I've always been more of a crescent roll guy. I think it was just a couple of years ago inside this list that I realized they were 2 different things.
Oh, the crescent and the croissant?
Yeah, the croissant
really
is really just 1 step away from the cronut. You got to donut it up.
Yeah.
So I think the actual croissant is like incomplete. It's not that good. It's too airy and flaky. The crescent, especially the Pillsbury ones, have it dominated.
Pillsbury doesn't miss, man.
No.
I think all their products are really, really outstanding. The Doughboy gets it.
Yeah, he's one of the best. He really is the true mark of consistency. I do love the croissant though. I'm here for it in every
flaky. Flaky.
Yeah.
Did I say flaky?
You did.
Yeah, light and flaky.
But
It's
I like
flaky.
that. I like that.
It's a vessel for nothing but butter. That's it.
Which
it has
even if you're just a one-trick butter pony,
it has no value for holding anything other than a little pat of butter.
mean, I've had myself some tuna croissant sandwiches before.
Thank
Turkey
you.
croissant sandwich. You can buy them at the grocery store right now.
Just kind of a messy, wet sandwich.
A nice breakfast sandwich with some eggs and bacon.
Yeah.
Or some eggs and sausage on a croissant.
Yeah, it's nice and wet and kind of
It's not wet.
I mean, a bagel is better. An English muffin is better.
Preach, Dawson.
I think there's just a lot of things that are
that are better than a croissant.
Tuna melt, whatever.
You can have a croissant sandwich. I think that's just not. It's not a good take by yours when it comes to croissant.
Nice ham and Swiss.
It's flaky.
I can see that. I wouldn't turn it down.
Yeah, you would.
You know, if I'm power ranking,
mayonnaise on it, we would.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't eat one.
All right. Okay, now we're going to add a condiment on there to get him on your side. This is ridiculous. Lucius, can you tell Brian he's wrong about the croissants?
No, he's not going to be our ally on this.
Lucius, whenever he gets back on the mic, I need help. I need support with the croissant.
He's not a bread guy. I don't think he's going to be anybody's
He's not going to like
ally.
a croissant like if he had to eat a piece of bread.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I've learned to have a new appreciation for bread. So my wife's gluten-free. It's very difficult to get good bread that is gluten-free. And Spitzy down the hallway, Gavin Spittle, knows this. And he has pointed me in the direction of some, passable gluten-free. Like the Against the Grain pizza that he recommended, very, very good.
Solid slice.
But anytime I'm like,
Why does it
maybe
sound-
solo, I'm going and I'm getting a bunch of rolls at Texas Roadhouse.
You're getting the real thing.
You know,
Get the
I'm
frozen ones. They
I
will
gotta
not
go
let you
ahead
down.
and I got to get my fix of some bread.
Do you take her to the Texas Roadhouse just so you can get rolls?
We did do that a couple of weeks ago, and I was able to see
How many rolls do you have?
my daughter. I had 2, and then my daughter had about half of a roll. I was really proud of her.
Huh.
First time
And
ever with that. The butter got all over her face. It was absolutely adorable. It was a great moment for me.
So you ate 2.5 rolls because you ate the other half of her roll.
You know, and if you're really counting me, then yeah, Brian.
I am. I'm
Absolutely.
watchdogging.
Accountability.
I'm watchdogging you. I just
Watchdog
no.
over
I'm
here.
just making sure.
How
that-
many rolls did you have? Well, I also had a nice slab of ribs as well, Brian, if you must ask.
Did you
And some
use the
green
rolls to sop up the sauce of the ribs?
Of course, I used the rolls to slop up the sauce.
Just
Why
trying
do
to
you ask questions?
That's-
Do you know the
talking
bloody
to, Brian?
answer to,
I'm
Brian?
just trying to get to the bottom of your love for
Gosh.
bread. That's all I'm trying to do.
I do believe Brian is on record saying he hates it when people ask a question they know the answer to.
Perry
And I think
Mason.
he just did
Perry
that the whole
Mason.
show.
Did you kill the man? You damn no, I killed the man, Perry.
Of course I didn't.
Texas toast has to be top 3. The Texas Roadhouse rolls probably deserve their own category.
I do love that.
Hawaiian rolls, French toast, okay,
Cheddar,
and,
cheddar
and
rolls.
French bread, little
Cheddar
baguette.
French bread, you like a baguette. See, that can be a little hard sometimes.
Your teeth are going to have to really come to play.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions, we've got cornbread.
With the baguette, you know that's true.
Baguettes they can be hard. I could probably break somebody's face with a baguette.
Pull your dentures out.
Better than
You know
that,
that, Brian.
weak ass stuff you're trying to eat with that croissant.
The Tolos are they're
Oh.
vouching for the croissant. They're saying, Brian, your dead ball's wrong on this one, sir.
I get if the croissant's not.
You can't
up there
look at
as
me
your
and tell me
favorite,
I'm
but
wrong.
All right, it's not an uppity
To talk down on the croissant
highfalutin.
is pretty insane.
My gosh,
Give me
on its
some-
own day.
Give me some
this-
sourdough.
You're
Yes.
sourdough guy.
I'm a
Heck
sourdough
yes,
guy.
there you
Sourdough's
go.
going to be very high.
Sourdough is
Challah.
everything.
Challa's a good one, right? That's a nice
great
honorable
bread.
mention. It is
Yeah.
phenomenal bread.
Yeah.
You've also got the crouton. That's an honorable mention. People love their croutons. How about focaccia bread? I just
A
like
little
saying the
overrated.
word. I don't know what the hell it is. Focaccia?
I feel like you got to be
It's
careful.
got herbs and stuff on it. It's got
Okay.
an herby.
That's what
herby
makes
Got a
bread.
denseness to it that's just not the best. I mean, go with Texas toast.
Okay.
Whatever you're
Over
putting
that.
with focaccia, do Texas toast.
Brioche, honorable mention.
You know I'm right, Brian.
I know you're-
As is the pita and the tortilla.
Tortilla over pita. You know, I think pita is good to go if you're like counting calories. Maybe you're on a diet, you want a sandwich, you're going to go with
Yeah.
a pita pocket instead of the
There
full
you
bread.
go. Now that's when
Yeah.
you put tuna and stuff in that thing.
Oh, see, that's going to just like burst out all the sides and stuff.
Not happening.
This is a guy
bro.
that doesn't eat a lot of tuna.
No. It all is very contained, and that's why it's called a pocket, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the pocket's a thin pocket.
Oh, thin pocket. What kind of pita did you buying over there?
I don't know. Argue with the Jewish guy on pita bread. That's fine. Number 10 is breadsticks, coming in at 10. Who doesn't love a good garlic breadstick?
Yes, I mean just garlic bread in general.
Shout
Texas
out.
toast,
Yeah.
something like
The
that.
Olive
but-
Garden, I think, has the best breadsticks I've ever had in my life.
I'm with you on the breadsticks.
Pillsbury makes a nice breadstick too, though. Pillsbury does.
I know.
Yeah.
Pillsbury undefeated. They continue to be fantastic. Focaccia is ciabatta's cousin.
Yeah.
And another person, 469 Focaccia, is overpoofed sourdough bread.
Okay.
It's overpoofed.
The overpoof?
Overpoofing.
9 is ciabatta.
That's good. Cold cuts on that is not a bad call.
Like a good ciabatta roll at a
Best thing you've said today,
like
Ryan.
a Jack in the Box ciabatta sandwich, something like that.
Yeah. 8 banana bread. Should be higher.
Ooh.
Banana bread. And I know
Yeah.
Lucius will get in on some banana bread. That he will.
He walked
That's a
away from
dessert.
this. He walked away from this.
He's like, this is too unhealthy for me.
He's
trying to determine why Carter's
fighting-
getting out of here 25 minutes earlier.
He's
than normal.
fighting the printer issue.
He's upset. It's okay, Lucius. You fight the good fight. They ask you to do too much over there. 7 are biscuits.
Heck
Biscuits
yes.
and gravy's like
That's
hell
way
yeah,
too
let's
low
go.
for biscuits.
Yeah, really.
6 is a bagel. 5's the croissant. 4, and we got some people texting this in, non-bread.
Oh, the naan.
Also
Oh,
a problem.
No,
so amazing.
Think about this.
Good
like,
dipping bread.
It's a phenomenal dipping bread, and not a lot of places will do like gluten-free naan. So now I've got to sacrifice. Like, do I want to get the naan, rub it in her face?
Of course you do. That's her choice.
I've done it every once in a while, but sometimes I feel like I've got to be a supportive husband,
Wow.
and I pass on the naan.
Soft? Did you say soft husband?
That's pretty amazing, dude.
Supportive. Maybe it makes
Well, your
me
Indian
soft.
dishes, right?
Once a week, dude. Guess
Yeah.
what she wants tonight?
Naan.
Pad Thai.
Not gonna get it because I ain't getting Indian food tonight.
Why not? What are you gonna load
I
up
don't
on?
know. I got to do something different, dude. This
What?
is just—it's getting too much. I'm
What?
kind of Indianed out.
Just do the thing where you stop off somewhere on the way home and you eat in your car, and then you're just like, honey, I don't know, my stomach hurts. Just get whatever you want. I'm good. But you've already crushed.
She has a way to know. She knows. Like, I don't know if I have it tell. She knows now every time.
It's
and
all
I
in
outed
your-
myself on the
it's in
radio,
your-
and she was listening.
Wait, she calls you out for coming home and having like some cheeseburger breath?
Yes, she can tell. So now I
well,
just
that's the
can't-
thing. You got to be careful, like the grease on
that's
your
what I'm
lips.
saying.
You got to
It's
get
all
a
on
good
his
wipe.
shirt.
You got to have
Dang
napkins.
it, Brian.
You got a napkin bibbit in the car. You have to
Right.
take all the precautions.
Honey, I'm trying to cut
You're
a few.
sloppy.
I'm trying to cut a few pounds, and Nelson has this grease, cheeseburger grease all over your.
I got
shirt.
myself a salad on the way home, honey. I was trying to be healthy.
My
You
man-
have to
my
be
man-
detail oriented if you're going to try and sneak a cheeseburger past the wife goalie.
My man was
Right?
You got to
wiping
hide it
his-
in the recycling and wait till she goes to sleep, then sneak out.
My man
I
was-
tried that once.
No.
And it didn't work.
No,
He was
you pull
wiping
up
his
at the-
mouth with his
you pull
Stella
up at-
T-shirt yesterday.
Pull up at the nearest gas station, hammer home the meal, and then dispose of the evidence there at the gas station.
No, that's
You know,
yes,
that thing
good.
never
That's
even
smart.
reaches your property.
That's smart. The baguette is 3. Sourdough bread is 2, but number 1 best types of bread on National Croissant Day is garlic bread.
Yes,
Comes
yes.
in at number 1.
And if it's cheesy, even better.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the Gbag
Shut up,
Nation.
Brian.
Okay,
You
little
can take the top 10 tomorrow.
rim
I
session.
will. You're not here.
I'm taking the day off.
Let's talk some more basketball, Chief. What do you say?
Yeah. We got a Mavs victory. We got a Wemby stat of the day, and we grade the athlete meal deal next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit. Let's do it.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all price to sell, people. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now to get some more basketball content in here. Are you going to talk about Troy Aikman's thoughts on gambling coming up in the Finest? You see this story?
I did see it, but I didn't have it down.
He He says the NFL owes it to fans who gamble on football to make sure the refs make the right call since money's on the table. And he says we got to fix this. We got to address it in the offseason. I think a lot of these calls are going to be very difficult to get right. I don't want to over-officiate the game. I want to speed up the game. I think, though, the video that I retweeted today, and you can see it at Gavin Dawson, of the 5 different spot calls that went against the Bills. One of them was an 11-yard gain for a first down. The announcers are like, and there's another first down, and they bring it back 5 different times. The play before Josh Allen's sneak through that was denied. It looked like Kincaid might have lunged over the line. There were 2 James Cooks plays and Amari Cooper play. I hope that one is there, because that seems like something that technology could get a lot better. I mean, the official trying to eyeball it and then run 30 yards into the middle of the field and put it down exactly where he thought it was is just pure insanity. Here's Brian.
No, I saw my life go before my eyes from the press box. Okay, we're close. Ball goes in. Refs running. I'm like, now we're not close.
I mean, big guys are getting up, totally obscuring his view.
The officials
he's
out of there.
Moving around left to right, and then he's coming back and guesstimating on this. You kidding me?
Yeah,
no,
you're going to be a few inches off either direction.
They're pitching that ball around there like they've got no care in the world. We're in the box just dying. Like, this is going to be a good 2 feet, guys. This is not going to be close. Just because official pitched the ball to another official who's looking at an official who's doesn't put it exactly down where his foot is. Puts it behind it.
Especially in a game of inches like football.
Exactly, Chief. You know what we're talking about over here.
With your fingernails for that inch.
So much on the line. Here's the Chief to talk some hoop with you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snooze, or the Gbag Nation going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Daniel Gafford, PJ Washington, and the boys bring home a victory. It was a bit of a nail-biter there, thanks to all the turnovers. And thanks to the Pelicans doing some level of three-point raining as well. And that was
clinched.
It was good to have the Klay Thompson
Very
game
clinched.
now. Back-to-back games. He had 6 threes last night. Quentin Grimes had some nice 3 balls. The three-point shooting across the board was nice, and you needed it last night because the Pelicans were knocking them down.
I mean, you're up 10 with under 2 minutes to go, and it ends up being a 1-point game. It was terrifying.
Yes.
A little unnecessarily close. But, yeah, they have a lot of guys stepping up, and it's been huge to be able to take advantage of these last couple of games against inferior opponents, give themselves just a little bit of a cushion now going into a tougher portion of the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, you just feel really, really good about the big picture stuff of all these guys having to contribute. If you can get healthy Luka back and healthy Derek Lively, you really feel good about the opportunity come postseason time. And they're doing just enough right now to keep things afloat.
These are great growth moments. You never want to have your best players out, but seeing how other guys elevate, you're finding out more and more about them. But I think even more important than that, Nico and Jason have done a nice job finding guys that have the right character, that when the star players do come back and the rotations change, they're not going to be bent out of shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You have to have that. A guy like PJ Washington, indispensable with his ability to be a star player on any given night, but one hell of a role player as well when you have all your horses. And if you remember just a few weeks ago, it was, or not even I guess it was 2 weeks ago after that loss to Denver, and we were just crushing Gafford. You had DeAndre Jordan soaring through the sky throughout the night.
I mean, they only played him like 21 minutes on the night Lively got hurt.
Yeah.
It's like
he was getting embarrassed, and he called himself out after the game for like lack of effort, energy, all that kind of stuff. And in the 8 games since then, 19 points, almost 11 rebounds, 2.5 assists per game. And his efficiency, 73%. He's just a dunk monster. But the offensive rebounding yesterday between him and PJ Washington, that was beautiful.
It could turn into a situation like when Denver had Jokic and Nurkic, that your backup center is just balling so hard that you owe it to yourself to trade him. If Gafford continues like this for the next 2 months, Lively doesn't make it back for the playoffs, and you're sitting in there in the offseason, like, what's the best way to make the most of your roster and potentially balance it? You'd have to consider moving him because some of the offers could be insane.
They absolutely could be. I mean, you have to be open-minded about everything right now if you're Nico, and keeping the big picture and the right now in mind. Walchuk's got his groove on. What's got you feeling so good over there?
Feeling nicey, dude. I just this isn't really rim related, but I did see that Rangers Hot Stove tonight is going to feature our buddy Dave Raymond and Kyle Higashioka at 7:20. So we should get our guys' sounds on.
That's good. Higashioka. He's a part of my potential Rangers concession menu items that are on a collision course with the players. You know, the Jake Berger signing got me working a little bit. Mm-hmm. And so at some point when we get to surprise, I'll have my version of what some of these concession items should look like.
Let me guess, the Higashioka tapioca?
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Pudding.
That might actually
hash brown.
That might
the Higashioka hash brown.
That's not bad either.
Hash.
Perhaps it's a Higashi okra situation that is going to be there for the taking.
Some okra.
Yes, please.
I mean, we love our fried okra, don't we?
Yeah, load it up at Hurtado there.
Absolutely.
It's a great side.
Yeah.
Braided Hurtado.
It is a good side.
I was hoping we were going to get the what was the...
If I put it in a gumbo, will you guys eat it? Like fresh?
What?
Probably.
Okra?
I'll try it. I tried fried okra once and I did not like it.
I've
So
only
maybe I need
had
another
it.
shot.
I've only had it as fried okra.
You can put it in like fresh in a gumbo.
I'd be down
Gives a
for
little
it.
different flavor. I can see Dawson picking around it though.
You won't.
I don't mind the okra.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
We're gonna do that then.
Let's do it.
Stat of the day, Victor Wembanyama now has 35 straight games with a block and a 3. It's the longest streak in NBA history.
Who's
That's
this?
amazing.
Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, wow.
No
What's
surprise.
he not doing?
He's just an absolute savage. He was getting pretty testy last night, wasn't he?
I like to see that fire. And
He got bumped around a little much in the game
and rightly
last night.
so, right? You
Yeah.
got to sit. At some point, it's like, okay, you're not enough.
Yeah.
Stand up for yourself.
Yeah, the Euro softness. I mean, each individual has to combat that.
Yeah.
You know, that never really goes away, that particular narrative. You
and
gotta,
the young man disrespect from the refs. You know, you're
Yeah.
fighting a couple of uphill battles there, but I think he's just going to have to get used to it. I don't think there's anything he can do about his center of gravity, his frailness.
Yeah,
Like
no,
all
for sure.
all career long, that's all you got. Is every time you run by this guy, bump him.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure he's feeling it in his lower back. Like, dang, again, yes, again, bro. Should be a very physical game down there.
35 straight games with a block and a 3. He passes, or he's long past Kristaps Porzingis, who had the previous NBA record, 21 straight games with a block and a 3. He's now at 35 straight.
Guess who it
is
was?
Wemby.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah, it was Kristaps
That's who he
Porzingis.
passed.
Ding, ding,
But
basketball guy of the day.
Okay, but right now, the second longest active streak, so you have Wemby, 35 straight, block and a 3. And the second longest active streak that's going right now is Brook Lopez with 6 straight games.
Wow.
So,
Are you going to give me all day?
You
Probably
know,
wouldn't have guessed Brook
no,
Lopez.
I don't think you would have gone Brook Lopez there. Okay, we also have, did you guys see the Timberwolves coach get ejected last night?
I did.
Bradley Beal standing there just like confused as all hell. And apparently,
Why is he so angry?
Apparently, Chris Finch, head coach of the T-Wolves, he on the second technical, derogatory comments toward all the officials. Finch referred to the officials as
bags of ass.
that would make
Blind
more
as
sense.
S.
He hit him with the very outdated bozos. You bozos.
That got him thrown?
According to the post game report,
The
like
2-minute report?
Yeah, the
You can't say bozos.
Yeah, apparently there
y'all
was
are
some
bozos.
there were some other profanities that were used.
effing bozos.
I don't think there was any sexuality slurs or anything like that, but it was a bozo, and that was enough to get him the second technical and thrown out of the basketball game. If that's where we are right now, I mean, how is any of these coaches making it through 4 quarters? I'm looking at that ref going, come on, dude.
Sometimes you get a quick-tempered ref. You know, maybe he got under his skin. He's looking for an excuse. Maybe he thought he called you hoes instead of bozos. You know? That might do it.
Isaiah Stewart, the menace from Detroit. We almost had another Malice at the Palace, but in Indianapolis last night because it was Pistons-Pacers. Things get super testy. Isaiah Stewart, he's the guy that you remember from a few years ago just trying to...
LeBron?
Was it LeBron? He was trying to attack somebody. He was being held back.
I think it was LeBron.
It was like Marshawn Lynch beast mode in the middle of the court.
He was ready to fight everybody.
He forearm shivered Thomas Bryant to the ground, and then they had to hold everybody back and shoving, and he gets ejected. That dude's insane. He was clowning on Miles Turner for being a Lego guy.
I think he's on the trade market.
He is on the trade market. I saw the Morning News actually had him in that Mavs article yesterday.
That's a certified enforcer.
I think he put up his hand like he was shooting at somebody.
Yeah, he did the finger. He did the finger guns thing, dude. He is a violent dude. You have to think he had some sort of football background, MMA perhaps. I don't know, because he's got a violent streak that you don't usually see in basketball. And what do you guys think about this? Grade the athlete meal deal. McDonald's announcing the Angel Reese special. First ever meal special with a female athlete. This is historical. A historical meal that you have a chance to try. Features a barbecue bacon quarter pounder with cheese, topped with a new barbecue sauce. I like the McDonald's barbecue sauce already.
Off to a good start.
And then you get the French fries and the drink. Are you guys here for a barbecue burger?
Yes.
Throw a little barbecue sauce on the burger.
It's not my favorite, but in the absence of ketchup, I'll dabble a little. I don't want to over barbecue sauce it though.
Yeah, you might want to say, sauce me on the side. Let me dictate this ratio.
You know, it's kind of the great thing to do with the quarter pounder. You just say no thank you on the ketchup and mustard. You add lettuce and you add mac sauce. Now you actually have like a good beef patty Big Mac.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is.
And you're getting it fresh. They're always going to ask you to pull forward.
Yeah, because now you've screwed up their usual process.
Like, damn it, okay, this guy's getting a custom thing, but it is because
they charge you a couple bucks extra.
But it's worth it,
no,
right?
I'm just saying,
it's all right. I don't need the extra piece of bread, really, and it's thin patties on that Big Mac.
Exactly. The patty difference is pretty crazy. Like, if the Big Mac was really a Big Mac, they would have those actual quarter pounder.
Yeah.
The double quarter pounder situation going with
sub them out.
Yeah. So, but congratulations to Angel Reese. That's a pivotal moment.
I would think Reese's peanut butter cups with all the holiday stuff they do. I picked up a box of these circle peanut butter or these heart-shaped peanut butter cups today. They were outstanding. You know, so I would look forward to that if I was Angel Reese. You know, it's more of a natural fit.
You're right. You're right.
A home run opportunity.
The fact they haven't already done that is actually like Reese's marketing team needs to get with it.
That's agent negligence, I believe, on Angel's agent part there. That's a tongue twister. We got to run, nation. When we come back, in addition to football's finest, Chief, what are we doing today?
OSA should not be the priority, but I do have one for you next.
Oh, I love this topic, and I love D&M Leasing and how easy they make it to put the brand new vehicle of your dreams in your driveway. Just call them right now, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. And a professional agent, smiling, friendly, great customer.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's 20 minutes away. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 with Lucius Alexander. Time now to get you up to date on everything happening important in the world of football. An edition of The Finest with your chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, we learned today the Cowboys are talking as if they are trying to prioritize. The number one priority for them is to try and retain Osa Odighizuwa in free agency. And I do think this is a guy that's going to command some serious dollars. Like the interior defensive line market has skyrocketed. And you can see like these good teams are investing in it.
It's a rare position to find talent at. What did he have last year? 65 pressure, something like that? Guys producing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he's been solid. This was his best year for sure. Osa's. But we've all seen the type of player he is. I don't think anybody that has watched him, even this year, would consider him as like a difference-making sort of player.
No.
And I do wonder how much benefit he gets, like from a pressure standpoint. Like Micah's commanding a lot.
Yes.
So everybody else should be benefiting from playing alongside Micah.
He's been inconsistent for 3 years, though. Has never left his impression on a game where you're like, wow, he destroyed it today.
Right.
You know, it's just been, that helped. That's better than replacement level. You know, but somewhere between average and good is where I would put Osa.
Yes.
Not between good and great.
And he's going to end up getting better than good money. Closer to great money, I would think, on the open market. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, man, if you are willing to, and I'm not even convinced that they are actually willing to reach the level of dollars it's going to take to retain him. But if they are willing to play in that field of top tier interior defensive line money in free agency, this would be the perfect opportunity to turn away from one of your own guys. And we all say is a good player, not a great player, and turn your attention somewhere else at the same position, a guy who's probably going to command similar dollars, and that is Milton Williams from right here in the division with the Philadelphia Eagles. And if you watched the NFC Championship game the other day, you definitely are familiar with his game. And he's a guy, he definitely just had his best year. But he was a good player last year as well. He was picked in the third round, same draft as Osa. And now they're both going to be free agents. And Milton Williams he's a 3-technique player, and he is, second in pressure rate and among defensive tackles, 6th in positive rush rate among all qualifying defensive tackles. He was a menace in the biggest game of the year to date for the Eagles. And this is a guy that Howie Roseman has identified, a guy who actually knows how to take defensive linemen. He's got a track record of it. This is a guy that Howie Roseman. Now, I don't think the Eagles can pay this dude because they've paid a ton of guys. They still have Jalen Carter. They drafted Jordan Davis. This is the benefit you have of being able to let a Milton Williams walk away and not let it crumble you because you've made solid investments in this area before. So I don't see the Eagles being able to retain him, but this is the guy that if you're going to spend big dollars on a young second contract, interior defensive lineman, 3-technique. I think it's a very important position in general, especially in the Eberflus defense. But I think this is the guy that would actually meet the standard of the dollars that you are going to be paying him.
And that neighborhood is around $20 million a year, you think, for Williams as well as Osa?
I do think it'll be about 20.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting each other for who's the better one on the market. They're very comparable. I think more highly of Osa than you do. But Milton Williams, Crowley, Texas.
Yeah, local kid.
We actually got to hang out with him one time. Good dude. And it does seem like he's playing his best in the postseason. Now, I do think when you get to play again with Jalen Carter, much like you're talking about Micah Parsons, that's going to help you in the middle. Like Jalen Carter has just raised his level of play to now he's like looking like, oh my gosh, this dude's the next Aaron Donald type guy. Statistically, Osa and Milton Williams very comparable, but 4 pressures in the NFC Championship game. That's very, very impressive. So, hey, like you've seen kind of where this defense can be with Osa. Can Milton Williams be better? I'm okay with something new instead of just continuing going back to the same well of guys that we just know. And you could tag Osa from the 682 if you really wanted to, but I'd be definitely interested in Milton Williams if you're going to pay the money to Osa. If that doesn't work out, pivot and steal from the division.
Yeah, and now this is obviously not very likely when you consider the last time the Cowboys signed an external free agent with a salary of at least $10 million per year. That, of course, was
Brandon Carr,
Greg Hardy.
Greg Hardy?
A decade ago.
My
God.
Yeah, that's just for $10 million per year. So this is not something the Cowboys
gave Greg Hardy that much. That's insane.
Usually would want to do. But if you are going to play in the big money interior D-line waters, this would be the perfect moment to say, you know what, we're not just going to do the thing that we always do, paying our own guys great money, even though they're only good. Milton Williams, I think, is he's just progressed and gotten better and better. Last year he was really good. This year he was outstanding, and he's a better run defender. So to me, this is a guy who, and they move him up and down the line of scrimmage a little bit.
Yeah, they do. They can get out there on the edge.
And how much of a benefit is that based on the team that you're playing? Like you can
versatility.
You can attack. You can attack the weak link on an offensive line. Yeah. When you see the Chiefs do it with Chris Jones. Chris Jones is a monster, and you'll see him play on the edge because it's all about creating the best matchup possible for you. And when you have a guy like that, I think that's something that you should be all over. So I don't think they're going to be wanting to reach $20 million for Osa or this guy. But if they're committed to it, man, Milton Williams is the better player.
I'd go shopping over there in that Philadelphia defense. I'm looking at Zach Bond as well, who's a free agent on the edge. If depending on.
Well, you need some linebackers.
Yeah, you do. Linebackers definitely where they need to throw some money.
And you're not going to get him in the draft, I don't think.
No, you can get a defensive tackle. Like if I had to choose, do you throw money at Milton Williams or a top linebacker in free agency? The linebacker is probably the route to go because you can draft a solid defensive tackle. It's filled with them, but not linebacker at all. It's very, very weak.
Yeah, and I think for the Eagles, if you're thinking about who they are more likely to bring back, probably Bond, because they don't have a bunch of linebackers that they've invested in other than Nakobe Dean, who just got injured and who knows what his status is going into next season. So I think they're probably going to feel better about the investments they've made on their defensive line to feel like, okay, Milton Williams, we can let you walk out of here. Zach Bond, we don't have anybody to replace you. So that would be my guess. But, talk about something that helps your linebackers out. An interior defensive lineman that knows what he's doing. So that would be my recommendation for the Cowboys if you are going to throw some serious dollars at the position. Now, elsewhere, as it pertains to a couple of housekeeping things in the NFL, the Texans are going to be replacing Bobby Slowick as their offensive coordinator with Commanders' assistant head coach and pass game coordinator Brian Johnson. The guy who was the play caller in Philadelphia last year, one and done, goes to the Dan Quinn staff and now levels up to being the offensive coordinator for the Texans. So hopefully in that, the Commanders' offense completely surprised most of us this year. From a schematic standpoint, Jaden Daniels is otherworldly for sure, but Kingsbury and I believe Anthony Lynn is a part of their run game stuff. They were doing a lot of good stuff to help play to the strengths of Jaden Daniels. So if Brian Johnson was able to take a little bit of that and sprinkle it on some C.J. Stroud action, I'm sure the Texans will be very, very pleased with it. The Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl will be the 5th head coach rematch in Super Bowl history. Andy Reid facing Nick Sirianni. The winner of the first meeting has won every previous matchup, including Andy Reid over Kyle Shanahan last year.
Yes.
So when two coaches have met in a Super Bowl before and then they meet again for the second time, it ends up being the same result. The winning head coach ends up doubling down.
Jimmy over Marv Levy
on his own dominance. Jimmy over Marv. Yeah.
Coughlin Belichick.
Yep.
Yeah, Coughlin Belichick. Yes, good pull. I'm going to have to leave it up to Broadus for the rest of them, probably.
It would be Landry losing to Chuck Noll.
Yeah. I was going through guys that have won.
Yeah.
Let me go through these. My mind.
I think we just crushed them.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? The biggest percentage of ticket sales for the Super Bowl are coming from Pennsylvania over Missouri by a wide margin. Almost 21% of all purchases made since the Super Bowl matchup was set have come from Pennsylvania. So 21% to 6% coming from Missouri.
Yeah, I think their fans are hungrier. I think that
Eagles fans.
Yeah, that's what that comes down to. I think maybe your credit card's been tapped out. Philly had a year to recover.
Yeah, they totally did. They're dying to get in the mix on another Lombardi.
Gosh, I hate to hear that.
You know, one of the things that I found interesting from Hayden Winks on Twitter was the conversation surrounding Pat Mahomes and getting all the calls that he gets, and getting the roughing the passer calls. Well, Patrick Mahomes takes the most QB hits where he's not sacked. It happens on over 12% of his dropbacks. So nobody is releasing the ball right before getting smoked like he does.
Yeah.
So that's part of it. He plays a little bit differently than most guys. He's willing to hang in there and not get sacked, but take the hit and make the throw.
Yeah.
On 12% of his dropbacks, he's doing that. So that obviously is...
That's a big part of it.
That's a big part of it.
The Joe Burrow factor of just being tough enough to stand in there. But I also feel like his contact balance and awareness is such that he can get right up on guys and be totally comfortable, right? I'm going to bounce off you. I'm going to move over here. We're a lot of guys, and I don't want to, bring Quinn Ewers back into it. We're all familiar with that. But I think Josh Allen is guilty of it at times too, like running into trouble where it seems like Mahomes just has complete awareness of his surroundings.
Yes, there's actually an extremely interesting article about the dominant athletes with a dad bod in The Athletic.
Which is a great athletic article.
And they talk about Luka in it. They talk about Jokic in it. And they talk about Mahomes. And if I don't get to it today, I will definitely tomorrow. And they talk about some of the things where it's like, yeah, the eye tells you this guy doesn't look athletic, but these other different ways of measuring it, actually, this guy's a super beast.
I thought
and
about
Mahomes
you.
has some of that spatial awareness stuff.
You too. Thought about you too. The eye for the athleticism. You guys are flawed in your view here. You don't have to have 6-packs and the 8-pack here and still be athletic.
Right. How about this one?
Pushing, baby.
One of the turning points in last year's Super Bowl was the injury to Dre Greenlaw.
Coming off the bench.
Big time, yeah.
Travis Kelce was held to 1 yard in the first half. Greenlaw's replacement ended up being a guy named Oren Burks in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the guy that will be playing for Nakobe Dean for the Eagles this week.
They call him Oren burnt toast around Kansas City.
The same backup linebacker that got smoked in the second half. He gave up six receptions on 6 targets, 50 yards and a touchdown. And Kelce had 92 yards in the second half of that game. So that same guy, that same linebacker that the Chiefs torched in the second half of the Super Bowl last year is the same guy who is now the starter in place of Nakobe Dean at linebacker for the Eagles. Just something to consider.
That sounds like a ride off into the sunset type of game for Kelce.
I agree with you. I wonder if Dick Fangio dials up Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Might try his luck there if he starts getting toasted.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you might have to go to it, but to ask that of a rookie who doesn't even get that much playing time, as far as I know,
tough, but hey, you got to make some adjustments. Like if this guy's just going to get killed, I got to at least try. That guy might also get killed, but I just got to throw as many options as I can to try and stop him. Because if Travis gets going, good luck.
It's time to get though, right? He's getting fully domesticated. He's ready to go be a husband. He grew out the hair.
There's literally a prop bet on whether or not the Travis Kelce is going to propose to Taylor Swift at some point during the post-game proceedings. That's like an actual prop bet that you can bet on.
I'd take those odds. Feels like they're going to win, and that'd be the perfect moment to do it.
It would be, yes, but it certainly hinges on that. There's no way you're proposing after losing.
Would that be a make it about him moment? Would everybody say now he's making it about him?
It would be.
I mean, she's been at so many of the games, though. She might be into it. I don't think she's like your normal diva type of pop star.
If you say so.
I think it's real love, Chief.
Oh, I think it's real love too, but she might prefer private.
It's possible. You got to know. Some gals.
You got to know.
Some gals like the stadium proposal. Some gals like the sports proposal. It's part of their identity. Is how great you are.
There's some Swifties out there that think they're already engaged.
Hey, we got some serious bulletin board material though. If you're Andy Reid, because the screen grab from the matchup predictor ESPN Analytics is giving the Eagles a 56.2% chance to win.
Perfect.
I can see that.
I'm printing that out, and that's going on every locker.
Yeah.
If I'm Andy.
Get the cut of Mark Schlereth talking with us Tuesday where he's like the Eagles are better in every single position group besides quarterback. I could see where the metrics, where the computers might favor the Eagles, because you look at the analytics of it, especially without the regular season dominance of Kansas City. I just think that's another example, once again, where the stats aren't going to get you home talking football. You know that, Brian.
Better than anybody.
Well. An edition of The Finest is in the books. When we return, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top, update you on everything in the world of sports, and we're back in the nation.
All right, let's first talk Trajan wealth, shall we? That's TRAJAN, and make sure you have that game plan for your retirement.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
krld-fm.com.
All right, we're going commercial free thanks to the on-time experts. We'll get you to LA Live as quickly as possible. Then Hollywood David Hellman talking Cowboys and all things football at the top of the hour. But right now, we throw things to the Wooly Bully for some damn good content.
I did want to just thank you and just let you know how impressed I was. You did a little mock draft for funsies just a little while ago, and you took 2 running backs, not one. 2 running
Doubled
backs
up on
here.
it.
You doubled down on running backs.
We don't have to talk about running backs anymore.
What round did you do this in?
Second at 44. He took Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
Okay.
Son of a gun.
And then you went with Cam Scatabo.
I traded down twice. I picked up 2 second-round picks for next year, 2 third-round picks for next year. I got, who did I get? Who was the Iowa guy? Caleb Johnson. We got your
You got Alfred Collins.
Yeah, Alfred
defensive
Collins,
tackle out of Texas.
Defensive tackle,
which I like.
There we go.
And then you got the Miami tight end.
Got the Miami tight end Arroyo. Got Savion Williams.
Yes.
And Jake Besh.
Now, you got him in the 7th round.
Jack Besh.
Jack Besh isn't going to be there in the 7th round. But regardless, he
Jack
wasn't
Besh in the 7th round?
He wasn't this.
Not in the 7th. It was like the 3rd or whatever. And I got Scatabo as well.
You know,
I just think he's a winner. He's a football guy. As soon as I saw like the psycho eyes, the jawline, like that's a guy that's helping me on offense and special teams.
I kind of feel like though that you know, when you drafted Johnson, that you got a workhorse back.
I do too.
And you don't need to pair him with somebody else. That's the only thing. I mean, I like.
But just in case, I mean, maybe Scatabo could play some fullback for you.
Oh, I mean, I'd hand him the ball. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I just think having different options there.
Injuries, you never know what can happen.
You know how running backs are. I felt good about it though. We revamped the wide receiver room and the running back room right there. We stocked up on picks for next year. We got the must-have defensive tackle handled and got a little sexier at the tight end spot.
I liked it. I liked what you did, and I appreciate the fact that you doubled up on the running back. I've got some stats of the day, but quickly just to recap on what happened with the Cowboys earlier. Linda Wells has agreed to a new deal with the team to return in 2025 on Schotty's coaching staff.
So does that mean he's for sure tight ends coach, or because they just leave it open like on Schotty's coaching staff? It doesn't really specify he's back as tight ends.
Well, I think what's happening here is, you know, I said tap the brakes on Adams. I think that
the Cardinals O-line guy, maybe it's the offensive coordinator.
Still kind of keep that in mind, but I would say they're keeping it open because if they don't get somebody like Adams, I want to say that maybe that he's going to be the tight ends coach, not Adams, but
or Linda Wells. Could he also be the offensive line coach?
Well, exactly. If you get Adams, he's going to be the tight ends coach. If you don't get Adams, he very well could be the offensive line coach. That's why I think they're keeping it open.
Well, the other thing was Ken Dorsey is the Cowboys are considering him for their offensive coordinator position, according to sources. Jeremy Fowler interview will be determined. Logistics are being discussed. Ken Dorsey has been with the Bills and the Browns and has been let go each of the last 2 seasons by both teams. So that's kind of where you're at with the Cowboys coaching stuff. Couple of nuggets for you. David Shaw has agreed to a multi-year deal, making him the team's new passing game coordinator in Detroit. It's another name, like OC.
Yeah.
Bring in David Shaw. That's a guy that has success running the football.
Back in the day, David Shaw would have been the guy I would have hired for the head coach if I was running an NFL team.
Really good coach.
Yeah.
Really good mind.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got an eye for talent. And then how about these Mavs nuggets for you? Klay Thompson is leading the entire NBA in three-pointers made this season for players under 27.5 minutes per game.
Mm-hmm.
That's outstanding.
That's his sweet spot, right?
Need more of that.
Just keep him right around that 25-minute mark.
Yeah,
I love
don't
that
go
for
over
Klay.
25 minutes with him.
And right now he is. He's being probably stressed.
He's having to.
He's having to play more minutes.
He's having to.
They probably want him to.
If this team was whole, I think we'd think differently about Klay Thompson.
Agreed. Totally.
I'm not looking to move Klay. I've always felt like his impact is going to be felt in the postseason.
He'll be a sentimental.
That's our hope. That's our hope.
You're a sentimental B over there.
No, why? How so?
I don't want to move Klay.
I don't want to move. Well, I think it looks bad on the Mavericks. I think that's going to hurt your reputation.
I don't want the Mavs to look bad
around the league.
Yeah.
You know, you just finally got a free agent. Now you're going to. I don't think that they're looking to shop him.
Yeah.
I think Nico knows why he brought him in here, and it is for the postseason. But I can understand, you know, when he's off, it is frustrating, and the defense, just as the aging player that he is, Mavs undefeated when P.J. Washington puts up 20 points and 12 or more rebounds. 5-0 this year.
5-0. Yeah.
5-0. 20 and 12. We're looking for that. That's the sweet spot there. And then, my gosh, are you going to get to some of this Arch Manning stuff in the hodgepodge?
Oh, dude. Yeah, I mean, you can hit it now.
Well, no, his deal you can tell us about, but his NIL valuation right now is at $6.6 million. That's more money this year than what Bijan's making at $5.5 million. Drake London's making at $5.4 million. Garrett Wilson, Bo Nix, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, Puka Nacua, Brock Purdy. Brock will end up making more money because he's going to sign a new contract. But $6.6 million at Texas for Arch, dude, is cashing in big right now, and deservedly so.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world for him.
He's a great kid, too. Just meeting him. You know, he and Ben are in the same club.
Tell me about his handshake, though, bro. It's like hand size wise.
No, very confident. Very confident.
Look you in the eyes.
Big hand. Yeah, it was a pleasure to meet him, and just a really nice, polite kid. Oh, yes, sir. No, sir. Really enjoy hanging out with Bennett. He's a good friend, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, good luck, that kind of thing. But, yeah, I mean, he's looking down at me. I mean, he's like, that
doesn't happen a lot.
I mean,
so he's every bit of 6'4".
Yeah, I'm usually like, looking down at people. He was looking down at me, and good,
but not in a disrespectful way.
Not at all. But yeah, he's just a quality guy. I mean, Bennett loves hanging out with him.
Yeah, next time they have a little play date situation and you're involved, why don't you bring me and the bully along? I'd like to shake that hand.
I think I'm going to take my mom. I think I'm going to take my mom to LSU plays baseball at Texas in March. Okay. On a Saturday, I'm going to take her down to Austin.
Well, we're a couple seam heads.
Sounds like you just invited us.
Yeah, perfect.
You want to ride along with Mama brought us, and she'll make sandwiches and stuff. And she'll make you stop at Buc-ee's.
For Shug?
I got shotgun, but I'm in.
We're in.
Oh, Shug in the back. Shug, no, she's not going to do that. Not at all.
I've always been a guilt guy. I can ride in the back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the Buc-ee stop. That sounds good, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. That
he's
checking off all the boxes.
Yeah, he's a quality dude.
I like the way he fans as well. Do you see him getting hyped up at these basketball games?
Oh yeah,
he's invested, dude. He's here to support people. He's not bigger than the campus, bigger than the university. Yeah. He's out there sitting in the student section cheering on his guys or girls. Yeah. I think he's a fan of the women's game as well.
He's a big volleyball guy.
Yeah.
Big fan of the Texas volleyball team.
I bet he would dominate in volleyball. If you're talking about being hand sized that way, about the height factor.
And he's athletic. I bet he can jump.
Yeah, dude, guy's got wheels. Explosive.
I saw they asked him to build the top, like a quarterback with all the intangibles.
He used his uncle as one of those.
He put both of them in there. Like Clutch Factory put Eli.
Well, I mean, if you look at Super Bowl,
I mean, it's hard to.
It's hard to
Close
argue.
your eyes and roll it up, baby.
And I'm not an Eli Manning fan at all. But if you want to say Super Bowl clutch,
it is pretty crazy. He has made some clutch plays in big playoff moments.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here for it, dude. I'm here for the Arch stuff, and the hand size thing I think is important because I see old Milroe right now. Milroe and Jackson Dart getting hammered for the tiny hand stuff.
Yeah.
Who was Jared Goff? Was he a tiny hand guy?
Jared Goff.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because we were at the combine and Jeff Kavanaugh was standing up there and Goff was going off and Kavanaugh was like, "Yeah, you tell him, Jared. You tell him." He was like encouraging the guy in the
podium. I got small hands, no big deal.
Yeah, he's like, and Jeff was like helping him with some of his stats, like reading off games and stuff like that. It was embarrassing, awesome. But it was funny.
It was embarrassing.
It was embarrassingly funny, is what it was. You tell him, Jared. Tell him about that hand size. Jeff was encouraging him on the podium.
Kick his ass, Jared.
That's good stuff right there. Is this more embarrassing or funny? Cam Newton claiming that he wouldn't trade his MVP for a Super Bowl championship. Wouldn't even consider it.
I think that pretty much tells you all you need to know about Cam Newton.
He's like, yeah, if I win the MVP, like me winning the MVP shows how well I did my job. And winning a Super Bowl doesn't necessarily say that I was any good.
Because he lost the Super Bowl, as Lucius likes to tell us, for making a business decision.
And he did.
I'll never forget it. I mean, it wasn't even like he stopped. I mean, you can watch the play right now. DeMarcus Lawrence is going for the ball, and he's going for the ball, and then he literally stops and moves himself backwards. He starts moving away from the ball.
Yeah.
It is
post game. Didn't he have he had a really bad post game, I think, too.
The post game was tough. He was emotional.
It was tough. Yeah, it was tough.
Imagine what his post game would have been that year had he not won the MVP, and then he gets to the podium after not winning the MVP. He would have been even more upset. he would have been Denny Green talking about we let him off the hook. But he was just talking about me. I let him off the hook. This is my award.
Yeah.
But that's an individual like he should have played like I don't know, tennis or something. He should have been a golfer. That's totally fine.
Sport?
Individual sport, absolutely. I get it, dude. But
you can't be a me, myself, and I guy at quarterback in the NFL.
No, I don't even think you can do it in the XFL. I don't think you can do it in the Canadian League. I mean, Broadus, you were at NFL Europe. Those are team-oriented quarterbacks there.
You got to be. Yeah, that was important.
I did my job, Cam Newton, punting on the. I do respect the honesty, though. Like his willingness to sit up there with those glasses and that hat on and say the things he says.
Stephen A's face was also shocking.
It is.
He was just like, "What did you just? Did you really just say that?" Well, hey, good for you, Cam. He is honest.
Yes, he's incredibly honest.
He's also wanting the tank for Arch thing already.
He's
what?
Cowboys.
Cowboys, yeah.
He put out like tank for Arch this year,
and he wants to go get Nick Saban as their coach. So he thinks this Schottenheimer's one and done.
Well, he doesn't know Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry's not paying a coach to not be here.
Done. Yeah, no coach can be one and done here.
Jerry probably hired him as his head coach thinking that he could still remove the head coach duties from him this time next year, but just keep him on staff as like a coordinator so he doesn't actually have to pay him to not do anything. I don't know. I think that's more likely. But tanking for Arch, that's pretty hilarious. Did you guys see all the details on the Bill Belichick contract, by the way?
Yeah,
we talked about a couple of them.
I love it when they get use of the jet.
Yes.
That's my favorite thing.
Gosh. Private aircraft used for 25 hours a year. So is that just airtime?
Yeah. So for like he flies. Say he wants to take the plane from Chapel Hill to Boston.
It's Chapel Bill.
Chapel Hill.
Yeah, get it right, okay? Chapel Bill.
Yeah, for every hour he's in the air, that's what it counts.
Okay, so it's not about how long that thing is grounded
so
somewhere.
Like 25 hours. So yeah, and then he could probably pay for any time extra he uses.
They're going to be. He has a vehicle allowance. Bill Belichick does with UNC.
Or he gets $7,500 vehicle allowance, or he gets the use of a company car.
What would be a vehicle allowance? Is this like...
So they give you money and you could buy your own car.
Okay.
So they give you money and you could, every month, you can make the payment. Or they probably have a sponsor, a Ford sponsor, a Chevy sponsor, something. Like Nick Saban, Mercedes-Benz sponsored Alabama. Nick Saban drove a Mercedes-Benz. So you get the use of a car. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. And that's $7,500 for the year, right?
For the year,
That's not for the month.
Yeah, but that
would be insane.
You're paying for a car, yeah.
And then he gets the annual expense allowance of $100,000.
Okay.
So that's just free $100,000 to do whatever you want with.
That could be used for. Did they have any housing allowance on that thing? Did they say anything about a housing allowance?
No, but it does say expenses for relocating. Okay. So they gave him $100,000 for the movers.
Yeah, so he got $100,000 to move all his stuff from up from Massachusetts down south. So he got that taken care of. And then you said that 100 extra, that's probably for housing and stuff. Mm-hmm. Like he could put that as a down payment on a house or something like that. Yeah, if he wants to.
Totally. Or he could do it to just bless the cash app of his girlfriend.
Oh, right.
You know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I still think like she's got to be really buttoned up with the way she handles herself moving forward.
They're committed.
The competition level just skyrocketed.
I see true love when they look at each other.
You do?
I think so. I see some glistening in the eyes.
Okay, so we were talking.
What am I doing?
Maybe from his standpoint. Yeah. No, from hers.
We were talking.
Yeah, really.
We were talking about the Cowboys investing in the defensive tackle position.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the big takeaways from these final four teams that we just saw in the conference championship games.
Last year was the centers, so this year it's the D tackles.
This year I think it's just and really just D line in general.
Yeah.
Like you have got to put together especially with Eberflus, who's not trying to generate pass rush from he's not trying to manufacture pressures and whatnot with blitzes for the most part. So you're going to be depending a lot on Micah, of course. You're going to need somebody opposite him. But like, just look at the way the Eagles invest in their defensive line. Like they are peppering it in the first 3 rounds, year in, year out. Mm-hmm. So when you get to the point where Milton Williams is a free agent, you don't feel like, oh my gosh, we absolutely have to have this guy back and give him market-setting money because, oh yeah, we've invested at this position and we're actually pretty good at it. They drafted Milton Williams in the 3rd round in 2021, and then in 2022 they draft Jordan Davis in the 1st round, and then they draft Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in the 1st round the next year. So
this has always been the Howie Roseman special, just pumping in the offensive and defensive lines. They missed on an Andre Dillard on the offensive line, and
sure
it still
did.
didn't cost them.
Yep.
Because
Sure
they
did.
just keep peppering at that.
Well, because they were able to find that rugby player
in the 7th round.
Yeah.
That makes up for it.
Yep.
But even, of course, the Chiefs investing with Karlaftis and Chris Jones on the defensive line. Those are stud players for them right now.
And King Felix as well, Kansas State, they took in the first round a few years ago. I was a big fan of his.
There you go. Is that his real name?
I called him King Felix. His first name is Felix. He's got a hyphenated last name that I just don't want to say because I'll probably mess it up.
And the other thing that I found interesting looking at this Eagles offense, you know how we always talk about wanting to stop the run and you put extra men in the box, you have a single safety, and you bring the other guy down so you can have eight dudes in the box or whatever? Well, that is actually not what you want to do when you're facing the Eagles. Because you think, like, we got to stop the run. We can't go too high. We got to bring a guy down. But when you do that versus the Eagles, you leave yourself open to hugely explosive plays.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Now you don't have a safety blanket.
You don't have anybody there.
Once they get through the first, second wave, boom, it's game over.
And so, like, when you look at the expected points added for these runs, like for the Eagles, it's so much more when they're running into a heavy box and it's one high safety, because that's where he's getting all of his explosives. He's getting a 50-yard run because you put too many dudes in the box there. So I just find that super interesting, because that's when you have an offensive line like that and then an explosive runner that way, and now you have to pick your poison because you go too high safety and they're still going to be able to get, they're going to nickel and dime you down the field a little bit, but you'd prefer that. These explosive runs, that's why the Eagles offense is able to barely have to pass the ball, because they know
helps
these guys, like these defenses are putting too many men in the box, and all it takes is one or two moments where Barkley gets free, and now you're talking about a 50-plus yard touchdown, and it's happening in multiple times in one single game. So I don't know. That's not something that I was like. I don't know another offense that you've been like, man, the rushing attack's so good, but we can't put too many guys in the box because this is just going to be a home run hitter.
So if Barkley hits another 60-plus yard touchdown in the Super Bowl, he will make history for the most amount of 60-plus yard touchdowns of any kind in a season. He's currently tied with Devin Hester with all his returns in 2007, which speaks for itself. I mean, holy crap, we're talking about kicking punt returns here. And he did open the Super Bowl with a 92-yarder for the house. But Barkley, as a running back, if he gets a 60-plus yarder, he has now broken a record.
Hollywood David Hellman talking Cowboys at the top of the hour, but right now we go into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander for a Thirsty Thursday, LA Live.
We're good.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, you squares.
It's time to toke.
Yeah, I've hit this button like maybe 3 or 4 times.
Sometimes.
I was just trying to backdoor you with it. Bam! You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just wasn't going. Here we go.
I can send it to that.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Oh, yeah. Ladies.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I got a joke for the ladies.
This woman said to her husband, she said, darling, I had a dream about my birthday. And in the dream, I dreamt about earrings, a bracelet, and a necklace. What do you think that means? And he said, just wait till your birthday. And then on her birthday, he gave her a package. She opened it, and it was a book, How to Interpret Dreams.
Yeah.
We don't get it sometimes.
We just don't get it sometimes, ladies. But we're here for you. This is LA Live for Thursday, January 30th. Gosh, it's still January.
Still January.
This is a long-ass month.
It feels like it's probably the longest month of the year.
We need like 3 paydays in this month.
Yeah.
Get one tomorrow.
I done ran out of chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's January 30th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday here in LA Live, Ladies Night Edition. Shout out to the Lady Tolos. It's always for the ladies. Ow. Not gonna lie, I love being around the female energy more than I like hanging around with a bunch of dudes.
No question.
Yeah. Dudes get weird on you. They start hating.
Yep.
They get jealous of you for some reason. They change when there's different people in the environment. And you got to watch those dudes, man. Shout out to the ladies, though. And if you ever want to know Who's the weasel in your group?
Yeah.
Ask your girl. Ask your girl. Your girl be knowing. Or at least she thinks she knows. Your girl be knowing.
They got a sixth sense.
They got a sixth sense. Oh, I don't like him.
They got the radar.
Yeah. Hey, I seen a stat the other day. Tell me if you think this is correct, or maybe it's just a bunch of cap from the internet. 80% of women wouldn't date themselves if they were men.
That doesn't seem true.
They have way too much self-awareness to actually acknowledge that.
I don't know, man.
I think the number might be a little high.
You think the number might be a little high?
A little high.
Yeah, 80% of women wouldn't date themselves if they were men. I seen this on the Twitter.
On The View.
Pretty sure it's toxic as hell right there. Should have used that for a Tuesday. All right, hold on, Rick. Let me pull you down here, brother. I love you and everything, but this is a ladies' night, brother. How about some Isley Brothers? Ooh. Yeah. There we go. Did you guys see that North Texas man went viral for putting up a decorated sign in his front yard?
I did. I did not see this.
Yeah, he was straight up advertising, in my opinion. Oh. It looked like, the signs that went popular during the pandemic. Oh. Like, say, when somebody was graduating, they'll decorate your whole front yard type vibes. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Looks like a big ass mum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he did the same thing.
This guy was bragging.
No.
He was bragging. Put it in his front yard. I'm pretty sure all the dudes in the neighborhood are on high alert right now.
Yeah. But he was also, I think, was this more to prop himself up or to tear down the reputation of his lady?
Definitely tear down the reputation, because it is said, what do you say right here? Divorced, cheating wife gone. And then had another sign next to it, looked like straight out of Compton. It said straight out of marriage.
Oh no! Wow, he really thought this one through.
Yeah, nah, he wanted to see her gone.
Yep.
Oh, poor guy. Yeah, I know he caught her cheating, and she tried to fool him a few times.
Yeah.
I wonder what was a solid stone, what was a solid rock that he had to finally sit on and say, hey, no, you're actually cheating on me.
This is real.
Because they're so good at telling you. Yeah. They'll have you meeting the guy that she's cheating with. Hey, man, how you doing? She talks about you all the time. You're great. Oh my God. Shaking hands and everything.
Boy,
with this
she
fool.
loves you.
Man, yeah, she talks about you every day, man.
Hands with her.
Yeah. I like all the songs and everything you're introducing her to.
You're going on that work trip next week.
Yeah, take care of her for me, bud. Good Lord. I've seen another stat, too, right here. Couples who engage in unhealthy habits together, such as smoking or consuming junk food, tend to form a closer bond compared to those who follow a healthier lifestyle. Misery loves company, possibly.
Yeah, for sure. It's fun to, when you're doing, if you're going to go all out on like a cheat meal situation or whatever, it's way more fun to be like, hey honey, like I'm bringing home the pizza, I got the ice cream, we're doing this, we're in this together.
Let's really lean into it.
Yeah.
Yes,
we're gonna have fun.
Yeah, you don't want to drink alone sometimes either, you know what I mean?
Right.
No, that's not fun.
It's not fun if one person does Molly. We both have to do the Molly.
Sometimes you need a babysitter.
That's how it works.
Don't let me jump off a ledge or something.
It's a little wild stuff that you see on the internet, man. How about this one? LA Live 105.3 The Fan. If you're looking for love out here, I know this is cuffing season, but cuffing season is almost over with, and some of us haven't found anybody to cuff with. Well, you might want to get you a prison bae.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
Are we still? They're still putting out the audio stuff?
They are 100% still putting this stuff out here, brothers. I'm not sure if you've seen the numbers lately, but there's plenty of people locked up in prison.
Yep.
They're looking for somebody.
Yep.
Let's go to Prison Connect on Instagram. Prison Connect's motto is helping inmates connect with the free world. Shout out to the free world.
Yeah.
Let's get this girl right here, Ashley. Let's see what Ashley's talking about. See if we're interested in hooking up with Ashley.
I'm 33 years old. I am looking for friends, lovers, new people, sugar daddies, possibly. I have about 7 months left, and looking to relocate. Hit me up on jpay.com, 96336. Yeah.
Hey.
It's got 7 more months.
Sounds
7 more months. Looking for a little sugar daddy, man.
Yeah.
Help me get some honey buns while I'm in here. Pack of smokes. And I'm looking to relocate as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the hell up out of here.
Yeah,
way out of here.
I have to, actually. My parole officer said to leave.
Ashley's pretty cute, man. I was going through this site, and there's some pretty cute people up in jail.
Do we know what she was in for?
Probably B&E.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't give her a key to the house or anything.
No.
Call me before you show up here, okay?
Yeah.
So I can put some of that stuff up. Let's see what Janelle's talking about here.
Hey, what's up? My name's Janelle Martinez. My number is 114-568. I'm located in Idaho.
Oh.
I'm looking for friends, good company, someone to talk with, emotional and financial support.
Oh.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Hit me up on JPay.
Hit me up on JPay.
Here for a good time,
Here for
not
a
a
good
long time.
not a long time.
So is she not long time incarcerated, or is she long time like, I'm going to hang out with you for a month and then I'll be gone?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out.
Hit it, quit it there.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's
in it for the money and go.
She's usury right there.
I think she's a usury. Yeah.
Oh, Janelle, sorry about that one.
Yeah.
We have an older woman, though. She has some nice silver hair. Like she's been keeping herself up in jail. Probably not eating all the honey buns and all the sugary snacks. Like she was doing her PT, getting her
push-ups,
workout on.
push-ups,
Yeah.
Pull-ups.
Yes. She looks fantastic. Let's see what she's talking about here on Prison Connect.
Hey, shout out to Prisoner Connect. Thank you so much for hooking it up. My name is Tracy Haddon. My number is 50081. I'm here at PWCC. I've been here for 17 years. I've been out in about 7 months. I'm just looking for a fresh start and someone to help me get there. Reach out to me on JPay. I would love to hear from you. Love to get to know you. Hope to hear from you soon.
17 years.
17 years.
Wow.
Passing the voice test, I would say.
Yeah.
She's a cutie, man. She's an old lady.
Nice,
definitely
calm.
cute. Yeah.
7 months also.
17 years. How much-
17 years. Imagine the stories she can tell you.
She can tell you some stories.
A lot of stories.
Gosh.
So many good stories.
Like you're go to dinner with her. Like, okay, well, tell me about, what's it really like in prison?
Great dinner parties. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
You ever get shanked?
All that built up frustration she has, she's pent up right now. 17 years, buddy.
17 years.
Whoever gets to take her out on a date,
Yeah.
you're gonna knock her socks off. I'll tell you what.
First date, I think. maybe when you ring the doorbell.
Might just be
17 years.
on the road again.
Hey, what do y'all think about this couple, Lucius? 817 says the only thing that my girl and I cheat on is our diet, and we do it daily. We are so extremely lactose intolerant. And we have cheese on the daily, bro.
Gross, bro.
That's a really big problem.
They in there ripping it up.
Was that you or was that me? I don't even know.
Honey, you stink this time.
That's got to be rough.
You really stink this time. Yeah, that's pretty gross, man. I don't ever want to hear my girl fart.
No.
Now, we sleep in different rooms, but I remember there was some times where she would like fart and sleep, you know what I mean? So I'm so glad we're in different rooms now, because I can respect you a little bit more.
Yeah.
You farting, I can't. Mouth all open, you got dogs next to you, and you fart. I'm like, oh, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. My God. Have some respect for your boy. Let's get back into this prison, babe. What's the name? Now,